Welcome to Fiction Audiobooks. If you enjoy the content, like and subscribing would be greatly appreciated. If you have any recommendations for novels, comment below.
Chapter 301, Chapter 302. Drip. Water seeped through the cracked stone slabs of the cave, dripping into an ancient underground passage, adding to the dampness of the place. Jensu stepped into a small puddle that had accumulated over time. The splash echoed, sending ripples across the water's surface. He raised his head, taking in the sight of the long-abandoned, dilapidated passage before him. This was the land of the Hagoromo clan. Not the flourishing, peak-period Hagoromo clan land found in the dream world of the infinite Tsukuyomi, but the one in the real world. After the Battle of the Valley of Godfall, the Hagoromo clan had scattered and relocated, leaving behind this once sprawling territory to fall into disrepair. Over the years, opportunists seeking treasure or secrets had rummaged through the remains, leaving it further desecrated. When Jensu arrived, he could barely reconcile this decayed land with the vivid memories of his clan's former glory. Standing quietly on the ruins of the clan grounds for several minutes, he made his way through broken eaves, moss-covered walls, and desolate structures, eventually reaching a hidden location. Here lay the burial site of many prominent figures in the Hagoromo clan's history. When Jensu arrived, it was clear that this place had also been visited by skilled individuals from the shinobi world. Knowing that they would have found nothing, Jensu wasn't concerned. He strode forward, walking through the underground passage where the water from the cave had caused severe erosion, until he reached a spacious hall. Jensu conjured several fireballs, illuminating the area. Looking around, the hall's walls and ceiling were densely carved with depictions of the Hagoromo clan's past glories. Aside from the carvings, the only significant feature was a high seat at the far end of the hall, emblazoned with the clan's crest. Any grave robber who had come here expecting riches would have left empty-handed and deeply disappointed. But Jensu knew the greatest treasure of the Hagoromo clan lay here. Tap. 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 The sound of his firm steps echoed in the empty hall. Jensu approached the high seat, looking at the large crescent moon emblem on its backrest. He turned around and slowly sat down. For a moment, he remained still. Facing the empty hall, he spoke. "My apologies for disturbing your eternal rest without permission, esteemed elders of the Hagoromo clan," he began, his voice deep and resonant, echoing through the hall. "Today marks a critical juncture for the survival of our clan. A single misstep could lead to our complete demise, but if we succeed, the Hagoromo clan will rise to the pinnacle of the shinobi world. Therefore, as the current head of the Hagoromo clan, I humbly ask for your aid." His words reverberated until the final echo faded into silence. Jensu's gaze sharpened. He lifted his right foot and stomped the ground. Chakra, pulsing with a unique rhythm, spread into the floor below, activating a hidden mechanism. Quickly, his attention turned to a corner of the hall as a corpse, entirely wrapped in black runes, slowly rose from the ground. This was just the beginning. Under Jensu's watchful eyes, more corpses, similarly wrapped in black runes, emerged one by one. Before long, the hall was no longer empty. Rows upon rows of neatly arranged corpses of the Hagoromo clan's ancestors filled the space, their presence solemn and imposing. Jensu's eyes swept over the black runes encasing their bodies, something he was all too familiar with. The forbidden art, breath of eternal slumber. This technique had been a crucial part of his own resurrection plan, left behind after the Battle of the Valley of Godfall. For the ancestors resting here, the technique served a different purpose, preserving their bodies in pristine condition after death. These ancestors had all used this forbidden art in their final moments, whether due to old age or fatal injuries, choosing to sacrifice their lives in exchange for a peaceful, undisturbed rest. The only person capable of sensing and accessing them was the clan head, who held the key to the technique. And now, that person was Jensu. He had not intended to disturb their rest. However, the unexpected resurrection of Orochimaru and the 5 great shinobi villages' decision to use his Edo Tensei to revive countless historical figures had increased the pressure on Jensu. The god tree required time to bloom, a window that could easily allow the allied shinobi forces to destroy it. Jensu needed reinforcements. The actions of the 5 great shinobi villages had inspired him. Undead warriors revived by Edo Tensei, fearless in death and powerful in life, were the perfect candidates. The 5 great shinobi villages prided themselves on their legacies and the number of strong shinobi they could revive. What they didn't realize was that their history paled in comparison to the Hagoromo clan's 1,000-year legacy. During that time, the Hagoromo clan had produced countless powerful shinobi, many of whom rivaled or surpassed the 5 Kage. Those who had lived long enough to return to the clan grounds and use the breath of eternal slumber were among the strongest. Many of those buried here were former clan heads. By using Edo Tensei to resurrect them, and with their preserved bodies as vessels, these ancestors could fight at nearly full strength. As for obtaining their DNA samples, Jensu had long prepared for this. Using the key to the forbidden art, he had developed a way to extract DNA without damaging the seals. Jensu approached the nearest ancestor's body, murmuring an apology. Extending his index finger, also encased in black runes, he lightly touched the seal on the body, his finger merging seamlessly with the markings to extract a sample. With the DNA in hand and the Edo Tensei technique perfected, everything was in place. Although controlling the resurrected individuals had been a challenge for others, it was no concern for Jensu. These were his ancestors, no control was needed. Looking at the gathered ancestors, Jensu knew that the breath of eternal slumber seals would remain intact even after the Edo Tensei was dispelled, allowing them to return to their peaceful rest. But all of this relied on victory. Esteemed elders, lend me your strength, and aid the Hagoromo clan in its time of need, Jensu declared, clapping his hands together. Chapter 302, Chapter 303. With all preparations complete, Jensu looked at the bodies of the many Hagoromo clan ancestors, now connected through the summoning seal. Without hesitation, he clapped his hands together and declared. Summoning technique, Edo Tensei. The sound of swirling paper fragments filled the air. In an instant, the dimly lit underground hall was engulfed in a dazzling white light. As the light dissipated, over 100 men and women of various ages stood silently in place. They were clad in silver armor, some styled after the Warring States period, while others bore even more ancient designs. Without exception, each bore the crescent moon crest of the Hagoromo clan on their arm guards. A suffocating aura radiated naturally from their forms, freezing the atmosphere in the room. In this bone-chilling stillness, all at once, every single one of them opened their eyes. At that moment, the sharp gazes of the resurrected ancestors seemed to pierce straight into Jensu's soul. Although he had been calm moments before, Jensu's expression shifted slightly. He quickly suppressed the chakra within him that had begun to boil in response. His gaze flickered with both surprise and admiration. The power of these ancestors far exceeded his expectations. Where is this place? A middle-aged man with long black hair cascading over his shoulders and clad in armor reminiscent of 500 years ago looked around in confusion. He clearly remembered that he had already died. Before Jensu could answer, a cold and striking woman scrutinized her hands, noticing cracks in her once pristine skin. Displeasure flashed across her face as she spoke coldly. This is a technique that summons the dead from the underworld to the living world. To think that someone in this age could develop such a forbidden technique, it's truly unexpected. She lifted her gaze, her sharp eyes locking onto Jensu. Noticing the crescent moon crest on Jensu's shoulder, her icy demeanor softened slightly. Jensu recognized her instantly. She was Rei, one of the rare female clan heads in the Hagoromo clan's history, and a direct ancestor of Ruri. Before long, all the Hagoromo clan ancestors, having adapted to their situation, turned their attention to the only living person in the room, Jensu. Ah, Jensu, an elderly man approached with a familiarity born of their bond. He asked directly, it seems much has happened in the shinobi world since my passing. Is the situation so dire that even the dead must be summoned? This man was Mu, the previous head of the Hagoromo clan, who had passed the position to Jensu before his death. Mu, who was well aware of Jensu's talent, was not surprised that he had developed a technique to temporarily revive the dead. What did surprise him was that Jensu had chosen to summon them. It must mean that the situation was truly critical, perhaps even catastrophic, for the Hagoromo clan. Hearing this, Jensu nodded solemnly at his predecessor. The situation is indeed urgent. I had no choice but to call upon your strength. Mu, who is this young man? Asked an elder from the generation before Mu as he walked over, curious. Mu's voice rang out proudly as he introduced Jensu. This is the current head of the Hagoromo clan, my successor. He is also the most gifted and powerful member of our clan in 1,000 years. Upon hearing that Jensu was the current clan head, the gathered ancestors regarded him warmly. But their expressions shifted upon hearing Mu's claim that Jensu was the strongest in 1,000 years. The ancestors, each a standout of their era, were naturally skeptical. They regarded Jensu with curious, doubtful, and even eager eyes. Yet Jensu remained calm. He saw no reason to deny the truth. Mu, you've always had a habit of exaggerating, one elder commented, trying to ease the tension. Now look, you've put immense pressure on the young man. But before Mu could respond, Jensu stepped forward and spoke plainly, it's not an exaggeration. What Mu said is the truth. I, Jensu, am the strongest in 1,000 years. His voice, calm yet resolute, echoed through the hall, leaving no room for doubt. The hall erupted with reactions. What an arrogant young man. Confident, aren't you? I like that. Are all the current Hagoromo descendants this bold? Interesting. As the voices swirled around him, the tall, broad-shouldered man who had spoken earlier strode forward, his presence intimidating. His sharp gaze swept over Jensu before he asked coldly. If you're truly the strongest in 1,000 years, why summon us? Jensu met his gaze without flinching. Because my enemies are many. The men snorted. Many? How many? With the Hagoromo clan, even if the Senju and Uchiha joined forces, you shouldn't falter. Jensu chuckled lightly. The Senju and Uchiha. If only they were my enemies. Then who is it? The men frowned in confusion. In the history of the Hagoromo clan, only the Senju and Uchiha had ever been true rivals. Could it be the Uzumaki, Hyuga, or Take-Torai clans had risen to prominence? Curiosity filled the hall as all the ancestors turned their attention to Jensu, awaiting his answer. Jensu swept his gaze across them and, in an unwavering tone, stated. Everyone. Every ninja in the shinobi world is essentially my enemy. The hall fell into stunned silence. Even Mu, who had confidently praised Jensu, was left speechless. After carefully observing Jensu's expression, the ancestors quickly realized he wasn't joking. So, the Hagoromo clan was now at odds with the entire shinobi world. A collective gasp filled the room. While the Hagoromo clan had always been proud, their pride had never reached the point of defying the entire world. Mu's fingers trembled as he asked, "Is the Hagoromo clan still standing?" "Though we faced some setbacks, the Hagoromo clan endures," Jensu replied truthfully. "That's a relief, that's a relief." Mu exhaled deeply, his shoulders relaxing. Then, Rei's cool voice cut through the room, voicing the question on everyone's minds. Why oppose the shinobi world? Why? Jensu smiled. At that moment, he released the full weight of his aura. In an instant, a crushing pressure descended on everyone present. As his gaze swept over them, his eyes gleamed with absolute confidence. Because I am not only the strongest of the Hagoromo clan in 1,000 years. I am the strongest in the shinobi world in 1,000 years. Would you like to see for yourselves? Chapter 303, Chapter 304. Boom. A deafening explosion shattered the sky as the space itself seemed to distort. Under the sunlight, countless paper fragments fluttered through the air. At that moment, Jensu held the neck of a middle-aged man named Hagoromo Rue with his right hand, showing no regard for his elder status. Lifting him effortlessly, Jensu spoke indifferently. Do you yield? Hagoromo Rue, unable to break free, stared blankly for a moment before hearing Jensu's words. Instinctively, he looked around. The battlefield was in complete disarray. Many other Edo Tensei resurrected individuals lay with severed limbs, waiting for the paper fragments to repair them. Then he turned back to Jensu, who stood before him without a scratch. Finally, he looked at himself. As one of the strongest figures of his era, few could match him. Yet now, he was effortlessly subdued by someone from centuries later. After a moment of dejection, Rue nodded in resignation. I yield. The once arrogant Rue was completely subdued by Jensu. It wasn't just him. After witnessing Jensu's overwhelming strength as he single-handedly fought against 100 opponents without revealing his full power, the other resurrected ancestors of the Hagoromo clan also remained silent. No wonder Mu had declared Jensu the strongest Hagoromo in 1,000 years. No wonder Jensu dared to oppose the entire shinobi world. He was not only the strongest of the Hagoromo clan but also the strongest in the shinobi world in a millennium, just as he claimed. At this moment, none of the resurrected Hagoromo ancestors regarded Jensu as merely a junior anymore. In the world of shinobi, strength commanded respect. Even as ancestors, they were now wholeheartedly following Jensu's commands. Jensu wasted no time with pleasantries or respecting the elders. He swiftly issued orders, summarizing the current state of the shinobi world and the challenges ahead. After listening to Jensu's explanation, Mu was surprised. I didn't expect that the Senju clan now only has one member left. The Uchiha clan is in a similar state, but they remain our allies, as always. In his era, the Senju and Uchiha clans were at their peak. The Hagoromo clan had often clashed with the Senju, suffering losses that diminished their reputation. Time had changed everything. Not just Mu, but the older the ancestor, the more they marveled at the shifting tides of history. And the more they reveled in the contrast. Ha! Who would have thought? The once mighty Senju clan, who opposed us for decades, is now reduced to a hollow shell. Delightful. And the Uchiha, so arrogant they look down on everyone, now seek refuge with us. I'd love to go back in time and see the looks on those old Uchiha's faces. The lunatics have been wiped out. What a pity. I was looking forward to chopping off a few of their heads this time. The joys and sorrows of humanity differ greatly. Hearing that the clans they had battled for generations were now either extinct or on the verge of extinction, while the Hagoromo clan was on the path to dominion, filled the resurrected ancestors with glee. Of course, many of them, being battle-hardened warriors, were also eager for the upcoming war. To wage war against the entire shinobi world. How thrilling. Rei said, her sharp gaze glinting with excitement. Though a woman, Rei was fierce and skilled. She was one of the few who had emerged unscathed in her sparring with Jensu. To return to the living world, fight alongside her clan, and face countless enemies was a prospect she relished. It's odd that the shinobi world is now ruled by ninja villages instead of clans. Let's see how strong these so-called village leaders are, Rue added with disdain. Although Jensu had defeated him, Rue still looked down on the modern-day shinobi. Without the legendary surnames like Senju, Uchiha, Kagaya, or Uzumaki, how strong could they really be? All for the Hagoromo clan, the ancestors declared, preparing for battle. None hesitated or withdrew. Compared to the ninja of Konoha, shaped by the will of fire, the Hagoromo clan, with their shared bloodline and thousand-year legacy, were far more united and loyal. As their leader, Jensu's words were absolute. This time, they would either rise as rulers of the shinobi world or face total annihilation. Soon, after finalizing their plans, Jensu issued his last command as clan head. Move out, for the Hagoromo clan. For the Hagoromo clan. Under Jensu's leadership, over 100 ancestors, figures from 1,000 years of history, set out. Their destination, the God Tree's remains. At the same time, the Akatsuki members, Uchiha Izumi, and Uchiha Jin also began their missions under Jensu's orders. Sasuke, the strongest among them, remained behind to guard the Geto statue until it was summoned elsewhere. Additionally, Hanari and Kei, both with faint traces of Uchiha blood due to intermarriage with the Hagoromo clan, joined the fray. Though their Uchiha blood was insufficient to awaken the Sharingan, they could temporarily bear its power. Jensu had transplanted the Mangekyo Sharingan of Shisui and Obito into their eyes, bolstering his forces. This was the composition of Jensu's forces for the upcoming Great Ninja War. Other Hagoromo and Uchiha shinobi had not been summoned. Those below Kage level strength would be of no use in the coming battles. As for the tens of thousands of shinobi in the allied shinobi forces, Jensu dismissed them entirely. To him, even against tens of thousands, he alone was enough. The allied shinobi forces. With Jensu and his forces moving openly toward the God Tree, the 5 great ninja villages quickly received the news. Analyzing his trajectory, and with Hashirama and other past Hokage on their side, along with Orochimaru, who had mastered Edo Tensei, Tsunade, now the supreme commander of the allied shinobi forces, steeled her resolve. The final battle begins now. Tsunade, as the commander, give the orders, Tobirama said calmly. Tsunade nodded firmly and addressed the gathered forces. The enemy has made their move. From this moment, the 4th Great Ninja War officially begins. I hereby issue a total mobilization order to all ninja villages. This time, our enemy is not each other. This time, we do not fight for hatred or gain. This time, we fight for our families and friends. For the shinobi world. For peace. Our destination, the God Tree's remains. Our target, Hagoromo Gensou. Her voice rang out, and every shinobi present, living or resurrected, from Konoha or other villages, responded in unison. Yes, Commander. Chapter 304, Chapter 305. After Tsunade, the supreme commander of the allied shinobi forces, issued the mobilization order. Soon, in front of Iwagakure, the 3rd Hokage, Inoki, floated before the massive Iwa Nin forces, his voice deep and solemn. For the sake of our nations, for the sake of our village's interests, during the 1st through 3rd Great Ninja Wars, shinobi harbored hatred and harmed one another. I've seen enough of that pain. At the gates of Kirigakure, the 5th Mizukage stood before the gathering Kiri-nin, her tone somber and grave. The bloody mist, the infighting, the slaughter, the destruction of clans, we've endured so much. Before the Sunanin forces, Chiyo, the elder temporarily acting as Kazekage, had a sharp glint in her previously clouded eyes. Our 5th Kazekage sacrificed himself to protect the village, to protect all of us. The pain of Sunagakure, the pain of other villages, and the suffering of the entire shinobi world, all of it stems from Akatsuki and the men behind it, Hagoromo Gensou. Standing before the vast Kimonin forces, the 4th Hokage, filled with bloodlust, roared. If we allow Jensu to succeed, the 5 great ninja villages will cease to exist. The shinobi world will cease to exist. So. Lastly, Tsunade faced the Konoha forces preparing to head to the battlefield. She pointed to her forehead protector, emblazoned with the kanji for shinobi, her expression resolute. So, at this moment, we are no longer enemies. Here and now, there is no Konoha, no Iwa, no Suna, no Kiri, and no Kimo. There is only shinobi. For our comrades. For the shinobi world. Shinobi, follow me. Roar. 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 In an instant, the forces of Konoha, Iwa, Kiri, Suna, and Kimo raised their arms and shouted in unison. For the first time, the 5 great ninja villages set aside hatred and interests to truly unite. Because they had a common enemy, Jensu. Such a scene, it's my first time seeing this, the 3rd Hokage, Hiruzen, remarked, watching as Konoha shinobi replaced their village headbands with ones marked with the kanji for shinobi, inspired by Tsunade's call to arms. He couldn't help but feel emotional as he realized similar scenes were occurring in the other villages. Having lived through the first, second, and third great ninja wars, Hiruzen was deeply moved. Beside him, Hashirama, now fully aware of the shinobi world's developments after his death, spoke with hope in his voice. After this battle, I hope the bonds formed through fighting together will allow shinobi to set aside their differences, to strive together, and to bring true peace to the shinobi world. Hashirama believed this was an unprecedented opportunity. Of course, it all hinged on defeating Jensu. Tobirama glanced at his brother, who was full of optimism, and said nothing. Instead, he turned to Minato and remarked. It's time to act, Fourth Hokage. Minato nodded. Understood. In an instant, Minato disappeared. When he reappeared, he was beside Inoki. Bowing respectfully, he said. Tsuchikage-sama, please have the participating shinobi hold hands. Understanding Minato's intention, Inoki quickly issued orders. In no time, groups of Iwa-nin were teleported by Minato's flying thunder god technique to the god tree's remains, where parts of the allied forces were already stationed. The same was happening in Konoha. In a short span of time, Minato and Tobirama teleported the Iwa and Konoha forces to the god tree's remains. They then moved on to the forces from Kiri, Kumo, and Suna. Had they been alive, they wouldn't have been able to accomplish this due to chakra depletion. But as Edo Tensei resurrected shinobi, they could act swiftly without worry of running out of chakra. All the participating forces of the allied shinobi army, including the resurrected strong, were transported to the god tree's remains. Under the command of Tsunade, Inoki, and other experienced veterans, the army was quickly organized and positioned. At the god tree's remains, cold winds howled as the barren landscape became host to tens of thousands of shinobi and the samurai of the Land of Iron, who had also joined the allied shinobi forces. The frigid killing intent permeated the area, driving all wildlife away. Now, only humans remained. The allied shinobi forces, having arrived earlier than Jensu's forces, reorganized their ranks and waited for the battle to begin. They didn't have to wait long. Yamanaka Inoichi, the head of the intelligence division, wore a sensory enhancement helmet. His expression suddenly tensed as he announced. The first interception unit has reported. The enemy has arrived and is engaging. What's their number? What are their identities? Tsunade asked, her tone sharp as she stepped forward. Inoichi's face showed a mix of surprise and hesitation before he answered truthfully. The enemy consists of one person. Identity, Jensu. One person. Jensu. In the command post, Tsunade, Inoki, Hashirama, Tobirama, and the others were all stunned. First interception unit. Tap. 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 Despite the presence of 10,000 shinobi, the battlefield was eerily silent. Only the sound of a single man's footsteps echoed in the air, resonating in the ears of every ninja. Though his steps were light, they sounded like war drums, pounding against the hearts of all present. Gulp. A Sunanin in the front row swallowed nervously as he stared at the approaching figure. He wasn't alone. The same anxious gulping could be heard from others in the same row. Not just that, hands trembled, faces turned pale, sweat dripped, and some even involuntarily stepped back. It was as if they were facing an army of 10,000 while being just one. The weight of Jensu's name and legend crushed their spirits. In the past, when people heard of those who stood shoulder to shoulder with the gods or the Five Kage of old, they dismissed the stories as exaggerations. Now, the men known as Jensu had proven to them the truth of those tales. A man who had truly stepped out of the Warring States era. Clad in silver armor reminiscent of the Warring States period, with the crescent moon crest of the Hagoromo clan on his shoulders, Jensu, with his black hair and eyes, walked calmly toward the allied forces. The pressure he exuded was unbearable. Some shinobi at the front couldn't withstand it and began retreating in fear. Then, a Konoha ninja stepped forward, gripping a kunai with trembling hands. Locking eyes with the greatest threat the shinobi world had ever known, he shouted with all his might. He's just one man. For the village. For the village. Everyone, attack together. Chapter 305, Chapter 306. Everyone, charge. A Konoha ninja shouted, leading the charge with no regard for their life, rushing toward Jensu. Seeing someone take the lead, the other ninjas mustered their courage. Amid a series of deafening battle cries, many trembling, their faces flushed, cold sweat streaming down, and even tears falling, they clenched their teeth and moved as one, charging at full speed toward Jensu. This was their responsibility. The responsibility of a ninja. A force of 10,000 ninjas sprinting together created a tremendous commotion. The earth trembled violently, and dust rose like a dragon soaring into the sky. Jensu lifted his head, gazing at the massive, dark wave of the united ninja forces surging toward him. He said calmly. Perfect, I'll clear out the unnecessary distractions first. That way, they won't keep demanding attention later. As his words fell, faced with the charging 10,000, Jensu didn't retreat, he advanced. An overwhelming, sky-darkening aura erupted from his body. Step by step, his movements grew faster, and with the momentum of one man, he suppressed the charge of 10,000. Ah! The first Konoha ninja to reach him screamed, swinging a kunai in a desperate attempt to strike Jensu. Your courage is commendable. Jensu commented lightly, reaching out and grabbing. The Konoha ninja didn't even have time to react before feeling a sudden choke at his neck. Lifted into the air, his world spun violently. Jensu casually flung him into the mass of ninjas. Boom. 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 Like a bowling ball striking pins, the ninja collided with others, creating a long, deep trench in the tightly packed formation. Die. An IWA ninja charged in with a heavy punch. Without even sparing a glance, Jensu kicked him. The burly figure was sent soaring high into the sky, only to crash down moments later with a resounding boom. Clang. A sharp blade slashed at him from behind. In an instant, Jensu flashed beside the attacker, easily snatched the blade, and in the next second, blood splattered. With another sweep of the blade, over a dozen ninjas charging from all directions fell silently to the ground in unison. In mere moments, the first wave of ninjas had been completely wiped out. Jensu tossed aside the blood-soaked sword, looking at the new wave of ninjas rushing toward him, shouting incoherently. Dusting off a few specks of dirt on his clothes, he resumed walking calmly forward. Pain, unwillingness, screams, and despair. These sounds echoed continuously around Jensu. Like scattering blossoms, every ninja who approached him was either knocked to the ground, sent flying, or hurled into the mass of their comrades. Row after row of ninjas fell, but Jensu remained unscathed, showing no signs of fatigue as he advanced. A fierce gale suddenly surged toward him. Don't underestimate the Ninja Alliance, you bastard. Not far away, Temari swung her massive fan, unleashing the wind-style, great sickle weasel technique with devastating force. Boom. The blade-like wind swept across the battlefield, causing the ninjas around Jensu to be blown away by the pressure. Jensu glanced at Temari. Aside from his black hair billowing in the wind, his body remained motionless. Still, he nodded toward Temari and acknowledged. You're right. I shouldn't underestimate the Ninja Alliance. In that case. You. Temari felt an overwhelming sense of unease at Jensu's unscathed state under her best wind-style technique. She wanted to question him but had no time. The purple ripples of Jensu's Rinnegan flickered, and 4 words escaped his lips. Shinra Tensei. In an instant. A massive repulsive force erupted from Jensu, sweeping outward in all directions with unparalleled momentum. Temari only saw a flash before her eyes. Resistance was futile. By the time she regained awareness, she found herself hurtling backward through the air. Around her, countless other ninjas suffered the same fate, their screams echoing as they were flung away. Bang. 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 Like dumplings, the ninjas crashed into the ground one after another, unable to move. Where Jensu had stood, a massive crater now stretched outward. Within a radius of 1 to 200 meters, not a single ninja remained standing. And this was Jensu holding back. If he had used the Super Shinra Tensei like at Mount Myaboku, not many of the 10,000 here would have survived. Jensu didn't want to waste too many potential recharging batteries. Moreover, while the Super Shinra Tensei didn't shorten his lifespan, it consumed a significant amount of chakra. Knowing there were still many battles ahead, Jensu conserved his strength. Even so, the remaining ninjas of the first interception force stared in utter shock. Their fallen comrades littered the ground, while Jensu, their enemy, showed no signs of exhaustion. Their bodies trembled involuntarily. One man was this strong. Many ninjas had disagreed with the village leadership's decision to disturb the rest of the deceased predecessors and resurrect them with Edo Tensei. They believed that the tens of thousands of ninjas in the current alliance would be more than enough to deal with Jensu. But now, having faced him personally, they realized they had been wrong. And the following events only confirmed their error. Ah. If their earlier shouts had been to muster courage, their cries now were filled with pain and despair. Jensu moved like an unstoppable force, cutting through their ranks. No ninja could withstand even a single move, falling like dominoes wherever he went. Ninjas who tried to use jutsu found their techniques completely ineffective, and worse, they were reflected back at them with several times the original power. Even coordinated defensive techniques from dozens of ninjas failed to stop Jensu, leaving them writhing in pain alongside their allies. Witnessing this, the remaining ninjas were consumed by a deep sense of helplessness. No match in taijutsu, no chance with ninjutsu, and genjutsu was pointless. Though they had come as a force of 10,000 to surround Jensu, it felt as if he alone had encircled them instead. It was utterly despairing. And so it was. As Jensu ignored a trembling ninja at the back of the formation, passing by without a glance, he lifted his gaze to the empty space ahead. There were no more obstacles in his way. This meant he had completely broken through the army of 10,000. Turning back, Jensu surveyed the path he had taken. The ground was littered with ninja uniforms from all 5 great villages. Many groaned in pain, others screamed, and some had already fallen silent. In areas Jensu hadn't passed, many ninjas stood frozen, watching him. They wanted to fulfill their duties but couldn't muster the courage to act. Jensu understood. The so-called first interception force was finished. Without wasting any more time, he turned and continued forward. Chapter 306, Chapter 307. At the Allied Ninja headquarters. The war was in full swing, and no one expected Jensu to break through their defenses so quickly. A heated discussion was underway. When Mei, the 5th Mizukage, learned that Jensu had arrived alone, she exclaimed in surprise, taking on 10,000 by himself. Jensu is being far too arrogant. Beside her, the 1st Mizukage, by Akurin, remained calm and said, he has always been like that. The 3rd Tsuchikage, Anoki, was unsurprised by Jensu's bold actions, especially with a similar example present. He glanced at the burly, long-bearded 3rd Hokage among the Hokage's team. The 3rd Hokage had once held off more than 10,000 IWA ninjas for 3 days and nights before succumbing to exhaustion. It was an extraordinary feat that had deeply impressed Anoki at the time. Given Jensu's abilities, it wasn't surprising that he could face off against the Ninja Alliance head-on. However, Anoki was more concerned with another issue. Turning to Yamanaka Inoichi, he asked, what about the Akatsuki members, the Uchiha ninjas, and the 100 or so unexpected Edo Tensei summons that followed Jensu? Why haven't they appeared yet? After a moment of concentration to contact the sensory unit, Inoichi replied, the sensory unit reports no signs of enemy movement aside from Jensu. Hearing this, the 2nd Tsuchikage, Mu, stroked his chin thoughtfully. Are they lying in wait? Is Jensu planning to take down the alliance on his own? The 2nd Mizukage, Gungetsu Hozuki, twirled his mustache with a sly smile and remarked, why not? It's completely in line with his character. If that's truly his plan, even if he makes it here, his strength will be greatly diminished, the 3rd Hokage finally spoke, breaking his silence. Ninjas aren't sacrificial lambs. Even if Jensu manages to overcome them one by one, his stamina, chakra, and energy will be severely drained. When he faces us, who have conserved our strength, his chances of victory will be slim. The 3rd Hokage, with his extensive experience in battles against overwhelming odds, doubted that Jensu would be so reckless. Or maybe Jensu is stronger than you think, Gungetsu countered lazily. The 3rd Hokage glanced at Gungetsu but didn't engage further in pointless debate. In war, unknown enemy movements pose the greatest danger, the 1st Tsuchikage, Ishikawa, interjected, steering the discussion back to the main issue. Especially with the unexpected appearance of those Edo Tensei summons. Hearing this, Raza, the 4th Kazekage, turned to the 2nd Hokage, Tobirama, before shifting his gaze to Orochimaru in the corner. With a cold expression, he asked, how did Jensu learn Edo Tensei? Orochimaru, did you hand over the technique to him? Orochimaru looked up at Raza, spreading his hands with an innocent expression. 4th Kazekage, I'm not that foolish. Especially when it comes to aiding someone who killed me. Raza's gaze darkened. Remembering the rumors he'd heard about Orochimaru betraying and killing him, then using his identity to initiate the destruction of Konoha, Raza was about to retort when the 1st Kazekage, Redo, interrupted, enough. This isn't the time for such discussions. Jensu's talent is undeniable. It's entirely possible he developed Edo Tensei independently. As the 1st Kazekage, Redo held significant influence in Sunagakure. With his intervention, Raza reluctantly backed down. Redo continued, the key issue now is the strength of those Edo Tensei summons. If they're as powerful as us. He didn't finish, but everyone understood his implication. The 3rd Hokage, Hiruzen, habitually sucked on his unlit pipe before offering some reassurance. The Alliance's Edo Tensei summons not only outnumber theirs but also include many of the strongest figures in the history of the 5 great ninja villages. We've already summoned every notable individual from history. Jensu couldn't possibly summon them again, so the strength of his Edo Tensei forces shouldn't be too concerning. Many nodded in agreement. In the ninja world, while powerful individuals existed outside the 5 great ninja villages, their numbers and quality were far inferior. They weren't too worried about such figures. But before anyone could relax, Tobirama, who had been silent until now, scanned the room and spoke slowly. You've only considered the village's strong men. Have you thought about those from before the villages existed? Before the villages? The Hagoromo clan. It's been so many years. The Hagoromo clan's domain was destroyed long ago. Could they still find DNA samples of their past warriors? Even if they could summon those from the Hagoromo clan's past, could they match our strength? The room fell into discussion, everyone voicing their thoughts after Tobirama's statement. Suddenly, a hesitant voice broke through. The room went silent, and all eyes turned toward the speaker. It was Hashirama, who had been spacing out the entire time. Battle strategies and analyses were never his strong suit. In the past, he had always left such matters to Tobirama, and now, he relied on the others. He had planned to continue daydreaming, but something about the recent discussion piqued his interest, prompting him to speak. Unaware that everyone's attention had been on him the entire time, Hashirama scratched his head awkwardly and said, "Well, I remember hearing from Madara that the Hagoromo clan had a tradition of secret burials. As allies of the Uchiha clan for many years, Jensu's clan and the Uchiha shared a close history. While Jensu and Madara didn't get along well personally, Madara still knew some things about the Hagoromo clan. After Konoha was founded, Hashirama, as Madara's close friend, had heard about this during their casual chats. No one doubted Hashirama's information. Building on this revelation, a new round of discussion began. Nara Shikaku, the head of the strategy unit, soon wore a grave expression and said, "It seems we need to adjust our deployment plans." "We do indeed need adjustments." The fourth Hokage, A, stepped forward and slammed a hand on the map, pointing directly at Jensu's current location. With resolute determination, he declared, "There's no need to overthink this. Since Jensu has appeared, we should focus all our strength, including everyone here, and overwhelm him. We'll bury him under sheer numbers. As long as Jensu is dead, we'll win." "No." Inoki immediately stood to oppose him. "Jensu's bold appearance might be a trap. If we all leave to kill him, the God Tree site will be left unguarded. What if something happens there?" The Allied headquarters had been established at the God Tree site. The Great Toad Sage had only revealed a fragment of the future. No one knew exactly how Jensu would bring disaster to the world or how the progenitor of Chakra might descend. But one thing was clear, the God Tree site was crucial. That was why Inoki believed A's plan was too reckless. With Jensu dead, all problems will be solved. A insisted stubbornly. The room split into factions, some supporting A's plan and others siding with Inoki. As the supreme commander of the alliance, Tsunade pondered which course of action to take. Suddenly, Inoichi removed his helmet, his face filled with shock and solemnity as he reported to Tsunade. "Latest intel. The first interception force has suffered heavy casualties and has withdrawn from the battle." "So soon?" Everyone's expressions changed dramatically. Chapter 307, Chapter 308. So quickly. The faces of those in the Allied ninja headquarters turned pale. How long had it been? Jensu had already annihilated a force of 10,000 ninjas. Although they knew he was powerful, this was simply beyond belief. Mei, the fifth Mizukage, recalled her earlier remarks and muttered, "No wonder Jensu dared to show up alone." After hearing the latest battle report, A, the fourth Hokage, clenched his fists tightly, his determination to follow through with his plan solidified. "If this continues, we'll be picked off one by one. Give the order, Tsunade. Deploy everyone. I refuse to believe we can't wear Jensu down." Hearing this, Inoki, the third Tsuchikage, immediately countered. "Yes, we must act, but not with everyone. Against someone like Jensu, sending too many ordinary ninjas will achieve little." The third Hokage, Hiruzen, nodded in agreement. "Tsunade, deploy a portion of our forces." Tsunade, after some thought, agreed with Inoki's plan and was about to allocate troops when Inoichi, who was monitoring the situation, quickly interjected. "Jensu has already reached the second interception force's defensive line." Tsunade's expression tightened as she issued an immediate command. "Shikaku, you'll take charge of the second interception force. Hold him off until reinforcements from the headquarters arrive." "Yes." Shikaku quickly approached Inoichi, allowing him to press his hand against his forehead. Enhanced by Yamanaka clan techniques, Shikaku began to coordinate the second force remotely. Tsunade continued giving orders. "First, second, and current Kage, along with Minato and half of the Edo Tensei force, follow me to confront Jensu. I leave the headquarters to you, Hiruzen-sensei." The Supreme Commander's orders were met with a resounding response. "Yes." In an instant, the air was filled with the sound of movement. Led by Tsunade, the combined group of Kage and the Edo Tensei forces swiftly moved out, heading straight for Jensu. Clang. 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 In the midst of the chaotic melee, the sound of steel clashing echoed incessantly. Jensu wielded a stolen ninja sword, cutting down ninja after ninja and samurai with lightning speed, leaving them no chance to react. "Where is he?" "He's here." "No, wait. Where did he go? I can't see him at all. Is that even human speed?" Ninjas and samurai alike gripped their weapons, scanning their surroundings in confusion, unable to act as they watched their comrades fall one after another. Clang. Just as Jensu was about to strike again, a blade suddenly appeared, intercepting his attack in front of an unknowing ninja. Jensu raised an eyebrow slightly. After fighting for so long, this was the first time someone had blocked his attack. Quick reflexes. And decent strength as well. Jensu tightened his grip on the hilt of his sword, yet the opposing blade didn't budge. He turned to see a man with a long beard covering his mouth and chin, his head wrapped in bandages, and clad in layered green armor. The man's eyes were as sharp as blades, staring intently at Jensu. It was Mifune, the general of the Land of Iron. So, even the samurai of the Land of Iron have abandoned their secluded ways and their ridiculous code of Bushido to die here. Jensu remarked coldly. Mifune gripped his sword firmly, his expression unwavering. For the world, those who believe in Bushido must fight. As his words fell, Mifune swiftly sidestepped Jensu's blade, leaning forward and stepping in to deliver a powerful slash. Iajutsu, Iai slash. The sharp blade sliced through the air like lightning. Jensu's pupils narrowed slightly as he took a rare step back. Sensing the opportunity, Mifune pressed forward, relentlessly attacking with his sword despite the chakra it consumed. His efforts gave the second interception force time to reorganize. Under Shikaku's remote guidance, the previously chaotic force quickly stabilized and redeployed their ranks. Mifune Dano, you may retreat now, Shikaku's voice sounded in Mifune's mind. Mifune remained focused, channeling chakra into his blade. With a powerful swing, he unleashed a tangible sword beam that slashed toward Jensu. Taking advantage of the moment, he swiftly pulled back. Trying to escape. With his Rinnegan locking onto Mifune's chakra movements, Jensu effortlessly dodged the sword beam and extended his left hand toward Mifune. Bansho Ten-in. In an instant, a powerful gravitational force pulled Mifune uncontrollably toward Jensu. Doton, Iwa Tetsuho no Jutsu. Under Shikaku's command, a group of Iwa ninjas formed hand seals, spitting small stones from their mouths that collided midair to form solid cannonballs, raining down on Jensu. The Rinnegan can absorb ninjutsu, but can it absorb ninjutsu while using another Rinnegan ability at the same time? Thanks to the Yamanaka clan's abilities, Shikaku observed everything firsthand, analyzing and strategizing in real time. The Alliance's previous encounters with Uchiha Madara had given them valuable insights into the Rinnegan's capabilities. Just as Madara couldn't simultaneously use Susanoo and absorption techniques, Jensu couldn't absorb ninjutsu while maintaining Bansho Ten-in. Still, Jensu didn't seem concerned. Allowing his steel release to coat his body, Jensu fixed his gaze on the rapidly approaching Mifune. A black rod quickly extended from his palm. The cannonballs struck Jensu's steel-clad form without causing any damage, and Mifune continued to be drawn closer. Shikaku hastily issued another command. Doton, Chidakaku. Ninjas slammed their hands onto the ground, causing the terrain beneath Jensu to rise sharply while the ground under Mifune sank. The distance between the two widened once more. But the alliance wasn't done yet. A group of cloud ninjas with the storm release Kekkei Genkai rapidly formed seals, shouting. Ranton, Risa Sakasu. Dozens of lightning water hybrid lasers shot through the sky, relentlessly targeting Jensu. Steel release excels at physical defense, but it's less effective against storm release. The Predapath's absorption isn't wide enough to handle all the lasers. There's only one way out, Shikaku thought as he observed Jensu being pushed into the air. Just as expected, the gravitational pull on Mifune vanished. The storm lasers disappeared as well, leaving Shikaku to record his findings and relay them to Tsunade, who was en route. However, before Shikaku could finish his report, several black rods embedded themselves into Mifune's back. Thud. The samurai collapsed to the ground. Chapter 308, Chapter 309. How is this possible? Mifune lay on the ground, unable to resist. His eyes were filled with shock as he tried to turn and glance behind him but found his body completely immobile. Behind him, Jensu emerged from the ground, ignoring Mifune entirely. Surveying the numerous ninjas around him, he remarked calmly. This is getting interesting. Compared to the initial disorganized rabble that had been hastily assembled, the current group of ninjas had improved significantly. They were finally able to display some semblance of the true strength of a 10,000-strong alliance. Because of their commander? Jensu scanned his surroundings carefully, his Rinnegan sensing the battlefield with precision. Meanwhile, Shikaku Nara, upon seeing Mifune fall, was taken aback. Using the vision of those on the battlefield, he observed the area where Jensu had stood, noticing a puff of white smoke. He used a shadow clone to draw attention and then tunneled underground with earth release to strike Mifune from behind, all in an instant. Moreover, none of our sensors detected him. Jensu's mastery over earth release and chakra control is simply astounding. Facing such a terrifying opponent, Shikaku felt immense pressure. Before he could issue another command, Jensu's gaze locked onto him, and he spoke. The mind transfer technique. To so effectively command this many ninjas in such a short time, you must be the current head of the Nara clan. He's noticed me. Shikaku's heart raced. Without hesitation, he moved out of Jensu's line of sight, denying him any opportunities. Familiar ones, participants or witnesses of the Battle of the Valley of the Fallen Gods. Reuniting with old acquaintances, separated by time and death, Jensu couldn't help but smile at the irony. As he looked at their cracked, lifeless forms and then at his own youthful, vibrant body, the corner of his mouth lifted in a smirk. "My friends, how have you been?" At his words, all except the Hokage turned their eyes to his excessively youthful face. Though they had read the intelligence reports and braced themselves, seeing Jensu in person stung in a way they hadn't expected. Everyone else was dead, yet here he stood, alive, young, and full of life. And now he had the audacity to ask, "How have you been?" The silence was broken when the first Mizukage, Byakuren, spoke coldly. "Once again, we meet, Hagoromo Gensou." "Byakuren, it's been a while." Jensu's gaze shifted to the blind, bearded first Mizukage. He smiled. "I regret killing you first in that battle. You missed the grand finale. Though I lost, the whole thing was spectacular. Don't believe me? Ask your old friends, it was beyond your imagination." Byakuren's face darkened. Though Jensu spoke of regret and defeat, the mockery in his tone was unmistakable. Before Byakuren could respond, Mei, the fifth Mizukage, snapped coldly. "Jensu, let's see if you can keep that attitude after this." Jensu didn't even glance at her. "Adults are speaking. Children should stay quiet." "Children? I'm a grown woman." Furious, Mei glared at him, her anger boiling over. Just as she was about to retort, Jensu ignored her and turned to the first Hokage, AI. In a familiar tone, he greeted him. "AI, yes, the first AI. It's been a while. I was curious about your severed arm, but I see Edo-tensei fixed that. Seeing the fourth AI's arm is just as good, you both lost them to me, after all. Bastard." Lightning crackled around both the first and fourth Hokage as they seethed with rage. Jensu nodded, pleased with their reactions, and moved on to greet the others. "Reto, your successors seem cursed. One by one, they keep dying, and yes, I lent a hand. Ishikawa, your village is struggling. Even now, Anoki remains Tsuchikage. As for you, Hashirama, we've met so many times there's nothing left to say." Jensu finally scanned the first Kage. For the first time, he spoke so much, genuinely treating this as a reunion of old friends. Being the only one still alive and the host of this world, he felt it appropriate to update them on their descendants and casually boast about his own well-being. Since his revival, he had intended to visit their graves, offer flowers, clean the tombs, and maybe even dance a little. But time had never allowed it, until now. Standing before their actual selves, he finally fulfilled his wish. It was, in a way, his dream come true. Chapter 311, Chapter 312. After Jensu finished his greetings, Hashirama stood unaffected, as if nothing was amiss. However, the faces of the other four first Kage immediately darkened. After being brought back by Edo-tensei, did they really need an outsider to explain the state of their villages? This was blatant bragging. Absolutely bragging. Right. Jensu, that bastard, he's just living a second life with a youthful, vibrant body, and yet. Fine. Even though they didn't want to admit it, the first Kage had to acknowledge one thing: they were jealous. They had been contemporaries, the victors of the Battle of the Valley of the Fallen Gods. And yet, after all these years, Jensu had not only reappeared but had also achieved unimaginable feats. Ishikawa, the normally stoic first Tsuchikage, found himself unable to hold back. He took a deep breath, his gaze locked on Jensu. "Jensu, don't get too cocky. You're lucky to have cheated death once. Instead of living a quiet life, you've come back to wreak havoc on the ninja world. There was a first battle of the Valley of the Fallen Gods, and there can be a second." Jensu glanced at the wounded shinobi on the ground, receiving treatment amidst groans of pain. A faint smile curved his lips. "Indeed, I've learned my lesson. Just like after the Five Kage summit that led to the first battle of the Valley of the Fallen Gods, I decided to ensure my peaceful future by eliminating all of you, the unstable elements." The first Kage fell silent. At the first Five Kage summit, they had deemed Jensu, a powerful rogue element outside the village system, a threat to peace. This led to the decision to execute him, culminating in the Battle of the Valley of the Fallen Gods. But did peace follow? Having witnessed 3 great ninja wars, Hashirama let out a deep sigh, about to admit their mistake to Jensu. However, AI, the first Hokage, spoke first, his expression cold and resolute. Looking back now, the Five Kage summit made the right decision. Reto, the first Kazekage, followed with a sharp tone. Agreed. Jensu, your ambition to overturn the world and destroy the ninja system has been laid bare. If we hadn't stopped you back then, this war might have erupted decades earlier. Byakuren, the first Mizukage, concluded, his voice icy. Jensu, as we judged back then, you are the source of chaos. Whether or not their decision had been correct, it had been discussed, documented, and executed during the Five Kage summit. Even if it had been wrong, they had to insist it was right. This wasn't just about the Kage's reputation but also the justice and authority of the 5 great ninja villages. Even if war continued, Jensu's role as the destroyer of peace remained unchanged. And now that Jensu had taken on the role of the greatest villain, their stance was even more unwavering. Tobirama grabbed Hashirama's arm, shaking his head solemnly. Some things, once done, had to be carried through to the end. Changing course midway would only bring greater trouble. Hearing his old acquaintance's words, Jensu's face betrayed no surprise. I knew you'd say that. This is what it means to be a Kage, this is the ninja world, isn't it? History is written by the victors, Jensu said, his tone calm as he looked at the Kage. He had understood this truth long ago. Now, he was ready to implement it fully. This will be our last conversation. In the future, your names will appear in new historical records. Jensu's gaze swept across the crowd, then up at the blood-red moon above. He declared coldly. You will be forever cast into the netherworld, never again to see the light of day. As for me, I will ascend to the heavens, always overlooking this earth. Arrogant fool. Tsunade, who had remained silent, finally erupted. Clenching her fists, she shouted, Jensu. Your ambition will never succeed. The shinobi won't allow it. The samurai won't allow it. The people won't allow it. This world belongs to everyone, not just you. Just because you're loud doesn't mean you're right, Jensu said, finally sparing her a glance. He shook his head with a mocking smile. When did the 5 great villages ever represent everyone? Tsunade, when you claim to speak for them, have you even asked for their opinion? Tsunade hesitated, then gritted her teeth. At least we wouldn't destroy the world like you. Destroy the world? Did the great toad sage tell you that? I never said I'd destroy the world. That old toad caught a glimpse of the future and thought he saw it all, how pitiful. Jensu laughed softly. And you're just as pitiful. Mobilizing for a war based on the prophecy of a dead toad. You know nothing. Then why did you create the 10 tails? Tobirama asked. For what reason? Why do shinobi train in chakra? Jensu turned to Tobirama. Don't tell me it's to protect family, comrades, villages, or peace. Tobirama immediately grasped Jensu's meaning and answered. To grow stronger. Jensu nodded. That was the reason. Without interference from the great toad sage or the 5 great villages, he would have become the 10 tails Jinchuriki, absorbing the world's chakra and perfecting his Keki Isomo without causing any waves. The destruction wrought by the 10 tails during the 4th Great Ninja War wouldn't have occurred. As for Kagaya's return, his strength at the level of the Sage of 6 Paths would have been enough to stop her. The ninja world wouldn't regress 1,000 years, it would continue as it was. But there were always those who called themselves champions of justice, disrupting his plans. Especially the great toad sage. If only it had dreamt a little further, glimpsing his battle with Kagaya, it wouldn't have panicked and meddled. Instead, it saw only Kagaya's arrival, became anxious, and stirred up trouble. That was why Jensu found it laughable. The toad had doomed itself. And not just the toad, these people were the same. Swish. 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 More figures broke through the air. While Jensu conversed with the Kage, reinforcements arrived, former renowned shinobi brought back by Edo Tensei, joining the Kage's ranks. Jensu took note of them but showed no concern. Everyone's here. Well then. Time to send you all back home. With a stroke of his finger across the 0 ring, Jensu beckoned the gathered warriors, his face unchanging. He was on a schedule. So, he planned to end this quickly. Chapter 312, Chapter 313. Beyond the battlefield. The moment Jensu's order was given, his forces moved as one. Emerging from their concealed barrier like a scalpel, they struck with precision, heading straight for the heart of the allied shinobi army's main base. Their objective was clear: eliminate the last organized unit of considerable strength within the allied forces. They didn't join Jensu on his front. Not because he needed help, he clearly didn't, but because the 3rd interception force surrounding him hadn't been entirely routed yet. Rather than getting tangled up with nearly 10,000 shinobi bolstered by Edo Tensei reinforcements, it was more efficient to cripple the army's command center. This 2-pronged assault would reduce the trouble Jensu might face later. The moment over 100 of Jensu's elite warriors stepped onto the battlefield, moving at incredible speed, a nearby allied reconnaissance team noticed something was amiss. Massive chakra signatures at 7 o'clock, a sensor ninja from the Cloud Village quickly reported. Byakugan. A Hyuga clan ninja activated his Byakugan, scanning in the indicated direction. Between 100 and 120 individuals, he said, and their chakra levels are all at Jonin rank. No, some of them rival the 5 Kage or surpass them. Most of them are reanimated by Edo Tensei. The allied reconnaissance team consisted of top-tier sensors from the 5 great ninja villages. Within moments, they deduced the identities of this sudden force. Clearly, this was Jensu's faction, consisting mostly of Edo Tensei warriors, which had remained dormant since the start of the war. Under normal circumstances, the reconnaissance team would immediately relay this information to headquarters. However, for reasons unknown, they had lost contact with their command center moments earlier. Unease crept in as they decided to cautiously retreat and find alternate means to deliver their report. But they weren't the only ones with sensory abilities. Ahead of them, Jensu's forces moved with precision. Among them, Jensu's lieutenant, Mio, turned her head toward the hidden reconnaissance team and remarked calmly, "4 little mice are hiding over there." Without needing further instructions, one of Jensu's warriors broke from the group. Making no effort to conceal his presence, he burst forward with a sonic boom, heading straight for the reconnaissance team. "Run!" Realizing they had been exposed, the reconnaissance team turned and fled at full speed. But the sonic boom behind them grew louder and closer. The Hyuga ninja at the rear stopped abruptly, his face resolute. "You go ahead." Activating the Byakugan, he turned to face the approaching enemy, taking up the gentle fist stance. A Hyuga clan ninja. The Hagoromo warrior, noticing the Byakugan, wasted no time and launched a direct, ferocious attack. Within moments, the Hyuga ninja fell. The Hagoromo warrior looked down at his fallen opponent, surprised. Has the Hyuga clan grown this week? Noticing the faintly exposed caged bird seal on the ninja's forehead, he sneered. That disgusting curse mark still exists after all these centuries. No wonder the Hyuga clan is in decline. Disregarding the fallen shinobi, he flashed forward to pursue the remaining 3. 5 minutes later, the warrior rejoined Hagoromo's main force. On their way to their destination, Hagoromo's forces dealt with small allied units along the way. Moving like seasoned veterans, they avoided causing major disturbances, heading straight for the allied main base with sharp efficiency. Even the usually scattered Akatsuki members in their ranks fell into line, following without protest. It wasn't until they arrived at the Allied Shinobi Army's headquarters that their presence was noticed. The Allied Shinobi, in the midst of reorganizing their defenses, were caught completely off guard by the sudden arrival of Hagoromo's forces. Before they could react, Hagoromo's warriors scattered, and the battle erupted instantly. Meanwhile, on the 3rd Interception Forces front, Jinten, Genkai Hakuri no Jutsu. In the air, the 2nd and 3rd Tsuchikage combined their dust release techniques, sending 2 white translucent pillars of destruction hurtling toward Jensu. Jensu's Rinnegan swept the battlefield calmly, taking in every detail. Hashirama and Tsunade were charging at him from both sides. The 1st Tsuchikage was using Doton, Doryugaku to burrow underground, closing in on him. The 1st Kazekage, Reto, was preparing a wind release technique to follow up the dust release. The 2nd Kazekage, Seimon, stood seemingly motionless in the distance, but it was only his puppet, with his real body hidden beneath the sand. The 1st and 4th Reikage had already activated their lightning release chakra modes, sealing off the area and waiting to strike. Meanwhile, Tobirama and Minato stood on the periphery, seemingly observing but in reality marking every Kage with their flying thunder god seals, ready to unleash devastating attacks at a moment's notice. And then there were the other Edo Tensei warriors, some familiar, some unfamiliar, already making their moves. Jensu noted it all. This feels pretty good. Excitement flashed across Jensu's face. Compared to his near loss against the Great Toad Sage, the pressure at the start of this battle was even greater. Thump. Thump. His heart pounded powerfully in his chest. Whoosh. Whoosh. His blood and chakra surged, boiling with energy. Jensu made no effort to suppress them. Rolling his neck with a series of cracks, he grinned, his eyes locked on the incoming dust release. The stronger his opponents, the more exhilarated he felt. In the current ninja world, such enemies were rare. But now, this coalition of legendary warriors provided him with a unique thrill. Let's measure the true strength of the ninja village era, Jensu's voice, brimming with interest, echoed across the battlefield. As his words fell, the dust release descended, disintegrating everything in its path. Jensu didn't absorb the dust release. Noticing Hashirama and Tsunade's pincer attack, he decided to avoid a repeat of being slapped away by the Great Toad Sage. In a flash, he appeared in front of the 1st Reikage, AI. AI, reacting swiftly, launched a lightning-empowered punch at Jensu. With a casual tap of his palm against AI's fist, Jensu drained the lightning release chakra, leaving AI's aura dim. Seizing AI's arm, Jensu pulled him forward, his other hand gripping AI's burly arm. Twisting his waist, Jensu hurled AI toward the ground. Boom. A massive crater exploded in the earth. AI collided violently with the burrowing 1st Tsuchikage, Ishikawa, scattering the terrain. For the first time, the battlefield was filled with the familiar sound of Edo Tensei paper fragments scattering. Chapter 313, Chapter 314. Futon, Atsugai. The moment the first Raikage AI and the first Tsuchikage Ishikawa collided, a dense wind dome surged forward from the hands of the first Kazekage, Reto. Accompanying it, a mass of sand and gravel from the battlefield swept up in the powerful gust, transforming into deadly projectiles that shot toward Jensu like bullets. Jensu, watching calmly, mirrored the motion with his hands. Futon, Atsugai. An identical wind release technique burst forth from him, but with even greater power. The two high-density wind domes collided midair, roaring violently. Moments later, Reto's jutsu was shattered, and the redirected sandstorm tore through the air, turning back toward him with a piercing whistle. Crack! Crack! The ground beneath Jensu split apart, and a web of vines clawed out, reaching for his legs. Not bothering to counter, Jensu flashed out of the way, vanishing from the spot. The fourth Raikage AI instantly appeared behind him, his massive right arm swinging forward. At the same time, the first Raikage, now restored and glowing with lightning-released chakra, mirrored the motion from the opposite direction. Raiten, Yugo Rarioken. A deafening thunderclap erupted as the combined power of the first and fourth Raikage surged forward, faster and stronger than the legendary AB combination of the past. Simultaneously, the first Kazekage's sand and the first Tsuchikage's underground technique sealed Jensu's escape routes, while the ground beneath him softened into a quagmire. Without a word, the Kage coordinated their assault seamlessly, honed by years of combat. As the two Raikage closed in, Jensu's Rinnegan flickered, taking in every detail. The first Tsuchikage and second Kazekage lay in wait underground. Tobirama and Minato moved subtly in the periphery. Hashirama, in sage mode, clasped his hands together, ready to intervene. Planning to strike the moment I use Shinra Tensei. Jensu's eyes narrowed. As the Raikage closed the distance, 4 fireballs infused with scorch-release chakra appeared around him. Each the size of a washbasin, they shot precisely toward the arms and heads of the charging Raikage. Both AI reacted instantly, their lightning-released chakra surging as they dodged the scorching projectiles with lightning-fast reflexes. Their powerful arms swung toward Jensu's neck in unison. Smack! Smack! Before they could land their strikes, both Raikage found themselves immobilized. Turning their heads, they saw their outstretched arms caught by Jensu's pale, slender hands. Seizing the moment of their hesitation, Jensu twisted his waist and hurled the two Raikage like cannonballs into the distance. Boom! 2 craters exploded into the earth as the Raikage collided with the terrain. Without pausing, Jensu crouched and slammed his palms into the ground. Crack! 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 A wave of bone-chilling frost radiated outward. Before the attack puppets of the second Kazekage could fully emerge, they were encased in ice. The frost spread underground, freezing the sand, the waiting puppet army, and even the second Kazekage himself. Only the first Tsuchikage managed to escape, his expertise in earth release allowing him to evade the encroaching frost. Jensu prepared to capitalize on the moment. From a distance, the fifth Mizukage, Mei, opened her mouth and released a dense mist. Sudden, Kirigakure no Jutsu. The mist, infused with chakra, spread rapidly, engulfing the battlefield in a sea of white. Jensu's Rinnegan scanned the mist, but to his surprise, it couldn't penetrate. Even the current generation of Kage has their merits, Jensu muttered, his tone indifferent. Ordinary shinobi couldn't produce a hidden mist technique as effective as Mei's. He prepared to summon wind to disperse the mist but paused as his brow furrowed. Retreating a step, he narrowly avoided a thick vine that erupted from the ground beneath him. It was just the beginning. No matter where Jensu moved, countless wood tendrils infused with Hashirama's sage chakra followed relentlessly, leaving him no room to breathe. Outside the mist, Mei continued pouring her chakra into the hidden mist technique, maintaining its density. Beside her, a group of Hyuga ninja monitored Jensu's movements with their Byakugan, relaying his position to Hashirama, who remained focused on his wood-release attacks. Nearby, Tobirama and Minato worked in tandem, throwing flying thunder god-marked kunai into various areas of the mist. Once their preparations were complete, the two exchanged a glance. Swish! They vanished simultaneously. Inside the mist, Jensu leaped repeatedly, dodging the serpentine wood tendrils pursuing him. Suddenly, a ripple of space-time energy appeared behind him. A familiar blue raise-non spun rapidly, hurtling toward his back. Jensu didn't turn around. Allowing the raise-non to strike him, he watched calmly as it shrank and disappeared within moments. Minato, observing this, remained composed. As his raise-non dissipated, he extended his hand, aiming to mark Jensu with a flying thunder god seal. Jensu's right hand flicked back, firing a black rod. Thud. The rod pierced Minato's head, but with a puff of smoke, he disappeared. A shadow clone, huh? Jensu's expression shifted slightly. He exhaled a scorch-release mist, evaporating the surrounding hidden mist technique and creating a protective barrier around himself to prevent further probing attacks. Chapter 314, Chapter 315. Just as Jensu dealt with one shadow clone, another charged through the scorch-release mist, only to vanish in a puff of smoke. Without sparing it a glance, Jensu clapped his hands together. Futon, de Tapa. A powerful gust surged skyward, aiming to disperse the thick mist. Unexpectedly, just as the mist began to dissipate, it quickly reformed. This was no ordinary hidden mist technique. The fifth Mizukage, Mei, was pouring her full effort into maintaining the jutsu. Additionally, reanimated allies funneled chakra into her, ensuring she wouldn't run out of energy. Before Jensu could make another move, an attacker rushed toward him, paper scraps swirling in the air. Despite being heavily scorched, the reanimated ninja charged forward, fist clenched tightly. Enhanced strength. No. Explosion release. At such close range, Jensu's Rinnegan easily discerned the chakra gathered in the attacker's fist. It wasn't the refined distribution of strength-enhancing techniques but a volatile mix of earth and lightning release. Jensu tilted his head slightly, allowing the explosive punch to miss. He turned to the assailant, dressed in black, with spiky hair standing high, a member of Iwagakiru's demolition corps, possessing explosion release. If I recall correctly, your name is Sho. Jensu barely acknowledged the man before grabbing his head and crushing it with ease. Sho's headless body froze in place, giving Jensu the chance to cast a binding curse on it. But before he could finish, a vine burst from the ground, flinging Sho's body away. The vine dissolved in the heat moments later. Swish. 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 3 sharp blades gleamed behind Jensu as another attacker charged in. With his body covered in burns and cracks, Hayate advanced, performing the dance of the crescent moon with unwavering determination. Jensu met the attack calmly, extending his fingers. With a single motion, he disarmed, deflected, and countered. A sharper blade flashed, slicing through the real Hayate and cutting him in two. Whiz. 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 Magnet release-enhanced Fuma Shuriken spun toward Jensu from all directions, each one precisely aimed. As Jensu had anticipated, waves of reanimated warriors, aided by flying thunder god markings and Byakugan-guided coordination, relentlessly attacked through the mist. While these assaults weren't particularly troublesome, they were designed to distract and exhaust him. Interesting. So this is your plan to deal with me. Jensu shattered the torso of an unknown ninja with a single punch, his tone as composed as ever. Although most of the attackers posed no threat, there were exceptions. Katan, Kabaku and Jin. As Jensu moved to finish another skilled taijutsu user, his feet triggered an array of explosive tags that latched onto his legs. Boom. 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 A series of deafening explosions rocked the battlefield, engulfing Jensu in smoke and fire. When the dust settled, Jensu emerged, patting the soot from his clothes. He glanced at the figure before him. Hanzo of the Salamander. Apart from his slightly tattered pants, Jensu appeared unscathed. Hanzo, without his usual poison mask, flashed forward, swinging his scythe while speaking. I didn't expect the great Jensu to know my name. With every word, toxic fumes seeped from Hanzo's body, spreading into the air. Even Jensu felt a faint numbness creeping through his limbs, a testament to Hanzo's potency. Clang. The scythe clashed against a kunai Jensu had drawn. In the same motion, Jensu's free hand shot toward Hanzo's head. Surprised, Hanzo dissolved into water just before the strike landed, reappearing behind Jensu with his scythe ready. The two clashed again, water splashing and sparks flying with each blow. Hanzo's mastery of the water body flicker technique allowed him to persist far longer than other reanimated allies, exploiting the mist for cover. After scattering Hanzo into water droplets once more, Jensu asked. I'm curious. Why would someone from Omega-Kure fight so zealously for the 5 great nations? Hanzo didn't stop attacking, but his tone grew bitter. I wouldn't. But there are vile hands controlling me from the shadows. To think the 5 great nations have fallen to such depths. Oh. Jensu's interest was piqued. He had assumed all reanimated shinobi on the allied side were operating autonomously. Evidently, Hanzo was under direct control. This revelation surprised him further. Didn't the 5 great nations claim to only reanimate their own shinobi? Now they were summoning and forcibly controlling outsiders. As expected, once a line was crossed, there were no limits. For someone like Hanzo, a ninja once hailed as a demigod, neither the 5 great nations nor Orochimaru would pass up the opportunity. Orochimaru, why not step out and say hello? After forcing Hanzo back once more, Jensu's gaze shifted to the mist as he chuckled. Moments later, a figure emerged. Hanzo didn't attack again but spoke instead, his voice replaced by Orochimaru's raspy tone. Long time no see, Jensu-senpai. Jensu nonchalantly deflected incoming kunai and shuriken from other directions, his Rinnegan locking onto Hanzo. Knowing Orochimaru was observing him through Hanzo's eyes, Jensu sighed. You're hard to kill, Orochimaru. Orochimaru chuckled politely. Thank you for the compliment, Jensu-senpai. How about joining me? Jensu offered. Under my name, Orochimaru, you'll gain freedom and safety. As the caster of the Edo Tensei binding many of the allied shinobi, Orochimaru would be a valuable ally. Jensu had no qualms about keeping his word if Orochimaru defected. However, it was clear that Orochimaru trusted only himself. With a grudge as deep as ours, Jensu-senpai, I must decline. Orochimaru laughed softly. And don't bother trying to track me down. I won't give you the chance. With that, Orochimaru released his control over Hanzo, severing the chakra trail that Jensu might have used to trace him. Shaking his head, Jensu dismissed the effort. It had been a casual attempt, and he wasn't disappointed by the outcome. In that case, you're of no use to me anymore. Turning to the now silent Hanzo, who once again charged with intent to kill, Jensu raised a hand. Chapter 315, Chapter 316. Banbutsu Sozo. Jensu extended his right hand toward Hanzo, pulling him in with overwhelming gravitational force. At the same time, a black rod, prepped and ready in his left hand, was hurled forward. Under the tremendous suction, Hanzo, unable to perform the Mizu Shunshin no Jutsu, had his chest pierced by the black rod. As the last of Hanzo's resistance faded, Jensu reached out to grab his neck. Suddenly, several flying thunder god kunai shot out from the white mist. Jensu turned to look. Minato, moving at blinding speed, appeared behind him, his hands forming a massive senpo, Odama Raiznan, aiming straight at Jensu once again. Still haven't learned your lesson? Or is there another plan? Without turning back, Jensu clasped Hanzo's neck with his outstretched hand, planting a sealing curse that rendered him immobile. At the same time, the massive Raiznan struck Jensu's back. As before, the immense sphere of chakra caused no disturbance, swiftly absorbed by Jensu. And then, from one of the flying thunder god kunai, Tobirama and Hashirama appeared simultaneously. Jensu's gaze shifted, most of his attention locking onto Hashirama. Without hesitation, Hashirama unleashed a full-strength attack. While still absorbing the Odama Raiznan, Jensu's steel-like left hand countered with a punch of equal force. Boom. A violent shockwave erupted, scattering in all directions. Hashirama staggered back. Even Jensu, along with Minato behind him, was forced to retreat. Seizing the opportunity, Tobirama stepped forward with his blade poised for a strike. Jensu glanced at him indifferently. In an instant, Tobirama's sword reversed direction, catching its wielder off guard and stabbing him. Jensu frowned. The next moment, Tobirama dissolved into white smoke. Jensu's pupils contracted, his instincts directing him to the other flying thunder god kunai passing nearby. Meanwhile, elsewhere, the real Tobirama, watching the silver flash streaking through like an aurora, marveled at the blinding speed, faster than himself or even Minato. When the blade sliced across his neck, Tobirama could only sigh. So fast. Reaching out with his hand, everything, himself, the blade, and its wielder, vanished in an instant. What replaced them was Minato with another Odama Raiznan. As for Minato's original position, in the moment of exchange, Tobirama's neck was nearly severed. He ignored it, his eyes fixed on the white-fanged blade. Despite being deflected from its original course, the blade retained its cutting edge and fierce speed, opening its fangs wide, aimed at Jensu's exposed neck. Jensu, still pondering the kunai flying by, was caught off guard by the lethal intent behind him. The attack was too fast, too dangerous. Even invoking Shinra Tensei wouldn't be quick enough. Surprise filled Jensu's eyes. Never thought I'd need to use this technique so soon. Clang. A metallic ring echoed. Just as Tobirama and the blade's wielder believed the strike had succeeded, a black sphere suddenly materialized from Jensu's neck, effortlessly blocking the blade. The white-fanged blade, mere millimeters from its target, shattered into pieces against the unyielding sphere. Its wielder's expression remained unchanged, their hand releasing a blade-like aura, ready to strike again. But as the black sphere flew toward them, Tobirama realized the futility of further attempts. Acting decisively, he grabbed his ally and used the flying thunder god to retreat. With its target gone, the black sphere floated back behind Jensu, hovering motionlessly. The battlefield fell silent. Drip. A drop of blood fell to the ground. Reaching up, Jensu touched his neck, revealing a long, thin cut. The white-fanged blade had not touched him. The cut was merely caused by the aura preceding the strike. What incredible speed and sharpness. Jensu now knew who the wielder was. Konoha's White Fang, Tsukumo. A man who, in the original tale, only made a brief appearance, never showcasing his full power. Yet his strength instilled fear in both enemy and ally villages alike. A single strike from man and blade, like that of an assassin at their peak, demanded his full attention, even with his steel-release defenses, known for their impenetrability. Among all the swordsmen he had encountered, Jensu acknowledged Tsukumo as the strongest. Such a shame that this level of mastery wasn't passed down. His thoughts briefly turned to Tsukumo's disappointing son. Allowing the blood on his neck to continue dripping, Jensu scanned his surroundings, taking in the remnants of the skirmish and the scattered kunai. Finally piecing together their strategy, he nodded in understanding. Using Minato's Otama Raise Non to bait him into absorbing it, they exploited his Rinnegan's limitation of activating only one ability at a time. While he absorbed the Raise Non, Tobirama and Hashirama attacked, with the former attempting to distract him with a shadow clone. He assumed the real attack would come from the kunai. But instead, the true killing blow was Tsukumo. Tobirama had brought him into the fray at his peak, striking with unparalleled speed and precision. Such a clever strategy, Jensu admitted. Since they had gone to such lengths, it was only fair for him to get serious as well. Jensu turned to the truth-seeking orb floating behind him. In an instant, an overwhelming pressure descended upon the battlefield, suffocating the allied shinobi forces with its terrifying presence. Chapter 316, Chapter 317. Clang. A kunai slipped from a ninja's hand, falling to the ground unnoticed as he raised his head, staring blankly in Jensu's direction. His body trembled uncontrollably. What's happening? Why can't I breathe? I feel the same, his companion stammered, shivering. They weren't alone. In that instant, many others experienced a similar sensation. Why is my body trembling uncontrollably? Stop it already, someone gritted their teeth. What on earth is happening? Another cried in panic. It's him. Jensu. He's serious now, someone deduced with fear. Others shook their heads in denial. But so many renowned Kage just attacked him. Are you saying he wasn't serious before? I can't believe it. Regardless of belief, the battlefield, which had been roaring with chaos, fell into a chilling silence the moment Jensu's blood-stained fingers showed his full intent. It felt as though a pair of cold, merciless eyes high above had locked onto every individual. All living shinobi on the field, their senses intact, were overcome with a bone-deep chill, their bodies trembling and drenched in cold sweat. Though those revived by Edo Tensei were less affected due to their dulled sensations, the stronger among them, including the Kage, felt an incredible surge of oppressive power rising from the mist. And it was only growing stronger. Within the mist, Jensu clapped his hands together. Sage mode, activate. Boom. Blue sage markings appeared around his eyes as his chakra flared violently, shredding the surrounding mist into chaos. Without pausing. Een seal, release. 3 crescent-shaped marks spread across his forehead, unleashing an overwhelming surge of chakra into his body. His aura skyrocketed as the gale around him churned furiously. At the eye of the storm, the wound on Jensu's neck had already healed. Extending his hand, he declared. Truth-seeking orbs, manifest. 1, 2, 3, 4. 4 orbs formed instantly, orbiting around Jensu like satellites before settling neatly behind his head. In this state, Jensu reached his peak. The oppressive presence he now emanated descended upon the battlefield like never before. Shinobi trembled. The Kage exchanged uneasy glances. Even the dense mist quaked under the weight of his aura. I can't maintain hidden mist jutsu much longer. Mei shouted urgently, her pale face betraying her effort. Before anyone could respond. Boom. The vast mist was ripped apart completely. A tidal wave of visible shock waves swept across the battlefield like a tsunami. Mei and the others barely had time to react. In the blink of an eye, everyone felt as though they had slammed into an impenetrable wall. Whoosh. 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 Ninjas were sent flying uncontrollably, crashing into the ground. The earth trembled violently. From above, the scene revealed a massive crater expanding outward from Jensu at its center. Though not as devastating as the Super Shinra Tensei that destroyed Mount Mayaboku, this attack, amplified by Sage Chakra, left an indelible impression on every ninja present. Those positioned further away, spared from the brunt of the Shinra Tensei, turned pale as they beheld the devastation. Instinctively, they looked down at the kunai, shuriken, and swords in their hands. Someone let out a bitter laugh, voicing the sentiment of all. How can people like us even take part in a battle like this? The sound of paper fragments filled the battlefield. Of those closest to the impact, few emerged unscathed. Aside from a handful of individuals who managed to endure unharmed, most sustained injuries, though Edo Tensei ensured their swift recovery. Mei, a living shinobi, had suffered significant injuries but quickly regained her combat strength under Tsunade's healing. At this moment, clear footsteps echoed from ahead. Hashirama, Tobirama, and the others turned their gazes forward. Amidst the yellow sandstorm, a dark figure grew closer. Soon, a silver glow emerged from the dust. Draped in silver armor of the Hagoromo clan, his forehead marked by 3 crescent moons, blue sage markings extending from his eyes, and 4 truth-seeking orbs hovering behind him, Jensu strode forward. Sweeping his Rinnegan across the crowd, his gaze lingered briefly on Tsukumo before he spoke indifferently. Your strategy just now was quite clever. In return, I will give you the treatment you deserve. Silence engulfed the battlefield. Even the Kage felt an unbearable weight pressing down on them. First Kazekage Reto studied the crescent marks, blue sage eyes, and truth-seeking orbs with a grave expression. With his extensive knowledge, he understood these were no mere ornaments. On the contrary, they posed a significant threat. To think that Jensu could achieve such progress in just 2 years since his resurrection, Reto muttered, clenching his fists. Though aware of Jensu's extraordinary talent, he couldn't suppress his astonishment. Minato, equally stunned, recalled their battle against Jensu a year ago under the Death God's release. Back then, Jensu had only displayed the Ein seal. In just over a year, his growth was staggering. Minato, once hailed as a genius, now truly understood what it meant to stand among gods. No wonder both the great Toad Sage and Naruto fell to this man. Taking a deep breath, Minato steeled himself. No matter what, for Naruto, for Mount Myoboku, for the shinobi world, they had to stop Jensu here, even if it meant sacrificing everything. Others shared Minato's determination. Though shaken by Jensu's overwhelming power, they had no choice but to fight. Whoosh! A flurry of movement saw the Kage and Edo Tensei warriors surround Jensu once more. Tobirama issued a warning. Be cautious of the black spheres behind Jensu. They must be the product of Yin-Yang release, do not touch them. Astute as ever, Tobirama had already discerned the nature of the truth-seeking orbs. Its name is Truth-Seeking Orb, Jensu clarified. After all, black spheres sounded far too crude. Raising his right hand, he called one orb to his palm. Scanning the prepared opposition, Jensu waved his hand dismissively. The warm-up is over. Now, the real battle begins. Chapter 317, Chapter 318. Katan, Ryuin no Jutsu. Futon, Tatsumaki Kyofu. Doton, Doryu Choka. Suten, Suryuden no Jutsu. Reiten, Reizo. Simultaneously, as the Hagoromo clan's forces launched their surprise attack on the Ninja Alliance headquarters, 5 of their vanguards swiftly formed hand seals. Unlike ordinary shinobi, the sheer scale and power of their techniques were overwhelming. 5 elemental ninjutsu combined to form an immense, composite technique that surged toward the densest gathering of Alliance forces. What's happening? Enemy attack. How did they get here? Such mastery over ninjutsu. The Hagoromo clan's initial strike targeted the Alliance's command and intelligence divisions, which were working on re-establishing communications. Shikaku and Inoichi turned to see the incoming threat, their pupils shrinking in alarm. There was no time to ponder how the enemy had arrived. Knowing they couldn't withstand the incoming attack, they prepared to evade. Suddenly, an elderly figure appeared in front of them. The familiar sound of shadow clones forming echoed. The timely arrival of Hiruzen, the third Hokage, brought a glimmer of hope. Together with 4 clones, he formed seals for all 5 elements. Goton, Durenden no Jutsu. With synchronized precision, Hiruzen and his clones inhaled deeply, compressing vast amounts of chakra before exhaling streams of fire, wind, water, earth, and lightning. In mere moments, the opposing 5-element techniques clashed. The Alliance's base was engulfed in a dazzling display of elemental brilliance. Amidst the continuous roar of the collision, the raw power of fire, the sharpness of wind, the fluidity of water, the solidity of earth, and the ferocity of lightning were on full display, a spectacular showcase of ninjutsu. Beautiful. This is true art, pure art. Deidara exclaimed, completely mesmerized by the scene. This is no time to get distracted, Deidara. Kisame barked, slapping his shoulder before moving on to the next phase of their plan to wreak havoc in the Alliance base. Snapped out of his trance, Deidara crafted a clay bird, enlarged it, and took to the skies with a grin. Now it's time to show them my real art. Elsewhere, the Hagoromo clan elites, each moving in small squads, scattered to engage and dismantle the Alliance forces. Even the 5 who had unleashed the initial 5-element technique joined the fray, surprised yet intrigued that their attack had been countered. Hiruzen, summoning the adamantine staff, prepared to continue fighting when a voice called out. You're Sarutobi Sasuke's child, aren't you? He turned to see an elderly man clad in silver armor bearing the Hagoromo clan crest. You are the former clan leader of the Hagoromo clan. Hiruzen asked, recognizing him. The elder, Hagoromo Kurei, nodded, looking at Hiruzen with a trace of nostalgia. To think that the little brat I once knew has grown into an elder like me. And your mastery of composite ninjutsu is impressive. One might mistake you for a member of the Hagoromo clan. Kurei hadn't expected to see someone outside the clan wielding composite ninjutsu with such finesse, even surpassing his own expectations. Though older than Kurei in years, Hiruzen maintained the humility of a junior. Thank you for the praise. It's surprising to see you again under these circumstances, Hagoromo-senpai. However, now is not the time for your clan to be here. As Hiruzen observed the battlefield, his concern grew. Despite the presence of Edo Tensei Kage like the Third Hokage, Third and Fourth Kazekage, and Third and Fourth Mizukage, as well as living legends like Jiraiya, the situation looked dire. The Hagoromo forces, though fewer in number, were individually powerful, tipping the scales of battle. Kurei's calm voice interrupted his thoughts. And why do you think our arrival is untimely? Hiruzen, gripping the adamantine staff tightly, replied, Jensu's ambitions will destroy the entire shinobi world. As a former shinobi yourself, you shouldn't be aiding his cause. Destroy the shinobi world? Kurei scoffed. If not for my own kin, then for outsiders. If this world must be reshaped, let it be reborn as one ruled by the Hagoromo clan. A fierce light burned in Kurei's eyes. To someone who had devoted his life to his clan, the rise of the Hagoromo clan as rulers of the shinobi world was the ultimate ideal. As for the lives of others, they were inconsequential. This was the mindset shared by most Edo Tensei Hagoromo clan members, those who had chosen to follow Jensu not out of fear of his power, but out of shared ideals. Only their vision for the future mattered. Realizing persuasion was futile, Hiruzen raised his staff with a resolute expression. Forgive me, Hagoromo-senpai, but I must oppose you. Come, Kurei replied, beckoning with a hand. You joined some village called Konoha and even became its Hokage. Show me the strength of this so-called strongest Kage of the era. Their clash erupted with an explosive sound, the two titans exchanging blows. Nearby, Jiraiya, momentarily distracted by the confrontation, was struck by Hagoromo Rei, sending him flying. Quickly recovering, he caught Rei's next punch mid-air and resumed their battle. You're quite strong, Rei noted amidst their clash. What's your name? Jiraiya, he answered without hesitation. And your surname? Rei pressed. Jiraiya is my full name, he replied, confused by the question. Rei froze for a moment. You're a commoner. Unbothered by Rei's astonishment, Jiraiya counterattacked. Elsewhere, Hagoromo Mio stared at the unscathed Third Hokage, who had effortlessly withstood her blade. Her cold expression gave way to excitement. A Hokage from the shinobi village era? Excellent. Eager for a worthy opponent, Mio lunged again. Across the Alliance headquarters, the fierce battle raged on. Blood and flames intertwined as chaos unfolded. Chapter 318, Chapter 319. While his subordinates battled across the field, Jensu himself joined the fray, clearing away enemies with devastating precision. Senpo, Ranten Tsugo. Beams of storm-released chakra shot out from behind Jensu like the spread of a peacock's tail, covering the battlefield in a deadly barrage. Hashirama and the others immediately evaded, but not everyone could escape unscathed. Shaman, the second Tsuchikage, whose puppets had been destroyed earlier, now relied solely on his sand armor for defense. He stared in shock at the gaping hole in his chest. My sand armor, shattered instantly. Recalling how a single storm release beam pierced through his defenses, Shaman grimaced at the implications. If he had a living body instead of an Edo Tensei form, that single attack would have been fatal. With a sigh, Shaman resigned himself to retreat, allowing his hollow chest to slowly regenerate. But retreat was not an option Jensu would allow. As Shaman began to back away, Jensu suddenly appeared before him, extending his hand. The truth-seeking orb in his palm was aimed directly at Shaman. Realizing the danger, Shaman summoned his strongest sand shield, but relief was short-lived. Boom. A hole was blasted through the sand shield, followed by Shaman's head being destroyed by a black rod extending from the truth-seeking orb. Leaving the headless Shaman behind, Jensu moved on to his next target, the truth-seeking orb returning to its original form as he sped through the battlefield. Time passed, and to the shock of all, Shaman's Edo Tensei body failed to regenerate. Tobirama, ever observant, noticed this anomaly immediately. Be careful. If you're struck by the truth-seeking orbs, even Edo Tensei bodies won't recover. This revelation crushed the morale of the Alliance. Their greatest advantage, Edo Tensei's endless regeneration, was now nullified by Jensu's technique. The fight became increasingly desperate. As Jensu bypassed the first Mizukage's water release and pierced his chest with a single hand, absorbing his chakra to replenish his own reserves, the third Tsuchikage Inoki launched a dust release at him. The attack, however, was effortlessly deflected by a barrier formed from a truth-seeking orb. Seeing the dust release dissipate without leaving so much as a mark, Inoki's voice trembled. Even dust release is useless against the truth-seeking orbs. If dust release was ineffective, then no ninjutsu could hope to prevail. Taijutsu was no better. One shinobi tried kicking a truth-seeking orb, only to have their leg disintegrate into ashes. Genjutsu. The second Mizukage, Gungetsu, summoned a giant clam and unleashed his strongest illusion, Megan, Kijo Rakugo, only to watch helplessly as the truth-seeking orbs obliterated his summon. Ninjutsu, taijutsu, genjutsu, even secret techniques, nothing could harm the truth-seeking orbs or their master, Jensu. Jensu, surrounded by his 4 orbs, withdrew his hand from the first Mizuki's body and incapacitated him with another orb before moving on. With ease, he disabled the first Tsuchikage, Ishikawa, along with several other Edo Tensei warriors. Though the alliance's numbers were still significant, despair spread through their ranks. Jensu was not only overwhelmingly powerful, but his truth-seeking orbs rendered him untouchable. He seemed less a shinobi and more a god descending to the battlefield. Sensing the crumbling morale, Jensu capitalized on the moment. Clapping his hands together, he invoked another technique. Senpo, higher in no aim. Under the blood-red moon and darkened sky, moisture in the air condensed into countless ice needles that rained down like a torrential downpour. Cries of pain and despair echoed as the rain of needles struck indiscriminately. Even Tsunade, in her Byakugo state, clenched her fists as she realized the hopelessness of the situation. She retreated and found Sakura, who had been inconspicuous throughout the battle. The remaining members of the original Konoha 12 had all gathered with the alliance. However, with Naruto gone, their collective strength was modest at best, and they blended into the crowd. Jensu hadn't even noticed their presence. After explaining her intentions, Tsunade and Sakura bit their thumbs and performed the summoning jutsu. Boom. A massive cloud of smoke erupted as Katsuyu, or rather a fraction of her full size, appeared on the battlefield. Another war. Katsuyu's gentle yet sorrowful voice resonated as she surveyed the scene. Hearing Tsunade's explanation, the slug sage turned her attention to Jensu, whose overwhelming presence dominated the battlefield. Though she made no comment, Katsuyu carried out her duty as always. Her enormous body dissolved into a sticky mass, spreading across the battlefield like a living carpet. Injured Alliance shinobi stepping onto her surface were healed instantly by her medical chakra. From afar, Jensu observed Katsuyu's actions with mild interest. Realizing it was only a fragment of Katsuyu and not her true body, he dismissed her from his concerns. Unlike the Great Toad Sage, Katsuyu's ability to divide herself endlessly made her nearly impossible to eliminate. As long as she wasn't actively targeting him, Jensu had no intention of wasting energy on her. Redirecting his focus, he looked at the remaining Edo Tensei warriors before him. With a wave of his hand, 2 of his truth-seeking orbs transformed into massive, sweeping blades that slashed across the battlefield, leaving no room for escape. Watching the relentless defeat of their forces, Hashirama sighed deeply. No matter how much they prepared for Jensu, he always exceeded their expectations. I have to admit, Hashirama said, his voice heavy, even at my peak, I wouldn't be a match for you now, Jensu. But, surrender and defeat aren't in my vocabulary. Clapping his hands together, Hashirama launched his next attack with unshakable resolve. Chapter 319, Chapter 320. Hashirama clapped his hands together forcefully. Massive roots and tree trunks erupted from the ground within a 100-meter radius, weaving through the earth and air like rampaging dragons. The wood release created a sea of trees surging toward Jensu. Jensu, unfazed, summoned one of the truth-seeking orbs hovering behind him. The orb morphed into a massive scythe, slicing through the incoming wood release with ease. Ha! With a roar, Hashirama crossed his fingers tightly, summoning more vines and roots to entwine around the scythe-shaped truth-seeking orb. Although the orb managed to cut through many of the vines, the relentless barrage of wood release eventually wrapped around the orb, temporarily immobilizing it. Seeing this, Hashirama's eyes lit up. At the same time, Tobirama, who had been evading the attacks of 2 other truth-seeking orbs using the Flying Thunder God technique, also noticed the phenomenon. Senjutsu. Both brothers realized the key to countering the truth-seeking orbs. The wood release infused with Senjutsu chakra wasn't being disintegrated like other ninjutsu or Kekkei Genkai techniques. It wasn't because wood release was special but because it was powered by Senjutsu, which the orbs couldn't nullify. Realizing this, Tobirama turned toward Minato, who was also in sage mode. Minato quickly understood the implication, nodding at Tobirama. He knew that he and Hashirama would now be the primary attackers. Figured it out, have you? Jensu glanced at Hashirama, whose expression revealed his discovery. His gaze then shifted to the truth-seeking orb, tightly bound by wooden vines. In a flash, the scythe-shaped orb retracted and transformed into a rapidly spinning Fuma Shuriken. The spinning orb shredded the vines effortlessly before returning to Jensu's side and resuming its spherical form, unscathed. Though Senjutsu was immune to the truth-seeking orb's properties, it was still no match for the orb's sheer power. Even the Great Toad Sage, the pinnacle of Senjutsu, had fallen to the orbs, let alone mere mortals trained in sage mode. However, the binding power of Hashirama's wood release, amplified by Senjutsu, was undeniably troublesome. So you plan to bind all my orbs with wood release and then focus on defeating me? As several massive wood dragons emerged from the ground, coiling toward him and his orbs, Jensu saw through Hashirama's plan immediately. But he wasn't about to let it succeed. Clapping his hands together, Jensu summoned equally massive dragons of corrosive acid. The acid dragons roared as they clashed head-on with the wood dragons, dissolving them upon contact. Despite his relentless attempts, Hashirama's would release was continually countered. Even when Tobirama and Minato joined the fray, using Flying Thunder God to execute coordinated strategies with Tsukumo and others, their efforts proved futile. Jensu's overwhelming power, combined with the protection of a truth-seeking orb, rendered all their plans ineffective. Tobirama even tried to teleport the orbs away by directly touching them, but Jensu, anticipating this, thwarted the attempt effortlessly. Ultimately, the sheer gap in strength was insurmountable. In his full power state, Jensu was second only to beings like the Sage of Six Paths or Kagaya. Against individuals like Tonari in Tensigen mode or the Otsutsuki brothers from the movies, Jensu would likely hold his own, if not prevail. The Alliance forces, despite their numbers, were no match. The Edo Tensei bodies, limited by Zetsu clones and Hashirama cells, couldn't unleash their full potential. And Jensu, with his intimate knowledge of their techniques, had every advantage. Boom. 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 As the desperate counterattacks of Hashirama and the others failed, Jensu's orb systematically obliterated one Edo Tensei warrior after another. When Hashirama and Tobirama finally retreated to regroup, they realized how few allies remained. With Jensu and the truth-seeking orbs combined, they're virtually flawless. Even if there is a weakness, it's impossible to exploit, Tobirama said with a calm yet grim tone. No matter how many strategies he devised, they were powerless against such overwhelming strength. I'm sorry, Minato said apologetically. If only I were stronger. Despite his mastery of Sage Mode and the Flying Thunder God technique, Minato's contributions had been minimal. Jensu's familiarity with these abilities and his orb's defenses left Minato with few opportunities. Fourth, there's no need, Hashirama began, attempting to console him, but a proud voice interrupted. That's right. You were completely useless. Hashirama's face shifted in alarm as he reflexively called out. Madara. In an instant, Uchiha Madara appeared before Minato, gripping his neck and looking down at him with disdain. If that's the case, hand over your power to me. Chakra absorption. Before Minato could resist, the sage chakra within him was drained by Madara. Hashirama moved to intervene, but Tobirama stopped him. Madara was no longer their enemy. Soon, the face on Madara's chest, a result of Hashirama's cells, transformed into a sage marking. So this is Senjutsu? Madara remarked, his expression calm. It's surprisingly easy to control. Releasing Minato, Madara clenched his fists, feeling the sage chakra coursing through him. He turned to Hashirama, a smirk playing on his lips. Hashirama, it seems we'll be fighting side by side once again. Chapter 320, Chapter 321. Knowing about the Eye of the Moon plan and what Jensu intended to do, Madara wreaked havoc in Konoha before swiftly arriving at the remnants of the God Tree. He had watched the entire battle earlier. Shocked by the power Jensu had displayed, Madara gained a deep understanding, he could not defeat Jensu alone. He needed an ally. And at this moment, the only one worthy of fighting alongside him was Hashirama. Thus, after absorbing Minato's Senjutsu chakra and gaining some resistance against truth-seeking orbs, Madara turned his gaze toward his long-cherished rival and issued an invitation. Hashirama's expression was complicated as he looked at his old friend. After a slight pause, he asked. Madara, why are you helping us? Knowing Madara as he did, he found it hard to believe that he would join in just for the sake of the battle. The allied shinobi forces were still unaware that Madara was the original mastermind behind the Eye of the Moon plan. Upon hearing this, Madara locked eyes with Jensu and coldly replied. Helping you. I'm merely taking back what belongs to me. The Geto statue, the tailed beasts, the Eye of the Moon plan, and the Rinnegan. Noticing that Jensu was now looking at him, Madara's gaze deepened as he asked. Jensu, how do my Rinnegan feel? Quite good, Jensu replied calmly with a nod. Madara's arrival did not surprise him. Hearing him mention his rightful Rinnegan, Jensu understood his intent. Returning them was impossible. What he obtained by his own ability, why should he return? Moreover, the Rinnegan were crucial to the upcoming Eye of the Moon plan. If, after everything, the Rinnegan still remained, he wouldn't mind giving them back. But by then, Madara probably wouldn't be around anymore. Round and round, the end result would still see the Rinnegan in his hands. So why go through unnecessary trouble? Thus, Jensu, who now possessed Madara's Rinnegan in his own eye sockets, remained indifferent from start to finish. Madara was slightly surprised. Meeting Jensu again after so many decades, he noticed how thick-skinned the men had become. In the past, Jensu would never have responded so casually with just a quite good. Madara wasn't one for verbal battles. And seeing Jensu act so righteously despite robbing him, he couldn't help but feel a certain degree of respect. So, it would be best to settle this with actions. Hashirama, Madara called out, turning once more to his old friend. Understanding his intent, Hashirama nodded solemnly before a smile spread across his face. Madara, who would have thought that we'd fight side by side again? Madara crossed his arms. Hashirama, there are many things beyond your imagination. Hopefully, they're not too unpleasant, Hashirama chuckled. Perhaps. With their brief exchange over, the two locked eyes, their expressions growing serious. Together, they turned to face Jensu, their bodies tensing in preparation. The battle was imminent. Tobirama drew his flying thunder god kunai, preparing to join the fight. Madara glanced at him and coldly stated. Weaklings shouldn't interfere. Against someone of Jensu's level, strategy and intelligence might work once, but never twice. His words were directed not only at Tobirama but also at everyone else. The vast disparity in strength, coupled with their lack of senjutsu chakra, meant that joining the battle would only be a hindrance. Besides, Madara did not want irrelevant people disrupting this long-awaited, three-way battle between the strongest shinobi. It begins now, Hashirama. Without waiting for a response, Madara's foot struck the ground, creating a massive crater as he launched himself toward Jensu with overwhelming momentum. Hashirama followed close behind. Tobirama remained still, his expression unchanged, but he did not move forward. Despite Madara's harsh words, there was truth to them. After being slashed by Sakumo's blade, he had already realized that trying to take down Jensu was beyond his capability. Trying again would be meaningless. He could only wait. Wait for a moment that may or may not ever come. So, in the end, this great shinobi war has become the stage for the legendary three of the warring states. Anoki, his left leg missing and his face pale as he received Tsunade's treatment, let out a deep sigh. I once thought that the Five Kage represented the pinnacle of shinobi strength, but it seems. Mei, her chakra nearly depleted and her body drained, shook her head with a bitter smile. Hearing this, the other Kage, Reikage, Tsunade, all remained silent. They had wished to contribute as warriors of the present era. But reality was cruel. If not for the former Kage and past legendary shinobi shielding them from Jensu's attacks, they might not even be standing here. As much as I hate to admit it, it seems only those from the same era can stop each other, Reikage murmured, his voice filled with bitterness. His body bore wounds, the most severe being a gaping hole in his chest, barely closed thanks to Tsunade. Tsunade remained silent, watching as her grandfather and Madara stood together. She never imagined that the two founders of Konoha, who had long severed ties, would one day fight side by side again. It was an inspiring sight, one that filled her with hope. But then, she thought about it. If even Hashirama and Madara had to join forces, how terrifying must the opponent be? As she continued to treat Inoki's severed leg, Tsunade turned her gaze to Jensu, her heart sinking. She noticed that Jensu's expression remained eerily calm. There was no sense of urgency, not even a hint of tension. At most, he seemed nostalgic. Hashirama, Madara, and myself, what an unexpected gathering. No one could have predicted that the battle that should have taken place in the Warring States era would occur decades later instead, Jensu chuckled softly to himself. Though the legendary three of the Warring States were well known, the truth was that the three had never actually fought together. The imagined three-way clash had never happened. Instead, there were only two great battles, the battle at the Valley of the Gods, and the battle at the Valley of the End, followed by Hashirama's enduring legacy. But after today, everything would change. At this moment, a rare gleam of excitement flickered in Jensu's normally calm eyes as he watched the two approach. The once victorious Hashirama. The apparent loser of the Valley of the End battle, who, in truth, was its ultimate winner, Madara. Both would now become stepping stones on his path to the throne. The Warring States, the present world, there could only be one ruler. Chapter 321, Chapter 322. Swish. Swish. As soon as they entered the attack range, two truth-seeking orbs shot forward under Hagoromo Gensu's control, hurtling toward Senju Hashirama and Uchiha Madara. Shinra Tensei. Madara stretched out his palm, his Rinnegan gleaming as he unleashed a powerful repulsive force. The two truth-seeking orbs briefly halted before rebounding backward. Gensu's Rinnegan flashed as he countered with his own Shinra Tensei. The two invisible forces clashed fiercely in midair. Within mere moments, Madara's repulsion force was overwhelmed. The two truth-seeking orbs, now carrying even greater momentum, shot back toward them. Madara narrowed his eyes in displeasure. If only my real Rinnegan were still with me. The next second, the orbs struck Madara and Hashirama. Yet, neither showed a change in expression because their bodies instantly transformed into wooden logs. From behind the wooden substitutes, their real bodies burst forth at high speed, continuing their charge toward Jensu. The truth-seeking orbs that missed their targets began to return. However, from the wooden clones, numerous wooden spikes and vines shot out, entangling the orbs and slowing their return. Jensu watched all of this unfold, his expression as calm as ever. Before Hashirama and Madara could close in, Madara suddenly clasped his hands together. With a massive expenditure of chakra, two black spheres, resembling truth-seeking orbs, quickly formed in front of him. With a forceful throw, the spheres flew to Jensu's sides and erupted with immense gravitational force, akin to black holes. Jensu himself remained unaffected. But the two truth-seeking orbs behind him, which had been preparing for another attack, wavered under the gravitational pull and began drifting toward the spheres. Though it had been a long time since Hashirama fought alongside Madara, his combat instincts remained razor-sharp. Senpo, Myojinman. The moment Madara cast Chibaka Tensei, Hashirama clapped his hands together. Multiple massive red torii gates, infused with sealing power, descended from the sky, aiming straight for Jensu. Even now, Jensu did not take Myojinman lightly. With the unstable truth-seeking orbs momentarily out of his control, he had no time to deal with them. Instead, he stomped down on the crumbling ground affected by Chibaka Tensei, instantly forming an earth dragon that carried him backward. Madara and Hashirama seized the opportunity, bursting forward at full speed toward the momentarily unguarded Jensu. On the way, Madara cast Bancho Tenin, attempting to pull Jensu toward them. But Jensu simply countered with his own Bancho Tenin, negating the pull. Did you really think that just because my truth-seeking orbs are out of reach, you'd have a chance? While dodging the descending Myojinman, Jensu noticed Hashirama and Madara attacking from both sides. The last people who thought this way had been the Great Toad Sage and Naruto. Jensu cracked his neck, a series of crisp pops echoing in the air. Katan, Ryuin Hoka no Jutsu. As he closed the distance, Madara swiftly formed hand seals and unleashed a fearsome technique, for massive fire dragons surged toward Jensu from above, below, left, and right. No matter which direction he dodged, the fire dragons would track him down. Already familiar with this technique's properties, Jensu slowed his pace and allowed the fire dragons to approach. At the last moment, he activated a sealing technique, absorbing them. Now. Hidden behind the flames, Hashirama instantly appeared beside Jensu, his fist glowing with immense strength as he delivered a devastating punch aimed at Jensu's temple. But as fast as he was, Jensu was faster. Pa! A shockwave burst through the air. Hashirama's pupils shrank, his punch had missed entirely. As his momentum carried him forward. Puchi! A piercing sound rang out. Before Hashirama could react, a black rod impaled his back. When Hashirama had charged in, Jensu had already stopped absorbing the flames. Moving even faster than Hashirama, he had flickered behind him and struck first. Flames from Ryuin Hoka still danced across his body, but Jensu remained unfazed. Holding the black rod, he drove it deeper into Hashirama's back. Like a parasitic growth, the tip of the rod instantly split into dozens of sharp spikes, wreaking havoc on Hashirama's chakra flow. Hashirama froze, unable to move. Just as Jensu was about to finish him off, Madara's Shinra Tensei struck. Though Jensu negated it immediately with his own repulsion force, Hashirama was flung backward by the impact, caught by several wooden tendrils pulling him toward Madara. Madara grabbed the black rod impaling Hashirama's back and yanked it out with brute force, smirking. Hashirama, this is the fastest I've ever seen you lose. Hashirama stood up, glancing at his partially shattered chest as paper-like fragments repaired the damage. Scratching his head, he sighed. Jensu's strength is overwhelming in every aspect. Even in close combat, we might not stand a chance. Madara's face turned serious once more. He stared at Jensu. The residual flames from the fire attack had been fully absorbed, and the minor injuries inflicted had already healed completely. Even Hashirama's regeneration without seals, he's mastered that too. Madara felt an unprecedented sense of urgency. But he couldn't afford to abandon the Eye of the Moon plan. At that moment, a sharp whooshing sound filled the air. Madara and Hashirama immediately dodged. The four truth-seeking orbs had finally broken free and were racing back to Jensu. Once again, they floated behind him. Watching this, Madara's eyes glowed with cold determination. It seems we have no choice but to use our strongest technique. Even if they restrained the truth-seeking orbs again, Hashirama's defeat had already proven their limitations. Now, they had to gamble everything on one final assault. Of course, for Hashirama, it was a last stand. For Madara, it wasn't. Black Zetsu. Madara's gaze flickered. Black Zetsu had arrived with him and was currently lurking undetected. Thanks to Zetsu's stealth and parasitic abilities, Madara had one last trump card. If Black Zetsu could restrain Jensu for even a second, he could reclaim his Rinnegan. Once that happened, the Eye of the Moon plan would be his again, and he could return to life fully. Now, he just needed to buy time. Let's go, Hashirama. As Jensu stepped forward, Madara called out. Hashirama nodded, clapping his hands. Mokutan, Makijin no Jutsu. Expending vast amounts of Senjutsu chakra, a towering wooden warrior, larger than a tailed beast, rapidly took shape. Immediately after, Madara's eyes flickered. A colossal, complete body Susanoo descended, forming armor over the wooden giant. In a flash, Hashirama and Madara stood atop the armored Makijin, gazing resolutely at the approaching Jensu. Jensu lifted his head and smiled faintly. Chapter 322, Chapter 323. Boom. 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 The ground quaked violently as the fusion of wood release and Sharingan power surged forth. The imposing armored wood golem charged aggressively at Jensu, its very presence exuding an aura of overwhelming might. How nostalgic. Jensu chuckled softly as he observed the scene before him. His gaze fell upon Hashirama and Madara, standing side by side atop the massive golem. Facing two old friends who had pursued him from the Warring States era to the present, Jensu clapped his hands together, granting them the respect they deserved. Crack. 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 The earth beneath him shattered apart, and a colossal gray stone titan emerged beneath Jensu's feet. Lava release, corrosion release, and boil release merged within it, further expanding its already massive form. Finally, Jensu extended his hand, summoning 3 truth-seeking orbs, which rapidly flattened and elongated, forming an armored layer over the titan, akin to armored Susanoo. This was Flame God, truth-seeking orb mode. Let's end this. Standing atop the Flame God, Jensu looked at Hashirama and Madara and declared the battle's conclusion. As his words faded, the Flame God let out a resounding hiss of steam before stepping forward. It reached out with 3 massive, jet-black hands cloaked in truth-seeking orb armor, grasping at the armored wood golem. In response, the golem rapidly sprouted 2 additional Susanoo armored arms, each wielding a massive katana, and with its wooden fists, it fearlessly met the Flame God's attack head-on. A legendary battle was reborn. The titanic clash, once glimpsed briefly at the Valley of the Gods and Valley of the End, was now unfolding before the stunned eyes of the modern shinobi. Is this the power of the 3 titans of the Warring States? This is insane. The sheer impact of the battle forced the allied shinobi forces to retreat continuously, their faces filled with disbelief and horror. For an era long reduced to written records, long forgotten and stripped of reverence, today, they were experiencing firsthand the true terror of the Warring States era. It was hard to imagine how any shinobi had survived in an era where these 3 existed. They're monsters. This isn't a fight we can even interfere in. Ha! Even if we threw everything we had at them, we wouldn't leave a scratch. Among the shinobi forces, a realization took root: if Jensu succeeded in destroying the armored wood golem, he wouldn't even need to make another move. The crushing despair would shatter their morale, and they would scatter on their own. The real question was, could he do it? Can the first Hokage and Uchiha Madara win? Mei, her chakra somewhat recovered and her complexion no longer deathly pale, stared ahead, unable to suppress the question. Inoki remained silent. Having once faced Madara's overwhelming might firsthand, he now found that the once dominant figure was the one struggling, simply because his opponent was even stronger. Beside them, Senju Tobirama, expressionless, stated the grim reality. At this point, our chances of victory are slim. Wood Release and Sharingan were formidable powers, but against someone who had reached the pinnacle of the shinobi path, against someone who wielded truth-seeking orbs, an ability nigh unkillable below the level of a six-paths user, even Senjutsu wouldn't be enough. Tobirama noticed the armored wood golem beginning to falter. That meant the end was near. He glanced at the flying thunder god kunai in his hand, then at Jensu, who stood high above the battlefield. There was no chance. Like a machine, Tobirama coldly analyzed the situation. Since that was the case, he turned toward Tsunade and the other Kage, his voice grave. As much as I hate to admit it, we must accept reality. The fall of the allied shinobi forces is inevitable. But the shinobi world must endure. As long as some survive, hope will not be completely extinguished. Tsunade, Tsuchikage, Mizukage, Reikage, and the shinobi of Sunagakure, you must each take a group and retreat. Go into hiding. The village's legacies cannot be allowed to die here. Hearing this, Tsunade clenched her fists, unwilling to accept it. You're telling us to run like cowards? It is a necessary strategy. Tobirama's tone remained calm. If the Kage fall, the scattered survivors will become nothing more than isolated remnants. Konoha, Suna, Kumo, Kiri, and Iwa will cease to exist. The shinobi villages will become nothing but history. This is your duty now, to ensure they live on. But, what about the great Toad Sage's prophecy? Tsunade hesitated, recalling the prophecy of an impending apocalypse. Even if they escaped, would it truly be safe? Boom. Before she could finish, the deafening sound of the armored wood golem's collapse drowned out her words. There was no time. Tobirama swiftly surveyed the battlefield, exchanging a glance with Namikaze Minato. In the next instant, the two teleported. Tobirama's hand clamped onto Tsunade's shoulder as he whispered in her ear. Let the tallest ones bear the weight of the sky. Then, with the flying thunder god technique, he transported her to a location far from the battlefield. Regarding the great Toad Sage's prophecy, Tobirama believed it, but only to an extent. For one, he did not believe that Jensu, having won the war, would simply destroy the shinobi world. No sane ruler would do that. From what Tobirama had observed, Jensu was rational, not a madman. Yes, the world may still face catastrophe, but it was unlikely to be of Jensu's doing. And regardless of who caused it, as the new ruler of the shinobi world, it would be Jensu who would have to stop it. He had no choice, unless he wanted his reign to descend into chaos. That was why Tobirama ensured the survival of Konoha and the other villages, so that when the time came, there would still be embers of resistance. Under the urgency of the situation, he and Minato could only teleport a limited number of key figures, those who were strong, loyal, and had potential to lead. Among them were the Konoha 12 and a portion of the leaderless Sunagekure shinobi. When they returned to the battlefield to attempt another rescue, they stopped. For the first time, their feet refused to move. In that moment, bathed in the eerie glow of the blood-red moon, clad in silver armor that shimmered with an unnatural brilliance, Hagoromo Gensou stood before them. His back was turned, as he gazed upon the fallen armored wood golem. And before that collapsed titan, Hashirama and Madara lay motionless, their bodies pierced through with countless black rods, bound to the ground. Chapter 323, Chapter 324. The cold wind howled. It tore through the sky, scattering the clouds and making the blood-red moon shine even brighter. Tobirama and Minato stood in silence, gazing at the unscathed Jensu before them, then beyond him, where Hashirama and Madara lay motionless on the ground. The battlefield was eerily quiet. The allied shinobi forces had completely collapsed and scattered. Minato let out a deep sigh but still tightened his grip on the blade of shinobi love, his gaze sharp as it locked onto Jensu. Tobirama, who had anticipated this moment, remained expressionless, yet his hand reached for his flying thunder god kunai. Now it's your turn. Still facing away from them, Jensu spoke as a barrier sealing away the flying thunder god technique rose around them. Seeing this, Tobirama and Minato exchanged glances before instantly dashing toward him. The final cleanup had begun. Meanwhile, Madara, still conscious, did not bother watching the fight unfold. His expression darkened as his gaze swept across the battlefield. Where is Black Zetsu? What happened to the possession plan? He had painstakingly created an opportunity for Black Zetsu to take control, yet the entity never made its move. Why? Did Black Zetsu betray me? As his own will incarnate, Black Zetsu should have obeyed him completely. Madara could not understand. More than that, he could not accept it. He had accounted for everything, except for this. Now, it was too late. Entirely too late. Outside the battlefield. As Madara fumed over the betrayal, Black Zetsu slowly emerged from the ground. Looking toward the battlefield, it sighed deeply. Madara-sama, you truly overestimated me. When Madara had proposed the possession plan, Black Zetsu had mentally cursed countless times. It wanted to refuse, but as Madara supposed, will incarnate, it had no choice but to feign agreement. Of course, agreeing was one thing, actually carrying it out was another. In the original timeline, Black Zetsu had managed to stab Madara in the back because he had already been influenced by Kagaya's power. But now, Madara wanted it to take control of Jensu, who had never been weakened, whose will had remained unshaken, and who had single-handedly dominated the battlefield. That was simply wishful thinking. Unlike other shinobi, Jensu's truth-seeking orbs were a direct threat to Black Zetsu. Even if it managed to latch onto him, it would last no more than a second before being obliterated. And risking its life? That was out of the question. After all, if Madara fell, there was still Jensu. Black Zetsu wasn't entirely at ease with him, but in the end, he would still become the Jinchuriki of the Ten Tails. So why take the risk? Goodbye. No, farewell forever, Madara-sama. Imagining Madara's enraged and confused face, Black Zetsu waved mockingly before sinking back into the earth. Now, it was time to prepare for its true mission, Kagaya's return. The battle between Tobirama, Minato, and Jensu ended quickly. As their Edo Tensei bodies were completely erased by the collision with truth-seeking orbs, only scattered fragments of paper drifted through the air before vanishing. Jensu turned to look at the last two figures remaining. Hashirama and Madara. He raised a hand and gave a final wave. Farewell, both of you. Madara, still bitter, growled, if I had been at full strength, you'd be the one lying here, Jensu. Everything had gone wrong. Aito had failed. His Rinnegan had been stolen. His lifelong ambition, the Eye of the Moon plan, had been hijacked. And Black Zetsu had ultimately abandoned him. It felt as though fate itself had conspired against him. If just one of his plans had succeeded, if he had been revived sooner, this battle would have had a different outcome. Jensu, understanding Madara's frustration, smirked. He had indeed taken everything from Madara. But at least, unlike in another timeline, Madara had not been betrayed by Black Zetsu at the final moment, only to discover that his life's work had been nothing but a lie. In a way, Jensu felt he had done him a favor. A silent favor. As the victor, Jensu was magnanimous enough to let Madara's last words slide. Instead, he turned to Hashirama. Hashirama sighed deeply. There was much he wanted to say, but in the end, he only spoke one sentence. Jensu, the shinobi world is in your hands now. What happens next is up to you. Jensu nodded. Without further words, he waved his hand. 2 truth-seeking orbs shot forward. And with that, Senju Hashirama and Uchiha Madara faded into dust. The battlefield fell into complete silence. With Hashirama and Madara gone, the greatest warriors of the allied shinobi forces had been eliminated. The shinobi army was already in disarray. The only remaining resistance lay in the shinobi headquarters. At this moment, the Hagoromo forces were launching a full-scale assault. Their progress was smooth. Jensu had no concerns. Now, he had only one real focus. He lifted his gaze from the blood-red moon to the endless sky. For certain beings, death was never the end, and resurrection was never truly difficult. Whenever they were needed, they would appear. Always standing in the way. Always declaring that it was for the greater good. Jensu had grown up surrounded by people who claimed to act for his own good. He no longer needed their concern. Because he knew. What they failed to accomplish, he could achieve. Humans, sages, eventually, they all aged. And now. It was time for them to be replaced. Glancing at his hands, Jensu took a step forward, heading toward the shinobi headquarters. At the allied shinobi headquarters. As the smoke of battle settled across the battlefield, the fighting there was nearing its end. Kakashi had replaced his left eye with an ordinary one, but with little time to adjust, his fighting style remained awkward. Facing the Hagoromo forces, he struggled. All around him, the scene was bleak. Ali, now with new eyes, cast his gaze across the battlefield, where, with each glance, entire groups of shinobi fell. A deep gray Susanoo rampaged through their ranks. The ancient warriors of the Hagoromo clan efficiently and methodically cleared the battlefield. Kakashi gripped his kunai tighter, preparing to continue fighting. When Jiraiya and the Third Hokage's orders came through. Retreat. To continue fighting here would mean total annihilation. Shinobi were not samurai. They knew when to withdraw. Now, it was all about finding another chance. Before long, Kakashi and the others began an orderly retreat. Watching from afar, Hagoromo Kurimi, the commander of the Hagoromo forces, issued swift orders. Inform Jensu, the shinobi headquarters has fallen. Everyone, continue the pursuit, except for the designated sentinels. And remember, our primary target is the men in the green bodysuit with a bowl cut, named Might Guy. Chapter 324, Chapter 325. Kurimi did not understand why Jensu specifically ordered them to hunt down a particular Konoha shinobi. But an order was an order. Soon, the elite warriors of the Hagoromo clan formed a pursuit unit and followed the retreating allied shinobi forces. Among them was Might Guy. Since the technique of the 8 gates had been revealed to the world, only 2 shinobi had ever fully opened all 8 gates, Might Dway and Might Guy. No one truly comprehended how powerful the full opening of the 8 gates could be. Might Dway had demonstrated its power once, sacrificing his life to take down 4 members of the 7 ninja swordsmen while severely injuring 3 others. For an ordinary shinobi, such a feat was awe-inspiring. But for beings like Hagoromo Gensou, Senju Hashirama, Uchiha Madara, or even someone like the Third Hokage, it was merely impressive, not earth-shattering. Even Might Guy himself did not know the extent of his power when fully opening the 8th gate. And neither did anyone else. Thus, when the allied shinobi forces sent their strongest to fight Jensu, they included only the 5 Kage and resurrected legends through Edo Tensei, leaving Guy, Kakashi, and Jiraiya behind at headquarters. Now, Guy had already opened the 7th gate. As the Hagoromo warriors relentlessly pursued them, and more of his comrades fell, he began to consider opening the 8th gate, to buy time for the others. Kakashi, I have a feeling. Even in the darkness of night, Guy's teeth gleamed as he grinned, giving a thumbs up. The blue beast of Konoha is about to unleash the most passionate sweat of youth. Kakashi, sensing the numerous Hagoromo warriors closing in, gripped his friend's shoulder tightly. He did not want to lose him. Moreover, even if Guy crushed their pursuers, the enemies were Edo Tensei warriors. Smashing them apart would not be enough, they would simply regenerate. The sealing teams had already suffered severe losses in the earlier battle, making it nearly impossible to suppress the undead warriors. They needed to regroup. Unfortunately, neither Kakashi nor Guy knew that the other units had already collapsed before them. But still, Guy had already made up his mind. Kakashi could only stare at him, realizing what was about to happen. Meanwhile, on the path leading to the ninja headquarters and the ruins of the God Tree, Hagoromo Gensou walked alone. There were no ninja war cries. No sounds of animals. No wind, no rain. Only the rhythmic sound of his footsteps echoed across the land. It was as if he were measuring the world beneath his feet. His pace was unhurried, yet each step covered dozens of meters. Soon, the lingering smoke above the ninja headquarters appeared on the horizon. Is everything in place? Receiving Kurimi's report, Jensu glanced at the dimly visible battlefield under the night sky and spoke calmly. If so, then let us begin. With a single clap of his hands, a burst of white smoke erupted beside him. From the smoke emerged a perfect replica of himself, his long-prepared clone, now fully matured. The rest is up to you. Spirit projection. Jensu transferred his soul into the clone. At the same time, his original body sank into the earth. Now in full control of the clone, Jensu resumed his steady march. Then, he clapped his hands once more. Boom. A massive cloud of white smoke exploded behind him, nearly covering an entire plaza. What emerged was far larger than a wood golem, a fully armored Susanoo, or even the flame god. The ghetto statue had been summoned. Its 8 half-opened eyes gleamed as it sensed what was about to unfold. Tilting its head back, it prepared to let out a thunderous roar. Silence. Jensu's voice was calm, yet absolute. The chains binding the ghetto statue tightened instantly, restraining its movements. Without hesitation, he formed a hand seal. 6 paths, 10 tails coffin seal. A technique obtained from limited Tsukimi was now being used in reality. At that moment, behind him, the towering ghetto statue began to warp. Its massive form twisted violently, its body rapidly shrinking as it was engulfed by a spiraling vortex, drawn toward Jensu's back. Rumble. 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 Having experienced this process once before, Jensu remained composed, allowing the ghetto statue and the 8 half-tailed beasts to fuse into his body. No resistance. No turmoil. It was as effortless as taking a stroll. His footsteps never wavered, the rhythm of his movements unchanged beneath the moonlit sky. 1 step. 2 steps. 3 steps. Upon the 6th step, radiant white feathers descended from above, and a dazzling light shrouded his figure. A 6 paths robe, embroidered with 6 tomo, draped over his shoulders. On the 7th step, his black hair turned pure white, flowing down to his waist. On the 8th step, whoosh. 7 truth-seeking orbs materialized behind him, forming a perfect circular pattern. On the 9th step, the transformation was complete. The true Jinchuriki of the Ten Tails had been born. In that moment, Jensu, now clad in flowing 6 paths robes, his silver hair swaying in the wind, slowly closed his eyes. Feeling the unparalleled power surging through his body. So this is the 6 paths level. Far more real, far more powerful than in limited Tsukimi. After a brief moment, Jensu reopened his eyes, his expression returning to its usual calm. The power of the Ten Tails was immense. But in the end, it was not truly his own. His real power would come soon enough. If everything proceeded as planned. His gaze shifted from the blood-red moon to the vast, endless sky. Now that he had become the Ten Tails Jinchuriki, he had officially connected with Kagaya. At the same time, somewhere else, Hagoromo, the sage of 6 paths, would have sensed it as well. He had no time to waste. Jensu's gaze sharpened. His body lifted off the ground, accelerating faster than ever before. Shooting toward the ruins of the god tree. At that very moment, within the blood moon, inside the 6 path sealing space, the woman who had been sealed away for 1,000 years, Otsutsuki Kagaya, opened her eyes. Her red lips curled into a smile. I can feel it, the Ten Tails' presence. Good child. In an unknown space, a sudden surge of 6 paths chakra coalesced, forming the ethereal figure of the sage of 6 paths, Hagoromo. As though awakening from an endless slumber, his long-closed eyes opened, and his Rinnegan gazed upon the shinobi world. In that instant, he saw everything. So many years have passed. And now, a new Jinchuriki of the Ten Tails has emerged. The sage let out a heavy sigh. But alas, it is all for nothing. In the end, he will merely become a vessel for Mother. For the sake of the world, he must be stopped. Chapter 325, Chapter 326. Boom. Boom. Heavy thunder rumbled from the distance, swiftly reaching the ruins of the divine tree. Before the Hagoromo clan shinobi station there could react, a figure in a 6 paths white robe, with 7 truth-seeking orbs orbiting behind him, tore through the sky. Hagoromo Gensou had arrived. Clan leader. Haneri was slightly surprised by her leader's changed appearance but remained silent. She respectfully bowed as always. Well done. Jensu nodded in acknowledgement before ordering. The mission is complete. Everyone, retreat immediately. Yes. Without hesitation, the Hagoromo shinobi swiftly withdrew, leaving the area solely to Jensu. Floating in midair, Jensu's Rinnegan scanned the ground below. As the Jinchuriki of the Ten Tails, his heightened senses allowed him to clearly perceive the dense, thick network of roots sprawling deep beneath the earth. From this location, they stretched out like veins and arteries, extending in all directions until they covered the entire planet. The land beneath him was where the Otsutsuki clan had planted the divine tree upon arriving on this world, the place where they would eventually harvest the planet's chakra. It was also where the divine tree would bloom and bear the chakra fruit. Though Kagaya had consumed the fruit, and the divine tree had transformed into the Ten Tails, leaving this place, the massive root system spanning the entire planet had not disappeared. It still coiled around the world, waiting for the divine tree's return. At this moment, an uncontrollable urge rose from deep within Jensu's heart. A voice from within him whispered, urging him to absorb the power of the divine tree, to cast infinite Tsukuyomi upon the moon, and to attain true Six Paths level power. However, Jensu's expression remained unchanged. He knew exactly where this voice originated. Having seen Uchiha Madara's fate, he would never absorb the divine tree's power into himself and grow a Rinne Sharingan on his forehead. That would mean Kagaya's power had seeped into his entire being, a far greater influence than simply becoming the Ten Tails Jinchuriki. It could very well lead to the complete failure of his true plan. Thus, Jensu's gaze sharpened as he flew above the former site of the divine tree. He wasted no time. A distortion in space appeared at his abdomen. With a spiraling motion, the enormous Ten Tails emerged, shrinking before rapidly transforming. A towering, colossal tree, far mightier than any other in existence, once again manifested in the world. Rumble. The earth trembled. The divine tree, now back in its original place, quickly extended fresh roots, reconnecting with the vast underground network that had remained, stretching across the entire planet. Everything proceeded smoothly. As the divine tree's roots intertwined with its existing network, its aura surged dramatically. The trunk soared higher, drawing closer to the blood-red moon above than ever before. Jensu ascended above the divine tree, his gaze fixed on the massive, yet still closed, violet bud at its peak. It's time. At last, the awaited moment had arrived. Jensu formed a hand seal. The massive divine tree shuddered, its violet flower slowly blooming, revealing a gigantic Rinne Sharingan at its core. At Jensu's command, the Rinne Sharingan turned towards the blood-red moon, preparing to cast infinite Tsukuyomi. Due to the absence of half of Kurama, the divine tree informed Jensu that it would take 5 minutes to gather enough energy before the technique could be fully unleashed. 5 minutes, huh? Jensu surveyed the battlefield. The remnants of the allied shinobi forces had completely collapsed. There was no longer a threat of anyone attacking the divine tree while he waited. 5 minutes is a fair amount of time. Now, let's see who the opposition has left. With that, Jensu descended and casually sat atop one of the divine tree's roots, leaning back against the trunk. Supporting his head with one hand, he quietly waited. The reawakening of the divine tree had caused a massive disturbance. Not far away, Kakashi and Guy, still being pursued, noticed it immediately. They could even see the sky-piercing divine tree. What is that? A tree? That huge? So that's the divine tree. Such a spectacle could only be the work of Hagoromo Gensou. The remaining allied shinobi forces recalled the prophecy of the great Toad Sage, a heavy sense of foreboding settling over them. Events were unfolding in the worst possible way. Worse still, they were powerless to stop it. Kakashi stared at the massive tree, its peak seemingly aimed directly at the moon, lost in thought. Beside him, Guy suddenly spoke with uncharacteristic seriousness. Kakashi, it's time. What? Kakashi turned to him. The time for the Crimson Beast has come, Guy declared with unwavering resolve. Guy, you. Kakashi's expression shifted. He opened his mouth to say something but was cut off. Guy shook his head, determination burning in his eyes. Kakashi, our youth hasn't faded yet. Look. The usually carefree Guy pointed at the Hagoromo clan shinobi relentlessly pursuing him. His sharp analysis was rare but accurate. These powerful enemies aren't focusing on the other allied forces' commanders. Instead, they're concentrating on me, a mere jonin of Konoha. I couldn't understand why before, but now, I do completely. Guy pressed a hand to his chest, right over his heart. They fear my burning flames of youth. The enemy dreads what I'm about to do. And when the enemy doesn't want something to happen, that's exactly what we must do. Kakashi, this is a battle principle you once taught me. I understand, Guy. Kakashi's gaze darkened with conflicting emotions. He had noticed the same thing. But even if Guy opened the gate of death, what difference could it make now, when the allied shinobi forces had already fallen? He wanted to stop him. But seeing Guy's unwavering spirit, he could no longer find the words. Once again, he felt powerless. Kakashi, don't lose hope. If we stop believing in what we must do, then everything truly ends before it even begins. Konoha's future still needs you. Guy patted Kakashi's shoulder one last time before raising a thumbs up at himself. Now, it's my turn to risk my life to protect everything I cherish. With those words, Guy clenched his right hand over his heart. Gate of Death. Open. Boom. An explosive surge of chakra engulfed Guy's entire body. The blue beast of Konoha was no more, now stood the crimson beast. In the next instant, the Hagoromo clan shinobi pursuing him saw only a red flash before their vision went dark. Countless scraps of paper fluttered in the air. Guy didn't stop. Under Kakashi's deep gaze, he became a crimson bolt of lightning, charging headlong toward the divine tree, fully prepared to lay down his life. Chapter 326, Chapter 327. As Guy, with all 8 gates open, charged toward the divine tree. Beyond the battlefield, Uchiha Sasuke, who had remained unseen until now, emerged from the secret base where the Geto statue had once rested. With the Geto statue summoned away, his mission was complete. Raising his head, Sasuke gazed at the unusually crimson blood moon hanging in the sky. At this point, even if I rush there, I won't make it in time. To fulfill Jensu's order of guarding the Geto statue, Sasuke had missed out on this grand battle, one far surpassing any previous shinobi war. Yet, he had no regrets. He fully understood the importance of the Geto statue and was well aware that if Jensu succeeded, the chaos of the shinobi world would end, the Uchiha clan would rise once more, and he would witness its return to glory. Thus, he had taken his mission seriously. Now that the Geto statue was gone, Sasuke finally exhaled in relief. He knew that soon, the future he and his comrades had long awaited would arrive. However, at that moment, his expression suddenly changed. In the blink of an eye, he found himself transported to an unfamiliar space. Before him, a mysterious figure sat cross-legged in midair, his back facing Sasuke. The man wore a white robe adorned with tomo and held a staff, with a ring of truth-seeking orbs hovering beneath him. Who are you? Sasuke tensed, gripping the hilt of his sword. At the same time, am I dead? Naruto opened his eyes, confusion written all over his face as he took in his surroundings. A solemn voice answered from ahead. Your body has perished, but your spirit remains. By the definition of the living world, your situation aligns perfectly with death. So, I really died. Naruto mulled over those words before scratching his head and saying, well, dead is dead. No need to make it sound so complicated. Looking at the person who had spoken, Naruto saw an elderly man floating in midair, dressed in a white robe. Unable to suppress his curiosity, Naruto asked, didn't I die? Why am I here? And who are you, old man? Are you dead too? You're asking too many questions at once. The white-robed elder, none other than the Sage of Six Paths, spoke sternly. Because of the passage of time, the cultural traditions, ethical values, and perceptions of the world have changed drastically from my era. Every time I awaken, I feel an immense disconnect with the present age. Although I can learn modern language and customs, it must be done gradually. Simply put, if I were to answer all your questions at once, you might not fully comprehend. Naruto. After a series of failed attempts to communicate, the Sage of Six Paths finally adjusted his speech to a way Naruto could understand. Death is merely a state of existence. Though you have died, your soul remains. As someone who can communicate with the Pure Land, what the modern shinobi world calls the underworld, I have summoned you here. As for my identity. Raising his staff, the sage continued. I am the one who once upheld peace and order in the shinobi world. My name is Hagoromo. Hagoromo. At first, Naruto listened quietly. But the moment he heard that name, he jumped up in shock, pointing at the sage with wide eyes. You're that Hagoromo. Wait a minute. And those Rinnegan eyes, you look just like him. Are you related to Hagoromo Gensou? His father? No, wait. You seem way too old, so you must be his grandfather. Naruto's expression turned wary as he eyed the sage suspiciously. All right, spill it. What's your scheme in bringing me here? The Sage of Six Paths remained calm as he watched Naruto's over-the-top reaction. It seems you've misunderstood my words. He tapped his staff against the ground. Immediately, an image of Hagoromo Gensou in his ten-tails Jinchuriki form appeared before them. The sage explained, I am Hagoromo, but not of the Hagoromo clan. I am the founder of Ninshu, known to the world as the Sage of Six Paths. The legendary sage. Naruto had heard about him from Pervy Sage before and was visibly stunned. The sage nodded. In terms of bloodline, Jensu is indeed my descendant, but not a mere grandson, more like 40 or 50 generations removed. The connection is already extremely distant. Naruto, you are also part of this lineage. But rest assured, I did not summon you here to fight against you. On the contrary, I brought you here to stop Hagoromo Gensou. Stop. Hagoromo Gensou. Yes. The sage tapped his staff again, changing the image on the ground. Before explaining further, let me first tell you a story about my mother, Otsutsuki Kagaya, from 1,000 years ago. As Sasuke and Naruto listened, the Sage of Six Paths recounted the history of his mother, Kagaya, their conflicts, and the truth behind the reincarnations of Asura and Indra. Then, he revealed the impending disaster: if infinite Tsukuyomi were successfully cast, Kagaya would return, plunging the shinobi world back into an age of absolute despair. To prevent this, he needed the current reincarnations of Asura and Indra to inherit his power and stop Jensu. But I'm already dead. Even if I want to stop Jensu, I can't do anything. Naruto was deeply troubled upon learning how dire the situation had become. Looking at his own ghostly hands, he made a firm decision and turned to the sage. Please give all your power to Sasuke. Now that he knows the truth about infinite Tsukuyomi, I'm sure he'll come around. He'll fight for the shinobi world, for everyone. Oh. You trust Sasuke that much? You believe in Indra's reincarnation? The sage was slightly surprised. I do. Naruto nodded firmly. I believe Sasuke is a good person deep down. Is that so? The sage's Rinnegan shifted, turning his gaze toward Sasuke. At that moment, Sasuke, who had been listening intently, nodded without hesitation. Give me the power. I will stop all of this. The sage studied Sasuke carefully. Naruto thinks the same. He trusts you completely. Naruto. Sasuke was momentarily stunned. Then, as if realizing something, he composed himself and turned back to the sage. I already understand the truth. You summoned me for this very reason. I've given my answer. Now, it's your turn. My answer is. The Sage of Six Paths looked deeply at Sasuke, and at Naruto, who stood beside him, full of conviction. Then, his answer came. I refuse. Chapter 327, Chapter 328. In the unknown space. Sasuke stared at the Sage of Six Paths before him, his mind flashing back to something Hagoromo Gensou had once told him before the great battle. It had been a night just like this, the blood moon hanging high in the sky. With his back to Sasuke, the towering figure of Hagoromo Gensou, the pillar of both the Hagoromo clan and the Uchiha clan, spoke of the same tale the sage had just recounted, a story of the tragic conflict between Kagaya Otsutsuki and her sons. But Gensou had not asked for Sasuke's thoughts on the tale. Instead, he had posed a different question. 1,000 years have passed, and the Otsutsuki mother and son still linger above. They do not tire, yet those on the ground have long grown weary of watching. Now, if someone were to suddenly appear before them and ask, "Are you not exhausted?" Sasuke, how do you think they would respond? Sasuke's answer had been simple. They wouldn't welcome an outsider. Just as long-standing traditions resist disruption, and entrenched hierarchies reject upheaval, Sasuke had understood the implications from the very moment he learned the sage's identity. Would Hagoromo Gensou ultimately amount to nothing more than a vessel for Kagaya's return? Having spent so much time by Jensu's side, Sasuke knew better. Jensu was unfathomably powerful, but more than that, Sasuke understood his character. A man who now held the entire shinobi world in his hands would never allow himself to be a mere stepping stone for someone else. Moreover, now that he had confirmed that the sage's account of history was identical to Jensu's, Sasuke realized that Jensu's knowledge of this world far surpassed everyone's expectations. Yet, despite this, the sage stubbornly insisted that Jensu was destined for failure. Sasuke was not one for arguments, nor did he intend to lay out his thoughts to the sage. He now understood why Jensu had shared those words with him that night. So, when the sage questioned him and Naruto recommended him, Sasuke decisively nodded in agreement. He indeed fought for peace, but not the kind Naruto or the sage envisioned. If given the sage's power, he would wield it for peace. But he would do so at Jensu's side. Sasuke's answer was given with absolute calm. Yet, to his surprise, the sage rejected him. His expression unchanged, Sasuke simply asked. So, even now, you still refuse to trust Indra's reincarnation? Indra's reincarnates had always pursued power above all else, often at the cost of their comrades, their humanity, and everything else. Time and again, their ambition had brought calamity to the shinobi world. Sasuke assumed that the sage feared he would follow that path, using the granted power for his own ends rather than true peace. However, the sage shook his head. No. In you, Sasuke, I see something different from past Indra reincarnations. You are not bound by Indra's chakra. Sasuke's brows furrowed. Then why? The sage looked at him deeply and said. You do desire peace. But you place too much faith in Hagoromo Gensou. Even after hearing the truth about infinite Tsukuyomi, you remain unshaken. That is why you are not my chosen one. As soon as the sage spoke, the surroundings began to fade. In the next moment, Sasuke found himself standing outside the base once more, as if no time had passed at all, an illusion so fleeting it could have been mistaken for a dream. But Sasuke knew it was real. So, he saw through me. He had intended to claim the sage's power for himself, yet his plan had ultimately failed. But the moment had passed. Sasuke quickly buried any lingering thoughts and turned his focus to the implications of the sage's presence. Naruto. His eyes sharpened as he turned toward the grave where he had buried Naruto. A blur of motion, and he was gone. Inside the Sage of Six Paths spiritual space. As Naruto continued trying to persuade the sage to grant Sasuke power, the elder interrupted him. There's no need to recommend him further, Naruto. The future of the shinobi world now rests with you. Ah. But Sasuke, Naruto was taken aback. The sage explained, Sasuke's vision of peace still revolves around Hagoromo Gensou. I see. Naruto lowered his head briefly before looking up again, his expression serious. But I'm dead. The sage dismissed his concern. Yin-yang release can create something from nothing, even granting life. By modern understanding, you haven't even passed your 7th day of death. With the power of Yin-yang release, your body can be restored to life. So, Naruto, the fight now falls to you. I got it. Understanding his duty, Naruto clenched his fist and pounded his chest, making his resolve clear. Good. The sage extended his right hand. Naruto followed suit, pressing his palm against the sage's. In that instant, the sage's chakra flowed into Naruto, along with the power of six paths, Chibaka Tensei, the ultimate sealing technique. Naruto glanced at the sun and moon markings now etched into his palms. He nodded at the sage, then vanished. Boom. A deafening explosion rocked the cemetery where Sasuke had buried Naruto. As the dust settled, a newly resurrected Naruto, now in Sage of Six Paths mode, rose from his grave. 6 truth-seeking orbs hovered behind him. He glanced around, reading the inscription on the tombstone before him. Engraved in bold letters. Uzumaki Naruto's grave. And just beneath it, erected by his closest friend, Uchiha Sasuke. Ah. So Sasuke was the one who buried me. He even picked a nice spot. Despite all of Sasuke's past betrayals, Naruto's feelings toward him remained unchanged. Even after being killed by him, his first thought upon revival was still about Sasuke. But there was no time to waste. Determining the location of the divine tree, Naruto prepared to race there at full speed. Until a massive purple Susanoo blade descended from the sky. Boom. Debris scattered. Naruto easily evaded the attack and looked up. Sasuke was approaching, clad in a perfect Susanoo, his eyes unreadable. Sasuke. Sasuke eyed the fully revived Naruto, unsurprised. Naruto, we meet again. Let's talk for a while. Naruto slowly shook his head. Sasuke, this isn't the time. Once everything is over, we'll talk all you want. With that, he tried to move past Sasuke, heading for the divine tree. But a devastating purple arrow shot toward him. You don't get to decide that, Naruto. Sasuke clapped his hands together. Hagoromo Gensou Sage Mode activated. His fully armored Susanoo drew its bow once more, another arrow forming, ready to strike. Chapter 328, Chapter 329. A silent midnight, under the blood-red moon. Atop the divine tree. With time passing, the violet petals continued to unfold, revealing the increasingly active Rinne Sharingan within. It stared directly at the crimson moon above, awaiting the final moment. Half of the 5-minute countdown had already passed. Sitting quietly beside the divine tree, his head propped up with one hand, Hagoromo Gensou rested with his eyes closed, until he sensed something approaching. His eyes snapped open as he looked into the distance. A scarlet figure, trailing a long plume of thick smoke, charged toward him with overwhelming force. So, you're the first to arrive. Understanding that his subordinates had failed their mission, Jensu remained unfazed. It was nothing more than a minor inconvenience. Still, facing such an opponent, continuing to sit in place would be far too arrogant. Jensu slowly rose to his feet. The scarlet figure finally arrived, accompanied by a violent gust of wind and swirling dust. The crimson steam. Jensu's gaze locked onto the red-hot might guy, his entire body ablaze with steam. I thought I wouldn't have the chance to witness the full power of the 8 gates. But here you are. Isn't it better to live? Huff, huff, huff. Wrapped in searing crimson steam, even his eyebrows burning red, Guy panted heavily as he came to a stop. With the 8 gates fully open, the burden on his body was beyond extreme. After sprinting at full speed across the battlefield, even someone long accustomed to pain like him had to grit his teeth, enduring the agony of his body breaking apart. Hearing Jensu's words, he lifted his head, speaking with firm resolve. Youth is passion. It is burning. It does not yield. The more the enemy fears its crimson flames, the more I must ignite them. Even if my body turns to dust, fading like a leaf in the wind, still, I will become the nourishment for new green leaves to grow. The moment a fallen leaf burns its brightest, is the moment of youth's ultimate flame. Guy's eyes blazed with unshakable determination. Jensu watched with mild amusement before chuckling softly. A fitting speech for someone like you. But you made one mistake. Fear? No. I simply find it troublesome, especially when I have far greater challenges ahead. But if I can't avoid the nuisance. Jensu extended his hand in a beckoning motion. Then I'll simply crush the withered leaves beneath my fingers. Come. Let me witness the full power of the 8 gates. The cold wind howled. Jensu stood tall, his 6 paths white robe billowing in the breeze, calmly awaiting the crimson beast's attack. Guy forcefully suppressed his searing pain, locking eyes with Jensu. Without hesitation, he poured every last ounce of his strength into his muscles. And roared. Burn, the final flames of Konoha's crimson beast. Evening Elephant, first step. Boom. A thunderous sonic boom tore through the battlefield. Jensu had barely begun to turn his head. And Guy was already there. His right fist struck out, releasing a devastating shockwave of compressed air, a force beyond imagination in both speed and power, blasting toward Jensu. To challenge a god's body with mere mortal fists. Jensu's Rinnegan tracked the attack with interest, and he casually extended his hand. Fully intending to stop Evening Elephant, first step with a single palm. However, the instant Guy's attack struck, Jensu's expression shifted. His other hand flew up in an instant, blocking the attack with both arms at full power. But, boom. The unforeseen force of the blow sent Jensu plummeting downward like a cannonball, smashing into the earth and carving out a massive crater. Evening Elephant, second step. Guy wasted no time. Using the momentum, he propelled himself downward, this time with an even stronger attack. From within the crater, Jensu rose. Though he appeared unharmed, his eyes gleamed with contemplation. If my true body were here. He glanced up at the descending crimson beast, a thought flickering through his mind. Between a clone achieving Ten-Tails Jinchuriki status and his original body doing so, there was still a notable gap in power. If he had been here in person, he was confident he could withstand the first step head-on. But as things stood, he had no intention of testing the second step. Jensu raised a hand. Before Guy's second strike could land, a truth-seeking orb flew before him. And transformed into a massive black shield. A second later, the shockwave of the second step struck. Yet, despite the raw power behind it, it failed to even scratch the truth-seeking shield. The remnants of its force split harmlessly around the sides, carving deep trenches into the ground but leaving Jensu untouched. Seeing this, Guy's pupils shrank. That small black orb. It had completely nullified the attack that had sent Jensu crashing earlier. Realizing the truth-seeking orbs were no ordinary defense, Guy landed, immediately shifting into motion. In an instant, explosive sonic booms erupted all around Jensu. Even with the Rinnegan, all he could see were crimson streaks flashing in and out of sight. Looking for an opening in my defense. Jensu gave no such chance. The truth-seeking orb beside him expanded into a massive sphere, completely enclosing him within a perfect barrier. But Guy didn't stop. First step. Second step. Third step. One after another, overwhelming shockwaves hammered Jensu's defenses from all directions. Then, as Guy unleashed the fourth step. Crack. A faint fracture appeared on the surface of the truth-seeking barrier. As expected of the 8 gates. Jensu's eyes glinted with amusement. With a wave of his hand, the remaining 6 truth-seeking orbs shot out from behind him, hurtling toward Guy as he prepared for the final and strongest 5th step. But there was no Minato here. No Kakashi to assist him. Sensing the dire threat, Guy's gaze flickered with regret. He abandoned the 5th step and instead dodged, instantly retreating to put distance between himself and the deadly orbs. Just like that, the once explosive battle fell into silence. The 6 orbs returned to Jensu's side, and his truth-seeking barrier dispersed, reverting to its original form. Standing exactly as he had at the beginning. Jensu regarded Guy with a calm, unreadable expression. Opposite him, having unleashed multiple Evening Elephant attacks, his bones fractured from within, Guy stood with heavy breaths, blood dripping from his nose. Despite his unbearable pain, not a single sound of complaint left his lips. His sharp, unwavering gaze remained locked onto Jensu. The battle was far from over. Chapter 329, Chapter 330. Naruto. Sasuke. Beyond the Divine Tree, in another battlefield of critical importance, Naruto and Sasuke locked eyes and shouted each other's names before launching into action. Without hesitation, Sasuke's perfect Susanoo released its drawn bowstring. The Senjutsu-enhanced chakra arrow erupted with terrifying energy, howling toward Naruto. Naruto was forced to stop. Having already figured out how to use the powers granted to him, he attempted to block the incoming attack the same way as before, by sending a truth-seeking orb to intercept it. But this time, it failed. Not only did the arrow remain intact, but the truth-seeking orb was violently repelled, sent flying backward with a sharp whoosh. Huh. What's going on? It worked before, didn't it? Naruto was still unfamiliar with his newfound Six Paths chakra and yin-yang release. While he had already stepped into the realm of Six Paths level power, he still had no proper understanding of what it meant, or how to fully utilize it. Sasuke, knowing Naruto's habits better than anyone, seized the opportunity and charged forward, his perfect Susanoo closing in like an unstoppable force. Multi-shadow clone jutsu. Naruto instinctively used his most familiar technique. But Kurama was no longer inside him. His hand subconsciously reached for his stomach. In his battle against Hagoromo Gensou, Naruto had fought in perfect synchronization with Kurama, fully mastering the Nine-Tails chakra. Now, without Kurama's presence, he felt unbalanced, struggling to adjust. But Naruto was nothing if not adaptable. Even without Kurama, his natural combat intuition shone through. As the battle unfolded, he quickly gained deeper control over his new Six Paths power. Sasuke, despite possessing the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan and Sage Mode, was still at a disadvantage against Naruto's Six Paths Sage Mode. As the fight dragged on, Naruto's mastery grew sharper. In a final decisive clash, under the overwhelming assault of multiple wind-style, Super Big Ball Rasen Shuriken, Sasuke's perfect Susanoo was shattered. Sasuke had lost. Yet, unlike their younger years, he did not wear a look of bitterness or rage. Instead, he stood in Naruto's path, calmly drawing his blade to stall for time. Sasuke, I'm sorry. Naruto, fully aware of what was at stake, swiftly defeated Sasuke and prepared to dash toward the divine tree. But as he passed, Sasuke's quiet voice called out from behind him. Naruto, do you want to know what I really think of you? Naruto hesitated, his steps pausing. Before he could answer, Sasuke, lying on the ground, gazing at the sky, began to speak. Beside the divine tree. His body still cloaked in crimson steam, Guy panted heavily, each breath more ragged than the last. Opposite him, Jensu stood and scathed. Guy clenched his fists tightly. Evening elephant alone isn't enough. Looks like I'll have to use night Guy. But. His eyes narrowed as they locked onto the truth-seeking orbs floating behind Jensu. Unlike in the original timeline, there was no Minato to teleport them away with flying Raijin. If even one of those orbs struck him, no amount of 8 Gates power would save him. If I get interrupted like with the 5th step of Evening Elephant, or if I lose even a few seconds, my body won't hold out long enough to finish Jensu off. But. A detail surfaced in Guy's mind. He recalled the moment when the truth-seeking orbs chased him. At a distance of around 70 meters, just as he was about to retreat further, the orb suddenly stopped and returned to Jensu's side. 70 meters. Is that their limit? A realization dawned upon him. People often saw Guy as nothing but a hot-blooded, muscle-headed fighter, especially compared to the tactical genius of Kakashi. But the truth was, he was a far sharper strategist than most gave him credit for. He had already deduced that the Hagoromo clan shinobi had targeted him because of the 8 Gates. And now. In this moment of ultimate resolve, he had also figured out the limitations of the truth-seeking orbs. Their range was finite. Their speed was not absolute. But, they were still dangerous. If he wanted a flawless hit on Jensu, then the orbs had to be far away from him. Guy's gaze shifted past Jensu, toward the massive divine tree. It hadn't been there before. Now, it was clearly something Jensu had created. And he had stayed close to it this entire time. I don't know exactly what that tree is for, but it's definitely important to him. In that case. Without another second of hesitation, Guy stepped forward, lowering his stance. His fingers dug into the earth. Accumulate. Boom. A tremendous shockwave burst outward. The ground beneath him collapsed into a crater, exploding under the raw force of his energy. The crimson steam engulfing his body surged skyward, burning hotter than ever before. Hagoromo Gensu's Rinnegan instantly analyzed him. In that moment, Guy's heart chakra point, once blazing with fiery vitality, had nearly faded. All that remained was a tiny flickering ember of blue. So, he's preparing for his final attack. Night Guy. For the first time, Gensu's expression grew serious. The 7 truth-seeking orbs immediately circled around him, forming layer upon layer of protective barriers. Roar. The boiling red steam around Guy compressed, swirling into the shape of a majestic dragon. The energy of the 8 Gates exploded forth, its intensity raging like a hurricane. Even Jensu, at this moment, had to raise his arms to shield himself from the gusts. But unlike Madara, he did not smirk with excitement. He merely watched, calm, unshaken. Until... flow. Boom. With one explosive step, Guy charged forward. The red dragon surged alongside him, its mighty roar shaking the earth as it streaked toward its target. But, its path was not aimed at Jensu. It was heading straight for the divine tree. Jensu, who had been preparing to meet Guy's ultimate taijutsu head-on, was taken aback. So you actually used your brain. Understanding Guy's intention in an instant, Jensu did not hesitate. With a burst of speed even his truth-seeking orbs struggled to keep up with, he moved to intercept. Now. Guy's right leg swung forward. Night Guy. Boom. The ultimate attack was unleashed. The final song of youth had begun. Chapter 330, Chapter 331. Boom. As Jensu arrived alone, Might Guy, who was about to charge toward the divine tree, suddenly made a sharp turn. With a thunderous explosion, he appeared beside Jensu in an instant. In the next moment, under the crimson steam, a massive dragon head roared, fiercely attempting to devour him in one bite. So fast. Facing the strongest taijutsu technique of the 8 gates, Night Guy, Jensu initially thought of countering, but he soon realized that the space around him had distorted, rendering him momentarily unable to move. He watched as Might Guy's devastating kick, powerful enough to warp space even before landing, closed in on him. Unable to do anything else at this moment, Jensu fully understood what Uchiha Madara must have felt in the original story when facing this technique. This level of taijutsu is truly unprecedented. Jensu's gaze locked onto Might Guy, who had already reached him. His entire body was glowing red, his veins bursting open, and his skin was covered in searing cracks from the overwhelming energy. With a sigh of admiration. Boom. Might Guy's kick landed squarely on Jensu's chest and abdomen. With a deafening explosion, his entire body was launched into the air, violently grinding against the air, carried forward by the Crimson Dragon, leaving a deep trench over 100 meters long on the ground before finally crashing into the divine tree. The divine tree trembled violently. Then, at the spot where Jensu had fallen, a massive mushroom cloud erupted, sending a tangible shockwave sweeping in all directions. Before long, a strong gust of wind blew away the lingering smoke. Under the blood-red moonlight, a long and deep trench stretched straight toward the divine tree. At the center of the trench, a charred figure lay motionless on the ground as if it had been burned alive. Might Guy, his body covered in scorching cracks, steam still rising from his skin, had completely collapsed. Like a dying candle in the wind, he had only a single breath left before his life would completely fade away. At the far end of the trench, Jensu, who had taken the full force of Night Guy, leaned against the divine tree with one hand and slowly got up. A massive hole was visible in his chest and abdomen. For a normal person, such a wound, even with advanced healing techniques, would have meant certain death. However, Jensu's injury did not even bleed. Instead, he simply stood up, panting. Clap. 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 A loud applause echoed as Jensu brought his hands together. It's been a long time since I've felt the thrill of standing on the edge of life and death. Tilting his head slightly as if relishing the moment, Jensu shifted his gaze from the gaping hole in his chest to the fallen Might Guy. Regardless of whether the men could still hear him, he chuckled with excitement. You should have aimed for my head. As soon as he finished speaking, the massive hole in Jensu's chest rapidly regenerated, flesh and bones reforming at an astonishing speed. Within seconds, he was completely healed. The power of the Ten Tails Jinchuriki granted immense vitality and regeneration. Only Senjutsu and Six Paths techniques could truly harm its body. Although taijutsu could inflict significant damage, the wounds would regenerate almost immediately. Just like now. This was precisely why Jensu hadn't been too concerned when facing Might Guy in the 8th gate. Taijutsu, in the end, was too limited. Unless Might Guy possessed the strength to completely annihilate the entire body of a Ten Tails Jinchuriki with a single strike. But human strength had its limits. For someone like Might Guy, being able to kick Madara's body apart in the original events and now creating a gaping hole in Jensu's chest was already beyond extraordinary. He had reached his limit. So close to ending it all, but so close often means an infinite difference. Jensu's Six Paths robes fluttered in the wind as he calmly announced. It's over. At that moment, 7 truth-seeking orbs returned to his back. Everything had returned to the way it was at the beginning. Except, a mere mortal had attempted to overthrow a god. Though he failed, his courage was commendable. His strength was undeniable. Jensu looked at Might Guy, who was barely clinging to life, and nodded in acknowledgement. Your taijutsu, I acknowledge it. Among all those I have fought, and among every shinobi over the past 1,000 years, when it comes to taijutsu alone, no one can compare to you. Might Guy did not respond. It was unclear whether he could even hear this highest praise. Just as Jensu was about to continue, his expression shifted. He turned to look at the divine tree behind him. The previous impact had not caused any real damage to the tree. And now, at this very moment, the divine tree informed him that the 5-minute countdown was over. The time had come. The moment had finally arrived. From a shadowed corner nearby, Black Zetsu, aware that the time had come, could not contain its excitement. It had planned for this moment for 1,000 years. It had waited for this moment for 1,000 years. Though the final caster of the technique was not what it had originally intended. It didn't matter. As long as infinite Tsukuyomi was cast, nothing else mattered. Once that happened, no one would be able to stop its mother's arrival. Black Zetsu suddenly recalled what had just happened. When that green-clad, questionably aesthetic Konoha ninja unleashed the full power of the 8 gates, especially when he used Night Guy, it had been terrified beyond belief. Never in its worst nightmares had it expected that a mere Konoha Jonin could momentarily rival the power of a Ten-Tails Jinchuriki. And even push Jensu into a momentary disadvantage. It made no sense. Fortunately, Jensu had proven reliable, successfully neutralizing Might Guy, an anomaly that had exceeded its plans. Good. Now hurry and activate Infinite Tsukuyomi. Black Zetsu cheered for Jensu in its heart. But soon, it sensed something and furrowed its brow, looking in another direction. Why is there always someone interfering at the most crucial moment? Bushy brows sensei. Because of Sasuke's earlier words, Naruto had been delayed. But now, he had arrived at the divine tree as quickly as possible. Only to see that everything had already unfolded. Wasting no time, he rushed to Might Guy's side and used Yin-Yang release to stabilize his life force. Once he finished, he turned to face Jensu with a serious expression and declared loudly. Jensu. I won't let you succeed. But Jensu paid him no attention. Instead, he flew into the sky. Black Zetsu could sense Naruto's presence. Naturally, Jensu could as well. But now that the time had come, he had no interest in engaging in conversation. He had only one goal. To activate Infinite Tsukuyomi. Naruto, of course, would not stand idly by. Just as he was about to act, Jensu glanced back at him. Shinra Tensei. A 6 paths level repulsive force instantly blasted toward Naruto. Whoosh. Naruto and even his truth-seeking orbs were sent flying. Jensu withdrew his gaze. No one could stop him now. He continued rising. In an instant, he reached the top of the divine tree. The flower at its peak had fully bloomed. The Rinne Sharingan was ready. Everything was in place. Now, let it begin. Suspended high in the sky, Jensu looked up at the blood-red moon that filled his entire vision. Without hesitation, he formed a hand seal. Infinite Tsukuyomi. Chapter 331, Chapter 332. Infinite Tsukuyomi. High above the sky, Jensu gazed at the blood-red full moon that nearly filled his entire field of vision. His hands formed seals, and he uttered the words with deliberate clarity. In an instant. Atop the divine tree, the Rinne Sharingan focused on the moon, projecting its own eye power onto it. The surface of the blood-red moon immediately displayed the distinct patterns of the Rinne Sharingan. 9 black tomo appeared for the first time, arranged in 3 concentric circles. At that moment, Naruto, who had just steadied himself. Sasuke, still lying motionless on the ground. The scattered remnants of the crumbling allied shinobi forces. The surviving Kage, including Tsunade, Inoki, Mei, and A. The pursuing warriors of the Hagoromo clan. And even every living being on this planet. As they looked up into the night sky, they all noticed that the moon was no longer the same. For the first time in history, it bore the mark of the Rinne Sharingan. So, it's finally begun. Lying on the ground, Sasuke gazed at the changed moon, letting out a faint sigh of relief. He had delayed Naruto with his words just long enough. So it has finally come, the great Toad Sage's prophecy. Far from the battlefield, in a concealed location, Tsunade, Inoki, Mei, A, and the remaining Kage looked up at the moon, their faces clouded with anxiety as they recalled the prophesied calamity. What is that? Why does the moon look so different? This feels ominous. Run. Find somewhere to hide. The already panicked remnants of the allied shinobi forces became even more terrified upon seeing the unfamiliar transformation of the moon. Their instincts screamed that this was no ordinary natural phenomenon, it had to be the work of a jutsu beyond comprehension. And they were right. But what they didn't know was that no matter where they ran, it would all be in vain. Looks like our clan head has succeeded. Seeing the changes in the moon, the warriors of the Hagoromo clan halted their pursuit of the already doomed shinobi forces. Laughter broke out among them. They all knew. Their clan was about to ascend to the peak of the shinobi world. Looks like we bet on the right side after all. On another side, Members of the Akatsuki, including Kakuzu and Sasori, let out sighs of relief. Before the war started, they had worried about their small numbers. But now, their new leader had more than proven his strength. Guy. Kakashi stood still, his gaze fixed on the moon, its Rinne Sharingan patterns reflecting in his lone eye. He thought about the fallen Might Guy and sighed deeply. So, we failed. At this moment, many had already lost all hope. But there was always one person who never gave up. Naruto rushed back, using all his strength in one last desperate attempt to stop Jensu. He soared into the sky. But at this speed, it was already too late. Jensu. Stop this. Naruto shouted at the top of his lungs as he flew. Infinite Tsukuyomi will only bring disaster. Your plan won't work. Everything you're doing is. With a face full of urgency, Naruto tried to explain the truth told to him by the Sage of Six Paths, hoping to make Jensu come to his senses. But Jensu didn't even turn his head. His gaze remained fixed on the moon, now fully transformed into the Rinne Sharingan. His expression was filled with anticipation. Now, let the entire planet become one. As his words fell, Infinite Tsukuyomi was unleashed. Light. Endless light. Naruto, still soaring, was about to say more. But then, the Rinne Sharingan on the blood moon suddenly erupted with an unimaginably intense brilliance. Naruto instinctively shut his eyes. He couldn't see what happened next. But the blinding light swept past him at incredible speed, engulfing the entire planet. Though it was night, the world was illuminated as if bathed in broad daylight. The light of Infinite Tsukuyomi penetrated all obstructions. No matter where one hid. As long as they were on this planet, the light would reach them. There was no escape. Every living being, including animals like cats and dogs, had their eyes turned into the Rinne Sharingan. Their bodies froze. Their consciousness faded. And they all fell into the eternal dream of Infinite Tsukuyomi. From this moment on, everyone began to experience their deepest desires. The perfect dream they had always longed for. As expected, Infinite Tsukuyomi's light can penetrate all, there is no place to hide. High above, Jensu watched as the world fell into silence. Apart from himself, the only other conscious living being was Naruto, who was staring in shock, his face filled with confusion and disbelief. Jensu then turned his gaze downward. Aside from the reanimated undead, every living being, even animals, had become motionless. Now then. Jensu clapped his hands together. Divine, birth of the God Tree world. The entire planet trembled. From the divine tree, countless massive roots surged from the ground. Vines extended in all directions, wrapping around everyone except the warriors of the Hagoromo clan. They were lifted into the air, bound to the branches of the divine tree. One by one, every individual across the world was suspended from the colossal tree. Their chakra began to drain, flowing through the divine tree, and continuously transferring into Jensu's body. What a sight to behold! As an Edo Tensei reanimation, Hagoromo Mu and the others were immune to Infinite Tsukuyomi. Watching the spectacle unfold, they were both shocked and ecstatic. Never had they imagined that such a world-altering jutsu existed. Meanwhile, Sarutobi Hiruzen and the other reanimated shinobi felt nothing but dread. Sarutobi watched as Kakashi was fully encased in the vines. He rushed forward, tearing the vines apart and pulling Kakashi free. But it was useless. Kakashi's eyes remained locked in the Rinne Sharingan pattern. He stood motionless. Above them, more vines descended from the divine tree, wrapping around Kakashi once again. No matter how many times Sarutobi and the others tried, the end result was always the same. Kakashi was inevitably bound again. Seeing this, Sarutobi's face darkened. He stopped struggling. What now? Someone asked. No one answered. Even those who had once been mighty in life knew that this was beyond anything they had ever faced. What could ants do against the will of gods? All they could do was wait and see how it all ended. Chapter 332, Chapter 333. Infinite Tsukuyomi. Divine, birth of the God Tree world. Everything was proceeding as expected. Jensu gazed at the moon above as its radiant glow gradually faded. He could feel the chakra of the entire planet being funneled through the divine tree into his body. Now, he had reached the final step, the most critical moment. Jensu. Suddenly, Naruto's furious roar came from below. With the light of Infinite Tsukuyomi disappearing, the sky had returned to complete darkness. Naruto snapped back to his senses, his face filled with rage as he glared at Jensu. The world before him was nothing like what he or anyone else had hoped for. Naruto looked at his palm, where the Sage of Six Paths had left him with the ultimate sealing jutsu. He had failed to stop the activation of infinite Tsukuyomi. But if he could just take down Jensu, the genjutsu could still be undone. Everyone, and the shinobi world itself, could return to normal. Determined, Naruto shot forward at full speed toward Jensu. If it were Uchiha Madara, he might have taken this opportunity to explain how he had finally achieved the peaceful world he sought, or even indulged in a battle with Naruto, relishing the fight. But Jensu had no interest in any of that. He merely cast an indifferent glance at Naruto, completely ignoring him. At this point, he no longer needed to pretend to care about the Eye of the Moon plan. The chakra of the entire planet was flowing into him as planned. And now, he had only one task left: to claim it all for himself. So, a sharp whoosh sliced through the air. Before Naruto could reach him, Jensu shot off in another direction at an even faster speed. He had no intention of wasting his time on unnecessary distractions. Don't run. Even with the six-path Sage mode activated, Naruto's speed still lagged behind that of Jensu, now the Jinchuriki of the Ten Tails. Since Jensu was actively avoiding battle, Naruto couldn't catch him, which only made him more anxious. But he wasn't the only one getting frustrated. Black Zetsu, watching everything unfold, grew restless. As a creation of the Sage of Six Paths, imbued with Kagaya's power, he was unaffected by infinite Tsukuyomi. Now that the Genjutsu was activated, there was nothing left to hinder his mother's return. He had waited 1,000 years for this moment. He was itching to stab Jensu in the back. After all, things were different now. Jensu's body was being consumed by Kagaya's power more than ever, increasing the chances of a successful backstab. If he could strike at this moment, Mother would return even sooner. However, Jensu kept moving at incredible speeds in the sky, making it difficult for Black Zetsu to find the right moment to strike. What is he doing? Just as Black Zetsu was considering whether to abandon his plan, he suddenly noticed something unusual about Jensu. The chakra from every living being on the planet was still gathering toward him. And yet, instead of absorbing it into his body, Jensu was doing something else. In that moment, under his deliberate control, the vast amounts of chakra from all directions stopped entering his body. Instead, they began concentrating in his palm. As time passed, a ghostly projection of what looked like a chakra fruit started forming in Jensu's hand. It was becoming more solid with each passing second. Is he preparing a new jutsu? Naruto, still chasing after him, immediately grew more alert. But Black Zetsu's expression darkened. What is he doing? Why isn't he absorbing the chakra into his body? The more chakra a Ten Tails Jinchuriki absorbed, the faster Kagaya's revival would be. And yet, Jensu was doing something completely unexpected at the most crucial moment. Logically, he should have been allowing his body to absorb the chakra naturally, growing stronger with every second. As this realization dawned on him, the joy Black Zetsu had felt from the activation of infinite Tsukuyomi faded instantly. An unsettling sense of dread crept over him. All along, he had believed that the best candidate for the Eye of the Moon plan was Uchiha Madara. Had it been Madara standing in Jensu's place, Black Zetsu was certain this bizarre scene would never have happened. But Jensu had intervened, seizing control of the plan, and there was nothing Black Zetsu could do about it. He started recalling everything he knew about Jensu, everything he had witnessed in the infinite Tsukuyomi dream world. And it dawned on him. His worst fears were coming true. No. I have to stop this immediately. He didn't know what exactly Jensu was planning. But he knew. Whatever it was, it couldn't be allowed to happen. Jensu was simply too dangerous. A figure who had lived during Kagaya's era. Someone strong enough to kill Gamamaru, who had fought in the Mother-Son War against Kagaya herself. In his 1,000 years of existence, Black Zetsu had never encountered anyone this terrifying. And now, at the most critical moment, even the slightest deviation from the expected course filled him with alarm. Even though he firmly believed in his mother's power, Jensu was not someone to be underestimated. A sharp determination flashed in Black Zetsu's eyes. Just like Naruto, he made his decision and vanished in an instant. Moments later, Naruto kept throwing Rasen Shuriken at Jensu, desperately hoping to slow him down. But Jensu dodged effortlessly while keeping his gaze fixed on the glowing chakra fruit forming in his hand. It was shrinking, compressing, growing denser and denser, like a miniature sun shining brightly in his grasp. Then, a shadow lunged at him from out of nowhere. Black Zetsu struck at lightning speed, aiming straight for Jensu. But Jensu merely let out a cold snort. Boom. A truth-seeking orb instantly expanded into a barrier, stopping Black Zetsu in its tracks. Black Zetsu. Jensu's gaze fell upon his attacker. His tone was calm, yet laced with amusement. I was expecting you. Hearing this, Black Zetsu, trapped outside the truth-seeking orb, looked grim. Jensu, you know far more than I ever imagined. That last move. It was obvious. Jensu had anticipated his attack. But based on what Black Zetsu knew about him, that shouldn't have been possible. Why? Black Zetsu couldn't help but ask. Why don't you wait until all of you are here? Jensu's words barely left his mouth when. Boom. 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 3 more truth-seeking orbs shot out behind him, striking 3 different directions. A moment later, 3 more copies of Black Zetsu were forced out of hiding. His strategy, to use one clone as bait while the others launched a surprise attack, had failed completely. With no other options left, realizing just how deeply Jensu had hidden his true strength, Black Zetsu let out one final, desperate cry. Mother. Mother. Nearby, Naruto heard the shout and frowned in confusion. There was no mother here. No sister, no aunt, no grandmother. Why was this weird black thing screaming for its mother? Naruto didn't understand. But Jensu's expression suddenly changed. At that very moment, a new, unfamiliar chakra erupted from within his body. It surged through him at an alarming speed. At the same time, the chakra he had been gathering from the divine tree was no longer under his control. It was forcefully pouring into his body. It's time. As the nearly solidified chakra fruit in his hand began to destabilize, Jensu made his decision. Chapter 333, Chapter 334. The chakra fruit in Jensu's hand had already gathered most of the planet's chakra. The resources required to ascend to the 6 paths level were now sufficient. But Kagaya had begun reviving within his body. If he continued gathering more chakra, the fruit in his hand would only end up being taken by her. So, with white spores bulging from his body and on the verge of bursting apart, Jensu didn't hesitate any longer. Clap. With a swift motion, before losing control, he instantly cancelled both infinite Tsukuyomi and divine, birth of the god tree world. Then, throwing his head back, his true soul emerged from his body. Wrapped in pure soul energy, he took the chakra fruit in his grasp and, with speed far surpassing what his physical form could achieve, shot off toward his true body in the distance. No. Black Zetsu, who had just been overjoyed at his mother's premature return, suddenly paled. He tried to stop Jensu. But the soul-enshrouded chakra fruit had already vanished far beyond reach in the blink of an eye. He abandoned his body. Naruto, watching as Jensu's soul flew past him, was utterly baffled. Kid, saving the ninja world is your job now. As he passed, Jensu nodded at Naruto and sped away. The big boss who just tried to destroy the world is now telling me to save it. Naruto was completely lost. But his confusion didn't last long. He noticed something. The roots of the divine tree had all vanished. And the people who had been caught in infinite Tsukuyomi were now blinking awake, their faces filled with dazed confusion. Naruto's eyes widened in joy. Infinite Tsukuyomi was undone. Did Jensu have a change of heart? Is the world safe now? No. A massive chakra surge erupted in front of him. Naruto's head snapped toward the source. And he saw. The body Jensu left behind was rapidly swelling with massive, grotesque white spores. In just a few seconds, the clone of Jensu ballooned to an inhuman size, about to burst apart. Then, it all stopped. The next moment, before Naruto's shocked gaze, the swollen body rapidly shrunk. And from the remnants, a figure emerged. A woman with pale skin. Her long, blue-white hair cascaded far past her feet. Her face was eerily beautiful, her head adorned with 2 horns. She wore flowing white robes inscribed with black tomo. Her eyes were the pure Byakugan. And on her forehead, a Rinne Sharingan gleamed. Naruto's pupils contracted. He recognized her instantly. It's her. The woman that the Sage of 6 Paths had warned him about. The mother of all chakra. The rabbit goddess. Otsutsuki Kagaya had arrived. The chaotic chakra fluctuation settled. Suspended in midair, her immensely long hair drifting downwards, Kagaya slowly opened her Byakugan. Her gaze locked onto Naruto, fixing on the sun and moon seals on his palms. And for the first time in 1,000 years, her cold, ethereal voice echoed across the ninja world. You are Hagoromo's, no. Kagaya's Byakugan flared, veins bulging at the sides of her eyes as she examined Naruto again. Ashura. I see. So it was Hagoromo who passed his techniques to you. In mere moments, Kagaya had understood everything. She saw through the workings of her son's power. Hearing this, Naruto gritted his teeth. His expression darkened. The pressure radiating from Kagaya was even greater than what Jensu had unleashed. So, this is what he meant by saving the ninja world. Now, Naruto finally understood what Jensu's parting words had meant. He knew the story. The Sage of Six Paths had told him everything. And he knew. If Kagaya was revived, the world would be plunged into disaster. He didn't need anyone to tell him what to do. He had to stop her. But Jensu, you caused this whole mess, and now you're running away and dumping this nightmare on me. Are you serious? In his heart, Naruto raged. The proud, overpowering, unstoppable image of Jensu was now completely shattered in his mind. Kagaya wasn't in a hurry to reclaim the chakra that belonged to her. The chakra of Hagoromo. Of Ashura. Of Naruto himself. And from its very origins. The chakra that was always meant to be hers. Instead, she noticed something. She examined her own body. And realized something was wrong. The chakra within her was far less than what she expected. Even more. The chakra spread across the world, which should have continued flowing into her, had stopped. Her gaze dropped toward the earth. Infinite Tsukuyomi had been undone. Mother. Black Zetsu, who had reformed his body, rushed forward, disappearing into the sleeves of Kagaya's robe. Though he had many things to say, he knew that the most important thing right now was, Mother. A man named Jensu has stolen your chakra. As he spoke, Black Zetsu shared all his memories of Jensu directly with Kagaya. A thief. Kagaya's voice was icy. Compared to Black Zetsu, she understood exactly what Jensu had done. The land beneath her was her garden. Her property. She would not tolerate anyone else laying claim to it. Kagaya's Byakugan activated. In an instant, she located the stolen chakra. The south. Her body shifted. She ignored Naruto entirely. And turned to reclaim what was hers. Naruto's chakra was valuable. But it was nothing compared to the massive chakra fruit that could birth a new Six Paths level existence. As for casting infinite Tsukuyomi again, Kagaya glanced at the weakened people below. They had already been drained. Their chakra would not recover. If she tried to harvest them again, it wouldn't be enough. Instead, it was far better to hunt down Jensu and reclaim the stolen chakra. Kagaya prepared to move. But Naruto struck first. I won't let you destroy the shinobi world. Charging forward, Naruto launched his attack. Far away, Jensu's soul returned to his true body. Lifting the chakra fruit, filled with the majority of the planet's chakra, he gazed toward the far-off battle between Naruto and Kagaya. And with a sincere smile, he whispered, Do your best, Naruto. Then, he turned his eyes to the chakra fruit in his palm. And without hesitation, he ate it. Chapter 334, Chapter 335. Ever since the Otsutsuki clan descended from beyond the stars and planted the god tree, the rebellious Otsutsuki Kagaya consumed the chakra fruit, becoming the progenitor of all chakra on this planet. Later, she was sealed away by her own two sons, returning chakra to the world. 1,000 years have passed since then. The era of ninchu faded, giving way to the age of the shinobi. More and more people, for the sake of power, revenge, family, or ideals, embarked on the path of training, stepping into the ranks of ninja. As a result, the total amount of chakra on the planet gradually increased. Uchiha Madara, who sought to complete the infinite Tsukuyomi and create a dream world, once spoke words that were not entirely wrong. Chakra is ominous. Killing, conquest, suffering, despair. The people of the shinobi era had long forgotten the true essence of chakra, scoffing at the ideals of the ninchu era. Chakra had become nothing more than a weapon in their hands, used to take lives. As for other uses, they had no interest in exploring them. To kill or be killed, that was all. Now, having gathered more than half of the planet's chakra, excluding that of the Hagoromo faction, Jensu ensured that the remaining shinobi would be significantly weakened. This would not only stabilize the rule of the Hagoromo clan in the future but also reduce the endless bloodshed of the shinobi world. With power level so low, what was there left to fight over? Even if battles did break out, they would no longer be capable of wiping out entire villages with just a few jutsu. To be honest, Jensu hadn't originally thought this far ahead. It was simply the nature of chakra. To ascend to the Six Paths level, one had to seize the vast majority of the planet's chakra. There was no other way. I suppose, in a way, I am single-handedly pushing human society toward peace and harmony. As Jensu swallowed the chakra fruit, containing more than half of the world's chakra, this thought crossed his mind. Having too many superhuman, unproductive shinobi dominating the common people was detrimental to the overall development of society. Now, there was only one final step left to solidify his achievement. Jensu's expression sharpened in an instant. The moment the chakra fruit entered his mouth, a surge of chakra, far greater than even the 10 tails, erupted within his body. Boom. Powerful spatial ripples spread in waves. An overwhelming chakra pressure descended upon the land, stretching out for 100 miles with Jensu at its center. For that moment, the world stood still. The roaring wind, drifting sand, flowing clouds, crawling insects, even the moonlight itself, all froze into a still painting. Only Jensu's body continued to swell as if on the verge of bursting apart. At this moment, he stood alone in a vast, desolate desert. Understanding that the process of ascending to the Six Paths level, and the inevitable battle with Otsutsuki Kagaya, would create an immense disturbance, he had deliberately come to this uninhabited desert in the land of wind. No matter how much destruction he caused, it would have little impact on the shinobi world. And now, his foresight was proving necessary. Beneath his feet, the sand that had accumulated over countless years was obliterated by the explosive force of chakra, leaving behind a massive crater. 100 miles away, enormous sandstorms, greater than any seen before, rose one after another due to the shock waves. Fortunately, the land of wind was vast and sparsely populated. The deserted landscape meant that no lives were affected. Just as Jensu's body was about to be torn apart by the immeasurable planetary chakra, he remained calm and clapped his hands together. Condense. The moment the word fell. Thump. His heart pounded like a war drum. His rapidly expanding body halted instantly. Thump. A second heartbeat echoed, even louder. All the chakra that had been leaking uncontrollably from his body, scattering in all directions, rushed back in, returning to him. Thump. With the third beat, his swollen form deflated like a balloon, rapidly shrinking. Thump. With the fourth, he returned to his normal appearance. The massive surge of newly absorbed chakra, once chaotic, began to settle into perfect order. Thump. A presence even greater than when he was a 10-tails Jinchuriki began to radiate from him. Not just anyone could absorb the majority of the planet's chakra into their body. Aside from those at the Six Paths level, only one type of person could do it. Someone who had completely mastered the 7 chakra natures and their transformations, standing just one step away from bloodline encompassment. Jensu was precisely such a person. The method to reach bloodline encompassment was simple. The truth-seeking orbs were formed a certain way, so he would replicate that same process. The only difference was that instead of manifesting outside his body, it would be integrated into his very being. Yet, in 1,000 years, only 2 people had ever achieved this. Hagoromo, and now, Jensu. For the next stretch of time, with a precise plan already in place, Jensu calmly formed hand seals. Within him, the endless flow of chakra began to manifest in its 7 elemental natures, fire, wind, earth, water, lightning, yin, and yang, merging together with practiced ease. The obstacles that had once hindered his path, the lack of sufficient chakra preventing the completion of bloodline encompassment, no longer existed. Jensu could feel it clearly. As the 7 elements fused, they spread like a network throughout his body. Flesh, meridians, bones, organs, down to the very cells. If someone with the Byakugan were watching, they would see his entire form illuminated by a brilliant 7-colored radiance. Under this light, his once mortal body evolved to a higher level. Until finally, he reached the ultimate threshold. There was no resistance. As the vast planetary chakra, now a unified whole, rushed through him, Jensu officially stepped into a new realm. Bloodline encompassment, achieved. At that moment, even more pure white light feathers than when he had become a 10-tails Jinchuriki rained down around him. Bathed in this sacred glow, a white robe, emblazoned with 9 black tomo on the front and back, descended from the heavens and draped itself upon his form. Swoosh. 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 1, 2, 3, 4. A total of 9 truth-seeking orbs materialized from the void, arranging themselves behind him in the pattern of the Big Dipper constellation. His black hair fluttered in the wind. Unlike those who had inherited chakra from Otsutsuki Kagaya, Jensu's appearance remained unchanged. Except for his eyes. Having given his Rinnegan to his clone, Jensu had reverted to his original eyes. But now, as the power of the 6 paths surged into him, he slowly closed them. After a few seconds, suspended midair, clad in the white robe of the 6 paths, with 9 truth-seeking orbs floating behind him, his black hair cascading down, Jensu reopened his eyes. The deep blackness was replaced by a surge of purple ripples, his own Rinnegan. At last, the wind settled. Gazing down upon the world beneath him, 6-path Jensu had arrived. Chapter 335, Chapter 336. The oppressive force covering a 100-mile radius had dissipated, and the distant sandstorm gradually settled. Bathed in the glow of the normal moonlight, Jensu, clad in a white 6-paths robe, gazed at his now transcendent hands. As he clenched them, feeling the vast difference in power from before, the corners of his mouth first curled up slightly, then lifted higher, until he could no longer contain himself and burst into wild laughter. Ha 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 ha. From the moment he first came into contact with Chakra, he had survived the blood-soaked Warring States era, perished at the Valley of the Fallen Gods, found new hope decades later during the Chunin Exams, and then lived a second life, continuing to explore the path of Chakra, taking control of Akatsuki, waging the Shinobi World War, and casting the infinite Tsukuyomi. At last. By seizing the planet's Chakra, he had completed himself, achieving the Keki Isomo and true Six Paths level power. From the late Warring States period to the Shinobi Village era, spanning nearly 80 years. Finally. Here. Now. Jensu had realized his lifelong pursuit, the goal he was willing to sacrifice everything for. He had officially transcended. If he so wished, whether in this life or the previous, the immortality sought by countless heroes and legends was no longer beyond his grasp. Even this very planet beneath him would soon belong to him. Of course, the prerequisite was dealing with its former owner. Jensu turned his head, and his Rinnegan, as if spanning a million miles, locked onto the ongoing Six Paths level battle. Naruto was still giving his all. Even without Jensu cheering him on, facing Kagaya Otsutsuki, the goddess of old who had become a demon in the eyes of all, he would still fight with everything he had for the sake of the shinobi world. However, he couldn't easily subdue her. Though Kagaya was not at her peak, she still housed the Ten-Tails within her, and having absorbed a portion of the planet's chakra earlier, she remained no weaker than a standard Six Paths level being. For someone like Naruto, who had forcefully attained the Six Paths level, facing her alone was simply too much. Mother, we cannot afford to be delayed here by Naruto, Black Zetsu reminded her from within her sleeve. Jensu had already been gone for a while. I know, Kagaya responded, her expression indifferent as she surveyed the overwhelming army of Naruto's shadow clones charging at her. Black Zetsu immediately understood. Knowing was one thing, acting was another. Compared to Kagaya, who had been secluded for 1,000 years, his knowledge and experience far surpassed hers. He quickly offered a suggestion. Mother, use the people below to draw Naruto away. Azura's reincarnation has always been fond of others. Kagaya nodded in agreement. She lowered her gaze to the people who had just awakened from the infinite Tsukuyomi, bewildered, weak, and struggling to grasp their situation. The long, blue-white strands of her hair spread out like a peacock's tail. In the next instant, a rainstorm of razor-sharp needles descended upon the land. The shrill sound of them tearing through the air jolted the stunned shinobi below. Tsunade's vacant gaze slowly regained focus. She had just seen Nawaki, Dan, her grandfather, and the entire Senju clan. She had been gambling, winning fortune after fortune. No wars, no bloodshed, everything had been so peaceful. That world, she had wished to stay in it forever. But then, she had suddenly opened her eyes, and the scene before her was a battlefield, a demoralized, battered army of shinobi barely clinging on. So, it was all an illusion. A glint of reluctance flashed through Tsunade's eyes. Though the infinite Tsukuyomi had lasted only moments in reality, for those trapped inside, it had felt like an eternity. If only that dream could have been real. Many others shared her sentiment at that moment. But reality soon brought them back to their senses, violently. The needle barrage rained down like a storm. Hearing the sound, Tsunade's head snapped up, her pupils shrinking. Look out. She shouted in warning, simultaneously gathering her chakra. But why is my chakra so low? Tsunade was shocked. The same realization struck everyone on the battlefield. My chakra. What's happening? I can't use any jutsu, there's not enough chakra. Damn it. With no means to defend themselves, they could only brace for death as the needle storm descended. Until golden figures flashed into existence. Some intercepted the needles with their fists, others shielded the helpless with their own bodies, forming a protective wall. Naruto. Tsunade lifted her head, recognizing that unmistakable figure. Naruto. Sakura, Hinata, and Lee shouted his name in excitement. Naruto, welcome back. From another part of the battlefield, Kakashi looked up at the golden-haired shinobi, his heart heavy with emotion. Leave this to me. The sky was filled with tens of thousands of Naruto's shadow clones, shielding his comrades as he called back to them, ensuring their safety before focusing entirely on Kagaya's onslaught. Just as Black Zetsu had predicted, Naruto could never stand idly by while innocent people perished before his eyes, whether he knew them or not. Seizing the moment while Naruto was preoccupied, a black portal opened before Kagaya. She immediately stepped through. Some time later, Wind Country, Desert. Jensu sensed something and withdrew his gaze as a small, bowl-sized black portal appeared before him. It rapidly expanded, growing larger until a lone figure stepped out. The instant Kagaya arrived, she realized she was too late. She looked at Jensu, his white robe, his aura that exuded Six Paths level power, her expression turning cold as she uttered two words. Thief. Jensu remained composed, his Rinnegan meeting Kagaya's pure Byakugan and the Rinne Sharingan on her forehead. A faint smile tugged at his lips. If we're talking about thieves, Kagaya, you who devoured the chakra fruit first, are far more deserving of the title. By lineage, Kagaya was his distant ancestor. But after 1,000 years, with so many generations separating them, their blood ties were diluted beyond meaning. Jensu had no interest in acknowledging her as kin. Kagaya didn't care either. Though displeased that Jensu had taken a massive portion of her chakra, she recognized that he had now become an existence equal to her. The laws of mortals no longer applied between them. She had already acknowledged him as an entity on her level. At this moment, hearing Jensu accuse her of stealing the divine tree's fruit, a flicker of unease passed across Kagaya's face. It seems, you know many secrets. Her Byakugan locked onto Jensu, her tone deep and foreboding. Chapter 336, Chapter 337. Exactly. Black Zetsu fully agreed with his mother's words. For 1,000 years, he had always been the one deceiving others, yet when it came to Jensu, he had suffered multiple setbacks. Now, he could only blame himself for not doing enough, leading to his mother's failure to return to her peak strength. Hearing this, Jensu cast a glance at Black Zetsu, concealed within Kagaya's sleeve. The mastermind behind countless schemes in the shinobi world no longer held any significance to him. Redirecting his gaze back to Kagaya, Jensu wasted no more words and presented her with two choices. The outcome is set, and this planet is due for a new master. Kagaya, you now have only two options. Sealed. Or submit. Kagaya's eyes narrowed. There is a third option. Oh. I consume you. Kagaya's Byakugan widened abruptly. A crushing pressure surged toward Jensu like a tangible force. Jensu remained calm as ripples spread through the purple vortex of his Rinnegan. In an instant, a formless, blade-like shockwave slashed forward. Rinnegan's pressure versus Byakugan's pressure. Quickly, the space between them twisted and distorted with a sound akin to tearing reality apart. Ripples of spatial distortion spread outwards like waves, kicking up dust, scattering debris, and cracking the earth in their wake. At the epicenter, Jensu stood unmoved, while Kagaya's long hair was involuntarily swept back by the force. So, this is your final decision. Jensu's tone remained steady, delivering his last ultimatum. Kagaya was never one for excessive words, she let her actions speak. Before the sonic boom could even reach the ears, she had already crossed 100 meters in a ghostly instant, appearing before Jensu. Her pale, slender fingers clenched into a fist, compressing an unfathomable level of power. 80 gods' vacuum fists. In a flash, the air within a 100-meter radius was compressed to the point of emitting a piercing hiss. Then, another surge of energy erupted. Jensu responded in kind. His right hand clenched into a fist, chakra surging to the extreme, and without any hesitation, he swung. 80 gods' vacuum fists versus 80 gods' vacuum fists. Having ascended to the Kekii Somo level, Jensu had automatically awakened several abilities, just like Kagaya had upon consuming the chakra fruit. Abilities like 80 gods' vacuum fists and Yamatsu Hirasaka. However, techniques unique to the Rinne Sharingan, such as Ain no Manaka and Infinite Tsukuyomi, remained beyond his reach. Of course, Jensu possessed his own unique Kekii Somo abilities. It was this unwavering confidence in his power that allowed him to engage a seasoned Six Paths level opponent head-on. In the blink of an eye, two pale fists collided in midair. It was like two massive meteors crashing into each other. Before the deafening impact could even be heard, both fighters had already raised their other fists, unleashing another clash of 80 gods' vacuum fists. Boom. At last, a thunderous explosion erupted. A chain of eardrum-shattering airbursts followed. Below them, the earth collapsed instantly, forming an enormous crater, while further away, the ground cracked into countless spiderweb-like fissures that spread outward. Meanwhile, waves of sand rolled like an ocean tide, momentarily blotting out the sky. And this was only the beginning. For the next stretch of time, neither Jensu nor Kagaya relented, their hands transforming into blurs as they exchanged an unending flurry of blows. It was as if two true deities were locked in a contest of strength. With every strike, the force they unleashed was no less than Might Guy's 8 Gates release, Evening Elephant. One after another, visible shockwaves radiated in all directions. The desert, which was supposed to be a land of relentless storms, now seemed like a timid child, too afraid to make a sound. In mere moments, what was once an endless expanse of sand was stripped bare, revealing the hardened rock layers beneath, layers that had been buried for untold millennia. Then, even these ancient rock formations, witnesses to the world's long history, cracked and shattered under the overwhelming force of their battle. Such was the power of the Six Paths. The mere aftermath of their clash reshaped terrain older than the arrival of the Otsutsuki clan itself. Jensu had deliberately chosen this battlefield to minimize the world's destruction. Likewise, Kagaya, who still viewed the planet as her personal garden, refrained from changing the venue. As for using aim no Minaka to drag Jensu into her own dimension. Against someone who possessed Himatsu Hirasaka, that tactic was utterly pointless. After exchanging over 100 punches, both warriors locked eyes. They knew that at this rate, neither would emerge victorious anytime soon. And besides, an uninvited guest was on their way. Their final punch landed simultaneously before they wordlessly stepped back. At this moment, the raging wind still howled, carrying dust and debris in their wake. The battlefield resembled the aftermath of a nuclear explosion, marred by deep scars and destruction as far as the eye could see. Yet, amid this devastation, only two figures remained unscathed, Jensu and Kagaya. Even though Kagaya wasn't at her absolute peak, she had still consumed the divine tree's fruit, possessed true immortality, and housed the Ten-Tails within her. She was far from easy to defeat. Looking at the woman before him, who wasn't even breathing heavily, Jensu knew, to end this for good, he would need a sealing technique. However, upon reaching 6 paths level, he hadn't awakened any sealing abilities. The sealing techniques he had mastered in the past were effective against lesser opponents but inadequate against Kagaya. The ultimate sealing jutsu of the Sage of 6 Paths, Chibaka Tensei, was the most suitable. And conveniently, someone nearby possessed that technique. After shielding everyone from Kagaya's attack, Naruto hadn't forgotten his mission. Since he lacked Himatsu Hirasaka or any other spacetime jutsu, he could only fly toward the battlefield as fast as he could. By the time he arrived, Jensu and Kagaya had just finished their warm-up. For a moment, Naruto fell silent as he gazed down at the endless, battle-ravaged land, scorched, cracked, utterly devastated. At this moment, he truly understood the catastrophic consequences a battle between 6 paths level beings could bring upon the shinobi world. If these two fought over Konoha, the mere thought made Naruto's expression darken with unprecedented seriousness. This must be stopped. At that moment, Jensu smiled and gestured toward him. Young man, it's time to join forces and save the shinobi world. Chapter 337, Chapter 338. Most of the time, Naruto was reckless and clueless, but right now, the confusion on his face wasn't his fault, it was the person speaking that had the real problem. What do you mean by, let's join forces to save the shinobi world? Did they really think he didn't know who started this war? How many people had died? Who had cast infinite Tsukuyomi? His gaze immediately sharpened as he glared at Jensu. He wasn't some fool who could be convinced with just a few words. Jensu nodded approvingly and continued. Right now, the greatest enemy is Otsutsuki Kagaya. She intends to trap everyone on this planet in an illusion for eternity, just as she did 1,000 years ago, turning them into nothing more than sustenance for herself. Knowing this, I have already undone the infinite Tsukuyomi. So, Naruto, do you want to join forces with me to protect the shinobi world and stop Kagaya from continuing the infinite Tsukuyomi? Or will you side with her, helping her enslave the world? Naruto didn't even need to think, the obvious choice was to fight Kagaya together. Just as he was about to say so. Wait. Something felt off. Why did it come down to joining forces again? What about not joining forces? What was the other option? That didn't make sense either. Naruto thought for several seconds before finally realizing the problem. He pointed at Jensu and shouted. Hey! Why are you only giving me 2 choices? Jensu remained calm as he countered, can you defeat Kagaya alone? Naruto didn't want to admit it, but he really couldn't handle Kagaya by himself. So, does that mean he has no choice but to team up? Now that he thought about it, it didn't seem like a bad idea. At the very least, Jensu wasn't as extreme as Kagaya. After all this thinking, Naruto was finally about to agree. Naruto. A voice suddenly rang in his mind. Old man 6 paths. Naruto was surprised. At the same time, both Jensu and Kagaya turned their gazes toward him. To be precise, they were looking at the 6-path sage Chakra inside him. The old schemer finally shows himself, Jensu mused internally, his eyes narrowing slightly. Hagoromo. Kagaya murmured with a complicated expression. Hagoromo knew that using Chakra to communicate with Naruto wouldn't escape the notice of these 2 6-paths level beings. He didn't care. He simply spoke directly into Naruto's mind. Naruto, don't be blinded by what you see before you. The greatest enemy isn't my mother, it's Jensu. Naruto was dumbfounded. Jensu. But Kagaya is way more dangerous. He had seen firsthand what the world was like under Kagaya's rule 1,000 years ago. Compared to that, Jensu was practically a saint. At least he wasn't turning people into white Zetsu soldiers. Hagoromo's voice grew solemn. Dangerous or not is one thing, but whether she can be dealt with is another. With my help, Kagaya has been sealed once before, she can be sealed again. But Jensu is different. He took a deep look at Jensu, who remained as calm as ever. Hagoromo could sense it, Jensu's true strength was far greater than what he had shown so far. Even in his prime, Hagoromo wouldn't dare underestimate him. In her current state, Kagaya wasn't Jensu's match. Though she had immortality after eating the chakra fruit, allowing her to drag out the fight, if Naruto successfully sealed her with 6 paths, Chibaka Tensei, it would be over. And then, Naruto would be the only one left standing against Jensu. At that point, the planet would truly change ownership. His only options would be a desperate last stand, exile alongside Kagaya, or wandering the cosmos. None of those outcomes were acceptable for someone who had safeguarded this world for 1,000 years. Naruto, deal with Jensu first. My mother can be handled later. After explaining why Jensu was the greater threat, Hagoromo gave his final warning. Naruto scratched his head furiously, feeling a massive headache. His gut instinct was to stop Kagaya first, she was the most extreme threat. But the old man had a point too. If Jensu won in the end, Konoha and everyone else could be in serious trouble. Teaming up with Kagaya first seemed like the smartest choice. But Naruto vividly remembered her cold, ruthless attack earlier, when she had rained down countless bone needles, trying to slaughter thousands without hesitation. And now he was supposed to fight alongside her. Naruto clenched his fists. This is so annoying. This was right, that was right. This was wrong, that was wrong. Screw it. He'd just fight both of them. Since Naruto had never been a rational thinker, he simply clapped his hands together, summoned a massive army of shadow clones, and with a loud battle cry, charged toward both Jensu and Kagaya. Naruto. Hagoromo frowned. Things were spiraling out of his control. Jensu, however, wasn't surprised. After all, Naruto was the most unpredictable shinobi in history. Did Hagoromo really think he could treat him like a puppet on strings? How naive. Time to fight. Seeing Naruto's shadow clone army charging in, Jensu shifted his focus away from him. He flipped his palm upward, and a truth-seeking orb floated into his grasp, reshaping into a black staff. A small, glitch-like black portal appeared in front of him. The staff extended into the portal. And in the very next instant, a matching black portal suddenly appeared behind Kagaya's head. The staff shot out, thrusting straight toward her. Compared to Naruto, Jensu's priority was still Kagaya. But Kagaya reacted swiftly, tilting her head just in time to evade the strike. At the same moment, her hand sprouted a bone spike, all killing ash bones. With the help of Yamatsu Hirasaka, she retaliated, her strike appearing behind Jensu's head. But he had anticipated this, a truth-seeking orb blocked the attack before it could land. At that moment, Naruto's shadow clone army finally reached them. Kagaya's hands extended, sprouting more all-killing ash bones, impaling one clone after another, turning them into dust. From within her sleeve, Black Zetsu spoke urgently. Mother, focus on the real Naruto. He is the only one who can seal you. Kagaya nodded. Mother, the one with the truth-seeking orbs behind him is most likely the real one. Black Zetsu continued. Kagaya nodded again, her Byakugan scanning the crowd. And quickly spotting the one Naruto with truth-seeking orbs. She moved in an instant, slicing through the clone army like a blade through water. In a flash of white smoke, she reached her true target. Her all-killing Ashbone lunged forward. Not far away, Jensu clapped his hands together. Chapter 338, Chapter 339. Not sure if Naruto would mess things up, Jensu clapped his hands together. Yamando, silver lightning. In an instant, blinding, silver lightning surged around Jensu, crackling with terrifying energy. All of Naruto's shadow clones that had rushed and vanished into white smoke simultaneously. The silver lightning condensed into a massive silver lightning dragon, and with speed far beyond that of normal lightning, it struck Kagaya before she could act. Bzzzt. A dazzling silver explosion erupted around Kagaya. Then, with a sharp whoosh, her body, now wrapped in crackling silver lightning, was sent hurtling across the battlefield. Her robes and parts of her skin were scorched black from the attack. Yamando. One of Jensu's unique Keki Isomo abilities. As someone who had mastered all 7 chakra natures to their absolute peak, Jensu had reached an unimaginable level of understanding upon ascending to the Keki Isomo stage. He could alter the structure of chakra itself, optimizing it further. The effect of Yamando was to enhance chakra-based techniques beyond their natural state. For example, lightning release, which was normally blue, evolved into the faster, more powerful silver lightning. Fire release, which was typically red, became golden flames with even greater heat and durability. And Yamando wasn't just limited to regular ninjutsu, it also applied to 6 paths techniques. This meant that any 6 paths level jutsu used by Jensu was inherently stronger than those of any other 6 paths being. Furthermore, most Rinnegan-based absorption techniques were completely ineffective against Yamando techniques. Kagaya taking a direct hit and immediately suffering serious damage was clear proof. Compared to her previous goddess-like, flawless appearance, Kagaya now looked much more battered as she stabilized herself in midair. Her long, blue-white hair still crackled with residual silver sparks, one of her sleeves was heavily charred and torn, revealing a once perfect arm, now burnt black as coal. And then, there was Black Zetsu, or rather, what was left of him. Mother. Black Zetsu's voice was weak. If Kagaya hadn't shielded him at the last moment, he might not have even survived. It was clear that Jensu had targeted him deliberately. Rest for now. Despite his creation being rushed, Kagaya was still satisfied with her ever-loyal third son. To ensure Black Zetsu's safety, she reabsorbed him into her body, allowing him to enter a dormant state to recover. Then, she spread her arms wide. Her body pulsed, expanding and contracting slightly. And in the next moment, her scorched hair, burned robes, and damaged arm were all restored instantly. This was why Six Paths level beings were so hard to kill. And after eating the chakra fruit, Kagaya had gained true immortality. If I can't kill you, I'll just have to weaken you to the extreme. Jensu's eyes sharpened as gusts of azure wind took the form of majestic falcons, their razor-sharp wings slicing through the air as they shot toward Kagaya. Kagaya's expression turned cold. Her long hair extended wildly, forming a protective shield around her while simultaneously launching countless bone needles at Jensu, targeting the weak points of his Six Paths techniques as well as his chakra points. Another Six Paths level clash erupted. Even though both Jensu and Kagaya were focused on each other, Naruto was caught in the crossfire. Before he could even react, many of his shadow clones were wiped out in the collateral damage. These two really don't care about anything else, huh? Naruto thought back to his earlier strategy of using his truth-seeking orbs as bait to lure Kagaya in, only for Jensu to steal the moment with his own attack. And now, with Yamatsu Hirasaka portals opening everywhere, both of them were clashing at such high speeds that even Naruto's eyes struggled to keep up. Naruto clenched his fists. Being ignored like this really pissed him off. It was time to prove himself. You arrogant bastards. I'll show you my ultimate technique. I've secretly trained for this way longer than I did for the Raiznon. Muttering to himself, Naruto quickly formed the shadow clone hand seal. Poof. 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 A massive army of 2,000 shadow clones appeared. Under Naruto's command, the clones split into two groups. Unlike before, Naruto didn't charge in blindly. Instead, he waited patiently, observing the two combatants as they fought. Finally, the moment they separated to catch their breath. Now. With a dramatic sweep of his arm, Naruto's army charged. 1,000 clones toward Jensu. 1,000 clones toward Kagaya. Naruto made so much noise that both of them instinctively turned to look. And in that instant, every single clone formed a hand seal. Sexy Jutsu, harem technique. Sexy Jutsu, reverse harem technique. Poof. 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 As the white smoke cleared, Kagaya and Jensu found themselves surrounded by thousands of impossibly beautiful women and men. Jensu's side featured countless gorgeous kunoichi, including some of the most famous beauties in shinobi history. Kagaya's side, however, was filled with handsome men, including Sasuke, Neji, Shikamaru, Yamato, and even a version of Jensu himself. Kagaya was utterly stunned. Her usually icy, unreadable expression completely froze. Even someone as cold and detached as Kagaya had never witnessed such a scene in over 1,000 years. And as for Jensu, even though he had seen plenty of things in his life, the sudden barrage of provocative, half-concealed figures caught him completely off guard. Just as I thought. Naruto grinned victoriously. Sexy Jutsu is more effective against stronger opponents. No need to team up, I got this. Whoosh. Whoosh. At the exact moment Kagaya and Jensu froze, two golden streaks shot forward. A Naruto clone wielding a truth-seeking rod lunged at Jensu's head. At the same time, all the remaining truth-seeking orbs converged toward Jensu's body. Meanwhile, the real Naruto had already reached Kagaya, extending his right hand. His palm, marked with the Six Paths Sun and Moon seals, aimed directly at Kagaya. About to seal her completely. I did it. With his targets right in front of him, Naruto's eyes lit up with triumph. Suddenly, the truth-seeking rod missed. The truth-seeking orbs also struck nothing but air. Jensu's body had vanished. Spacetime ninjutsu. Genjutsu. No, it's neither. Naruto's expression twisted in disbelief. Sensing something behind him, he turned his head. Only to see a familiar chakra signature. Jensu's figure was now reappearing. Right behind him. Chapter 339, Chapter 340. Chakra Incarnation. One of Jensu's unique Kekki Somo abilities. Having achieved an unparalleled understanding of chakra, Jensu had developed the ability to temporarily transform into pure chakra, allowing him to evade any binding techniques, except for ultimate sealing jutsu. Originally, this ability had seemed insignificant to him, especially since he possessed an even stronger ocular power among his Rinnegan techniques. But now, it had proven invaluable. Caught off guard by the harem technique, unable to react in time, Jensu had activated chakra incarnation, his body momentarily dispersing into pure chakra energy. In an instant, he phased through the incoming truth-seeking orbs, reappearing directly behind Naruto. Naruto's eyes filled with frustration. Just as he was hoping his real body on the other side would succeed, Kagaya vanished right before his eyes as well. Not just that. When Naruto looked around again, he suddenly realized. He was now in an icy, snow-covered world. Aim no Minaka. At the very last moment, just before her defeat, Kagaya had used her Rinne Sharingan's exclusive technique to shift the battlefield. In that instant, not only herself, but also 2,000 of Naruto's clones and Jensu had been transported into the frozen dimension of Aim no Minaka. Naruto quickly realized. Neither he nor his clones could move. From his position, he could see. He, Kagaya, and his clones were all completely frozen inside massive ice formations. Except for Jensu. That guy had used the same strange technique as before, phasing out of the ice effortlessly. Naruto struggled, looking at Kagaya, who was mere inches away. He pushed with all his strength, trying to break free and press his hand, brimming with ultimate sealing jutsu, onto her. But then, Kagaya suddenly moved. Ignoring the ice as if it didn't exist, she passed directly through him, defying the laws of physics, and reached for his back. So this is your real body. Damn it. Naruto strained his entire body, and cracks began forming in the ice. He was close. But, he wouldn't make it in time. Just as despair set in, a black portal from Yamatsu Hirasaka opened before him. A hand extended out, piercing through the ice, and yanked Naruto inside. Kagaya's hand missed its target. She looked up. Jensu, holding Naruto by the arm, smiled at her. I can't let you have him. Kagaya remained silent, her body drifting out of the ice at high speed. Crack. Crack. The massive ice formation shattered into countless shards, cascading through the air. All of Naruto's harem and reverse harem clones vanished in white smoke. Damn it. Naruto broke free from Jensu's grip, clearly frustrated that his ultimate technique had been used only once before disappearing forever. Jensu glanced at Naruto's right hand, unfazed. He had considered severing Naruto's hand, thinking he could claim the six paths, Chibaku Tensei sealing jutsu for himself. However, after analyzing it with his Rinnegan, he found it pointless. Just like a transcription seal, Hagoromo had transferred the six paths, Chibaku Tensei onto Naruto, and it required specific conditions to activate. Even if Jensu forcefully took it, he wouldn't be able to use it. Worse yet, if he severed Naruto's hand, the sun and moon seals would simply reappear somewhere else on Naruto's body. But there might be another way. As Jensu pondered. Crack. 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 Kagaya raised a sleeve, massive ice spears emerged from all directions, densely packed as they rushed toward both Naruto and Jensu. Seeing this, Naruto jumped and dodged, weaving through the spikes with quick movements. Meanwhile, Jensu stood completely still. As each gigantic ice spear approached, he merely placed his hands on them first. Yamando. In an instant, the incoming blue ice spears began to glow brilliant purple. They froze mid-air, their color rapidly shifting to an intense purple hue. And that was just the beginning. Within moments, the entire icy battlefield, spanning nearly 100 meters around him, turned into a sea of purple ice, and the transformation continued spreading outward at terrifying speed. Kagaya's pupils shrank. She understood the implications immediately. Jensu locked eyes with her. Under Yamando, the already formidable ice spears had been enhanced even further, now under his direct control. The massive, violet-tinted ice projectiles turned and shot straight toward Kagaya. She attempted to phase through them using chakra incarnation. But to her shock, it didn't work. She had no choice but to use her hair to swat away the incoming ice spears. Then, she noticed something even worse. The ground beneath her was already being consumed by the purple hue. At this rate, the entire frozen dimension would soon be completely overtaken. Kagaya no longer hesitated, her Rinne Sharingan gleamed. Instantly, the frozen dimension disappeared. Replaced by a desert dimension. It bore resemblance to the Wind Country's vast sands, but here, the sand was denser, heavier, and more massive. Just as Naruto breathed a sigh of relief from narrowly avoiding being skewered by ice spears, Kagaya thrust both hands forward. Giant Sand Devourer. A colossal sand. Dragon, towering higher than the clouds, roared forward, sending a storm of bullet-like sand surging toward both Jensu and Naruto. Jensu's truth-seeking orbs moved, forming a massive protective barrier in front of him. Naruto, not to be outdone, mimicked him. Both were engulfed in an endless sandstorm. Even as the golden sands enveloped them, Jensu remained calm, his mind focused elsewhere. He was still contemplating how to force Naruto to fully unleash the six paths, Chibaka Tensei. Given Hagoromo's personality, if he truly saw Jensu as the greatest threat, he wouldn't just sit by and let Naruto seal Kagaya first. There had to be another contingency plan. But what was it? After all. Whoa. That was close. Naruto's sudden exclamation snapped Jensu out of his thoughts. He turned his head. Naruto had barely dodged a sneak attack from Kagaya, who had teleported behind him using Yamato Hirasaka. But of course, Naruto was still the protagonist of this world. Even when caught off guard, he had managed to evade in the nick of time. While Naruto's unpredictability was unrivaled, there were moments when he didn't need any help at all. Jensu withdrew his gaze, using Yamato Hirasaka to disrupt Kagaya before resuming his thoughts. Even if Kagaya and Naruto teamed up, they couldn't truly threaten him. Hagoromo knew this. So, what else are you hiding? A smirk tugged at Jensu's lips. He wasn't in a rush. He knew. A being like Hagoromo, who had remained in chakra form for 1,000 years, would eventually have to act. And when he did, that would be the perfect moment to take them all down in one fell swoop. Chapter 340, Chapter 341. The Sage of Six Paths indeed had another move prepared. After Naruto broke free from his control, he realized that if things continued as they were, the ultimate victor was likely to be Jensu. He could no longer remain a mere observer, sitting idly like a millennium-old schemer. While Jensu and Naruto were still in the heavenly imperial world, the Sage of Six Paths appeared in the world once more. But not on Earth. He had arrived on the moon. Hamura. Descending onto the moon in his chakra form, the Sage of Six Paths gazed at the dense cluster of buildings before him. He knew this was where Hamura's descendants once lived. But like Hamura himself, the people who once inhabited this place no longer existed. Upon awakening, the Sage of Six Paths had already become aware of everything that had transpired in the shinobi world, including what had happened on the moon. Hamura's destiny. The Sage of Six Paths shook his head. Rather, it is humanity's destiny. Internal conflict, never-ending. With a sigh, he vanished. When he reappeared, he was inside a temple floating on an island in the sky. At the highest platform in the temple stood a massive golden tensigen, formed from countless Byakugan fused together. In front of this colossal tensigen stood the last remaining descendant of Hamura, Tonari. Who's there? The Sage of Six Paths did not conceal his presence. The moment he arrived, Tonari, who was observing Earth through the tensigen, sensed him. Born without eyes, Tonari kept his eyelids shut but swiftly turned around. At the same time, numerous intricately designed puppets of the clan surged in from all directions, opening their eyes and surrounding the Sage of Six Paths. After 1,000 years, I didn't expect Hamura to have such an exceptional descendant. The Sage of Six Paths gazed at Tonari and spoke calmly. The Sage of Six Paths. Though Tonari lacked natural sight, he could still perceive reality through external means. One look was enough for him to recognize the identity of the men before him. After all, his branch family had been dedicated to erasing the failed world created by the Sage of Six Paths. Naturally, he was well versed in his enemy. At this moment, Tonari was utterly shocked. He had never imagined that the Sage of Six Paths, who lived in the same era as his ancestor Hamura, was still alive, and had now appeared before him. Could it be that he had come to stop him from destroying the shinobi world in the future? Tonari's expression turned vigilant. Under his control, the colossal tensigen behind him suddenly pulsed with a powerful wave of energy. The Sage of Six Paths glanced at the tensigen behind Tonari and sighed. Still trapped in the Twisted Prophecy. Twisted Prophecy. Hearing this, Tonari finally curled his lips in a mocking smile. You, the so-called Sage of Six Paths, still refuse to acknowledge your mistakes. For 1,000 years, the world you created has been plagued by endless war. Shinobi slaughter each other, using chakra and the tailed beasts as mere weapons. And now, even the Ten-Tails has been unleashed. My ancestor Hamura, and the moon shinobi who have watched over the progenitor of chakra for centuries, have seen it return. Tonari's expression was icy. Through the tensigen, he could see everything happening on Earth. If it weren't for the fact that the tensigen lacked the power to eliminate Kagaya, Jensu, and Naruto, three beings whose strength far exceeded expectations, he would have already purified the planet. My ancestor Hamura questioned the world you created long ago. If my brother's shinobi path strays from the right course, then destroy that world. That was the destiny he left behind. And now, there is overwhelming evidence that the world you created has failed. There is no distortion. Destiny is destiny. Even though he knew how powerful the Sage of Six Paths was, Tonari, who had lived his entire life believing in this destiny, did not waver. The state of the shinobi world today is indeed partly my fault, the Sage of Six Paths admitted. However, destroying the entire world and starting over is far too extreme. Hamura would not have given such an order. After speaking, he observed Tonari's unchanging expression. Forget it. It's better for you to see the truth for yourself. With a sweep of his sleeve. In the blink of an eye, Tonari found himself no longer inside the temple. Instead, he stood in the midst of a vast graveyard. Before he could react, countless spectral figures appeared in the cemetery. The branch family misunderstood our ancestor Hamura's prophecy. One by one, the spirits of the moon's shinobi from the main family materialized before Tonari. But they weren't alone. Brother. An elderly spirit emerged, it was Hamura himself, gazing at the Sage of Six Paths. Hamura. The Sage of Six Paths looked at his younger brother. Unlike himself, who continued to exist in the world in a chakra form, Hamura had chosen to face true death as a normal person. Ancestor Hamura, and these people. Tonari was utterly stunned. Over the next moments, he learned the true meaning of Hamura's prophecy. The Sage of Six Paths watched as Tonari's expression shifted from bewilderment to regret and self-reproach. He shook his head. Just as he had said before, human conflict never ends. Not just on Earth, but even here, on the moon. Just as the Hyuga clan on Earth was divided into a main family and a branch family, the shinobi of the moon had also split into factions. At first, some may have genuinely misunderstood Hamura's prophecy. But what allowed the distorted prophecy to grow and spread was ultimately human ambition. For centuries, the shinobi of the moon had severed ties with Earth. Initially, they may have still cared about the planet. But after 1,000 years and countless generations, their connection faded. The further removed they became, the less they cared about Earth's fate. In truth, the branch family simply used Earth and the prophecy as an excuse to achieve their true goal. To overthrow the main family's rule that had lasted for millennia. And they succeeded. Afterward, they did not immediately move to cleanse the shinobi world. Instead, the belief in the so-called destiny was passed down through generations. Now, Tonari had inherited that false prophecy, believing it with absolute certainty. Fortunately, his mindset had now been changed. For the true prophecy of Hamura, for the true peace of the shinobi world, Tonari, I need your power. Tonari nodded. I am willing to atone for my mistakes. Good. This time, there would be no unexpected interference like with Naruto. A resolute gleam flashed in the Sage of Six Paths' eyes. In the next instant, he poured all of his remaining chakra into Tonari. A powerful aura burst forth from Tonari's body. When he opened his eyes again, under the power of the Sage of Six Paths, a pair of new Byakugan had emerged, and within moments, they evolved into the blue Tensigan. Tensigan chakra mode, activated. Bathed in a green chakra aura, now standing at the level of the Six Paths, Tonari followed the Sage of Six Paths' instructions and descended toward Earth. A new being of Six Paths level was about to arrive. The Sage of Six Paths had fully entered the game. Chapter 341, Chapter 342. In the vast desert of the Land of Wind. A massive black portal suddenly materialized in the air. With a single kick, Jensu sent Naruto flying out of the portal, before stepping out himself, landing back onto the once war-torn, now eerily calm desert. Being in Kagaya's heavenly imperial space was still risky for Naruto. Additionally, Jensu was wary of any hidden moves left behind by the Sage of Six Paths. So, he seized the opportunity and used Yomi Hirasaka to send Naruto back into the real world. Just as the two landed, another black portal opened, and Kagaya floated out. At that moment, the sky began to glow golden. Unbeknownst to them, the perilous night was nearing its end. Bathed in the golden light, Jensu was about to speak when. Suddenly, he looked up and smiled. They're finally here. As soon as his words fell, a deafening sonic boom erupted from above. Like a falling meteor, a green fireball descended from the sky, tearing through the atmosphere at breakneck speed, heading straight toward their battlefield. When the disturbance settled and the figure halted, what appeared to be burning green flames was, in fact, a tangible manifestation of an immense chakra, enveloping a young man clad in white robes. His pale skin and long blue-white hair, along with the Magatama markings on his collar, made him stand out. Who are you? Naruto was the first to speak, eyeing Tonari with clear displeasure. For some reason, just looking at this guy irritated him. Naruto. Having observed the shinobi world's battle from the moon for quite some time, Tonari was no stranger to Naruto, especially given that both of them carried the power of the Sage of Six Paths. Together, they embodied the full extent of the Sage's chakra. In a sense, it signified the complete return of the Sage of Six Paths. Tonari looked at Naruto. Previously, he hadn't paid much attention to the shinobi world, nor was he aware of Naruto's relationship with Hinata, whom he had once considered his future wife. So, he introduced himself with polite formality. I am Tonari. At the Sage of Six Paths' request, I have come to aid in battle. Tonari. Naruto instinctively turned to look at Kagaya, assuming at first that she had summoned this newcomer. But upon hearing Sage of Six Paths, he, though still not fully aligned with the old man's ideology, felt that any reinforcements were a good thing. With his usual enthusiasm, Naruto clapped his hands together and grinned. Tonari. Then let's team up and take down Kagaya and Jensu together. While Naruto was making his proposal, Kagaya also turned her attention to Tonari. The moment she saw his blue eyes, a flicker of surprise crossed her expression. A descendant of Hamura. She hadn't expected that, after 1,000 years, Hamura's bloodline would remain so pure, so much so that he could awaken the Tenseigan, a rarity among their clan. Meanwhile, Jensu's gaze was fixed on Tonari's chakra, the same kind that Naruto possessed, imbued with the power of the Sage of Six Paths. But he wasn't particularly surprised. So, this is the Sage's final move. At this level of combat, how many individuals in the entire shinobi world could even participate? By simple deduction, it was obvious that the biggest possibility was someone from the moon, a person who, upon obtaining the Byakugan, could evolve it into the Tenseigan and instantly ascend to Six Paths level. However, for Tonari to evolve from a blind state to the Tenseigan in such a short period, the sage must have exerted significant effort. Now, it seemed clear, the sage had placed all his remaining strength into this. Jensu's Rinnegan swept between Naruto and Tonari, observing them. The Sage of Six Paths, who now only existed in chakra form, was no longer as powerful as he once was. For him to imbue two individuals with Six Paths level power was already his absolute limit. If he were any stronger, he wouldn't have needed to rely on others in the first place. The meal is served. Now, all that's missing is the final utensil. Jensu's gaze locked onto the sun and moon seals on Naruto's palms. He already had a plan. At that moment, Tonari, instead of accepting Naruto's invitation, shook his head and turned his gaze toward Jensu with a serious expression. The primary objective is to eliminate Jensu. This is the sage's command. Neither he nor Naruto fully understood why their first target wasn't Kagaya, the so-called progenitor of chakra and the most dangerous figure in history. But since the sage had explicitly stated this, it was evident that, in his eyes, Jensu was now even more formidable than Kagaya. Tonari didn't know much about Jensu. He had never imagined that the shinobi world would produce such a being, someone who could not only rival but surpass the progenitor of chakra, the very entity that had been feared for 1,000 years by the moon's shinobi. But reality was what it was. And Tonari chose to trust the sage's judgment. Naruto, however, looked somewhat reluctant. As for Kagaya, hearing this declaration, or rather, hearing Jensu being deemed a higher priority target than herself, left her in an unpleasant mood. As the progenitor of chakra on this planet, it was the first time she had ever experienced being underestimated. Before anyone could say more, Jensu, now the center of attention, casually shook his sleeve and calmly said, "Are you all done talking? If so, then let's begin." Omnidirectional art, storm release, dragon fang. Dozens of black energy beams shot out from Jensu's palm, forming long, slender black dragons that streaked toward Kagaya, Tonari, and Naruto. Understanding full well how absurdly powerful Jensu's Six Paths techniques were, the three of them immediately launched their respective defensive measures. The battle erupted once more. The thunderous roars of impact, hundreds of times louder than war drums, shook the land as the ground trembled under the sheer force of their clash. Dust surged into the air, the sky darkened, and the battlefield was engulfed in chaos. Amidst it all, Jensu, now facing three opponents alone, took a step forward. His black hair whipped wildly as his immense, domineering aura exploded forth. Before his three opponents could close in, Jensu moved first. With speed so extreme that he seemed to split into three afterimages, he appeared before each of them, unleashing three punches that could shake the heavens. Boom. 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 Kagaya, Tonari, and Naruto retaliated with their own punches, but the moment their fists collided, they felt an unprecedented force surging toward them. Their expressions changed. The sound of bones cracking echoed as all three were violently sent flying backward. Visible shockwaves rippled through the air as they were hurled away. Having sent all three reeling with a single blow, Jensu took his second step forward. Yomi Hirasaka, activated. In an instant, Jensu appeared beside Tonari. Without any unnecessary movements, without any dazzling effects, he threw another punch. Tonari's face paled. Fully aware of the sheer destructive power behind that punch, he spread his hands wide, releasing beam after beam of green energy spheres, each capable of piercing Six Paths level bodies and even draining chakra, toward Jensu. Chapter 342, Chapter 343. Omnidirectional Art, Vajra. A 6 paths level variation of steel release instantly coated Jensu's entire body. Under the morning sunlight, both his skin and white robes shimmered like diamonds. Ignoring the barrage of green energy spheres flying toward him, his fist continued its course toward Tonori's head. Sizzle. The moment the green spheres struck him, faint sizzling sounds were heard before they vanished into nothingness. At the same time, just as Jensu's fist was about to shatter Tonori's skull, a black portal suddenly opened above him. A single all-killing ash bone descended from above, aiming straight for his forehead. Jensu raised an eyebrow. His Vajra technique could ignore Tonori's green energy spheres, but it couldn't disregard all-killing ash bones, Kagaya's near-instant death technique. Even a 6 paths level body would be completely erased, reduced to nothing but ashes upon contact. By comparison, truth-seeking orbs, which once dominated all below the 6 paths realm, were far less effective at this level. Even Naruto could kick them away, let alone a true 6 paths tier opponent. Jensu wasn't foolish enough to test all-killing ash bones head-on. He flickered, swiftly evading the attack. At the same time, Tonori widened the distance between them. Spreading his palms, multiple truth-seeking orbs emerged, spinning rapidly. Their surfaces were instantly coated in green chakra, forming a bright green ring of energy. Silver will reincarnation explosion. With a sharp command, Tonori pressed his hand forward. Boom. A massive tornado, far surpassing any 6 paths wind release in sheer force, roared toward Jensu with destructive momentum. Don't forget about me. Having just been sent flying by Jensu, Naruto saw an opportunity. Without hesitation, he raised his right hand. A truth-seeking Rasen Shuriken, infused with the Sage of 6 Paths chakra, rapidly formed in his palm. With a powerful throw, the spiraling blade of destruction shot toward Jensu. Its trajectory aligning perfectly with Tonori's silver will reincarnation explosion, creating a deadly pincer attack. Seeing this, Kagaya also acted swiftly. Opening another Yomi Hirasaka near Jensu, she released a Byakugan pressure wave, distorting the space around him and limiting his ability to evade. In mere seconds, the combined attack of 3 6 paths tier combatants descended upon Jensu simultaneously. At that moment, Jensu's vision was nearly engulfed by the brilliance of their attacks. He knew that Vajra alone couldn't withstand this coordinated strike. Techniques like Sealing Absorption Seal were effective against normal jutsu, but they were far less reliable against abilities that exceeded conventional 6 paths standards. Yet despite the overwhelming assault, his expression remained calm. Now we're getting somewhere. His tone was devoid of emotion. Time to follow the script. Jensu's Rinnegan glowed. His left hand reached into the void, and suddenly, a sacred shurta appeared in his grasp. This divine wooden wand, wrapped in white and gold zigzag paper strips, materialized from nothingness. Amaterasu's divine decree. One of the unique ocular abilities of Jensu's Rinnegan. Using the shurta as a medium, he could issue divine commands and rewrite reality itself. Just like now. I decree, forbidden techniques are nullified here. In an instant, Tonori's silver will reincarnation explosion, Naruto's truth-seeking Rasen Shuriken, Kagaya's Yomi Hirasaka and Byakugan pressure wave. Even Jensu's own Vajra technique. All vanished as if melting away like snow. The battlefield suddenly fell into complete silence. By now, the morning sun had completely chased away the remnants of night. Golden sunlight bathed the 4 figures standing in midair, giving them an almost divine appearance. In truth, they were already indistinguishable from deities. The mere aftershocks of their battle had evaporated the surrounding desert for miles. And that was with them intentionally limiting the scope of their destruction. Under different circumstances, Naruto, who had never been considered particularly striking in appearance, might have been thrilled at looking like a divine figure. He would have probably struck a victory pose and taken a picture. But now, watching their ultimate attacks vanish into nothingness before their eyes, Naruto was anything but pleased. More than that. When he turned to check behind him, he realized that even his remaining 5 truth-seeking orbs had disappeared. Aya. What the hell? That was the perfect chance. Naruto ruffled his hair in frustration. Not just our techniques, his own technique got nullified too. Tonori first examined his now vanished truth-seeking orbs before shifting his gaze toward Jensu. His opponent's own orbs had also disappeared. Was this ability impartial to all? Rinnegan. Among them, Kagaya had the deepest knowledge of the clan's bloodline abilities. Her eyes narrowed as she examined the shurta floating in the air, its golden paper edges slowly burning away. Then, she looked directly at Jensu's Rinnegan, frowning. This kind of Rinnegan ability. There is no record of it in our clan's history. Amaterasu's divine decree. A unique power possessed solely by Jensu. A technique that could alter the fundamental rules of reality within a designated space for a set period. This rule applied equally to enemies and to himself. Moreover, the designated area of effect could be confined to a battlefield. or expanded to encompass the entire planet. However, the longer the area remained under this altered reality, the faster the lifespan of the ocular ability diminished. Jensu glanced at the slowly burning shurta. Once the golden paper strips burned away completely, Amaterasu's divine decree would end. Until then, no techniques could be used. Which meant the battle would return to pure, physical combat. Jensu rolled his shoulders. And then, boom. With an explosive burst, he vanished. Using sheer taijutsu alone, Jensu unleashed a force surpassing even 8 gates might Guy. Kagaya, instead of retreating, charged forward to meet him head-on. Tonari, along with Naruto, who had been briefed by Kagaya about the situation and had learned that Amaterasu's divine decree only lasted for 15 minutes, also advanced. Notably, the 15-minute time limit wasn't something Tonari discovered himself. It was information provided by the Sage of Six Paths. The Sage's Rinnegan could see through the shinobi world. This was an inherent ability of his eyes, unaffected by Amaterasu's divine decree. The moment Jensu summoned the shurta, the Sage immediately analyzed its properties and informed Tonari. Had the Sage been at full strength, he wouldn't have even needed to wait for Jensu to activate his ability. His Rinnegan would have deciphered Jensu's techniques beforehand. But now, weakened and facing Jensu, who was at his peak, even with additional time, there was no guarantee he could succeed. Tonari, continue holding off Jensu with Naruto and my mother. I need more time. The Sage of Six Paths had an unsettling feeling. Jensu was hiding something. For absolute certainty, he needed to uncover Jensu's trump card. And for a Six Paths tier being, what could be more defining than their ocular abilities? Chapter 343, Chapter 344. Might Guy had once demonstrated through pure taijutsu what it meant to stand shoulder to shoulder with gods, despite being a mere mortal. But now, as those perceived as gods themselves engaged in pure hand-to-hand combat, they revealed an undeniable truth. To stand shoulder to shoulder was only to stand. A god would always remain a god. Boom. The cloudless sky was torn apart by deafening explosions, more thunderous than lightning itself. Accompanying the chaos were constant distortions of space. Under the influence of Amaterasu's divine decree, all techniques were forbidden. Thus, Jensu, Kagaya, Tonari, and Naruto had all resorted to raw physical combat. In this regard, Jensu, a warrior forged through the wars of the Warring States era, had long perfected every aspect of taijutsu. Meanwhile, Kagaya, who had remained in slumber for millennia, Tonari, who had been a recluse on the moon, and Naruto, who had always relied on overwhelming numbers rather than raw technique. They were all too inexperienced in comparison. At first, Kagaya had attempted to overwhelm Jensu with her immortal body and Byakugan-enhanced strikes. But after several exchanges, she was sent plummeting to the ground with a single punch, leaving a massive crater in her wake. Jensu didn't bother pursuing her. Instead, he effortlessly dodged Naruto's wild punch. Then sent him flying with a single kick. With his options set, he focused solely on Tonari. Among the 3 opponents, Kagaya couldn't be killed. Naruto still had his uses. That left only Tonari as the prime target. Additionally, Jensu had sensed something unusual from him. It was as if another pair of eyes was secretly probing into his deepest secrets. The Sage of Six Paths. A sharp glint flashed in Jensu's Rinnegan, its ripple surging violently. If techniques were forbidden, the only way the sage could be observing him was through his own Rinnegan's abilities. Jensu had no means to counteract this entirely. But as a fellow wielder of ocular power, he understood its nature. Even if he couldn't block it outright, he could at least disrupt it, buying himself time. More importantly, to prevent the sage from uncovering his plans, he needed to increase the pressure, forcing him to divide his attention. Jensu's gaze locked onto Tonari. And in the next moment, the battle intensified. Faced with Jensu's unwavering, merciless stare, Tonari felt an ever-mounting pressure. Lacking real battle experience, he struggled against Jensu's direct, brutal, and unpredictably efficient taijutsu. Rip. Within moments, Jensu seized Tonari's left arm, tearing it off effortlessly. Blood sprayed across the battlefield. Tonari groaned, staggering backward. But as he retreated, a brand new arm regenerated from the severed stump, growing back in segmented layers. Tonari. Naruto, burning with rage, rushed in, placing himself between Jensu and his ally. He wouldn't have cared if Kagaya suffered such wounds. But Tonari was one of their own. Naruto wasn't going to stand by and do nothing. It's been this long, and your taijutsu still hasn't improved, Naruto. Jensu's voice was calm as ever. Casually, he swatted aside Naruto's incoming punch with a single palm, then reached forward with his other hand. Naruto instinctively raised his opposite arm in defense. But Jensu clamped down on it, yanking Naruto forward. And drove his knee straight into his stomach. Bam. Naruto's abdomen caved in slightly from the impact, his mouth opened involuntarily. Before he could even scream in pain, Jensu had already flung him away. And then he once again charged at Tonari. Despite his newly regenerated arm, Tonari felt the weight of an immense pressure pressing down on him. Beads of sweat dripped continuously from his forehead. Sage. I don't think I can hold on much longer. Having just been sent flying again, Tonari gasped for breath. Jensu was already stronger than him. And now the battle had shifted into Jensu's specialty, pure taijutsu combat. Naruto's aid was limited, and Kagaya. She had no interest in helping him. Only in attacking when she deemed the time was right. If they continued stalling per the sage's instructions, Tonari's life would be the price. The sage of Six Paths sighed. Not only was Tonari struggling, his own attempts at analysis were failing. Jensu must have sensed something. His Rinnegan's interference was making it incredibly difficult to see through Jensu's ocular techniques. In all this time, the sage had only been able to discern the basic abilities of Jensu's Rinnegan. Shinra Tensei, Bansho Tenin, Sealing Absorption Seal, Pressure Release, Amaterasu's Divine Decree. Beyond that, his vision was blocked. Breaking through this interference would take time. But Tonari, he wouldn't last until the Divine Decree's 15-minute limit. Let's hope the worst-case scenario doesn't unfold. Withdrawing his gaze from Jensu, the sage cast one final look toward the desert below. This place. Something clicked in his mind. But without another word, he made a decision. The portion of chakra he had reserved for analysis, he gave it all to Tonari. Instantly, Tonari's power surged. I can keep up now. His eyes locked onto Jensu, his movements now fully synchronized with his thoughts. Before, his vision had been faster than his body. Now, his body finally matched his reaction speed. Though he still couldn't overpower Jensu. At least now, he could hold out. Jensu took notice. The sage's chakra, huh? Coincidentally, the unsettling sensation of being watched had just disappeared. Jensu understood immediately. The sage had ceased his analysis. Instead, he had devoted his remaining chakra to keeping Tonari alive. Faced with this newly powered-up opponent, Jensu felt no sense of urgency. The true purpose of his plan had already been fulfilled. The high-altitude battle among the Six Paths level beings raged on. Compared to the starting point, through countless attacks and counterattacks, the four fighters had traveled over hundreds of kilometers, moving to yet another desert battlefield. Yet they were still within the range of Amaterasu's divine decree. But with time running out, the golden shirta that anchored the technique was nearly burnt away. 1 minute and 30 seconds remaining. 10 seconds. As the final moment approached, under Jensu's relentless offensive, Kagaya, Tonari, and Naruto were repeatedly wounded. But even Naruto understood. If they held on just a bit longer, everything would change. Despite the pain, they remained composed, avoiding any critical mistakes. Finally, the last second ticked away. The golden paper strips burned to nothing. The shirta dissolved into the void. And with the restrictions gone, Naruto, Tonari, and Kagaya's eyes flashed. The real fight was about to begin. Chapter 344, Chapter 345. The time limit for Amatsuka's life force had run out. The moment the Grand Yui staff vanished due to the absence of the golden paper, the influence of the forbidden technique was completely nullified. Seeing this, Kagaya and the other two finally breathed a sigh of relief. Finally, we can have a proper fight. Looking at the 5 truth-seeking orbs that had reformed behind him, still unused, Naruto clapped his hands together excitedly. Naruto. Suddenly, the voice of the Sage of Six Paths rang in his mind. I have a plan. Naruto froze. At the same time, Kagaya, who had been holding back for too long, wasted no time in making her move. Numerous all-killing ash bones, which would instantly erase anything they touched, shot out from her outstretched hands, some directly targeting Jensu, while others emerged unpredictably around him through Yamatsu Hirasaka. After a period of intense combat, especially in the taijutsu exchanges, Kagaya, who had been sealed away for 1,000 years and was initially unfamiliar with battle, was now fighting with much more structure and coherence. It wasn't just her, Tonari, another Otsutsuki, was also growing more adept. After all, anyone who reached the level of the Six Paths was naturally a combat genius. However, as Jensu dodged the all-killing ash bones, he remained unfazed. To him, whether one wielded a sword as a boy or as a man made little difference. Moreover, whether as a boy or a man, their current stamina was nothing like before. Although Amatsuka had ended, the three Otsutsuki were not left unaffected. Under Jensu's relentless assault, Kagaya, Tonari, and Naruto seemed unharmed on the surface, but their chakra reserves had been significantly depleted. Defending against Jensu's attacks and recovering from their injuries both required a considerable amount of chakra. In contrast, Jensu, who had dominated the battle from the beginning, had barely expended any energy. Now that they were fighting once more, Jensu still held the upper hand. And as time passed, with Amatsuka's cooldown resetting, his advantage would only grow. The Sage of Six Paths was well aware of this. Thus, he not only contacted Naruto again but also established a connection with his mother for the first time. All to ensure Jensu's swift defeat. Previously, Naruto might have hesitated. But after witnessing Jensu single-handedly fighting 3 Six Paths level opponents with ease. With Tonari as an additional ally now and the Sage of Six Paths confirming that the Six Paths, Chibaku Tensei could be replenished even after use. Naruto no longer had any concerns. Take down Jensu first, then deal with Kagaya, everyone, attack. With a series of puff-puff-puff sounds, white smoke rose as Naruto waved his hand, leading his shadow clone army into battle once more. Naruto had made up his mind. Though Kagaya remained silent, on her back, shoulders, and palms, new all-killing ash bones grew out. Entering a new state, she too charged toward Jensu. She understood what Jensu was planning. But it didn't matter. As long as she devoured his chakra afterward, she had nothing to fear. It's starting. Jensu watched everything unfold calmly, spreading his hands as a massive repulsive force erupted from him, surging outward in all directions. Kagaya extended her hand, releasing her own Shinra Tensei. The two forces clashed and neutralized each other. Naruto's shadow clone army pushed through the raging wind, closing in rapidly, each reaching out with a right hand bearing the Sun-Moon seal, aiming to press it onto Jensu. A tactic to wear me down. Jensu glanced around at the dense swarm of clones. With a mere thought, the 9 truth-seeking orbs behind him moved instantly, transforming into a massive fan-like blade that sliced through the approaching clones. More white smoke erupted in succession. Suddenly, a small, black portal opened behind Jensu, and a hand with the Sun-Moon seal reached out, aiming to press onto his back. Instantly, another identical black portal appeared in front of the hand. Too late to stop, the hand plunged into it. And the next moment, it emerged in front of Jensu's truth-seeking orb fan. Puff. A familiar cloud of white smoke billowed out. Another shadow clone. Jensu's expression remained impassive as he withdrew his gaze, clapping his hands together. The myriad path ninjutsu was unleashed once more. Knowing this was a crucial moment, Naruto did not hesitate to expend his chakra, continuously summoning more shadow clones to confuse Jensu's judgment and dull his defenses. At the same time, Kagaya focused her efforts on diverting Jensu's attention. Meanwhile, Tonari clashed with Jensu's truth-seeking orbs using his own, blocking Jensu's attacks and buying time for Naruto. Minute by minute, the battle raged on. As they fought, the group had moved from their original battlefield. Though still in a desert region, there were now remnants of ruins scattered around them. They were nearing a civilization. Jensu found it surprising. The 3 opponents, especially Naruto, were more patient than he had expected. There were several instances where he thought Naruto's real body would finally make a move, only for him to hold back. Unexpectedly cautious, yet still the key player. But, Jensu had played along long enough. If this went on any further, he'd win even if he didn't want to. With this thought, he continued cutting down Naruto's endless clones, allowing a hint of feigned fatigue to surface on his face. At last, Kagaya and the other 2 revealed their true intentions. Golden Will Reincarnation Explosion. Just as Jensu casually dispersed another of Naruto's shadow clones, Tonari's real body suddenly appeared behind it. His right hand clenched, and in an instant, an incomparably brilliant golden light erupted. A truth-seeking orb transformed into a fearsome chakra lightsaber, extending at high speed. Jensu barely managed to sidestep, but the blade still pierced through his left shoulder. The golden sword continued, plunging deep into the earth, pinning Jensu in place. At that moment, not far away, Tonari's fake clone, used for deception, dissipated into motes of light. Simultaneously, Naruto appeared above Jensu, shouting as he extended his right hand, rapidly descending. Is this the real body or another fake? Lying on the ground, Jensu's pupils reflected Naruto's image. He murmured softly. Then, he was pulled into a new dimension. Amanamanaka. Kagaya's Rinne Sharingan on her forehead opened wide, dragging everyone into the gravity dimension. A crushing force, unbearable even for 6 paths level beings, descended instantly. Kagaya and Tonari, who had been airborne, crashed to the ground. Even Jensu, already lying down, found it difficult to move. However, Naruto, still falling, was accelerating. Jensu saw this. The corner of his mouth curled ever so slightly. The fish had taken the bait. Chapter 345, Chapter 346. Under the sudden amplification of gravity, Naruto, descending from above, reached Jensu in the blink of an eye. His hands were about to collide together. This is the moment. Gritting his teeth, Naruto shouted, his already extended right hand pressing toward Jensu first. No surprises. Naruto's burning palm touched Jensu's body. We won. Not far away, Tonari, who had been struggling to stand up, finally relaxed upon seeing this. Similarly, Kagaya's red lips curved slightly, ready to transform the gravity space into the all-creation sphere space in the next moment and absorb Jensu's chakra to her heart's content. Even the Sage of Six Paths exhaled slightly in relief. Believing the battle was settled, he was just about to contemplate how to deal with his mother next. However, at the center of it all, Jensu smirked. At the last fraction of a second before Naruto's palm made full contact, he activated a long-prepared Rinnegan technique. Kami Musubi no Mikoto. The ripples in Jensu's Rinnegan expanded dramatically. At the same time, Naruto roared. Six Paths, Chibaku Tensei. In an instant, a dazzling radiance erupted from Jensu. The intensity of the light was so great that even Naruto, under the weight of gravity, was forced backward. Seeing the sun-moon seal already imprinted on Jensu's body, Naruto assumed this was just the visual effect of Chibaku Tensei. He was about to cheer. But at this moment, Kagaya and the Sage of Six Paths' expressions changed drastically. Having once been sealed by Chibaku Tensei, Kagaya immediately sensed something was wrong. This was nothing like what had happened to her in the past. And the Sage of Six Paths, being the true master of the Six Paths, Chibaku Tensei, felt it even more clearly. The technique he had left with Naruto, right as it was about to be released, was being devoured, bite by bite, until he completely lost connection with it. Not only that. In the mental realm, the Sage of Six Paths materialized, his expression grim as he looked at his open palms. Empty. The seal of the Six Paths, Chibaku Tensei, didn't return. The yin-yang seal had vanished from Naruto's hand. Logically, it should have returned to the sage's palms upon use, yet now, it was completely gone. The sage knew what this meant. His Rinnegan technique, Six Paths, Chibaku Tensei, could no longer be used. This has led to the worst possible outcome. Watching as Jensu stood amidst countless waves of radiant light, divine and untouchable, the sage sighed deeply. He had suspected that Jensu was hiding something. But due to the urgency of reality, he had been forced to act quickly, setting up this final strike. And yet, he had still miscalculated. Not only had he failed, but even Chibaku Tensei was lost. As the light surrounding Jensu finally condensed, forming a magnificent, regal, blazing halo behind his head, the sage widened his Rinnegan, scanning rapidly. This is its effect. His face darkened. So deeply hidden. He couldn't help but sigh. As Kagaya and the sage were realizing the gravity of the situation. Even Naruto, for all his bluntness, sensed something was wrong. Confused, he looked at the now radiant Jensu. Is this what the ultimate sealing technique is supposed to look like? No, that's not right. Jensu is still moving, he's even standing up. Naruto instinctively tried to back away, only to forget they were still in a gravity space. The moment he leaned back. Thud. He landed on his butt. Hearing the noise, Jensu turned his head. At that very moment, the radiant light around him condensed into a halo, rising behind him, illuminating the surroundings. Kami Musubi no Mikoto. A unique ocular technique of Jensu's Rinnegan. Jensu had previously mentioned that the Kekei Somo ability of chakra unity had little effect on him, precisely because of this technique, which was essentially an impenetrable defense. Kami Musubi no Mikoto, from the moment it was activated, it could absorb any Six Paths technique, any sage technique, even the most absolute sealing techniques, stripping them from the enemy and making them his own. More importantly, until Jensu chose to expend the technique himself, the original caster would be unable to use it again. This was the essence of extraction. At this moment, within the halo behind Jensu's head, the Six Paths, Chibaku Tensei was now stored, ready to be unleashed at any moment. And unless he used it, the Sage of Six Paths would never be able to cast Chibaku Tensei again. This was the terrifying dominance of Kami Musubi no Mikoto. And the reason why Jensu had kept it hidden until now. If he had revealed it earlier and the Sage of Six Paths had detected it with his Rinnegan, capturing Chibaku Tensei would have been impossible. Thus, Jensu had first activated a Matsuka, declaring a restriction on all techniques. All to create the perfect setup for Kami Musubi no Mikoto. It was precisely because of this that, although the sage had feared that Jensu had some hidden technique, he had never imagined it would involve absorbing all techniques. Logically, the Amatsuka decree should have been made to benefit himself. Who would have thought he'd deliberately suppress his own greatest strength? Jensu had done all this for one goal. To turn Chibaku Tensei into his weapon against Kagaya. Once Kagaya was sealed again, the remaining Tonari, Naruto, and the sage would no longer be a threat. It was also crucial that Kami Musubi no Mikoto had to be activated before Chibaku Tensei was cast. Chibaku Tensei was an absolute sealing technique. If it had been activated first, then once sealed, Jensu would have lost the ability to do anything. This was why he had deliberately drawn the fight out. Engaging in prolonged combat with the three, allowing himself to appear in danger, waiting for Naruto's real body to finally appear. And only when Naruto was truly about to unleash Chibaku Tensei did Jensu reveal his trump card. There was no denying it, the chakra fruit was completely broken. It not only unlocked the Rinne Sharingan but also granted immortality. Unless he somehow charmed Kagaya into submission, the future was bound to be filled with conflicts. As for the sage aiding him, his attitude had already made it clear. There was no room for two tigers on the same mountain. But if he could stabilize a three-way balance, things would be different. So, Jensu looked at the utterly dumbfounded Naruto and smiled, raising his hand in a friendly wave. Thank you, Naruto. Chapter 346, Chapter 347. Naruto had contributed greatly to Jensu's plans during this battle. He had helped delay Kagaya, giving Jensu the chance to ascend to the Six Paths Kekkei Somo. He had personally handed him Six Paths, Chibaku Tensei, and he had even defied the will of the Sage of Six Paths to continue opposing Kagaya. Such a valuable ally, even Jensu felt a slight twinge of guilt for that moment in Mount Myoboku, where Naruto had died because of him. Keep up the good work. Offering a heartfelt blessing, Jensu walked past the fallen Naruto with ease, heading toward Kagaya. Compared to everyone else present, he moved with far greater composure. Although Amanamanaka was a space-time barrier, and Kami Musubi no Mikoto could not absorb it like it had six paths, Chibaku Tensei, the divine halo behind Jensu, still granted him partial resistance to its effects. Sensing the overwhelming threat as Jensu approached, Kagaya raised her hand, about to launch all-killing ash bones at him. At that moment, the Sage of Six Paths' voice rang out. Jensu's halo can absorb and strip away any technique. Having fully analyzed Kami Musubi no Mikoto, the sage wasted no time in revealing its properties. He even added one final detail. The halo can only store up to 5 techniques at a time. No matter how overwhelming Kami Musubi no Mikoto seemed, it had its limits. Once it absorbed 5 techniques, it would not be able to take in more unless Jensu first released one of the stored abilities. Everyone present immediately understood what this meant. Jensu could not indiscriminately absorb everything. Hearing this, Jensu cast a glance at the sage, whose consciousness resided in Tonari's body. He had to admit, the sage's Rinnegan, which could instantly discern all techniques, was truly enviable. He had already demonstrated just how vital intelligence was in battle. At his peak, the Sage of Six Paths possessed a pair of Rinnegan that could immediately see through any enemy's techniques, alongside mastery of the ultimate sealing technique, Six Paths, Chibaku Tensei. It was no wonder he had sealed Kagaya and became the new ruler of the ninja world. By comparison, even the elite members of the Otsutsuki clan could hardly measure up to him. However, no matter how glorious he had been, both the sage and Kagaya were now at an absolute disadvantage. Jensu glanced at the halo behind him. The sage was correct that it could store only 5 techniques at a time, but who said he had to keep them stored indefinitely? Why not absorb one and release one as needed? Of course, if it were a technique like Six Paths, Chibaku Tensei, All-Killing Ash Bones, or Golden Will Reincarnation Explosion, which posed a real threat to him, Jensu had no intention of letting it go. Keeping them within his halo meant their original casters could never use them again. Even with the sage's warning, the others were now consciously avoiding using their most powerful abilities against him. But how long do you think you can keep this up? Smiling faintly, Jensu continued his approach toward Kagaya, who was still seated on the ground. At that instant, the surrounding space shifted. Knowing that the gravity dimension only put her at a disadvantage, Kagaya dispelled Amanamanaka. Everyone returned to the real world. The blazing sun was already high in the sky, illuminating the land below. In contrast, Jensu's halo, now free from the constraints of the gravity dimension, flared with even more brilliant radiance. Like 2 suns standing in the sky. Bathed in divine light, Jensu stepped forward, his aura akin to the descent of a sun god, advancing toward Kagaya. Tonari and the recovered Naruto reacted immediately, launching a barrage of rays non-variations and green energy spheres at him. But none of these lesser attacks could stop Jensu. Boom. A thunderous explosion shook the battlefield. Unlike before, Kagaya was no longer composed in her battle against Jensu. She continuously used Yamatsu Hirasaka to create spatial rifts, trying to keep her distance from him. But she wasn't fleeing too far. Not only did Jensu also possess Yamatsu Hirasaka, but Naruto and Tonari lacked spacetime techniques. If they got separated, Kagaya would be left to fight him alone. This cat-and-mouse struggle didn't last long. Jensu ignored Naruto and Tonari, relentlessly pressing his assault against Kagaya. And finally, a fraction of a second too late, Kagaya was struck. Jensu's myriad path ninjutsu sent her crashing to the ground, kicking up an enormous mushroom cloud. Seizing the opportunity, Jensu prepared to finish her off. But Naruto, frustrated from his constant failure to land an attack, once again conjured a truth-seeking orb Rasen Shuriken and hurled it at Jensu at high speed. Jensu turned back. As before, the truth-seeking orb Rasen Shuriken phased seamlessly into his body. The halo behind him spun even faster. Thank you. Jensu once again thanked his loyal friend, Naruto, then unleashed the stolen truth-seeking orb Rasen Shuriken, hurling it straight into the newly risen mushroom cloud where Kagaya had fallen. Boom. The earth was shattered into countless fragments. A mushroom cloud even larger than before erupted skyward. Hearing a muffled groan from within the smoke, Jensu's eyes flickered. Without waiting for Tonari and Naruto to get close, he stepped into a portal of Yamatsu Hirasaka. A beat too slow, the two of them immediately flew toward the battlefield. Naruto, stay calm, Tonari cautioned. I know, Naruto exhaled deeply. Although Jensu's thanks had no trace of mockery, it still hit a nerve. Why was it that every time he encountered Jensu, things never went his way? Clenching his fists, Naruto refocused. But before they could enter the mushroom cloud, the battle had already moved elsewhere. By the time they changed course and arrived, the ruins of the desert battlefield had been completely obliterated by the fight's aftermath. And in the center of the chaos, Kagaya, her long blue-white hair flowing wildly, was locked in a ferocious battle with Jensu. Naruto and Tonari had barely arrived when the Sage of Six Paths Chakra suddenly emerged from Naruto's body. The chakra took on the sage's form and shot toward Kagaya at breakneck speed, seemingly about to return his chakra to his mother. Jensu. Tears welled in Kagaya's eyes. It was Jensu's voice that had guided her here, telling her to prepare to reclaim her chakra. And so, she chose to believe in him. After all, what mother would resent her son forever? Opening her arms, Kagaya braced herself for the return of her son. Jensu watched. His Rinnegan flashed. A razor-sharp shockwave erupted from his eyes, tearing through space and slashing straight toward the Sage of Six Paths. Chapter 347, Chapter 348. No matter what the Sage of Six Paths intended to do, stopping him was all that mattered. Jensu took a moment to fire a shockwave at the sage. Having experienced a chakra-based existence, Jensu knew well that most ninjutsu wouldn't be able to kill or restrain him. However, techniques related to space, gravity, and repulsion could disrupt the stability of chakra forms, causing momentary turbulence. Yet, what happened next was beyond Jensu's expectations. The Sage of Six Paths activated Yin-Yang release, temporarily restoring his physical body, and chose to take Jensu's attack head-on. And then, boom. The sage, carried by the force of the impact, was sent flying backward, crashing into the ruins. Before anyone could react, inside the rubble, the sage's eyes swiftly locked onto a black ceiling array, which had been buried beneath layers of dust but was now exposed due to the disturbance. His gaze hardened with resolve, and carrying the remnants of Jensu's attack, he formed hand seals and hurled himself directly into the seal, destroying it completely. From the moment he had revealed Kamimusubi no Mikoto, the sage had remained silent. He had witnessed Naruto and Tonari failing to stop Jensu. He had seen Kagaya continuously evading combat. He had accepted reality. If things continued at this rate, this Six Paths level battle, 1,000 years in the making, would have a new victor. And it wouldn't be him. Nor would it be his mother. It would be the descendant who bore his name as a surname. The Sage of Six Paths knew Jensu wouldn't spare him and the others just because of lineage or family ties. After all, even a mother and son had turned against each other. So what were countless generations of distant descendants in comparison? If he wanted to prevent such an outcome, the sage had no choice but to take action. It wasn't a perfect solution, but it was the only one left. This is the only way to resolve my world's crisis. I'm sorry, to the unknown world. With those words, brilliant light erupted from the shattered black ceiling array. Seizing his final moments, the sage reverted to his chakra form, speeding toward Kagaya. As promised, he returned his chakra to his mother. Hagoromo. Kagaya crossed her arms over her chest, as if about to say something. But then, boom. From within the ruins, the light from the black ceiling array exploded skyward, shooting straight into the clouds before rapidly expanding outward in all directions. And the speed of this expansion was the speed of light. Even for Six Paths level beings, there was no escaping it. This is. Jensu's pupils contracted sharply, instantly recognizing what was happening. Yamatsu Hirasaka. He tore open a spatial rift at lightning speed. He was fast. But not as fast as light. Neither was Kagaya. The only ones with a chance of escaping were Naruto and Tonari, who had already been at the outer edge of the battlefield. The moment the sage destroyed the seal, he had immediately warned them to escape. Seeing that the seal's range was limited, the sage felt a fleeting sense of relief as Naruto and Tonari managed to escape at the last possible moment. As the true ruler of Earth for the past 1,000 years, the sage had an unparalleled understanding of the planet itself. He knew that, sometime during his slumber, a strange phenomenon had emerged beneath the planet's surface. The dragon vein. To the sage, the chakra of the dragon vein was insignificant. But its time-space properties were extraordinary. Even for Six Paths level beings, space-time itself was something to be feared. To avoid unnecessary disruptions, the sage had left the dragon vein undisturbed, allowing it to continue its slumber beneath the deserts of the Land of Wind. Until now. Now, he forcibly awakened it, opening a gateway through time and space. In exchange for half of his own chakra, he ensured that Jensu and Kagaya would be removed from this world. It might have been immoral to dump them into another world. But it was the best choice for this one. At that moment, the sage watched as Jensu and his mother's fates were sealed. He was about to feel relieved. Squelch. A hand pierced straight through Tonari's chest. Tonari. Naruto froze in shock. Tonari tried to speak. But he had no time left. A violent suction force erupted from the hand buried in his chest. Beyond the hand, beyond the black portal. Jensu, whose body was already engulfed in the expanding light, looked coldly at the scene before him. Set off fireworks and think you can run? Even at the final moment, Jensu hadn't expected the Sage of Six Paths to pull such a trick on him. But since he had, there was no way Jensu was letting him walk away unscathed. While the dragon vein had yet to fully explode, Jensu used Yamatsu Hirasaka to backstab Tonari. At the same time, his hand unleashed immense suction, extracting the sage's remaining chakra from Tonari's body. If he was going down, he wasn't going alone. More importantly, now that he understood what was happening, Jensu couldn't allow the sage to escape. If the sage managed to seal the dragon vein again in the future, it would become a major problem. So, you're coming with me? Jensu ripped out the last of the sage's chakra. No. The sage's expression changed drastically. He tried to resist. But under Jensu's control, it was useless. In the end, he was dragged along into the light. With the sage's chakra gone, Tonari, his heart pierced, coughed up blood and collapsed onto the ground, lifeless. Tonari. Naruto had been on the verge of escaping the dragon vein's influence. But without hesitation, he turned back, rushing to embrace Tonari's dying body, trying to keep him alive. However, Naruto forgot one thing. With the sage's chakra gone, he no longer had Six Paths power. His yin-yang release was gone. He couldn't save him. No need to thank me. Leaving Naruto one final parting gift. Jensu vanished into the light, taking Kagaya and the sage with him. What do you mean, no need to thank me? You bastard. Explain yourself. Holding Tonari's lifeless body, Naruto roared in fury at the space where Jensu had disappeared. But before he could do anything else, the light caught up to him. And in a mix of anger, sorrow, confusion, and disbelief, Naruto, too, was swept away. The explosion of the dragon vein's light came fast. And disappeared just as quickly. When everything settled, the once unstable desert fell silent. Only a barren, shattered landscape, and a single still warm corpse remained to prove what had just transpired. Chapter 348, Chapter 349. The desert, or rather, the true rulers of this planet, had now departed. A minute, 10 minutes, an hour. Finally, the realization that those overwhelming rulers were truly gone sent waves of excitement through the battered desert. Like a beast freed from its shackles, the land howled and roared, as ferocious winds surged across the boundless sands. Countless grains of sand were lifted by the storm, sweeping over the battlefield's scars like torrential rain. It wouldn't be long before the desert's surface returned to its pristine state. Everything would be buried beneath the sands, including the corpse of Otsutsuki Tonari, already halfway submerged. However, just as the pale face of Tonari was about to be swallowed completely, a massive purple skeletal hand reached out from the distance, snatching him up. The sound of shifting sand filled the air. The owner of the skeletal hand, Sasuke, along with Hanari, Hagoromo Gensou, and others, gazed at the corpse now lying before them. Sasuke's eternal Mangekyo Sharingan flickered. In the center of Tonari's chest, he spotted the sigil of the Hagoromo clan. Using a secret technique of the Hagoromo clan, he dispelled it, revealing a final message from Hagoromo Gensou. After reading it, the group fell silent. Then, Sasuke calmly announced, "By the will of Jensu, from this moment on, I will lead everyone in reshaping the shinobi world into the one he envisioned." Yes. Hanari and the others voiced their agreement without hesitation. They had all read the message. Hagoromo Gensou, someone who had endured endless darkness yet remained one of the most rational people in this world, had entrusted the shinobi world to Sasuke in his absence. With the endorsement of Jensu, and with Sasuke standing as the strongest shinobi in this era, there was no room for objections. Though Jensu had encountered an unexpected setback and could not personally oversee the transformation of the shinobi world as planned, the presence of Sasuke and their collective strength ensured that they could easily seize control from the remnants of the shinobi villages, now greatly weakened after being stripped of much of their power by the infinite Tsukuyomi. When you return, Jensu, you will witness a new world. With unwavering resolve, Sasuke cast one last glance at the desert before turning and departing with his comrades. Thus, a new chapter in the shinobi world began. At the same time, another story was unfolding elsewhere. Jensu had no idea what traveling through time and space was like for others. But for him, as a true Six Paths level being, he could sense himself being hurled into an endless, rapidly spinning vortex, utterly beyond his control. The sensation was dizzying, disorienting. Fortunately, he could tell that the power of the dragon vein was wrapping around him, guiding him with a clear purpose, rather than leaving him lost in the void, drifting toward death. Additionally, there was an advantage to having weaker strength. For an ordinary person, one blink of the eyes might be all it took to arrive at another world. But for someone like Jensu, someone who had transcended mortality and even the boundaries of his own world, it was as the saying went, when you gaze into the abyss gazes back. By remaining conscious, Hagoromo had attracted countless hidden dangers lurking in the currents of space-time. One after another, he endured them with sheer power. Until, at last, a blinding white light appeared before him, stretching endlessly between heaven and earth, swallowing him whole. He didn't know how much time had passed. But eventually, the first thing to reach his consciousness was the howling of fierce winds. Before he could even open his eyes, a thunderous crash, the sound of furniture shattering, and the screams of people filled his ears. Did I just crash into something? Jensu, feeling a faint and insignificant pain across his body, was lost in thought when, suddenly, the aroma of alcohol mixed with a distinctly feminine fragrance flooded his senses. He felt his collar tighten. In the next second, he was hoisted off the ground, as an infuriated, somewhat familiar voice rang in his ears. "My win. My full house. You bastard. You destroyed them all. Unforgivable." Meanwhile, Naruto opened his eyes, finding himself lying on a familiar desert. He jolted upright in shock, scanning his surroundings. Jensu, Kagaya, and Tonari. Naruto distinctly remembered holding Tonari in his arms. But now, Tonari was nowhere to be seen. There was no way he could have just run off. And what about Jensu and Kagaya? Had their battle taken them somewhere far away? But there were no signs of destruction nearby. "Old man Six Paths," Naruto instinctively called out. Then, he remembered. The chakra of the Sage of Six Paths had already left his body. He had returned to his normal form, and the truth-seeking orbs behind him were gone. Scratching his head in confusion, Naruto surveyed the endless golden sands stretching in every direction. He had no knowledge of the dragon vein's existence. The Sage of Six Paths had only briefly warned them to leave, mentioning a great danger but giving no further explanation due to limited time. During the chaotic journey through the time-space rift, Naruto, no longer at Six Paths level power, had been completely unaware of the outside world, unconscious until just now. He had no idea that this desert was no longer the one he was familiar with. After hesitating for a moment, he picked a random direction and started walking. Luckily, his instincts served him well. Before long, he stumbled upon a grand city standing tall in the desert, teeming with people. Whoa! That's amazing. A city this big in the middle of the desert. Naruto marveled at the sight. Of course. A crisp female voice responded from a nearby sand dune. Turning toward the voice, Naruto spotted a red-haired girl holding a board, stepping out from behind the dune. Puffing out her chest, she proudly declared, "You've got good taste." Naruto grinned at the unfamiliar girl but was inwardly relieved. Thank goodness the battle didn't affect this place. If even a stray attack had hit this city, the thought of the entire city vanishing in an instant sent a chill through his spine. There was no telling when Jensu and Kagaya might resume their battle. For the safety of the people here, he needed to warn them and arrange an evacuation. Naruto turned to the red-haired girl. During their conversation, he learned that her name was Sarah, and that her mother was the queen of this desert city, Rorin. A queen's daughter, huh? But I've never heard of a place called Rorin before. Though puzzled, Naruto quickly spoke with urgency. Sarah. Take me to your mother. A major disaster is coming and everyone needs to be ready. A disaster? Sarah tilted her head. Are you talking about the Sand Shinobi? The Land of Wind has always wanted to take over our country. No, it's not them. It's something far worse. Naruto shook his head. The Sand Shinobi had bigger concerns right now. Oh. I get it. It must be the third Kazekage. If the strongest Kazekage himself is leading them, then of course it's a bigger threat than the ones who attacked us before. Sarah's face turned pale with fear. Naruto froze. Then, as if realizing something, he snapped his head toward her. Wait. Sarah, what did you just say? The third Kazekage. Chapter 349, Chapter 350. You bastard. That was my full house win. As Jensu opened his eyes, a furious female voice still echoed in his ears. He turned to look at the face right in front of him. Tsunade, huh? Jensu's eyes revealed a look of realization. Looks like I've arrived in another world. Though the Tsunade before him looked just as youthful as the one from his original world, thanks to the Een seal, her aura and demeanor felt slightly different. This Tsunade seemed even younger. More importantly, the Tsunade from his world would never be this bold, grabbing his collar and lifting him off the ground like this. Indeed, Tsunade's furious voice continued, don't play dumb. Don't think I don't know how ridiculously strong you are. As a master of medical ninjutsu, she was keenly aware, this young man, despite falling from the sky and blowing up the entire casino, had suffered 0 injuries. In fact, he seemed far healthier than she expected. A shinobi. And, those eyes. Tsunade's gaze sharpened as she noticed the glowing purple Rinnegan in Jensu's eyes. She had heard of something similar before, but couldn't recall where. But that didn't matter right now. What did matter was the fact that she had finally been about to win a full house jackpot after years of losses, only for this damn guy to crash from the sky and ruin it. Since she had every reason to be mad, she fully intended to demand compensation. And not just for the ruined casino. All of her lost winnings. Plus emotional damage fees. However, before she could even name a number, her vision blurred. In the blink of an eye, the young man who had been in her grip was suddenly standing a full meter away. Tsunade instinctively looked down at her still outstretched hand, her fingers still curled as if she were holding someone. Her heart skipped a beat. He slipped away, before I even noticed. Then, as if it were the most natural thing in the world, Jensu's voice rang out. Congratulations. You just experienced the greatest achievement of your life. His Sage of Six Paths robe fluttered despite the lack of wind, dispersing the dust around him. Who the hell are you? Tsunade's expression turned grim. For someone to escape her grip so effortlessly, without her even reacting, this was not an ordinary opponent. If this man had chosen to attack her instead of backing away. The thought made Tsunade's brow furrow deeper. How have I never heard of this guy in the shinobi world before? Tsunade-sama. Before Jensu could respond, a crisp voice cut in. Turning his head, he saw a young Shizune, still a small girl, running over while balancing a meal box in one hand and a sake bottle in the other. Like a diligent caretaker, she dashed forward, calling out, Tsunade-sama. Your lunch is, huh? As soon as she arrived, she noticed the tense atmosphere. Her voice dropped instinctively, hesitating slightly before stiffly finishing her sentence. In response, Tsunade immediately pulled Shizune behind her, never taking her eyes off Jensu. Watching her transform from a furious gambler to a highly cautious warrior, Jensu waved a hand lazily. Relax. I'm just a traveler passing through. He wasn't here to drag past grudges into this new world. That would be exhausting. And if he did, these people would probably just think he was insane. He had already achieved his goal, ascending to Six Paths level power. There was nothing more he needed from the shinobi world. No need for pointless struggles. This was simply a new adventure. The only potential threats were the ones who had traveled with him. I wonder where those guys ended up. Jensu lifted his head, gazing through the massive hole in the casino's ceiling, the one he had just crashed through. The clear blue sky stretched endlessly above. If he had the chance, he would eliminate those enemies here. If not, then he would simply find a way back to his original world. Speaking of which, how do I even get back? He knew the dragon vein was involved, but had long forgotten how Naruto and the others returned in the original story. Maybe it's connected to the dragon vein somehow. Jensu pondered the possibilities. Meanwhile, Tsunade, seeing that Jensu wasn't doing anything and was just staring at the sky like a lunatic, finally relaxed a little. So, this isn't turning into a fight after all. That was good. Fights wasted valuable drinking and gambling time. Speaking of gambling, Tsunade's gaze shifted back to the completely destroyed casino table. Her heart ached. She had finally been on a winning streak. This couldn't go unpunished. Her glare snapped back to Jensu. This guy seemed reasonable enough. Which meant she wasn't scamming him. She was just requesting a reasonable compensation. Pay up. Jensu blinked. Hearing Tsunade's dead serious demand, he glanced at her. Arms crossed, chest even more prominent, eyes full of righteous determination. Beside her, little Shizen's gaze sparkled with silent hope, knowing full well that without money, both she and Tsunade would soon be sleeping on the streets. Jensu casually spread his hands. I have no money. Tsunade. For a moment, she just stared at him. No money. Her eyes roamed over him from head to toe. The way he carried himself, his clothes, his aura. Everything screamed, wealthy noble. There was no way this guy was broke. Was he trying to dodge his debt? Then, something else clicked in her mind. Wait. You actually think I was lying about winning? Jensu, unconvinced, raised an eyebrow. Tsunade. You. Winning. Tsunade, of course I did. Then, she paused. Wait. You know who I am. Jensu's eyes briefly flicked toward her most noticeable feature. Then, he casually replied. Who hasn't heard of the legendary Sannin? Tsunade didn't refute it. Which told him. This world's timeline was sometime after the Second Great Ninja War. And judging by Shizen's age, the Third War hadn't started yet. Meaning, Minato was still alive. Madara was still lurking in the shadows. Aito hadn't turned evil yet. Interesting. Later. You're saying I can actually keep winning. As long as I'm here, yes. I never cheat. I have incredible luck. It spreads to people near me. Fine. If I win, we'll call it even. If I lose, you'll pay up. Deal. This conversation took place at another casino. Jensu might have had a lot of bad traits, but reneging on a debt wasn't one of them. So, he let Tsunade continue gambling. As for the whole good luck thing. If she had really been winning earlier, then she should keep winning now. He'd just sit back and watch. Let's see how this turns out. Chapter 350, Chapter 351. Big. 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 Small. 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 Leopard. Winner takes all. Lady Tsunade. We won again. We won so much. Inside the bustling casino, Jensu stood in a corner, his gaze sweeping across the ecstatic Shizun, who was clutching a huge pile of winnings, the gamblers who had come hoping to fleece a big fish but instead suffered devastating losses, and finally settling on Tsunade, whose expression grew more serious the more she won. Tsunade had already sensed that something was off. I'm done. After casually shaking the dice again and once more rolling a leopard, Tsunade abruptly pushed back her chair and turned to leave. Winning once or twice, she could attribute that to her skill and good luck. And of course, there was also this guy named Jensu beside her, who seemed to have incredibly good fortune. But winning so many times in a row, and even looking like she could continue winning indefinitely, this kind of situation had only happened a handful of times in her life. And every single time, the outcome had been disastrous. Because of this, Tsunade's expression darkened as she turned and walked away. Lady Tsunade. Shizun, though a bit reluctant, hurriedly scooped up the mountain of winnings and followed after her. On the way out, she glanced back toward where Jensu had been standing, only to find that he had vanished as well. Jensu had landed precisely in Tanzaku town. Now, he sat atop the town's signboard, overlooking the bustling streets below, letting time pass by bit by bit. It had been a long time since he had enjoyed such a moment of leisure. All this time, he had been relentlessly pursuing Keki Isomo, striving for the path of the Six Paths level, sacrificing much in the process. Even after achieving it, he had been preoccupied with contending against Kagaya and the Sage of Six Paths. Only now, in this moment of peace, could he finally reflect on his journey, his goals, the world, and what the future might hold. But this tranquility did not last long. A strong aroma of alcohol drifted through the air. After leaving the casino, Tsunade had somehow acquired several sake bottles and now appeared beside him on the signboard, plopping down beside him with a surprised expression. I was wondering where you ran off to, didn't expect you to be here. Sitting alone and watching the commotion from a distance doesn't seem like something a young person would do. Young person. Jensu chuckled, glancing at Tsunade's youthful face before replying. Well, this kind of thing suits you just fine. Tsunade's face darkened, and the sake bottle she was about to offer him was immediately retracted. However, the next second, she realized her hand was suddenly empty, the bottle had already landed in Jensu's hand. After taking a few sips, Jensu casually asked. So, Has anything major happened to you recently? Tsunade glanced at him. The more she interacted with this man, the more unfathomable he seemed. To the point where she had lost interest in trying to figure him out. After all, she had left Konoha and no longer cared about the affairs of the shinobi world. Jensu could do whatever he wanted, as long as it didn't affect her, she couldn't care less. She didn't even bother to ask how he knew so much. Shaking her head slightly, Tsunade replied with a hint of confusion. No, nothing major has happened lately. She had initially thought that perhaps another close friend had died, or that something terrible had occurred. But after investigating a little, she found that everything was normal. That left her perplexed. Nothing had happened, so why had she suddenly won so much? If she had to pinpoint a recent variable, it was the men beside her. Tsunade turned her head to look at Jensu. He understood her thoughts. He had the same suspicion. His arrival, or rather, the arrival of his group from another world, did not seem to be a good omen for this world. Especially since they were all truly standing at the peak of not just the shinobi world, but even the cosmos itself, 6 paths level beings. Speaking of which, this world also had Kagaya and the Sage of 6 Paths, right? Jensu raised his head toward the sky. By now, the last remnants of dusk had faded, and the sky grew dark. The weather was clear, with no clouds in sight, making the stars shine brilliantly. Jensu was just about to bask in the blood-red glow of another world's moon when he suddenly froze. Ah! Where's the moon? Ah! Where did the giant moon go? 1,000 miles away, the same words left Naruto's mouth. At that moment, Naruto had just stepped out of the ancient city of Rorin. After learning the truth about this world from Sarah, he had stood there in shock for quite some time before finally accepting the reality. He had traveled to another world. Thinking back, it wasn't just him, Jensu and the others who had been caught in the light with him must have also arrived in this world. No wonder Rorin hadn't been caught up in any battles. It seemed that they had landed in different locations. Naruto had initially planned to evacuate the Rorin civilians if any fighting broke out. But now, it seemed he had made an unnecessary fuss. Even so, Queen Sarah and the people of Rorin had warmly invited him to stay for a few more days. Naruto declined. He needed to inform this world's Konoha and the rest of the shinobi world to be prepared. He could not let the tragedies of his original world repeat themselves here. But just as he was about to rush toward Konoha at full speed, he suddenly noticed something unusual in the sky. The moon he had known since childhood was gone. Hearing his exclamation, Sarah, who had been walking him out, responded casually. The moon. It's been gone for a year. One night a year ago, the moon shone brighter than ever before. But it didn't last long. Soon, the light disappeared, and the moon vanished completely. Tsunade drained the last drop of sake from her bottle, shrugged, and said. It's been a year, and you just now noticed. What, are you from another planet or something? Jensu, still gazing at the moonless sky, responded. I actually am an alien. TCH. Tsunade scoffed in disbelief, tossing aside her empty bottles. Her light brown eyes flicked toward Jensu's half-full bottle beside him. Seeing that he was still staring at the sky, her eyes lit up. She swiftly reached out, snatched the bottle, and, without a second thought, began drinking directly from it. Jensu paid no mind, his thoughts still lingering on the sky. If the moon disappeared a year ago, then that means Kagaya and the Sage of 6 Paths arrived in this world a year ahead of me. If only one of them had arrived first, then either the moon would have remained, or this world would have already been trapped in infinite Tsukuyomi. Before his arrival, those two must have clashed once again. Additionally, the Kagaya and Sage of this world had likely also played a part. Otherwise, the moon wouldn't have disappeared. So now, was he facing 2 Kagaya and 2 sages? And, what about the other him? Jensu shook his head. As a true traveler across worlds, no matter how many parallel worlds there was only one of him. Perhaps another Jensu had existed here before, but chances were he had died long ago in the Warring States era. That said, he wasn't without his advantages. For example. Ding. A mechanical sound echoed in Jensu's mind. Chapter 351, Chapter 352. Ding. The long-lost system notification echoed in Jensu's mind. Well, if he thought about it seriously, it hadn't really been that long. The last time the system issued a mission was during the hunt for Orochimaru. Before that, he had completed the much-anticipated S-rank mission, skipped some unnecessary side quests, and then arrived at the period when Sasuke defected. He hadn't bothered to check the mission details at the time. Sasuke had been right next to him, so with a casual smack, the mission was completed. And just like that, according to the system, the Naruto arc had come to an end. Next up was the Shippuden era. In terms of time, there was a 2.5-year gap between Naruto and Shippuden. After dealing with Orochimaru, Jensu had quickly moved on to the tailed beast capture operation, the trip to Konoha, the battle at Mount Myaboku, the extraction of tailed beasts by the demonic statue of the Outer Path, the brief limited Tsukimi world, and finally, the Fourth Great Ninja War, where he ascended to the level of the Six Paths. From the battle at Mount Myaboku to the end of the Fourth Great Ninja War. By the Sage of Six Paths perspective, Naruto hadn't even completed his 7-day mourning period. Considering everything that had happened, it had all taken less than a month. And yet, within that month, the erratic system had already issued Shippuden missions. Now that he reflected on it, it felt too efficient. But system, you really haven't noticed that we've traveled to another world? Jensu muttered sarcastically while pulling up the new mission details. Ding. Shippuden has arrived. A new era begins once more. Keep pushing forward, host. Create new legends. Main quest, long-awaited reunion. Mission description: after a brief 2.5-year separation, Naruto returns to Konoha. Team 7 reunites, and under the guidance of 5th Hokage Tsunade, they are about to face yet another bell test. However, this time, there are no bells, only the full strength of Konoha's elite Jonin, Hatake Kakashi. Work together with Uzumaki Naruto and Haruno Sakura to defeat Kakashi. Mission rewards: standard Jonin level Chakra reserve, mastery of lightning chakra nature and shape transformation, diluted Otsutsuki bloodline. Oh. Jensu wasn't surprised by the mission itself, he had already anticipated it. However, the rewards were completely beyond his expectations. He ignored the first 2 rewards and focused directly on the last one. Otsutsuki bloodline. It wasn't Ashura's bloodline, nor Indra's. It wasn't even the bloodline of Hagoromo. It was the true Otsutsuki bloodline, from the clan that roamed the universe. Even if it was just a diluted version. Even if most pure-blooded Otsutsuki wouldn't stand a chance against him in battle. But still. Jensu saw an opportunity to take his strength to the next level. The system was currently offering only a diluted Otsutsuki bloodline. But what if he completed all the missions? Would he eventually obtain a complete Otsutsuki bloodline? Unlike Kagaya. After reaching the 6 paths level, more chakra no longer provided much of a power boost to Jensu, it was simply a supplement. He was already at his peak. Kagaya, on the other hand, only reached her true prime after consuming the chakra fruit and absorbing an entire planet's chakra. That was why she needed to activate Infinite Tsukuyomi with the Rinne Sharingan to harvest chakra from the entire world. Jensu didn't need to harvest chakra. His concern now was how to further enhance his strength. Ninjutsu and secret techniques were already useless to him. But the Otsutsuki bloodline offered a different path. The Otsutsuki planted divine trees on various planets, absorbing their energy to undergo continuous evolution. However, this process drained the planet of all its chakra, wiping out all life. Jensu had eliminated plenty of people on his path to 6 paths level power. But wiping out billions of people on a planetary scale without hesitation. He wasn't that ruthless. In a way, Kagaya had actually done Earth a favor. Since he was thinking about Kagaya, there was another alternative. At a crucial moment, he could turn the tables on the Otsutsuki clan. After all, not all chakra fruits were of equal quality. And young, healthy Otsutsuki made perfect sacrifices for divine trees. However, Kagaya had already consumed a complete chakra fruit, making her immortal. The divine tree couldn't devour her. The Sage of 6 Paths was already dead, now just a chakra spirit. Even if the divine tree consumed him, it probably wouldn't yield much of a fruit. The Otsutsuki duo arriving in the future. Now they would make good candidates. But that would happen over a decade later. For now, Jensu set that plan aside. With 2 Kagaya and 2 Sage of 6 Paths lurking somewhere, his priority was the system's missions. He had already maxed out his talent and skills, becoming the first non-Otsutsuki to reach the 6 Paths level. Now, it was time to pursue bloodline and physique. After all, Naruto had always been a story of bloodline supremacy. Hagoromo's lineage was exceptional, sure, it could be traced back to the Otsutsuki. But compared to the true Otsutsuki bloodline, where practically everyone could reach the 6 Paths level, it was still lacking. If he could obtain a complete Otsutsuki bloodline, his power would undoubtedly reach new heights. For the first time in a while, Jensu genuinely praised the system. I have to admit, you're actually pretty useful. Now, it was time to complete the mission. After all, if Kagaya and the Sage of 6 Paths had already settled their battle, it would have happened a year ago. Yet the ninja world was still in the same state. That meant they were still locked in a stalemate. No rush to find them yet. His own growth came first. Hey, Tsunade, do you know what Kakashi's been up to lately? Jensu turned to the tipsy Tsunade beside him. Tsunade lazily mumbled, Kakashi. Is he famous or something? You don't even know your future successor. Jensu thought to himself but continued aloud. Hatake Kakashi. Hatake. Oh, so he's Sakumo's kid. No idea. Don't care. Tsunade turned her back to him. She did remember Sakumo's situation. And because of that, she was even more unwilling to return to Konoha. Never mind. Guess I'll just head to Konoha myself. Jensu shook his head at her attitude. A silent shadow clone split from him, took his form, and began moving toward Konoha. At the same time, after bidding farewell to Sarah, Naruto was rushing back to Konoha at full speed. I have to warn everyone, no matter what. Chapter 352, Chapter 353. Konoha. No matter which world it was, this place could always be called the center of the shinobi world, the focal point of its ever-changing tides. Compared to what it would look like in a decade, the village hadn't changed much, aside from the Hokage rock only bearing 3 faces. The current Hokage, Hiruzen, had already begun showing signs of aging, but his ambitions and authority remained firm. Because of this, even Danzo, who constantly lurked in the shadows, eyeing the Hokage's seat, had to remain dormant, only occasionally testing Hiruzen's limits. Hiruzen, you'll regret this. Danzo, I am the Hokage. Bang. The doors slammed open. Having had his latest request to expand the root division denied once again, Danzo threw out his usual threats and stormed out. Hiruzen watched his old friend's angry departure without a change in expression, slowly drawing a puff from his pipe. He knew Danzo's ambitions all too well. And as long as he remained Hokage, he would never allow Danzo to cross the line he shouldn't. As for why he hadn't dealt with Danzo already, their long-standing bond was one reason. The other? He had to admit, Danzo was a perfect scapegoat. The Hokage had to be a symbol of light. But reality was always intertwined with darkness. For the Hokage to keep his hands clean, root had to exist in the shadows. Even if it sometimes harmed Konoha from within. Still, Hiruzen was confident he could keep it under control. After ruling for nearly 30 years, he knew every corner of Konoha like the back of his hand. Nothing in the village escaped his will. Except for one thing. The White Fang's suicide. His brows furrowed. He had allowed the rumors to spread. Konoha's White Fang, Sakumo, had held too much prestige, even greater than the Sannin. Hiruzen had planned to use this opportunity to suppress him. But who could have expected that a ninja of his stature would actually take his own life over mere rumors? It had shocked Konoha to its core. Even worse, other villages, especially Sunagakure, were ecstatic. Under the Third Kazekage's leadership, Suna had even begun testing Konoha's defenses at the border. Hiruzen exhaled a long puff of smoke. As the mist obscured his face, he suddenly thought of something. He reached for his crystal ball and activated the telescope technique. Moments later, the image of a white-haired boy appeared. Kakashi. Sakumo's son. Graduated from the academy at 5, became a Chunin at 6, his talents had earned him the village's expectations. Let's hope you can become the next White Fang. Watching Kakashi train with his father's Tonto at the practice field, Hiruzen sighed softly before deactivating the jutsu. Little did he know. Not long after he turned his gaze away, a shadowy figure appeared at the edge of the training field. A perfect candidate for the path of darkness. Too bad Kakashi didn't have Uchiha blood. Otherwise, Madara and Black Zetsu would have been thrilled. The shadow stood up, its form expanding and shifting into Jensu's figure. His gaze fell upon the young Kakashi. There had always been something he found strange. A mother who died early. A father who committed suicide. 2 best friends who died in succession. A teacher and his wife, both perishing on the same day. This was a man who had lost everyone. And yet, he never fell into darkness. How was that even possible? People often joke that Sasuke was the most mentally stable character in Naruto. But in reality, Kakashi deserved that title just as much. Maybe it was a master-disciple thing. Jensu stepped forward. Kakashi barely had time to react before everything went black, he collapsed unconscious. Since the system hasn't even noticed we're in a different world, treating this world's Kakashi as my mission target should be reasonable, right? Jensu mused aloud. Sure enough. Ding. Main quest, long-awaited reunion, completed. Congratulations, host. You have successfully defeated Jonin instructor Hatake Kakashi. Rewards, standard Jonin level Chakra reserve, mastery of lightning chakra nature and shape transformation, diluted Otsutsuki bloodline. Otsutsuki bloodline. 1,000 miles away. In the middle of a leisurely tour across the shinobi world, Jensu's true body closed his eyes, sensing the faint traces of the new bloodline. It did nothing for him. But for an ordinary ninja, it would be an earth-shattering enhancement. Good, let's keep going. Jensu reopened his eyes, feeling rather pleased. Oi. Jensu, how long are you planning to stick with me? Tsunade, looking annoyed, finally spoke up. Jensu turned to glance at Shizune, who was struggling under the weight of a mountain of cash. Then he casually replied. You're a local. You have money. I'm a traveler. I don't. Since I want to enjoy this tour, of course, I'll stick with you. Tsunade had traveled far and wide, knowing all the best places to eat and sightsee. And lately, she had been winning non-stop. Jensu, having contributed significantly to that success, naturally decided to tag along. It had been far too long since he experienced the simple joys of the world. As for whether he would stay here forever, of course not. He would soar above the heavens once again. Village life was charming, but only for a while. If it lasted forever, that's when revolution became inevitable. Hearing this, Tsunade gritted her teeth. She had always been the one taking money from others. Yet now, there was someone freeloading off her, and acting proud about it. And worse. She couldn't beat him. In the end, Tsunade resorted to reasoning with him. Don't you have important things to do, Jensu? Jensu met her gaze and replied with a knowing smile. Who says I'm not doing something important? At that moment. Not only was there a clone of him in Konoha, but in Rorin, Sunagakure, Iwagakure, and other key locations, his presence was already at work. In just a short span of time, between moments of sightseeing, Jensu had already spread his influence across the shinobi world. For someone at the Six Paths level, this was effortless, it barely took any energy. And as time passed, intelligence from all over the ninja world gradually flowed back to his true body. Rorin. Standing in midair, Jensu overlooked the desert city below, an expression of surprise on his face. The dragon vein isn't here. The Hagoromo clan's ruins. Staring at the half-familiar, half-strange remains of the settlement, Jensu stood in silence. Then, without hesitation, he turned away. The same face, the same bloodline. But a completely different person. This was true for an individual, a clan, and an entire world. Jensu had no interest in chasing ghosts. He knew where the real roots lay. And so, he left. Shinobi world. From countless locations, his clones scanned the lands. So. Otsutsuki, where are you? Chapter 353, Chapter 354. After completing the first Shippuden mission, Jensu was certain that the next task would involve Sunagakure. One of his clones was already on its way there. As for Konoha, Jensu took one last look at the unconscious Kakashi lying beside him. He was about to find a secluded place to wait for any new Konoha-related missions when he suddenly sensed something. His gaze shifted toward the village gates. Naruto's here. The corners of his lips curled up. Seems like there's going to be an interesting show to pass the time. Konoha gates. Naruto, who had been sprinting at full speed, was covered in dust and sweat. The sight of Konoha's familiar gates finally made him breathe a sigh of relief. I finally made it. He was about to rush straight to the Hokage's office and report everything to Grandma Tsunade. Wait, no, this was the world of Hiruzen. Either way, he needed to warn everyone, to reunite them, and face this crisis together. However, just as he stepped past the gate. Who goes there? How dare you trespass into Konoha? A chorus of stern voices rang out, followed by a barrage of kunai and shuriken. Naruto quickly halted, deflecting the incoming weapons while shouting. Wait. This is a misunderstanding. Seeing him stop, the guards also paused their attack. However, they encircled him in a defensive formation. One of them, eyes glowing with the red Sharingan, coldly examined Naruto's forehead protector before speaking. If you're a Konoha ninja, then why didn't you register at the gate? Ah. Sorry. I forgot. Naruto scratched his head awkwardly. In his urgency, he had completely overlooked this rule. Also, why weren't the usual gate guards here? His eyes swept over the shinobi surrounding him. All of them had Sharingan. The Uchiha clan. Sasuke's family. Even after his explanation, the Konoha police force didn't seem convinced. They scrutinized him closely. Are you sure he's from Konoha? I don't recognize this guy. Neither do I. His hairstyle kinda looks like one of the jonin in the village. Could he be a spy? Seeing that they weren't giving him a chance to explain, Naruto shouted over them. I'm really a Konoha ninja. Look, this is my official forehead protector. He pointed at the shiny protector he had meticulously kept clean all these years. The Uchiha shinobi remained expressionless. Their captain simply raised a hand and commanded. Seize him. Take him to the police station for interrogation. Without hesitation, the Uchiha moved in. Naruto dodged left and right. Even though he wasn't at his Six Paths level, he could still easily handle these guys. But, they were all Konoha shinobi. He didn't want to hurt them. More reinforcements started arriving. Naruto narrowed his eyes. Sorry about this. He clapped his hands together. Boom. A massive cloud of white smoke erupted. Naruto didn't want to cause too much chaos, but he had no choice. Objective, Hokage's office. Everyone, charge. With a commanding wave, thousands of Naruto's shadow clones scattered in all directions, sprinting toward the Hokage's office. The Uchiha guards had no way of stopping them. The captain's expression darkened. Sound the alarm. We have an intruder. Moments later, the piercing sound of an alert siren echoed across Konoha. The villagers, startled by the noise, were met with an unusual sight. Countless identical blonde-haired boys were dashing across streets and rooftops. As they ran, they repeatedly called out. Sorry. Excuse me. Oops, didn't mean to bump into you. They were surprisingly polite. The ordinary villagers simply watched in amusement. But the Konoha ninja reacted very differently. Who the hell can make this many shadow clones? In another part of the village, Ebisu had been observing women, collecting his daily research material. That was until Naruto's clone army swept through, trampling over everything in their path, including his beloved research subject. No. Meanwhile, beside him, a young might guy, filled with duty, had already leaped into action. Konoha strong whirlwind. Boom. 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 Several of Naruto's clones were obliterated in an instant. Whoa. Bushy brow sensei. The other clones exclaimed in surprise. Bushy brows. Sensei. Guy struck a dramatic pose. The first title is acceptable. But the second one? I am not yet worthy. Got it, Bushy brow sensei. Even though he was excited to see Guy's younger self, Naruto didn't forget his mission. Boom. 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 More smoke explosions echoed across Konoha as the battle intensified. The village's shinobi were now fully mobilized, attempting to block Naruto's advance. Gentle fist, 8 trigrams palm rotation. A rotating chakra sphere erupted in an open space, sending Naruto's clones flying. As the rotation slowed, Hayashi Hyuga emerged, his expression calm. You shall not pass. Naruto's clones gawked. Hinata's dad is pretty strong. Meanwhile, in the Uchiha district, Uchiha Fugaku stood with his young son, Itachi, observing the commotion. Itachi, pay close attention. This is how you handle enemies with overwhelming numbers. Itachi, only a few years old, nodded seriously. Yes, father. Naruto's perspective. Wait. This is the Uchiha district. He turned to see a dozen of his clones standing confused. This area was supposed to be a commercial district. When did it become Uchiha territory? Then, he spotted 2 familiar figures. Itachi is Sasuke's older brother, which means that guy must be Sasuke's dad. Naruto never thought he'd get to see so many people he wasn't supposed to meet. Fire style, Great Fireball Jutsu. A massive fireball erupted from the mouth of a young Uchiha, flying toward Naruto's clones. Without waiting to see the result, the boy turned around proudly. Rin, did you see that? Wasn't I amazing? Nohara Rin nodded automatically. Yes, Obito, very impressive. Ha 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 ha. Obito beamed, completely forgetting about the battle. By the time Rin noticed and tried to warn him. Wham! A Naruto clone kicked Obito clear across the street. This guy seems kinda dumb. The clone scratched his head. He turned to Rin, apologized, and left. By the time Obito got back up, Naruto had already vanished into the village. Damn it. That was a sneak attack. Come back and fight me, Uchiha Obito, fair and square. Naruto didn't even look back. Uchiha Obito. Is he even famous? Chapter 354, Chapter 355. This place is. Despite Konoha's many defenders, the sheer number of Naruto's clones meant that several had already broken through to the streets near the Hokage office. One of them was sprinting through the village when something in his peripheral vision made him pause. He turned his head toward a familiar ramen shop. Wait. Ichiraku Ramen is already open. His face lit up with shock and excitement. I haven't had ramen in so long. Maybe I should grab a bowl first. I mean, there are plenty of me heading to the office anyway. He rubbed his hands together, already picturing a steaming hot bowl of miso ramen. Then, someone stepped out from the shop. Didn't expect an intruder to know about Ichiraku Ramen. The blonde-haired man stood tall under the sun, his blue combat uniform glistening beneath his Konoha Jonin vest. His sharp gaze locked onto Naruto. You are. Naruto's pupils shrank in an instant. His voice trembled uncontrollably. Before he could say anything, the men disappeared. A cold kunai was suddenly pressed against Naruto's throat. I don't know why you're doing this, but you better have a good explanation. Minato stood behind him, kunai in hand, his voice calm yet commanding. At any other time, he wouldn't waste words on an enemy. But for some reason, looking at this young man who shared his hair color and facial features, Minato felt a strange tremor in his heart. His tone had unconsciously softened. "Ah. What are you doing here?" Another Naruto clone leaped down from a rooftop, ready to greet his counterpart. But then he saw the men behind him. His mouth fell open. Just like the first Naruto, his mind went blank. "Minato, leave this one to me." A vivid red figure burst out from Ichiraku Ramen. A woman leaped into the air, her fiery long hair trailing behind her as she clenched her fist. With a loud cry, "Go down!" Naruto instinctively looked up. His breath caught in his throat. The woman descending toward him was beautiful, her long crimson hair, her fierce expression. But most of all, there was something incredibly familiar about her. Naruto didn't move. "That should be Mom." Whoosh! A powerful gust of wind followed her punch. But at the last moment, her fist stopped just before his face. Uzumaki Kushina froze, her fist trembling. She stared at Naruto, now only inches away, her eyes widening. And then, for some unknown reason, her eyes turned red. She felt like crying. Why? Kushina couldn't understand. Why did she suddenly have the urge to break down in tears? This was so embarrassing. Inside Kushina's mind, Kurama, the Ninetales, lifted its head. It turned its attention toward the boy outside. For some reason, Kurama could feel a strangely familiar aura radiating from him. Was it just an illusion? A touching scene, isn't it? Not far away, standing on a rooftop unnoticed, Jensu lightly clapped his hands. It had been a long time since he simply sat back and watched an event unfold. The last time was during the Chunin Exams, when he watched Orochimaru and Hiruzen's teacher-student battle. Compared to that, this reunion was far more heartwarming. It was well worth sticking around to witness. I wonder what would happen if I appeared now and turned this happy moment into a bloody massacre. The thought flashed through Jensu's mind. But he quickly shook his head. He wasn't a psychopath. Besides, he still owed Naruto for his contributions in their last great battle. Some moments of happiness were better left untouched. Jensu's eyes lingered on the three motionless figures. Was there some mysterious connection between family members, even across different worlds? Lost in thought, he prepared to continue watching. Then, poof. Poof. Both Naruto clones vanished in a puff of white smoke. Not just here. Every single Naruto clone across the village disappeared simultaneously. Jensu turned toward the Hokage office. Naruto's real body had arrived. Hokage office. After evading countless obstacles, Naruto finally burst into the Hokage's office. The first thing he saw, Hiruzen. Sitting behind his desk, smoking his pipe, looking alive and well. He wasn't as wrinkled as Naruto remembered. His posture wasn't as hunched. His presence wasn't as faded. For a moment, Naruto's eyes turned red with emotion. Old man third. During the Chunin Exams, Hiruzen's death had come too suddenly. Before Naruto could even process it, the old man who had played such a big role in his childhood had already been laid to rest in a coffin. Then came the Fourth Great Ninja War, but by then, it was too late. Even when he met Minato, he never had the chance to speak to Hiruzen. When the Edo Tensei was undone, he had been too busy fighting Kagaya and Jensu. So in reality, this was the first time he had seen Hiruzen again since the Chunin Exams. If only the ANBU around him weren't ready to strike. The moment Naruto burst in, the ANBU immediately moved, ready to subdue him. But Hiruzen raised a hand, signaling them to stop. Hearing Naruto's genuine cry of "Grandpa," his expression softened slightly. "Child, do we know each other?" Hiruzen's gaze lifted to Naruto's forehead protector. He was certain. There was no such ninja in Konoha. Not in his memory. Naruto started to say yes. But then he hesitated. This was a different world. Hiruzen didn't know him. For a moment, he was at a loss for words. One of the ANBU silently gestured to Hiruzen, signaling that this was the best moment to attack. Hiruzen considered it. But after a brief thought, he shook his head. He looked at this strange boy who had caused so much chaos in the village. Instead of hostility, he chose patience. "Child, take your time." He smiled kindly. "Introduce yourself first." Naruto took a deep breath, pushing down all his thoughts. "My name is Uzumaki Naruto." Hiruzen blinked. Uzumaki. His eyes flicked to Naruto's hair. "Not red." Naruto continued. I'm a genin from Team 7, my sensei is Kakashi, and my teammates are Sakura, Sai, and Sasuke. Hiruzen frowned. Kakashi-sensei. Yes. Naruto nodded seriously. I know this is hard to believe, but I have to tell you the truth. I am not from this world. I am a shinobi of Konoha from 10 years in the future. Silence. For a long moment, the Hokage's office was dead quiet. Then, Hiruzen finally spoke. But not to Naruto. He turned to an ANBU member and ordered. Call the Konoha hospital. He glanced back at Naruto and added 4 simple words. Give him a drug test. Chapter 355, Chapter 356. Ah. I've said it so many times already. I'm really not sick. I'm not under any genjutsu or anything. I truly come from another world. Naruto's frustrated voice echoed throughout the Hokage's office. Hiruzen looked at Naruto with a hint of pity. This kid had great potential, but who would have thought his mind would be the problem? What a shame. Hiruzen shook his head. Seeing this, Naruto grabbed his hair in frustration, growing even more agitated. Ah. If you all don't believe me, then I'll prove it with my actions. As soon as these words left his mouth, the umbu in the room immediately went on high alert, ready to act. But Naruto didn't do anything else. He simply stood there, raised a finger, and pointed directly at Hiruzen, shouting. GG. You always carry a crystal ball with you, not for anything important, but just to peek at the bathhouse. Boom. A loud rushing sound exploded in the room. Hiruzen moved at lightning speed, instantly appearing in front of Naruto and covering his mouth, forcefully silencing him. At the same time, a group of Konoha shinobi, who had arrived as reinforcements, just happened to enter the Hokage's office. Cold sweat dripped down Hiruzen's back. Looking at Naruto, who was muffled and struggling, then glancing at his subordinates who had just entered, he felt a deep sense of relief. That was close. His lifelong reputation almost went down the drain. Children say the darndest things. Just kids being kids. Since Naruto had shouted so loudly, the newly arrived shinobi had definitely heard him. Hiruzen hurriedly explained, giving Naruto a sharp look before finally letting go of his mouth. Hiruzen was surprised that Naruto knew about such a private matter, but this wasn't the time for questioning. He coughed heavily a few times and then, putting on a serious face, asked. Naruto, do you have any other evidence to prove that what you're saying is true? That wasn't enough. Naruto wanted to say more, even mentioning how he had once taken down Hiruzen using his sexy jutsu. In fact, he was prepared to demonstrate it on the spot to prove that Hiruzen's reaction would match what he described exactly. However, seeing Hiruzen's eye twitch, as if he was about to cover his mouth again, Naruto finally learned to read the mood. He scratched his head. If he couldn't talk about Hiruzen, then who else could he mention? Naruto glanced around. The umbu were all wearing masks, and he didn't recognize any of them. But among the newly arrived shinobi, he spotted some familiar faces. Your Uncle Shikaku. Naruto's eyes lit up, pointing at Nara Shikaku excitedly. Haha, I have a great relationship with your son, Shikamaru. Shikaku, who had already heard Naruto shouting from outside, stroked his chin, glanced at Hiruzen, who was quietly observing, and then smiled slightly. A son. I haven't planned on having kids yet. But Shikamaru, huh? That's a nice name. Nice. Naruto, confused, turned to the person beside Shikaku. Oh. It's Choji's dad. Just as big and strong as Choji. Is he talking about me? Akimichi Chosa asked in confusion. Naruto pressed on, moving to the next person. Ino really inherited her father's genes. I just don't know if her obsession with good-looking guys is something unique to her. Hearing this, Yamanaka Inoichi gave Naruto a long, deep look. The name Ino was something he and his wife had discussed in private. If they ever had a daughter, they planned to name her that. No one else should have known. If what this kid was saying was true. As more people arrived, Naruto continued greeting Konoha shinobi he recognized. Hey, it's Sasuke's dad. You don't know Sasuke. He's your future second son. As for your eldest, Itachi, now's not the time to talk about that. You must be Shino's dad, right? I think so. Asuma-sensei. Haha. I can't believe you already have a beard at this age. You're Orochimaru. Suddenly, when Naruto's gaze landed on another person, his expression changed dramatically, and he instinctively moved to attack. Naruto. Hiruzen called out to him. Naruto had locked eyes with Orochimaru, who was standing at the edge of the room, dressed in a Konoha Jonin vest with his arms crossed. Seeing Naruto's shocked face, Orochimaru smirked with amusement and, in his signature raspy voice, said. Looks like I'm quite famous in your world. Of course. Naruto glared at him. You're Konoha's traitor. During the Chunin exams, you attacked the village and even killed Gigi. As soon as Naruto spoke, many people instinctively turned to look at Orochimaru. No one outright reacted. Whether Naruto's words could be believed was still up for debate. The idea of another world was far beyond their comprehension. However, some among them had more subtle expressions. Hiruzen gave his former student a glance before quickly shifting his focus. Orochimaru, on the other hand, kept his smile and said, "Interesting. Ahem." Hiruzen cleared his throat twice before addressing Naruto. "Naruto, regardless of whether what you say is true, remember, the future is never set in stone." "I understand, Gigi." Thinking to himself that this wasn't the same Orochimaru from his world, and with more important matters at hand, Naruto withdrew his gaze and nodded. Hiruzen, having seen Naruto accurately recognize and call out several Konoha shinobi and even reveal future details, found it difficult to believe he was lying. Additionally, Naruto's emotions toward him seemed genuine, something Hiruzen, with his years of experience, could discern. Given all this, Hiruzen's eyes flickered slightly before he asked, "Naruto, you've introduced so many people already. Now, tell us about yourself. If you were an excellent Konoha shinobi in your world, then your parents must be quite famous, right?" "My parents." Naruto pursed his lips, his voice lowering as he glanced toward two individuals who had just arrived. Following his gaze, everyone, including Hiruzen and Orochimaru, turned to look. Then, they saw Minato Namikaze and Kushina Uzumaki. Expressions of surprise, realization, and curiosity appeared on their faces. At that moment, Minato and Kushina stood frozen, staring at Naruto. Their eyes met. After a moment, Kushina's eyes turned red with emotion, her voice trembling slightly as she said, "Minato. I think I'm looking at our future son." Minato, seeing Naruto's face, which resembled his own, smiled brightly and said, "If our future son turns out to be this outstanding, then that would be truly wonderful." Naruto's eyes turned red as well. Seeing his parents for the first time, he hesitated for a moment, but in the end, he took one step forward, then another, slowly making his way toward them. Chapter 356, Chapter 357. Naruto took step after step toward Minato and Kushina. Before he could say anything, eyes red with emotion. Kushina acted first. She didn't care about the people watching. She didn't care if it was embarrassing. Right now, she only wanted to do one thing. She stepped forward and tightly pulled Naruto into her embrace. Finally, she was able to do what she had wanted back at Ichiraku Ramen. Naruto trembled in her arms, overwhelmed with emotion. At that moment, Kushina could clearly feel the exhaustion, frustration, and loneliness hidden beneath Naruto's bright smile. As someone who wasn't yet a mother, she didn't know how to comfort him. All she could do was hold him even tighter, making the embrace as warm as possible. But that was already enough. For Naruto, this far exceeded his expectations. Tears slipped uncontrollably from his eyes. Minato stood beside them, watching the two embrace. After a moment, he stepped forward and placed his hands on their shoulders in quiet support. The other people in the Hokage's office didn't interrupt. They simply watched, observing this unusual yet deeply touching family reunion. There are no signs of genjutsu, no discrepancies in body language, speech, or expressions, and the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki clearly trusts him. That settles it. Orochimaru licked his lips with his long tongue, the first to confirm the truth. A parallel world actually exists. This sudden new revelation is absolutely fascinating. He was eager to learn more about this other world. For instance, why had he killed his own teacher in that world? And why was Naruto's surname Uzumaki and not Namikaze? The implications were certainly intriguing. As he watched the touching scene before him, Orochimaru smirked slightly, having already deduced a certain truth. After some time, Naruto finally pulled away from Kushina, his voice thick with emotion. "Thank you. I finally understand what it feels like to have parents." Hearing that, Kushina didn't even bother wiping her tears. She immediately asked, "Naruto, where are your parents?" "My parents died on the day I was born," Naruto said quietly. Kushina instinctively looked toward Minato. Minato was silent for a moment before reaching out and gently patting Naruto's head. "Do you hate them for it?" "Of course not." Naruto immediately looked up, answering loudly. They were heroes of the village. Kushina couldn't hold back. She pulled Naruto into another hug. "I'm sorry, Naruto. Life must have been so hard for you all these years." "Haha. It's not that bad," Naruto said with a goofy grin. "Besides, you don't need to apologize. Don't worry. Now that I'm here, the same tragedy won't happen again." Dad, Mom, and the future me will all live happily. At this moment, Naruto's gaze was unwavering and full of conviction. Meeting his parents for the first time made him incredibly happy. For a brief moment, he even thought staying in this world wouldn't be so bad. But he knew. This wasn't his world. The people in his original world were in danger. He couldn't just abandon them. Moreover, even if this world's Minato and Kushina accepted him, he couldn't steal the future that rightfully belonged to their own son. The only thing he could do was warn them about future dangers and prevent another disaster. Oh right. There was also the threat of Hagoromo Gensou. He needed to tell them about that immediately. Naruto pulled away from Kushina and looked around at everyone. I know you all still have doubts. Now, I'll provide undeniable proof. Saying this, he turned to Kushina, hesitated for a moment, then scratched his head awkwardly and asked. Can I call you Mom? Kushina, caught off guard, scratched her head in the exact same way. Well. I may not be a mother yet, and I'm not even that great at being a girlfriend, but if you want to call me that, go ahead. From now on, I'll do my best to be a proper mom. Clenching her fists, she declared her determination. Naruto couldn't wait. He immediately called out, Mom. Then, he added. Mom, can you give me some of the Nine-Tails chakra? Hearing the second, Mom, Kushina didn't even hesitate. She complied without a second thought. Hiruzen tried to stop her but was too late. Soon, a dense sphere of the Nine-Tails chakra condensed in Kushina's palm. Naruto reached out to grab it. Kushina panicked. Naruto, be careful. That was Nine-Tails chakra. Only a Jinchuriki could safely touch it. Don't worry, Mom, Naruto said confidently. The next second, his hand made contact with the chakra. To everyone's surprise, the wild, corrosive chakra didn't harm him. Quite the opposite. Like a bird returning to its nest, the chakra smoothly detached from Kushina and merged perfectly into Naruto's body. This brat. Inside the sealed space, Kurama lifted its head in shock. In the next moment, golden chakra cloaked Naruto's body. He had directly activated Nine-Tails chakra mode. After flashing a bright grin at Kushina, Naruto turned to the others and said. In my original world, I was Konoha's Nine-Tails Jinchuriki. As soon as he said this, Hiruzen's pupils contracted sharply. Orochimaru's smirk widened. The others reacted with similar shock. Aside from a Jinchuriki, no one could wield the Nine-Tails chakra so easily, let alone activate a chakra mode that normal Jinchuriki couldn't achieve. Naruto had just given them the most irrefutable proof. Only a Nine-Tails Jinchuriki could do this. And the Nine-Tails, since being captured by the first Hokage, had only ever had two Jinchuriki. It was impossible for a new, teenage Jinchuriki to appear out of nowhere. At this moment, everyone present was forced to accept one truth. Naruto was very likely telling the truth. He really was from another world. But there was still one last question. Where is the Nine-Tails inside you? Hiruzen asked. Naruto touched his stomach and said seriously. That's the reason I'm here. Because of a man named Hagoromo Gensou, the Nine-Tails inside me disappeared. I should have died, but the Sage of Six Paths revived me. After a long, complicated battle, we ended up here. The Sage of Six Paths. Someone couldn't help but ask. You mean that legendary figure actually exists? If Naruto hadn't just proven himself, most people here would have thought he was crazy. Even now, there were still many skeptical gazes. The sage still exists. But he said that technically, he's dead, just appearing in a different form. As for the specifics, his explanation was so complicated I forgot most of it. But I do remember his appearance. Naruto then began vividly describing the Sage of Six Paths features. His eyes, just like Hagoromo Gensou's. His white robes, similar to Hagoromo Gensou's. The floating black spheres behind him, like Hagoromo Gensou's, except. Chapter 357, Chapter 358. Although the first Six Paths level existence Naruto met was the Sage of Six Paths, he couldn't help but feel that Jensu had left a much deeper impression on him. After personally experiencing Jensu's overwhelming power, facing three top-tier opponents alone with absolute dominance, Naruto had subconsciously associated everything about the Six Paths level with him. The white robe, the truth-seeking orbs, these had all become symbols of Jensu in his mind. Even though the Sage of Six Paths, Kagaya Otsutsuki, and Tonari Otsutsuki all shared similar appearances, Naruto still instinctively used Jensu as the benchmark. Thus, when the Konoha shinobi in the Hokage's office asked about the Sage of Six Paths, the name they heard most often was actually Hagoromo Gensou. So, just who exactly is Hagoromo Gensou? Orochimaru finally voiced the question on everyone's mind, his tone full of curiosity. Naruto wasn't in the mood to argue with Orochimaru over this. His expression grew serious as he looked at everyone and said, Hagoromo Gensou is the strongest enemy in my world. To fight against him, the 5 great shinobi villages, along with the entire shinobi world, united for the first time, forming the allied shinobi forces. Wait. Naruto, am I understanding this correctly? The 5 great villages, with tens of thousands of shinobi, joined forces, just to deal with a single person. Narashikaku asked in disbelief. More or less. The primary target was Jensu alone. Naruto glanced at Fugaku Uchiha among the crowd, hesitating for a moment. Some things didn't need to be revealed just yet. And what was the result? Hiruzen Sarutobi asked, his expression solemn. Naruto thought back to the scenes of the battlefield he had witnessed. He lowered his head slightly and shook it. The result wasn't good. Silence fell over the room. Everyone present knew the strength of the 5 great shinobi villages. No one had ever imagined that a single person could take on the entire shinobi world and seemingly have the upper hand. That's ridiculous. Even the 5 Kage combined wouldn't be able to reach that level, a younger Asuma frowned. No matter how strong a person was, sheer number should be enough to overwhelm them. Even his father, the so-called strongest Hokage, would struggle against a group of 20 elite jonin, let alone tens of thousands. Asuma simply couldn't imagine such a being existing. There have been people like that before, like the first Hokage. Orochimaru suddenly spoke up. He turned to Naruto with curiosity. How does Jensu compare to the first Hokage? Naruto had never personally seen Hashirama Senju in battle. But he didn't even need to think about it, he shook his head. There's no comparison. Even the so-called ancestor of Chakra couldn't defeat Jensu, let alone anyone else. The ancestor of Chakra. A new name had suddenly been introduced. Who could possibly be referred to as the ancestor of Chakra? Everyone's faces were filled with surprise and curiosity. Only the 9 tails within Kushina's seal seemed to realize something. Its eyes flickered with fear. The ancestor of Chakra has returned. Kurama knew exactly what that meant. The 10 tails had been reborn. Kurama. Kushina sensed the change in her tailed beast's emotions and turned to Naruto. Naruto, explain in detail. Naruto never thought that one day, he, a self-proclaimed academic failure, would be the one explaining the history of the shinobi world to a room full of intelligent minds. But since his mother asked, he would do his best. And so, Naruto began recounting the story he had heard from the Sage of 6 Paths. Since he couldn't project images like the sage, he instead used shadow clones and transformation jutsu to depict Kagaya Otsutsuki, the Sage of 6 Paths, Hamura Otsutsuki, and other legendary figures. Finally, the grand finale arrived, the moment Jensu took center stage, surpassing them all. Not bad. Outside the window, Jensu watched Naruto's performance. Naruto had managed to capture his demeanor quite well. Since there was no need for him to step in, he decided to simply continue watching. Just like when he used to watch ants carrying food, if he had nothing better to do, he could watch them all day. Inside the Hokage's office. After finishing his dramatic storytelling, Naruto once again fell into silence. Everyone present was digesting the history of the shinobi world that had been hidden from them. For the first time, the truth was laid bare before them. The ancestor of Chakra, Kagaya Otsutsuki. Her sons, the Sage of 6 Paths, Hagoromo Otsutsuki, and Hamura Otsutsuki. The battle between mother and sons. The birth of the shinobi religion. The 10 tails. The infinite Tsukuyomi. All of these events had shaken the very foundation of the shinobi world, yet they had only happened in Naruto's world. And most importantly, what left the strongest impression was the name of a man who, despite being a living mortal, had surpassed even the Sage of 6 Paths and Kagaya. Hagoromo Gensou. How has someone like Jensu never been heard of in our world? Someone asked. Fugaku Uchiha's eyes gleamed with thought before he spoke. Jensu, he must be from the Hagoromo clan. Naruto nodded repeatedly. Yeah, that's the one. You guys don't know him. Back in the Warring States era, he stood alongside the first Hokage and Madara Uchiha as the 3 great legends. People even called him a man who stood on equal footing with the gods. Thinking back, that nickname wasn't wrong at all. Jensu was no longer just someone who stood equal to gods, he was essentially a true god now. But when the others heard Naruto's words, they exchanged confused glances. The 3 great legends. Never heard of that. The only ones who've been passed down in history are the first Hokage and Madara Uchiha. No one named Jensu has ever been mentioned in the shinobi world. Everyone was at a loss. Hiruzen thought carefully but couldn't recall ever hearing of anyone exceptional from the Hagoromo clan. Naruto was surprised. Could it be that this world didn't have a Hagoromo Gensou? It seems like Naruto's world is similar to ours but ultimately different. And the future will be different as well, Narashikaku analyzed. Many people nodded in agreement. Naruto's world was terrifying. Honestly, no one here wanted to go through such a disaster. At least now, they could relax. Since there was no Jensu in this world, all those nightmare-inducing calamities wouldn't happen. Just as Hiruzen and many others were sighing in relief. Suddenly, Minato Namike's expression turned extremely serious as he looked at Naruto and asked. Naruto, earlier you said, after a battle, we ended up here, correct? Naruto thought for a moment. He had said that earlier. So he nodded. Minato's fingers trembled slightly as he slowly said. So, it's not just you who arrived in this world. Jensu came too. As his words fell, the expressions of every shinobi who had just relaxed instantly froze. And when Naruto nodded and confirmed, Jensu isn't the only one, Kagaya Otsutsuki and the Sage of Six Paths came too. That's exactly why I'm here, to warn you all. Boom. Like a sudden bolt of lightning. Everyone's hearts trembled violently. Chapter 358, Chapter 359. The greatest threat to the shinobi world, Jensu, is here. And not just him, another Kagaya Otsutsuki and the Sage of Six Paths from a different world as well. If that wasn't terrifying enough, what if this world's Kagaya and Sage of Six Paths also existed? The thought sent chills down everyone's spine. Even Orochimaru's usual smirk had stiffened. He was fascinated by the concept of another world, but that didn't mean he wanted to meet someone like Jensu in person. Now, these overwhelmingly powerful beings had all arrived in this world. It didn't take much thought to realize they were bound to continue their unfinished battle. For example, infinite Tsukuyomi. And a battle of that scale wouldn't just devastate one location, it would engulf the entire world. That meant no one could escape. Orochimaru, who had long pursued immortality, had no intention of letting that happen. The first thing he asked was, how exactly did you all come to this world? Is there any way to return? He didn't bother asking Naruto how to defeat Jensu and the others. If Naruto had a solution, he wouldn't have shaken his head earlier when describing how dire the situation was for the allied shinobi forces. However, since Naruto, Jensu, and the others had crossed into this world, there had to be a way to travel between dimensions. Perhaps even a way to send them back. Orochimaru's mind raced quickly. The others also caught on and turned to Naruto for answers. Naruto carefully recalled the events. I remember, at the time, I was fighting Jensu, Kagaya, and Tonari. Tonari is also a really powerful shinobi. The Sage of Six Paths had given both of us some of his chakra. Then, in the final moments, his expression darkened. He shook his head slightly before continuing. We were battling in the deserts of the Land of Wind. At one point, the Sage of Six Paths did something, and a blinding white light erupted from the ground. Everyone was engulfed in it. After that, I lost consciousness. When I woke up, I was still in the desert. At first, I thought I was in my own world, but after some investigating, I realized I had arrived in another. So, Naruto, you haven't been in this world for long? Hiruzen asked. Naruto nodded, then hesitated and shook his head. I arrived here yesterday. But the others, they must have been here much longer. He had thought about this on his way to Konoha. Raising his hand, he pointed outside toward the sky. Even though it was daytime, his reference was clear. The moon. Naruto's tone was serious. The moon that was used to seal Kagaya is gone. That's not normal. There's a good chance it disappeared because of the others who arrived with me. A year ago, the moon's disappearance had shaken the entire shinobi world. But since the moon was far beyond their reach, the matter had been left unresolved. Now, hearing Naruto's explanation, many of them found it reasonable. Only someone as powerful as the people who arrived with Naruto could erase the moon from existence. In a way, that's good news, Shikaka mused, stroking his chin. If Jensu had been the clear victor, the shinobi world wouldn't be the same as it is now. If Kagaya had won, we'd all be trapped in a genjutsu. Most likely, the Sage of Six Paths has been keeping things stable, preventing total collapse. Hiruzen had just been about to nod in agreement when Orochimaru suddenly interjected. But isn't there another possibility? What if Jensu, like Naruto, only arrived recently? Or worse, what if he's still on his way? Hiruzen froze mid-motion. Minato, his expression more serious than ever, spoke up next. Naruto, do you remember the white light? Or the exact place where you first arrived in this world? Of course. Naruto nodded. It was in a place called Rorin. In this world, it's still a country. But in my world, it was destroyed long ago, nothing but ruins remain. Minato immediately turned to Hiruzen. Just as Orochimaru had said earlier, understanding how Naruto and the others had arrived here was crucial. If defeating Jensu and the others seemed impossible, then the best option was to find a way to send them back. Hiruzen understood Minato's meaning. He turned to Naruto and said, Naruto, both Konoha, and the entire shinobi world need your help. No problem. Leave it to me. Naruto pounded his chest confidently. This was exactly why he had rushed to Konoha in the first place. Without wasting time, Hiruzen assigned a team to investigate Rorin and study the dimensional rift. If they could uncover the method behind it, they might be able to send Jensu and the others back. Even the possibility of traveling to another world was worth considering. And despite Naruto's personal grievances with him, Hiruzen made sure to include Orochimaru, the most brilliant scientific mind in Konoha, in the team. Minato and Kushina, who had insisted on going, were also added to the team. There was no time to worry about whether taking the Ninetales Jinchuriki outside the village was dangerous. Hiruzen had to bet everything on this investigation. Additionally, Konoha needed to inform the other 4 great villages. Whether they believed it or not was another matter. At the very least, the brewing shinobi world war needed to be put on hold. Otherwise, if Jensu and the others arrived in the middle of battle, their very presence could obliterate both sides in an instant, ending the war in the most terrifying way possible. That would be the ultimate irony. Having made his decision, Hiruzen wasted no time in issuing orders. Soon, Konoha's shinobi began moving out. Naruto, Minato, Kushina, and Orochimaru formed the time-space investigation team and set off for Rorin. Wait, you're Kakashi-sensei. Just as they stepped out of the Hokage tower, Naruto spotted a young Kakashi. Seeing him already wearing a mask, Naruto waved and called out, "So you started wearing that mask this early, huh? See you later, Kakashi-sensei." With that, he hurried off. Kakashi, still rubbing the back of his sore head, stared at the retreating figure of Naruto walking beside Minato. Why had that guy, who looked older than him, just called him sensei? Having just regained consciousness after being knocked out, Kakashi was on his way to report his encounter to the Hokage. He had no idea what had transpired in the Hokage's office. But judging by the sheer number of shinobi moving in and out of the building, it was clear that something big was happening. Meanwhile, Hiruzen stood at the window, watching as Naruto and the others departed. He exhaled slowly. Let's hope everything goes smoothly. If not, then he would have no choice but to initiate the final contingency plan. Just like the original Hagoromo clan had done in another world. Konoha was too large. In the face of an impending disaster, only dispersing its people would ensure the survival of at least some of them. Chapter 359, Chapter 360. Heading to Rorin. No one had noticed, but the very man who had been the center of their fears, Jensu, was currently sitting atop the Hokage rock, overlooking Konoha. Having finished watching a good show, he withdrew his gaze from the departing Naruto and his team. He didn't need to intervene. The dragon vein was no longer in Rorin. However, if Naruto and his group, backed by Konoha, managed to find something useful, such as a way back, it would benefit him as well. Let them work themselves into a frenzy, it'll only make them more efficient. With that thought, Jensu vanished from the Hokage rock. From then on, his days were spent balancing 3 objectives: traveling, completing missions, and searching for the Otsutsuki. Time passed quickly. Main quest, Kazekage Retrieval Battle, face Uchiha Itachi, completed. Congratulations, host. You have successfully defeated the reflection clone of Uchiha Itachi. Mission reward, a trace of Otsutsuki bloodline. In the Uchiha training grounds, Itachi had set up targets across various trees. Holding several kunai between his fingers, he was just about to perform a flawless Uchiha-style shuriken throw. Thud. Suddenly, his head was struck. His vision blacked out instantly. Who? When Itachi finally regained awareness, he immediately leapt back, scanning his surroundings. Nothing. He remained on high alert for a long time, yet no further disturbances occurred. Frowning, he retrieved his kunai and spent the following days pondering the identity of his assailant, their purpose, and their intentions. Main quest, Kazekage Retrieval Battle, face Sasori of the Red Sand, completed. Congratulations, host. You have successfully defeated Sasori of the Red Sand alone. Mission reward, a small trace of Otsutsuki bloodline. In Sunagakure, deep within his workshop, Sasori was refining his latest puppet, preparing for the assassination of the 3rd Kazekage. Thud. Just like Itachi, Sasori was suddenly struck on the head. His vision darkened, and his forehead slammed into his workstation. Who? When he finally shook off the dizziness, his fingers twitched, activating his puppets to surround the area. But there was no one. Did the 3rd Kazekage discover something? Was this a warning? Sasori's expression darkened as he scanned the room, lost in thought. Main quest, Kazekage Retrieval Battle, finale, incomplete. Mission description, rescue the 5th Kazekage, Gaara, or recover his body. Saving Gaara now? That's a problem. At a bustling casino, Jensu sat beside Tsunade, watching as she effortlessly raked in wins. She had already become accustomed to her sudden gambling streak, convinced that her luck had reached godlike levels. But then, the system message rang in Jensu's mind. His brow furrowed slightly. According to this world's timeline, Gaara hadn't even been conceived yet. How could he rescue him? Or recover his body? If this were his original world, it would be simple. Even if Gaara had to be brought back alive, Jensu could just use Rinne Tensei to retrieve his soul from the afterlife. As for the cost of the jutsu, at his level, he could ignore it entirely. But now. There's no point staying here any longer, Jensu decided. He had delayed dealing with the Otsutsuki because he saw an opportunity to grow stronger through the system's missions. The more missions he completed, the more powerful he would become. By the time he faced the Otsutsuki, it would be far easier. But now, with a mission-breaking glitch, progress had stalled. Was he supposed to wait years for Gaara to be born? Jensu had no intention of lingering in this world for so long. A year or two was fine. But any longer, and unpredictable changes could arise, both with the Otsutsuki mother and son, as well as his original world. It's time to move on. He rose from his seat and walked toward the casino exit. Tsunade, noticing his movement, looked up in surprise. Jensu, you're leaving. Without turning back, Jensu waved a hand. Finally. The money-sucking leech was gone. Tsunade was overjoyed. Still, to avoid any unnecessary trouble, she feigned a reluctant expression and called out. Jensu, where are you going? To save the shinobi world. And with that, he disappeared. Tsunade. After a long silence, she turned to Shizune and asked. He says he's going to save the world. Do you believe him? Shizune hesitated, recalling all of Jensu's actions over the past few days. Then, shaking her head, she whispered. Not really. I don't believe it either. Tsunade smacked her hands on the table, finalizing her judgment. Then, she resumed gambling. In the grand scheme of things, nothing was more important than betting at all. However, her joy was short-lived. Moments later, a team of Konoha shinobi arrived, instantly disrupting her good mood. High above, silhouetted against the sun, Jensu gazed down at the world below, now mere specks on the landscape. Although he had completed several system quests, his search for the Otsutsuki had yielded nothing. He had scoured nearly every corner of the planet. Yet he hadn't found the Otsutsuki mother and son, who had arrived a year earlier. Nor had he found their counterparts in this world. They wouldn't have suddenly flown off into space, never to return. That left only one possibility. His eyes sharpened as he prepared to make his move. But then. A sudden thought crossed his mind, and he turned his gaze toward Rorin. Meanwhile, Naruto's team had arrived in Rorin and gathered intelligence from the queen. Though the dragon vein had mysteriously disappeared, they hadn't given up. Their investigation led them to uncover long-lost research, including an incantation supposedly capable of manipulating the dragon vein's power. And more importantly, they found an artifact. In the middle of the desert, Naruto, covered in sand, unearthed a deeply buried, ancient diamond-shaped token. It bore 5 unmistakable characters, by imperial decree. Orochimaru, serving as the team's lead archaeologist, licked his lips excitedly. According to Rorin's royal records, the dragon vein came from beyond the heavens, choosing their lineage as its guardians. To honor them, it bestowed upon them a token, one that could control even greater power than the incantation alone. The truth behind this legend no longer matters. What's important is this. If my guess is correct, this is the lost dragon vein token, an artifact that vanished generations ago. Naruto studied the token curiously, unable to detect anything special about it. So, should we return it? Orochimaru's grin widened. Of course, not. Chapter 360, Chapter 361. It's already known that the power of the dragon vein led you through time and space. Naturally, the token that can influence the dragon vein should be kept in hand. Even if the dragon vein has gone who knows where, one day it will be encountered again. Orochimaru spoke with a smile. Naruto felt that Orochimaru made sense, so he nodded and said. In that case, I'll return it after using it. Return it? Orochimaru glanced at Naruto. How naive. How could such a good thing be returned? After you leave, this token will be mine. By then. Orochimaru's heart burned with excitement. The power of the dragon vein that allows time travel should rightfully be under his control. But for now, more urgent matters required his attention. Orochimaru withdrew his gaze, letting Naruto hold the token. This was not only because he understood the bigger picture but also because Naruto's strength was extraordinary. Although the two hadn't fought, both had used their power while exploring the ruins. Orochimaru's keen eyes could tell that Naruto's strength far surpassed an ordinary ninja. Even if it wasn't him, it was likely that even the so-called strongest of the Hokage, his own teacher, would struggle against him. though Naruto had fallen from the Six Paths level and no longer had Kurama within him. Just like how the strength of wood release didn't lie in the wood release itself, but in Hashirama Senju. Naruto's true power didn't lie in his Uzumaki constitution or Kurama. It was because he was the reincarnation of Asura. After receiving chakra from the Sage of Six Paths and temporarily reaching the Six Paths level, the power of Asura within Naruto's body had completely awakened. With such a comprehensive enhancement, along with Sage Mode, there were few ninjas in this world who could stand as his equal. Of course, all of this meant nothing in the face of a true Six Paths level being. Just like at this moment. A black portal suddenly appeared beside Naruto. Before Kushina, who was keeping an eye on Naruto, could shout out a warning, a slender, fair hand reached out from within the black portal, easily snatching the token from Naruto's hand before he could react. Naruto was startled, just about to do something when a familiar voice rang in his ears. "Thanks again, Naruto." In an instant, Naruto's eyes widened with rage. He abruptly turned his head, looking through the black portal to the other side. There, floating high in the sky, his white Six Paths robe swayed in the wind, black hair draping over his shoulders. The strikingly handsome young man spoke each word clearly. Hagoromo Gensou. Instinctively, Naruto wanted to rush over and reclaim the token that had been casually played with by Jensu before he even had a chance to warm it up in his hands. But a moment later, he seemed to realize something and forcibly restrained himself from acting. At this moment, Minato and Kushina hurried to Naruto's side. "Naruto, is he?" Minato gripped the sword of love tightly, his eyes locked onto the men in the white robe separated by only a portal, his expression filled with deep concern. "Yes. He is Jensu." Naruto nodded heavily. Though he had used the transformation jutsu to imitate Jensu before, compared to the real one, the aura and details were miles apart. Now, Minato and Kushina had their confirmation. Although their determination was unwavering. Seeing Jensu for the first time, the men who had overwhelmed the Chakra ancestor and the Sage of Six Paths in Naruto's world, they couldn't help but feel a tremendous pressure. Even the massive body of Kurama within the ceiling space couldn't help but tremble slightly. Too terrifying. That man outside. His pressure far surpassed that of the Sage of Six Paths from back then. In the distance, Orochimaru's face was stiff, and he was silently retreating. He adored dragons, but he had no interest in meeting a true dragon who could hold fate within his grasp. Minato and Kushina still stood firmly beside Naruto, the family of three facing Jensu together. But just thinking that the Jensu, who had left a shadow on countless Konoha ninjas just from Naruto's descriptions, was now truly appearing in this world, seemingly free and without any restraints. An overwhelming gloom rose in the hearts of Minato, Kushina, and Naruto. The worst prediction had come true. Jensu had finally descended upon this world. And from the looks of things, he most likely arrived during the same time frame as Naruto. What should we do? The trio's hearts raced in panic. Who could stop him now? The Sage of Six Paths and Kagaya were no longer here. Naruto looked at his own hands. He was well aware of Jensu's strength, and he knew that if he, who wasn't even at the Six Paths level, rushed forward, it would only mean a pointless death. For the first time, Naruto suppressed his impulsive emotions. Not only that, but he also held back Minato and Kushina, who were both determined and had no intention of surrendering, prepared to test the waters. Jensu. Naruto positioned himself protectively in front of his parents, and asked calmly. "What exactly do you want?" Seeing this, Jensu's eyes revealed a hint of surprise. "Naruto, you've finally grown." Seeing Naruto not impulsively rushing forward as he had before, disregarding the situation, Jensu sighed with emotion. Of course, he didn't think Naruto had become afraid of death. On the contrary, the other party had finally become a qualified ninja. Of course, having his parents here was also part of the reason. Jensu glanced at Minato and Kushina, then looked at Orochimaru, who was slowly trying to retreat. Just as Orochimaru's expression changed and he prepared to activate his escape measures, Jensu calmly withdrew his gaze and looked back at Naruto, calmly answering his question. "Naruto, I've told you before, I'm here to save the ninja world." Save the ninja world? Minato, Kushina, and even the distant Orochimaru all looked stunned. And Naruto. Here it comes. Here it comes. That familiar tone and pattern are back. Naruto recalled how Jensu had previously called him boy and spoke of saving the ninja world several times. And what happened? He was either tricked badly or ended up assisting him unknowingly. Stay calm. Stay calm. Hearing Jensu say this again, Naruto gritted his teeth and nearly lost his composure. Saving the ninja world isn't done like that. Then how should it be done? Jensu asked calmly. Naruto instinctively replied, through love, through communication, through peaceful means. Naive. Jensu spoke those two words indifferently. Before Naruto could argue back, Jensu examined him and continued. I don't know if it's Azura's influence or just your nature. Naruto, your vision is still too narrow. Treasure what little time you have left with your family. After saying that, Jensu shifted his attention to the token in his hand, letting the black portal gradually shrink. Chapter 361, Chapter 362. Naruto's loud shouting gradually faded away. High above, Jensu looked at the unexpected reward in his hand, the token. Through the inside of his Rinnegan, he could indeed sense the same energy as the dragon vein emanating from the token. Combined with the command seal, it could control the dragon vein to a certain extent. As expected, Naruto is my lucky star. Jensu stored the token away and chuckled. This was already the xth time Naruto had brought him good fortune. It wasn't for nothing that he chose not to disturb Naruto's touching reunion with his family earlier. Now, it's time to get down to business. After the small distraction, Jensu returned to his main objective. The purple spiral of his Rinnegan spun, and he inserted his left hand into the void. Heavenly Commandment of Fate. A grand gohei wrapped with golden paper strips bearing the symbol of command swiftly materialized. Jensu spoke with divine authority. I hereby declare that this planet prohibits interdimensional space. In the next instant, the entire ninja world underwent drastic changes. Roarin Desert. Seeing that Jensu had vanished, Naruto was blaming himself for not properly guarding the token. While Minato and Kushina comforted him, they were also filled with worry about Jensu's sudden appearance and the future of the ninja world. Meanwhile, Orochimaru had returned and was silently staring at the spot where Jensu had disappeared. Suddenly, white smoke started rising from Minato and Orochimaru's bodies. What is this? The two reacted quickly, immediately taking out their sealing scrolls which were also emitting white smoke. They tossed them away without hesitation. In an instant, the sealing scrolls automatically unfurled. The ninja tools, food pills, instruments, and various other items stored within the scrolls all spilled out from the void, crashing down onto the ground. But that wasn't all. Minato. Something's wrong. Kushina's urgent voice had just rung out when. Boom. Violent Ninetales chakra erupted from her. Amid roars, the massive body of Kurama was rapidly breaking free from the sealing space. Not good. The expressions of Minato, Naruto, and Orochimaru all changed drastically. There was no time to consider the abnormality of the sealing scrolls. They quickly rushed to Kushina's side, trying to forcibly suppress the Ninetales. But it was useless. The power from the heavenly commandment of fate was beyond their ability to stop. Even Kurama himself was baffled as he felt himself being pushed out of the sealing space without any effort on his part. However, thinking back to his earlier encounter with Jensu, whose presence terrified him beyond words, and the troublesome humans outside, Kurama made a decision. Before being completely expelled from Kushina's sealing space, he deliberately left a part of his chakra within her to prevent her from dying due to the extraction of a tailed beast. Roar. The moment Kurama emerged into the outside world, his enormous body appeared before Naruto and the others. His 9 colossal tails rose high into the air as he roared excitedly at finally seeing daylight again. Kushina. Mom. Minato and Naruto, both fully aware of the consequences of a tailed beast being extracted from its Jinchuriki, stared at Kushina with utter panic. I'm fine. Kushina, who had been prepared for her imminent death, was surprised to feel a familiar power sustaining her life. It's Kurama. It saved my life. I'm okay. Don't worry. Kushina hugged her husband and son tightly, holding them with all her strength. Orochimaru glanced at the three of them, then turned his attention to Kurama. The fox, despite its roar, didn't seem crazed or murderous but simply stood there. Realizing that nothing drastic was going to happen for the moment, Orochimaru began to piece together the series of events that had just occurred. The sealing scrolls and the Jinchuriki sealing space malfunctioned simultaneously. This cannot be a coincidence, it must be deliberate. Considering who had been there and who had the capability to do such a thing, Orochimaru was almost certain. Minato, who had nearly lost Kushina, also calmed down. If his memory was correct, out of the 4 present, only he and Orochimaru had sealing scrolls. Plus, Kushina's own seal was also affected at the same time. If this was truly the work of that man, the fact that he could affect them from such a great distance. It was likely not just them, but many others who were also impacted. Naruto suddenly realized something and spoke up, I remember now. Jensu. He has a very powerful ability. Whatever he declares, he can enforce as reality. The Sage of Six Paths said that this ability of his can even affect an entire planet. Words that become reality. What a truly enviable power. Orochimaru spoke with both envy and deep fear. Having just barely escaped death, Kushina glanced at Kurama in the distance and took a deep breath before asking, why would he do this? Minato gazed deeply into the distance and shook his head. I don't know what he's planning. But one thing is certain, from this moment, the ninja world has officially ushered in the invasion of a being from another world. As Naruto and the others expected. At the very moment they were affected by the heavenly commandment of fate, countless others across the entire world were affected as well. Boom. 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 Puffs of white smoke burst forth from various locations across the ninja villages. Countless sealing scrolls stored in different villages and carried by individual ninjas all simultaneously opened, their contents pouring out and collapsing buildings used for storage. But that was the least of their worries. Although the sealing scrolls exploded, the items within remained largely intact. What truly terrified the ninja villages and their inhabitants were the roars of the tailed beasts that had suddenly gained their freedom. Not every tailed beast was as mild-tempered as Kurama, who had encountered a true monster. The others, long suppressed by their seals, immediately unleashed havoc upon the world, launching frenzied revenge. The entire ninja world was plunged into chaos. When Jensu made his formal entrance, he left the ninja world with a deeply unforgettable disaster. Although it was not his original intention, his gaze had never been focused on the tailed beasts. Just like taking a casual step, one could never be sure if it would crush an ant. The destructive power of a Six Paths level being was displayed vividly at this moment. Moreover, beyond the sealing scrolls and tailed beast rampages, some special beings also found themselves ejected from their interdimensional spaces and into the real world. For example, death gods and evil gods, whom Jensu was very familiar with. These entities, having lived for a long time and mastered the art of hiding, didn't rampage like the tailed beasts but instead concealed themselves, waiting to understand what was happening. Jensu paid no attention to these insignificant creatures. As the golden paper strips wrapped around the Gohei burned at an incredible speed, Jensu's Rinnegan surveyed the surroundings. Very soon, he locked his gaze toward the west. I found you. Jensu's eyes narrowed, and he stepped forward. The portal of Yomi Hirasaka opened, and he entered the black gateway. In the next instant, as his right foot stepped out of the portal, he had reached his destination. Chapter 362, Chapter 363. Land of Earth, Rock-Severing Mountain Range. The rolling mountain range stretched across the land like a giant dragon, endlessly winding and twisting. Countless peaks, sharp and straight as swords, soared into the clouds. Such magnificent scenery would make anyone feel incredibly small in comparison. However, at this moment, the two individuals who suddenly appeared here seemed to attract the attention of the entire world. Even the mightiest of mountains could only bow before them. Why has the heavenly commandment of space disappeared? A familiar voice of Kagaya echoed across the mountain range, cold and indifferent. Another equally cold voice, identical to hers, spoke with a hint of wariness. It's Hagoromo Gensou's heavenly commandment of fate. Oh. The one you mentioned before. Yes. I'm curious. What kind of person could make me, so cautious? He's here. See for yourself. As the last words fell, a black portal opened in the midst of the rock-severing mountain range. A foot stepped out first. Treading upon the void, the man known as Hagoromo Gensou emerged from the other side. We meet again, Kagaya. Gensu's gaze first landed on the closest Kagaya. Then, his attention shifted to another figure. A trace of surprise appeared on Gensu's face. He looked at the men and slowly spoke, Uchiha Madara. Standing directly across from Kagaya, the man who had been fighting her all this time was indeed Uchiha Madara. Gensu noticed the Six Paths chakra within Madara's body, which even surpassed the combined amount within Naruto and Tonari, and his eyes revealed an understanding. According to this world's timeline, Uchiha Madara hadn't died. Instead, he had been secretly working on his successor and the future Moon's Eye plan. As expected, the Sage of Six Paths must have found him and revealed the truth behind the Moon's Eye plan. Thus, the current scene of Uchiha Madara, the reincarnation of Indra, joining forces with the Sage of Six Paths to battle against Kagaya occurred. Correction. They weren't just joining forces with one Sage of Six Paths. In Gensu's perception, the Six Paths chakra within Uchiha Madara's body was composed of two parts. One part was whole and belonged to this world's Sage of Six Paths. The other part was relatively smaller. It belonged to the original world Sage of Six Paths, who had previously returned part of his chakra to his mother, while the remaining part was held by Jensu and later escaped during his journey through time and space. And it wasn't just the Sage of Six Paths. Kagaya had also fused. Standing before Jensu now was a merged form of two Kagayas. The stronger one was the Kagaya of the original world, who possessed the Ten Tails and had absorbed some of the planet's chakra. In contrast, this world's Kagaya was the most basic version, who apparently hadn't had time to do much before being dragged into the ongoing battle. I can see that while I was away, you all had quite the lively battle. After surveying the scene, Jensu greeted them with a smile. So, you are Hagoromo Gensou. With the empowerment of Six Paths Chakra, Madara had reached the Six Paths level and regained his youthful form. Standing with his arms crossed, he examined Jensu from head to toe and said, I heard that in your world, you, me, and Hashirama were all famous during the Warring States era. Yet I supposedly lost to you in every aspect, even the Rinnegan ended up in your possession. Humph. Madara snorted, ending his examination of Jensu before meeting his eyes directly and declaring. That version of me was nothing but trash, unworthy of being called Uchiha Madara. I was even disappointed to hear there was no one named Hagoromo Gensou in this world. But since you've appeared, good. I will show you what the real Uchiha Madara is. As expected, no matter which world, Uchiha Madara was always overflowing with arrogance. To this, Jensu calmly replied. The Madara of that world didn't have the Sage of Six Paths guiding him. Madara's expression turned icy. Jensu remained indifferent. Although Madara's appearance was a surprise, the situation was still well within his control. For beings at the Six Paths level, 1 + 1 never equaled 2. So, are you prepared to die? It was as if time had rewound to the desert of the original world. Jensu extended his hands from his sleeves and asked the two of them his final question. I'll return those words to you unchanged. Madara's right foot stomped down on the void. Before Jensu could make a move, Madara had already launched his attack. Limbo, border jail. Four shadows instantly appeared beside Madara. After fully ascending to the true Six Paths level, the shadows created through Limbo still retained the flaw of being detectable by the Rinnegan, but their individual strength had become equivalent to the original body. It was as if 5 Uchiha Madaras attacked at once. Having already been briefed by the Sage of Six Paths about Jensu's abilities, Madara's combat experience, far more refined than Kagaya's or the Sage's, led him to decisively make the first move. The heavenly commandment of fate was still being activated, and the deity gates of the Great Sun had no effect against physical attacks. If he didn't act now, then when? At the same time, Kagaya, fully aware of Jensu's power, turned her focus towards him. She abandoned her previous conflict with Madara and joined forces to launch an assault on Jensu. Jensu looked at the familiar scene of the two attacking from the left and right, and his lips curled into a smile. Then, bring it on. Boom. It was as if the heavens had collapsed. The clash between the most powerful beings from two worlds had officially begun. The earth trembled, countless peaks crumbled. Animals living within the mountain range fled desperately, forming a massive beast tide as they scrambled to escape. Among them, Han, the Jinchuriki of the Five Tails who had been training in the mountain range, was blown far away along with the newly freed Five Tails by the shockwave. After tumbling several times, Han and the Five Tails barely managed to stabilize themselves. The terrified Five Tails did not attack Han but instead offered him some of its chakra to aid them both in facing the looming threat. Damn it! What the hell is happening? Everything had happened so fast that Han, completely bewildered, looked back. But the violent shockwave struck again. What the? Han vaguely saw figures fighting, but before he could fully process the scene, he and the Five Tails were once again blasted away like cannonballs. Once he got back up, he dared not remain where he was. Facing such enemies was meaningless. Just like the beasts around him, Han and the Five Tails fled with all their might. This is too terrifying. Human power can actually reach such heights. Han had never imagined a day when, as a Jinchuriki, he wouldn't even qualify to observe the battle. As the surrounding mountains continued to collapse, Han pushed himself to his limits, running madly towards the outside. I must report this to the Third Hokage. Han was not alone. People living near the mountain range in the land of Earth felt the violent tremors and even witnessed entire mountain peaks collapsing. Ordinary people thought the gods were angry. Meanwhile, the passing Iwanin felt the overwhelming chakra and turned pale as they hurriedly rushed back to the village to report. It wouldn't be long before what had occurred at the rock-severing mountain range would become known throughout Iwagakure and the entire ninja world. Chapter 363, Chapter 364. Konoha. Tsunade eventually returned here with Shizune. Under normal circumstances, she would never return to the village. However, the Konoha ninjas who found her previously brought a message from Hiruzen, warning that a disaster capable of affecting everyone in the ninja world was about to occur. Moreover, she had been winning non-stop lately. Although Tsunade appeared to take it in stride, her heart was restless. Eventually, she decided to make a trip back. She arrived at the Hokage's office without any trouble. Tsunade couldn't be bothered to knock and simply pushed the door open. The third Hokage, Hiruzen, was sitting in his familiar chair. Standing beside him was Jiraiya. Jiraiya, you're back too, huh? Tsunade greeted him. Hearing her voice, Jiraiya turned around, enthusiastically walking toward her with open arms and a grin. Tsunade. Long time no see. You're looking more beautiful than ever. If you want our conversation to continue in the hospital, just take one more step forward, Tsunade smirked, clenching her fist. Jiraiya instantly stopped, putting on a serious face. This isn't a joke, Tsunade. Sensei urgently summoned us, saying that a crisis endangering the entire ninja world was happening. I immediately dropped everything and rushed back. All right, move aside. Tsunade pushed Jiraiya away and walked over to Hiruzen. She didn't bother with any formalities and got straight to the point. All right, old man. What's the big emergency that you had to call us all back? No rush, the person involved will be here shortly. Hiruzen's expression was dead serious, having already received the latest intel from Naruto's team. It was the first time Tsunade had seen the usually laid-back old man look so grim. Seems like something really big has happened. Tsunade decided to wait and hear him out. Before long, hurried footsteps echoed from outside. With a loud bang, the door was thrown open. Grandpa Third. Naruto burst into the room, eager to speak, but suddenly noticed Jiraiya and Tsunade. Out of instinct, he blurted. Huh? Pervy Sage. Granny Tsunade. You're here too. Pervy. Sage. Granny. Tsunade. Both Jiraiya and Tsunade's faces darkened instantly. Before Jiraiya could roll up his sleeves and deliver some over-the-top introduction. Boom. Naruto was sent flying by a single punch. Who are you calling Granny, you brat? Tsunade slowly lowered her fist, speaking word by word. It's a misunderstanding. A total misunderstanding. Kushina quickly rushed in, hurriedly pulling Naruto out of the wall. She shook him violently, trying to brush off the dust, while also turning around to explain. A baffled Jiraiya glanced at Minato and curiously asked, So, this kid who looks a lot like you, Minato, who is he? Minato scratched his head. Jiraiya-sensei, this is a long story. Then make it short. Naruto is Minato and Kushina's son. Orochimaru, who almost got caught up in the chaos, walked into the room with a calm expression. What? Jiraiya and Tsunade were stunned. So, parallel worlds really do exist. No wonder Naruto is your child, Minato. After listening to Minato's explanation, Jiraiya suddenly understood. As a writer with an ever-active imagination, the theory of parallel worlds wasn't foreign to him. He just never expected it to actually be real. So that means, Naruto, you're the student of the other worlds huh? Jiraiya examined the now-recovered Naruto. Of course, pervy sage, Naruto replied energetically. I told you, stop calling me pervy sage. I'm the Toad Sage. But you're still a pervy sage. The argument over titles began immediately between Naruto and Jiraiya. Watching this scene, Kushina couldn't help but feel concerned. She was well aware of Jiraiya-sensei's bad habits and feared that the Jiraiya from the other world had already led Naruto astray. Ahem. Naruto hadn't mentioned that he had already created the Sexy Jutsu series of techniques and even ghostwrote the Ika Ika Paradise series for Jiraiya, which became an instant bestseller. Their argument quickly fizzled out. Before long, the two were already draping their arms over each other's shoulders like good buddies. Jiraiya, now aware of the situation, looked at Tsunade with surprise. Tsunade, I never expected it. In the other world, you actually became Hokage. Tsunade shrugged dismissively, she's her, and I'm me. Don't mix us up. I have no interest in being Hokage. Jiraiya was about to say something else when Hiruzen interrupted. Alright, Jiraiya, Tsunade, you've heard part of the story, but you don't know the bigger crisis that came along with Naruto. A crisis that threatens the entire ninja world. During the following moments, Hiruzen and Naruto took turns explaining everything from the beginning, including Jensu's reappearance in the desert. Jiraiya's expression grew increasingly grave as he listened. Tsunade, on the other hand, looked more and more confused. Jensu. Could it be the same Jensu she knew? The one she knew was certainly powerful. But the greatest villain of the ninja world. Forcing the entire ninja world led by the 5 great nations to unite, only for them to be utterly defeated. Surpassing the legendary Chakra ancestor and the Sage of 6 Paths. None of that matched up with the laid-back Jensu she knew, who enjoyed eating, drinking, and having fun. Finally, Tsunade couldn't hold back and interrupted. Wait. Is the Jensu you're talking about like this? Tsunade described Jensu's appearance. Hiruzen was astonished. Tsunade, how do you know about Jensu? It really is him. Tsunade was utterly shocked. Facing everyone's curious looks, she slowly replied. I knew him. We spent a few days together. Now it was Hiruzen, Naruto, Minato, and everyone else's turn to be dumbfounded. The room fell into complete silence. After a long pause, Jiraiya finally broke the silence with a stiff voice. So, Tsunade, are you standing here before us as a human or a ghost? A dark vein popped on Tsunade's forehead as she clenched her fist and replied. Do you want to find out yourself? No, no. I'm good. After a bit of playful bickering, the tense atmosphere eased somewhat. As Tsunade shared her encounters with Jensu, Orochimaru rubbed his chin thoughtfully. Beauty trap. No. It's not just ignoring others. That kind of disregard wasn't about ignoring people, it was about disregarding power and the level of life itself. Orochimaru recalled the moment in Rorin when Jensu glanced at him only to look away indifferently and chuckled at his own foolishness. Someone like that couldn't be influenced by ordinary tactics. If Jensu arrived in this world around the same time as Naruto, what has he been preparing for all this time? Hiruzen frowned as he pondered Tsunade's words. Nobody believed Jensu was just idling away eating, drinking, and playing. Is that guy really the greatest villain of the ninja world? Tsunade was still skeptical. Just as she was about to ask more. Suddenly, a dazzling light flashed past the window. Immediately after. Boom. The ground trembled violently. Chapter 364, Chapter 365. The earth trembled. It wasn't just the Hokage building. The entire Konoha village, and even areas far beyond anyone's imagination, experienced violent shaking at the same time. What's happening? An earthquake. The villagers of Konoha rushed out of their houses, looking around in panic and confusion. Inside the Hokage's office, Hiruzen Sarutobi, Tsunade, Jiraiya, and the others quickly moved to the window to look outside. Suddenly, Naruto sensed something. Pointing to the distant sky, he urgently shouted. Look over there. Just as Naruto spoke, a blinding aurora with a long trail of flames descended from the sky, flashing before everyone's eyes. Just like before, the violent tremors came again only moments later. That's a meteorite. Hiruzen's pupils contracted. Orochimaru's golden, slit eyes stared unblinkingly at the sky. It looks like it's not just one. Sure enough. A third meteorite followed. Then the fourth, the fifth, the sixth, and the seventh. Each meteorite that came down was nearly twice the size of the previous one. A total of 7 meteorites descended from the heavens, all aimed precisely at the same location. When the last meteorite, carrying an unparalleled force, crashed into the earth. Even from such a great distance, many houses in Konoha crumbled instantly. The damage elsewhere was even worse. The sturdiest building, the Hokage's office, shook violently but managed to remain standing. At this moment, Naruto looked at the vast area of Konoha that had turned into rubble outside the window and clenched his fists tightly. Fortunately, the earthquake's intensity gradually increased, allowing villagers to evacuate before it became too destructive, resulting in minimal casualties. Naruto, who was well aware of what a Six Paths level battle looked like, quickly spoke up. Jensu and Kagaya, along with the Sage of Six Paths, have already started fighting. Jiraiya's eyes widened as he looked at the devastation of the village, unable to stop himself from gasping. Just the shockwaves from their battle caused this much destruction. If they were fighting directly above the village. The mere thought sent chills down his spine. Hiruzen's hands trembled uncontrollably. According to Naruto's earlier description, if Six Paths level beings didn't restrain themselves, they could continuously battle across the entire planet in a short time. Now, with dazzling chakra light illuminating the distant sky, Hiruzen took a deep breath and quickly summoned all the Konoha ninjas within the building. He ordered them to evacuate all the villagers and advised them not to stay in Konoha for the time being. Then, he turned to Naruto and the others and said. It may be futile, but we have to buy time for the villagers to evacuate. It's best if Jensu and the others don't come here. But if they do, all we can do is fight with everything we have. Then let's get moving. We can't let Jensu and the others underestimate Konoha's ninjas. Naruto raised his fist, his determination unwavering. Tsunade nodded, I'll go take a look as well. Even now, she couldn't understand how the harmless-looking Jensu she had met earlier could turn so ferocious after leaving for just a short time. Beside them, the heavenly commandment of fate's power had expired, and Kurama had already returned to the ceiling space within Kushina, both actively and forcibly. Neither Kushina nor Minato had any objections. Even if this journey meant certain death, they would still go for the sake of Konoha. Jiraiya was ready to fight without a word. As for Orochimaru, deep down he had no intention of going. But seeing everyone else making the same choice, and being curious to witness the pinnacle of the ninja world's power, he eventually nodded in agreement. After entrusting the evacuation work to the 2 elderly Konoha advisors, Hiruzen led a group of elites out of the village. On the way, they happened to catch Danzo and several root ninjas secretly trying to flee. Without hesitation, Hiruzen invoked his authority as Hokage to forcefully recruit Danzo and his men, making them contribute to Konoha's defense. Danzo could only grit his teeth and follow along with a dark expression. Thus, the Konoha sightseeing group set out. Before the Konoha group had even been formed, the Iwanin sightseeing group had already set off toward the rock-severing mountain range, trying to figure out what was going on. But they got too close and were instantly reduced by more than half. Barely escaping with his life, the third Hokage, Inoki, hovered in midair, looking at the trio battling furiously in the distance. His expression was a mix of horror and regret. How could there be such people in this world? Could the information from the third Hokage really be true? When Inoki had first received Hiruzen's warning about terrifying beings from another world, he had scoffed at it, thinking Hiruzen had gone senile and was making up stories to keep Konoha out of the conflict. Now, he could see it with his own eyes. But the cost of believing it was too high. Looking at the heavily injured and slain Iwanin elites around him, Inoki clenched his fists and gazed once more at the three figures already far beyond the rock-severing mountain range. So, those two, are Jensu and the legendary Chakra ancestor, Kagaya. And the other, if I'm not mistaken, that's Uchiha Madara. Wasn't Uchiha Madara supposed to be long dead? How could he appear here and even become so powerful? Yet even so, even when teaming up with Kagaya, he was still falling behind against Jensu. There's always a higher mountain. Inoki muttered to himself, feeling a deep sense of helplessness. He dared not follow them any further. The battle between Jensu, Kagaya, and Uchiha Madara continued. Since Madara had no interest in the outside world and only wanted to defeat Jensu, the battle wasn't restricted to a single location like the desert of the original world. Instead, their battlefield rapidly expanded across miles, practically turning the entire planet into their arena. Seeing that his alliance with Kagaya had not only failed to subdue Jensu but had resulted in several limbo clones being shattered by Jensu's 80 gods vacuum attack, Madara suddenly raised his head and his Rinnegan shone. Chibaku Tensei. Through the Rinnegan's gravitational pull, a genuine meteorite descended from the sky, covering a radius of several kilometers as it aimed straight for Jensu. The disturbance was so massive that space itself warped. Techniques like Yomi Hirasaka could not be used temporarily. But Madara was far from finished. His Rinnegan pulsed again and again. 1 meteorite, 2, 3. A total of 7 increasingly larger meteorites, aligned like a string of 7 stars, smashed toward Jensu with apocalyptic force. In some ways, the Sage of Six Paths had chosen his pawn quite well. Techniques like Limbo, Border Jail and Chibaku Tensei were unaffected by the deity gates of the Great Sun, effectively countering Jensu. However, that was only one side of the story. Chapter 365, Chapter 366. Your abilities are decent, but they're far too one-sided. Jensu looked at the descending Tengai Shinsei, a series of 7 massive meteorites aligned like a chain, and calmly remarked. In the next instant. As the first meteorite approached, Jensu stretched out his palm and pressed upward. Contrary to what one might expect, he did not lift the meteorite with one hand. Instead, his palm's surface transformed to match the meteorite's appearance. Like a river merging into the sea, his palm that first touched the meteorite fused into it. Then, Jensu's entire body followed, disappearing from view and becoming one with the meteorite. It was similar to becoming one with nature. With the power of Keki Isomo, Jensu could perfectly blend into the natural environment. Although Tengai Shinsei was a Rinnegan technique used by Madara, the meteorites it summoned were from the material world. It could ignore Shinra Bansho's abilities but could not ignore nature integration. While the Rinnegan's techniques were overwhelmingly powerful, the Keki Isomo enhanced the user's overall foundation. Even at the Six Paths level, the difference between possessing Keki Isomo and not having it was substantial. Although Madara had attained the Six Paths level through the power of the Sage of Six Paths Chakra, the sage could not transfer his Keki Isomo to Madara. Even if Kagaya possessed Keki Isomo and had combined her power with others, her strength had not reached its peak. Moreover, she feared the Six Paths, Chibaku Tensei technique in Jensu's hands. Thus, with the dual enhancement of Six Paths power and Keki Isomo, Jensu, at his peak, could face 2 enemies simultaneously and completely overwhelm them from beginning to end. Boom. 7 gigantic meteorites broke through the atmosphere, trailing long fiery tails before crashing into the earth. The shockwaves shattered mountains, cracked the earth, and created a vast impact zone almost covering the continent's center. Madara blew away the thick dust clouds that shot up into the sky and looked down at the newly formed basin-like crater. On a fractured meteorite, a hand slowly emerged. Very soon, an unharmed Jensu walked out from the shattered meteorite fragments with a calm expression. The fierce wind howled. His white Six Paths robe fluttered in the wind as Jensu raised his head, looking at the disbelieving Madara with a slight smile. Not bad. Want to try again? Madara's face darkened. Without a word, he joined forces with his Limbo clones and launched another assault. Jensu watched as Madara charged toward him once more, his smile unchanged. His left hand reached into the void. The sacred object wrapped with golden paper, the Onusa, appeared once again. The ability that affected the entire planet, Ama no Iwato, had a duration of only 1 minute before it entered a cooldown period. Having fought Madara and Kagaya for so long, the cooldown period had passed, and Jensu was ready to unleash his Rinnegan technique once more. I declare. Movement is forbidden here. As the words fell, the golden paper on the Onusa began to burn. Madara suddenly found himself unable to move. Not only his physical body but also his limbo clones were immobilized. Thus, the three figures stood motionless in place, unable to make the slightest move. In the next moment, a dazzling brilliance of ninjutsu erupted from Jensu's body. Omnidirectional dominion. Jensu's dignified voice echoed. Time flew by. The Konoha observation group marched with great determination toward the source of the radiant ninjutsu. When they finally arrived, they were met with a bizarre sight. 3 individuals, all wearing the same white robes adorned with magatama patterns, stood in place, completely still. Only their ninjutsu clashed repeatedly. Jensu. Naruto immediately noticed Jensu and was about to rush forward. Suddenly, as he tried to take a step, his legs stiffened, and no matter how hard he tried, he couldn't move an inch. Don't get any closer. Having encountered this technique once before, Naruto quickly understood what was happening and urgently warned the others. Seeing this, Jiraiya and the others immediately stopped. After Naruto's explanation, they learned that what had caused the current situation was the same Ama no Iwado that had previously thrown the ceiling scrolls and the tailed beasts into chaos. Even the caster is affected. Minato looked at Jensu, whom he had encountered once before, with a serious expression. In contrast, Tsunade, who had seen him many times before, carefully examined Jensu before exclaiming, "So, it really is you, huh?" Jensu had already sensed the arrival of the Konoha group and didn't pay them much attention. Hearing Tsunade's shout, he casually nodded. Seeing his acknowledgement, Tsunade couldn't help but recall everything she had witnessed before and said, "You. So, this is what you meant by saving the shinobi world?" Jensu finally replied. "Of course, this is saving the shinobi world. One of those guys wanted to turn everyone on the planet into his nourishment. The other, whose lifelong ideal had been shattered, was an extreme individual to begin with. Who knew what extreme actions he would take next? As for the Sage of Six Paths, that old schemer. His lingering influence over the shinobi world had persisted for 1,000 years. He kept suppressing those with potential, afraid they would shake his position. A person who had sat on his position for so long, ignoring the bloodshed of the shinobi world for 1,000 years. For the future of the shinobi world, he too had to be eliminated. Compared to those people, Jensu believed he was the most normal. The wheels of history continued to roll forward. Having become the leader of the new era, Jensu felt it was his duty to eliminate these dangerous individuals all at once. At this moment, after hearing Jensu's words and looking at the current situation, Tsunade began to understand, even if just a little. Indeed, Jensu had taken down Kagaya and another. Wait, why did that person look so familiar? The battle had ended, and peace had returned to the shinobi world. As for Jensu himself, Tsunade looked at the techniques radiating from Jensu, each one causing her own instincts to blare with warnings. Then she looked at the shinobi on her side. In the face of Jensu's ninjutsu onslaught, how many rounds could they withstand? Whatever Jensu intended to do next, with such a difference in power, it would not cause much harm to the shinobi world. Thinking about it this way, it wasn't so bad. At this moment, it wasn't only Tsunade who noticed the vast difference in power. Hiruzen, Jiraiya, and the others also realized the truth. If their use of chakra was merely technique, without understanding its true essence, then those 3 on the other side had already mastered it to near perfection. Without the need for hand seals, they could effortlessly manipulate chakra at its most fundamental level. For a moment, other than the endless clash of ninjutsu on the opposite side, the scene was engulfed in silence. Until Jiraiya suddenly noticed something. Wait, isn't that Madara? Madara? Compared to Jensu, the name Madara was something every Konoha shinobi had heard of since childhood. Hiruzen and the others looked over instinctively. Indeed, he looked exactly like the statue in the Valley of the End. But why was Madara, who had supposedly been killed by the first Hokage, here? Being stared at by the Konoha shinobi, Madara snorted coldly. If he could move, he would have already crushed these Konoha ants who looked at him as if he was some sort of rare spectacle. But right now, his situation was truly dire. Chapter 366, Chapter 367. Jensu's technique that prohibited movement did not prevent attacks. Under the influence of omnidirectional dominion, multicolored 6 paths level ninjutsu erupted from him, pouring down upon Madara and Kagaya. Since Kagaya possessed an immortal body, Jensu mainly focused his attacks on Madara. Though Madara could also use 6 paths level techniques, they were inferior compared to the ninjutsu enhanced by omnidirectional dominion. Moreover, Shinra Bansho could absorb powerful techniques at any moment. For a while, Madara, who had become a living target, was battered, his body torn and bloodied. Kagaya glanced at her struggling temporary ally, Madara, and then at Jensu, who was equally a sitting target. Her all-killing bones could indeed serve as a decisive measure at this moment. However, Kagaya's gaze shifted away from the luminous halo behind Jensu. If she truly did that, only Madara would be struck down. Kagaya lowered her eyelids as her long blue and white hair swept the ground. Ignoring the approaching Konoha group, she unleashed sharp rabbit hair needles aimed directly at Jensu. Jensu could still endure. But Madara was reaching his limit. Swoosh! A laser beam of storm release pierced Madara's left shoulder, creating a large hole. Although the bleeding quickly stopped, his injuries could no longer heal as swiftly as before. Madara was well aware of his current condition. He looked deeply at Jensu, muttering to himself. Hashirama, have you ever considered that there might be someone in another world who is your equal, or perhaps even stronger, from the same era as us? It seems Madara can't hold on anymore. From outside the battlefield, Kushina observed Madara's deteriorating condition, especially compared to Jensu and Kagaya, whose white robes remained pristine. That bastard Madara. Just hurry up and die already. Inside the ceiling space, even though Kurama had seen Jensu again, his hatred for Madara was far deeper, especially since Madara was the one who once controlled him and caused him to be sealed inside a Jinchuriki. I think we should retreat quickly. Orochimaru, who had unknowingly withdrawn to the rear of the group, suggested. If Madara died, the balance would be broken. For outsiders like them, that would be far from ideal. Danzo, who had been forced to stand at the front to maintain his leadership image, nodded in agreement. Being dragged here by Hiruzen, he initially thought he could contribute something since he had come all this way. But then, witnessing the kind of power capable of uprooting thousands of trees at once, he knew all too well that his own existence, hiding beneath the canopy of the mighty trees, had no chance of prevailing. Such power. Watching Jensu fight two opponents at once, his terrifying strength evident in every gesture, Danzo's fear and apprehension were mixed with intense greed. If he could obtain such power. No. Even a 10th, or a 20th, would suffice. Hiruzen would no longer be able to suppress him, and Konoha would flourish under his leadership, surpassing even the eras of the first and second Hokage. Just wait. Just wait. Danzo kept telling himself. Once the battle ended, he would immediately send people to collect all the blood, cells, and anything of value left on the battlefield. Even the slightest gain would be greatly beneficial to him. Of course, all of this was based on the premise that they could leave safely. What the Konoha group could see. The Sage of Six Paths residing within Madara's body also understood clearly. It's still impossible to win. The original Sage of Six Paths sighed deeply. The Sage of the current world responded calmly, we can only use the backup plan now. The Dragon Vein. The original Sage of Six Paths frowned. Using the Dragon Vein space-time power to drive Jensu away from this world. Do you have confidence in this plan? The Dragon Vein is something beyond this world. Even you and I cannot fully control it. Given the current situation, we have no choice but to take a gamble. The Sage of the current world admitted he had no absolute certainty. But as he said, if things continued, Madara's fate was sealed. Kagaya would be left fighting alone. Even if they returned their chakra to their mother, the outcome would likely end with her being sealed once again. Now, only one solution remained. Using the power of the Dragon Vein. Then let's do it. The original Sage of Six Paths, understanding the situation, agreed with a heavy tone. At that moment, just as the Konoha group was about to retreat to a safer distance, Madara was severely injured, and the time limit of Ama no Iwado had reached its end. Roar! A thunderous dragon's roar echoed through the sky. Massive amounts of blue chakra surged from the ground like a volcanic eruption. Under the guidance of the Sage of Six Paths, an enormous dragon composed of Dragon Vein chakra emerged from the depths of the earth, charging towards Jensu with an overwhelming presence. This chakra. Kagaya reached out and grasped a portion of the Dragon Vein chakra nearby. As she absorbed it, her expression slightly changed. Unlike any chakra she had known, the Dragon Vein chakra seemed to possess its own will. Although she could borrow its power, she couldn't fully assimilate it as she could with other forms of chakra. Back when she ruled the earth, the Dragon Vein did not exist. Even during her days with the Otsutsuki clan beyond the stars, she had never heard of chakra capable of traversing time and space. Now, watching as the Dragon Vein rushed towards Jensu. Understanding what Jensu intended to do, Kagaya expelled the Dragon Vein chakra from her body and immediately flashed to a clear area devoid of Dragon Vein chakra, to avoid being caught up in the coming disaster. At the same time, Jensu looked at the oncoming Dragon Vein. In the eyes of many, the Dragon Vein chakra was infinite and unstoppable in its power. But in Jensu's eyes, it was nothing special. What truly concerned him was the Dragon Vein's power to traverse time and space. As the dragon vein approached, a familiar white light began to radiate from his body, growing more intense by the second. Meanwhile, Kagaya and Naruto showed no signs of this strange phenomenon. Sensing the faint traces of chaotic spacetime energy, Jensu knew he absolutely could not let the dragon vein touch him. Swoosh! A rhombus-shaped token flew out from his sleeve and floated before him, facing the pursuing dragon vein directly. For the first time, Jensu swiftly formed a series of hand seals and spoke. Haste, by this decree. In an instant, the token emitted a presence identical to that of the dragon vein. The gigantic entity of the dragon vein abruptly halted, freezing in midair. What's going on? Why isn't the dragon vein under control? That token. The guardian has become a thief. The Rorin lineage couldn't resist their desire for the dragon vein's power and spent countless years creating a token capable of controlling it. The two sages of Six Paths spoke one after another, their eyes quickly discerning the truth behind the token. However, understanding the situation was one thing. Dealing with this unexpected complication was another. Chapter 367, Chapter 368. The dragon vein did not belong to anyone. The token could only control the dragon vein to a certain extent, and the same applied to the Sage of Six Paths. Comparatively, both had equivalent authority. As a result, the colossal dragon vein hovered in midair, sometimes lunging toward Jensu, and sometimes twisting back as if recoiling. Taking advantage of the struggle for control between the token and the Sage of Six Paths, a sharp glint flashed in Jensu's eyes. His right hand reached forward and grasped. In the next instant, a black portal opened behind the heavily wounded Madara, and a slender hand shot out like lightning, aiming for the back of his head. Madara reacted swiftly, ducking and darting forward to quickly create distance. But by then, Jensu had already stepped through the black portal. Just as Madara was about to take action again, his vision blurred, and Jensu appeared right in front of him. 80 God's vacuum attack. Jensu swung his fist with a force powerful enough to shatter the skies, mercilessly striking toward Madara. Boom. The tangible shockwaves from their clash spread outwards from the center, crashing in all directions. Crack. The sound of bones breaking echoed. Blood splattered through the air. Madara, unable to withstand the blow, was sent flying backward. Jensu didn't allow him a moment to breathe. He stepped forward and appeared beside Madara again, throwing yet another powerful punch. Strike while the iron is hot, go for the kill. During this time, Jensu ignored Kagaya's interference and focused all his efforts on Madara, intending to take him down while continuously disrupting the Sage of Six Paths. The latter was currently residing within Madara's body. The more pressure Jensu applied to Madara, the more distracted the Sage of Six Paths became in his struggle for control over the dragon vein. Very soon, Madara was coughing up blood more frequently, his condition worsening by the moment. Meanwhile, the dragon vein, influenced by the escalating struggle, roared and began turning its attention toward Kagaya. Within Madara's body, the two sages of Six Paths were engaged in a hurried discussion. Madara is useless now. We should return to Naruto's body, the original Sage of Six Paths quickly suggested. What about the dragon vein? The current world Sage of Six Paths responded coldly. Their attempt at manipulating the dragon vein had not only failed but was now completely slipping out of control. If this continued, it would soon fall entirely under Jensu's control. We can leave for now. The dragon vein is slow and won't be able to catch up to us for the time being. The original Sage of Six Paths couldn't think of a better solution and could only suggest retreating to plan further. So, you're suggesting we run away? The current world Sage of Six Paths was dissatisfied. This is my world. I will never hand this planet over to someone else. If Jensu wasn't stopped now, their chances of success would only grow slimmer. Unlike the original Sage of Six Paths, who was a visitor to this world and held no emotional attachment, the current Sage of Six Paths had no intention of fleeing. Do you have another way? Madara was on the verge of collapsing, and the original Sage of Six Paths, not wanting to be trapped like before, anxiously asked. Yes. The current Sage of Six Paths truly had a solution. What is it? The original Sage of Six Paths was surprised, not expecting the other him to have another plan. Then, he heard a voice colder than ice. You must die. As those words fell, the chakra of the current world Sage of Six Paths surged forward, devouring the other with unparalleled speed. You. The original Sage of Six Paths was caught off guard, desperately resisting, but to no avail. They were of the same source and had fused within Madara's body in chakra form. Now, with one side making a sudden move, the other had no way to escape. Moreover, the current world Sage of Six Paths possessed complete chakra. The original Sage of Six Paths, thinking their plan had succeeded with the dragon vein's outburst, had even fulfilled his promise by returning half of his chakra to Kagaya. In their struggle, it was only natural for the Jensu-recognized Sage of Six Paths to be completely overwhelmed. Why? The original Sage of Six Paths, having already lost a large portion of his chakra, questioned bitterly. Without halting his actions, the current world sage of six paths replied. Since you initiated the dragon vein, bringing Mother, Jensu, and others across time and space to this world, there's no need to control the dragon vein any longer. As long as I kill you, the one who triggered the dragon vein, Mother, Jensu, and all these travelers from other worlds will automatically return to their original world. By killing the original trigger of the dragon vein, those who cross time and space would be forced to return. The current world sage of six paths had not used this method initially because he still hoped to resolve the issues with Kagaya and Jensu. As someone with the same abilities, he understood the other's intentions and was willing to assist to the extent of his abilities without endangering his world. But now, Jensu's power was beyond anything they could handle. Since that was the case, the current world sage of six paths could only choose to send away these troublesome individuals like Jensu and Kagaya. As for what would happen to the original world, that was no longer his concern. No. You can't do this. The original sage of six paths shouted furiously. He had gone through great effort to bring Jensu and Kagaya to another world to relieve the pressure on his own world. If they returned now, wouldn't all his efforts be in vain? You forced my hand. The original sage of six paths' voice was filled with venom. Meanwhile, Jensu also sensed something unusual within Madara's body. Due to the sudden upheaval of the Sage of Six Paths chakra, Madara's aura had significantly weakened. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Jensu acted without hesitation. Puffed. This time, Madara could not dodge. He stood there motionless, his expression complex as he looked down at the hand that had pierced through his chest, through his heart, and out his back. His dimming eyes met Jensu's. Hashirama. Jensu. To die by your hand, I suppose it's not the worst fate. Madara slowly lowered his head, his life fading away. But Jensu didn't stop there. A powerful suction force erupted from his palm, just like before, trying to strip away the Sage of Six Paths chakra. The current world Sage of Six Paths, having absorbed part of his counterpart's chakra, was barely able to resist. However, at that moment, a glimmer of cunning flashed across the original Sage of Six Paths expression. This is the moment. Roar. Nearby, the dragon vein let out a wild and furious roar. Taking advantage of Jensu's brief clash with the current Sage of Six Paths, causing a slight loss of control over the dragon vein, the original Sage of Six Paths immediately issued a series of commands. He couldn't wrest control away from the other two, but he could issue commands like self-destruction, division, or self-weakening. As mentioned before, the dragon vein belonged to no one. Unlike other forms of chakra, the dragon vein chakra was more independent and self-aware. If its existence wasn't threatened, it didn't mind following a controller's instructions. But it would never accept commands like self-destruction. The result of those orders was simple. The dragon vein went berserk. Chapter 368, Chapter 369. Jensu looked down to inspect his own body. The white light that had previously dimmed now flared up once more, shining even more intensely than before. And it wasn't just him. At the same time, Kagaya, Naruto, and the Sage of Six Paths all began to emit a radiant glow. Jensu glanced back at the frenzied dragon vein, immediately understanding the cause. The token has lost its effect. Looks like I'm about to experience another space-time transfer. Realizing that using the token to control the dragon vein was futile, Jensu quickly assessed the situation. If this transported him back to his original world, that would be ideal. But looking at the dragon vein's current berserk state, no one could be sure what would happen. In the last moments, without being able to extract all of the Sage of Six Paths chakra, Jensu swiftly withdrew his hand. The chakra he had already captured was instantly extinguished. The last time with Tonari, he only had time to extract the Six Paths chakra but couldn't destroy it before the white light overwhelmed him. This time, he would not make the same mistake. In an instant, Jensu completed his task. The dragon vein let out a final enraged roar. Then, endless white light burst forth from the dragon vein. Just like when the Sage of Six Paths had initially used it. Jensu took one last glance at this world. Then he turned around and, alongside his old and new acquaintances, welcomed the blinding white light that filled his entire vision, completely engulfing him. Meanwhile, after the end of Ama no Iwado, Naruto, who was able to move again, was quickly taken away by Minato via flying Raijin, distancing him from the Six Paths level battlefield. As the Konoha group anxiously awaited the outcome, Naruto suddenly noticed the white light glowing from his own body. At the same time, Kushina, who also noticed, quickly spoke with concern. Naruto, why is your body glowing? Did you get hit by some kind of jutsu? Lady Tsunade, can you take a look? Tsunade, pulling her gaze away from the distant battlefield, was about to step forward. However, Naruto actively backed away from everyone. Having experienced this once before, he knew what the white light's appearance meant. Afraid that the light would affect others, he deliberately distanced himself. Seeing Naruto act this way, Minato seemed to understand something. Naruto, you. Naruto gave his father from another world a brilliant smile, then looked over at Kushina, who had shown him such heartfelt yet awkward motherly love during this time, burning her image deep into his memory. Finally, his gaze moved from the living Hiruzen. Tears in his eyes, he sincerely expressed his gratitude. Dad, Mom, Old Man Third, thank you so much for taking care of me during this time. And thank you, Pervy Sage and Granny Tsunade. I will forever keep these memories in my heart. I have to leave now. But it's good news. Not only will I be leaving this world, but everyone who came with me should be leaving as well. Goodbye, everyone. I really love this world, and I hope it remains peaceful from now on. Naruto waved his hand for a final farewell. Naruto. Kushina's eyes were bloodshot as she rushed forward, only to be held back by Minato. Good luck, Naruto. I'm proud of you. Minato's face was adorned with a bright smile as he spoke to his son. Naruto nodded firmly, tears falling just as the white light completely enveloped him before Hiruzen, Jiraiya, and the others could respond. In the blink of an eye. The Konoha group looked again, and Naruto had already vanished. He's really gone, huh? Jiraiya watched the scene with a sense of nostalgia. It wasn't just because Naruto, who suited his personality so well, had left so suddenly. It was also because, without them doing anything or knowing much of anything, the very individuals who threatened the shinobi world's safety had simply left. It was also abrupt. Beside him, Hiruzen, who had been tense the entire time, finally relaxed. He didn't know why, but Jensu and the others leaving at this moment was the most appropriate outcome. At most, the shinobi world had just experienced a false alarm. If they had continued fighting, and if it had reached a conclusion, the shinobi world would have not only suffered catastrophic destruction but also seen its long-established order of decades utterly torn apart. I'll go check. Tsunade spoke up. With that, she rushed towards the battlefield. Everything had happened so suddenly. Could Jensu really be gone? Tsunade needed to confirm it herself. Very quickly, she arrived at the place where Jensu and the others had been. Just as Naruto had said, there were no traces left of Jensu or the others. The only things remaining were the shocking, intimidating remnants of the battlefield. And then. There was one more thing. A corpse. Madara. Tsunade stood over him. It looked like the once legendary Madara, who had been on par with her grandfather, had just been killed by Jensu. So, they really just left like that. Tsunade glanced around, shaking her head. Like a falling star, Jensu had appeared suddenly, and now he had left just as abruptly. Swoosh. Swoosh. At that moment, Hiruzen and the others caught up. After examining the scene themselves, they finally accepted the truth. We can call off the alert and allow the villagers to return. Hiruzen quickly instructed his subordinates. They immediately set off to carry out the order. Among the remaining people at the scene, Orochimaru and Danzo shifted their gaze away from Madara's body and looked at each other. Their eyes met with a shared, unreadable smile. The annoying people were gone. Now, it was their time to take the stage. Having experienced the sensation of time traveling before, Jensu was once again caught up in the chaotic flow of time. Unlike before, he didn't attempt to explore the turbulent currents, which had previously brought about numerous unnecessary troubles. This time, Jensu remained calm and still, allowing the dragon vein's power that enveloped his body to drag him towards some unknown destination. Who knew how much time had passed? Jensu vaguely sensed the presence of a world. And sure enough, when he looked forward, a dazzling white light, just like the one he saw before arriving in the previous world, stretching from the earth to the sky, came into view. Jensu let out a small sigh of relief. He had truly been worried that the rampaging dragon vein would transport him to some desolate, dark corner of existence. Now it seemed that the dragon vein's space-time travel had some consistency. That is, the worlds it transported to must also contain another dragon vein. Or perhaps the true dragon vein was a single entity, spanning across space-time and connecting different worlds. With that theory in mind, Jensu, guided by the dragon vein's power, rushed headlong into the brilliant white light ahead that radiated the same energy. The moment Jensu regained consciousness. Before he even opened his eyes. The aroma of wine, the fragrance of flowers, birdsong, human chatter, all kinds of information flooded into his senses. It seems this world isn't much different from the previous one. With that thought in mind, Jensu opened his eyes. In the next moment, his pupils contracted sharply. Chapter 369, Chapter 370. The moment Jensu opened his eyes, he knew he hadn't returned to his original world. He was now standing in a small town. Unlike before, he didn't fall from the sky or cause any major commotion. He simply appeared on a street in the small town. There weren't many people on the street. But those who noticed Jensu's sudden appearance should have shown curiosity, shock, or even fear and concern. Unexpectedly. After a glance, they shifted their gaze away, either lazily continuing their rest or hurrying along with farming tools toward the fields outside the town. It was as if the townspeople were divided into two types, either exceptionally hardworking or exceptionally lazy. But there was one thing they all had in common. Peace. An extraordinary sense of peace. The entire town was devoid of any noise or clamor. Even when the lazy ones and the diligent ones crossed paths, they laughed and chatted pleasantly. It looked like some sort of utopia. However, this idyllic scene was only true if one ignored the towering tree surrounding the town, whose thick branches hung with countless human cocoons. Jensu had noticed these enormous trees, taller than the town's walls, the moment he arrived. He was far too familiar with them. After all, he had created something like this himself before. Jensu raised his head to look at the sky. Although it was daytime, the moon was still visible, its outline clear. The light of the infinite Tsukimi had already faded. But the claws of divine tree world creation still spread across the entire planet. This was a world where the infinite Tsukimi had succeeded. Has this world's Kagaya already broken free? Jensu slowly lowered his gaze from the moon. The reason he was sure this wasn't Kagaya's previous era was not only because of the town's architectural style and the villagers' attire, which resembled the shinobi era, but also because of the people themselves. Though Kagaya had released some humans during her rule to let them reproduce and create more soldiers, no one back then would have felt happiness. The people in this town, however, seemed to be living contentedly, completely unbothered by the countless living cocoons hanging outside. Jensu turned his gaze toward a hurried passerby. Since he had doubts, he decided to ask the locals. He reached out and placed his 5 fingers firmly on the passerby's head. At the same time, 1,000 miles away, Naruto stood dumbfounded, staring at the towering divine tree stretching up into the heavens. Its thick roots covered the ground, hanging countless human cocoons wrapped in white bandages. This is the world of infinite Tsukimi. Naruto quickly ran to the nearest row of cocoons and tore the bandages apart. Lee. Kakashi-sensei. Sakura. Sasuke. Huh. This face looks familiar. Oh right. That's me. Naruto scratched his head as he looked at the familiar face he had just freed. He hadn't expected to meet another version of himself. It looked like he had reached yet another new world. Except, in this world, the other Naruto had been utterly defeated. Naruto stared at the cocooned Naruto. The figure inside was covered in blood. Even while under the infinite Tsukimi, his face was etched with defiance, fury, and a relentless desire to fight. Naruto remained silent for a moment, then tried to free his other self. But no matter how many times he tried, the end result was always the same: the other Naruto was repeatedly reattached to the divine tree's roots. After his efforts proved futile, Naruto looked toward the divine tree, its roots sprawling across the entire planet. A determined expression appeared on his face. Just as he was about to use multiple shadow clone jutsu and act as a lumberjack to destroy the divine tree entirely in the hopes of saving everyone, a white figure descended from the sky, blocking Naruto's path. "We meet again, Naruto." The person looked at Naruto and spoke in a calm tone. Naruto's eyes widened as he looked at the newcomer. Has the me of this world already broken free? In another area, a figure with long blue-white hair dragging along the ground, Kagaya, gazed at the many roots of the divine tree protruding from the earth. The roots were wrapped around countless human cocoons bound in white bandages. The Kagaya from the previous world, forcibly brought here under the white light of the dragon vein, spoke from within her body. If the Kagaya of this world has broken free, with her help, we can defeat Jensu and Hagoromo once and for all. After that, we can return to our respective worlds. Judging by the state of this world, the Kagaya here must have already broken free from her seal and restored her strength to its peak by trapping everyone under the infinite Tsukimi. Their combined power would offer a high chance of victory. The original Kagaya nodded and was about to continue when she suddenly sensed something. Having endured through 2 worlds, and gained much experience and lessons from Jensu, she sighed and brought her hands out from her wide sleeves, speaking coldly. "I'm afraid things aren't as simple as we hoped." As her words fell. Boom. 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 Thousands upon thousands of white Zetsu soldiers emerged from the ground, surrounding Kagaya. And that wasn't all, more white Zetsu soldiers were continuously converging on their location. Kagaya glanced around in shock. She never expected the very biological weapons she had created to turn against her. As the standoff continued, just as Kagaya was about to demand who the true mastermind was, the white Zetsu standing at the forefront looked her up and down and curiously asked, "Do you know what it feels like to take a dump?" Kagaya's gaze turned icy, and 2 all-killing ash bones extended from her palms. Boom. With a thunderous explosion, the battle began. Meanwhile. Well. Well. I underestimated you. You are me. How could I possibly underestimate myself? Elsewhere, two identical voices were clashing in cold argument. The first to speak was the Sage of Six Paths from the previous world. Indeed, just as he had hoped, Jensu and the others had left his world. But he was also forced to leave his own world. His counterpart had struck him at the very last moment. If the other him hadn't resisted, Jensu would have already returned to his original world, erasing all consequences of spacetime travel. You are far too extreme, the previous world Sage of Six Paths spoke coldly. The original Sage of Six Paths replied calmly, like you, I'm doing this to protect my own world. Have you considered what you're up against now? This world needs my strength. No. I do not need you. You think. It seems you have realized the differences between us. So. Die. No. Chapter 370, Chapter 371. In front of the divine tree that pierced straight into the sky, a white figure descended from the heavens. Naruto looked up and, upon seeing the familiar Six Paths white robe, his heart sank into the abyss. Another Six Paths level being. As expected, this person was likely the final victor of this world. The newly arrived Six Paths level figure glanced at Naruto, a hint of surprise flashing across his face. Never thought the Naruto from another world would arrive here. The power of the dragon vein, huh? When Naruto, Kagaya, and the others arrived in this world, the master of the divine tree, whose roots stretched across the entire planet, had already sensed everything. Though it all happened rather abruptly. He thought that letting these familiar figures from another world witness the peaceful, love-filled new world he had created could be quite an interesting experience. With that in mind, the newcomer looked at Naruto with pride and said, "Well, Naruto. Isn't this peaceful new world pretty nice?" Naruto didn't recognize the men in front of him. But clearly, this world's version of himself had interacted with him quite a lot, they seemed very familiar. Hearing those words, Naruto clenched his fists and growled in anger. Pretty nice. A lie will always be a lie. So-called peace is nothing more than one man's delusion. At that response, the man's eyes briefly sharpened, but then he shook his head as if remembering something. A delusion of one man. No, this isn't just my idea. Almost forgot, you just arrived in this world and only saw a tiny piece of it. Come. Let me show you the truth of this world. With those words, all Naruto saw was a flash of the white sleeve before him. Before he could react, his whole body was lifted into the air and shot off toward the distant horizon. Unable to resist, Naruto shouted in confusion, "Wait. Where are you taking me? And who the hell are you, anyway?" "You don't know who I am," the voice behind him sounded surprised. "Why would I?" Naruto shot back firmly. There was a heavy silence behind him. After a pause, the voice spoke again, "I am Aito." "Aito? Never heard of you." Naruto shook his head hard, then suddenly froze. Wait a minute. That name, it sounded familiar. Aito. That's unexpected. A surprised voice rang out as Hagoromo Gensou withdrew his hand from the head of another ordinary person. Through his investigation, he had already learned the truth of this world. The overall historical timeline wasn't all that different from the original Naruto world. The major deviation happened during the Fourth Great Ninja War. In this world, the determined Aito became the Jinchuriki of the Ten Tails, defeated the allied shinobi forces and troublemakers like Madara, and successfully cast Infinite Tsukuyomi. Even though Black Zetsu tried to backstab him and Kagaya attempted to corrode both his body and mind. Still, in terms of unwavering will, especially a will that even Naruto's talk no jutsu couldn't shake, no one in the shinobi world could compare to Aito. In the end, after a long battle of wills, Aito triumphed, suppressed Kagaya, regained control of his body, and became the master of this world. How interesting. Letting the memory-searched ordinary person wander off in confusion, Jensu looked at the small town and the divine tree branches surrounding it, a faint smile tugging at his lips. I thought Kagaya had broken free, turns out she ended up imprisoned again, by Aito, no less. The world before him was one built upon Aito's blueprint. Even after uncovering the truth behind Infinite Tsukuyomi, Aito hadn't abandoned his plan. Now, most of the world's population slumbered under the divine tree, dreaming blissfully within the Infinite Tsukuyomi. It's worth noting, this was the people's own choice. The world was too painful. Who wouldn't prefer a dream where they were the main character? The majority of people were just ordinary beings. Even if they knew the dream was fake, how many could resist the temptation? After his victory, Aito gave the world two choices: enter the dream world, or live in reality and focus on continuing the species. Naturally, this didn't apply to stubborn remnants of the allied forces. In the beginning, only a few were willing to enter the dream. As time passed, Aito, who didn't want to turn people into white Zetsu weapons, allowed some dreamers to return and rest before re-entering. Because these people vividly described how wonderful the dream world was, more and more followed. The world suddenly became much quieter. Such is human nature. Given the choice, people seek pleasure and cling to laziness. Eventually, to prevent the extinction of the human race, Aito had to issue new rules. Access to the dream was limited. Only those who contributed, like bearing children or farming, would get priority access. That's why, in the town Jensu observed, some worked diligently just to get ahead in the queue to enter infinite Tsukuyomi. Others lazed around, still basking in the dream's afterglow. They didn't care if the wait was long. But there was one absolute rule: no fighting or killing. Such behavior would bring harsh punishment and immediate disqualification from the dream. And for a generation who'd spent most of their lives addicted to illusion, losing that right was the most terrifying thing imaginable. Because of this, the world had achieved a level of peace unseen in millennia. Everyone was polite, calm, and friendly, as if living in an ideal utopia described by ancient philosophers. Looking at all of this, Jensu slowly shook his head. Peace. A utopia. Peel away the surface, and what he saw was an eerie, stagnant world with no future and no hope. The engine of human progress had always been ambition. But in this world, everyone felt to Jensu like end-stage addicts, unable to stop. Diligent or lazy, everything they did was just for another hit of the illusion. A society addicted to a genjutsu. A world that had become a stagnant pool of dead water. In Jensu's eyes, it was already walking toward death. Peace. Just a fig leaf. Coincidentally, Naruto, who was dragged all around, also witnessed the state of the world firsthand. Though he hadn't read as many books as Jensu and couldn't speak in lofty ideals, he clearly felt a deep, uncomfortable feeling the entire way. Once they were done touring and Aito asked for his opinion, Naruto gave a very serious answer. This world is wrong. Chapter 371, Chapter 372. While Jensu, Naruto, and Kagaya were deeply immersed in understanding this new world, a battle between two six-path sages, both arriving in chakra form and difficult to detect, had just concluded. After killing him, the dragon vein didn't change at all. No one knows oneself better than oneself. The six-path sage from the upper world, relying on superior strength, managed to wear down and destroy the six-path sage that Jensu was familiar with. Originally, they had assumed that once the original world sage died, everyone could return to their own worlds. But that didn't happen. It seemed the dragon vein had undergone unpredictable changes after shuttling between two different worlds. Looks like we have to go with the original plan, team up with Hagoromo Gensou. The upper world sage looked into the distance and murmured. Strictly speaking, he and Jensu weren't in direct conflict, they came from different worlds. No matter what Jensu stirred up in his own world, it didn't concern him. If they returned, they'd go back to their respective worlds. They could totally cooperate, perhaps even pull in their world's Kagaya. The three of them would hold absolute advantage. Instead of killing each other, they could jointly research the dragon vein and find a path back. That was clearly the best choice. But for that, the version of himself who had irreconcilable differences with Jensu had to die. It served two purposes: test whether returning was possible through the dragon vein, and act as a gesture of sincerity. That possibility seemed to have failed now. So, cooperation it is. Opening his Rinnegan to survey everything in this world, the six-path sage's figure flickered and shot off in a certain direction. Meanwhile, Jensu, who had mostly grasped the nature of this world, stepped out of the town. His gaze swept briefly over the divine tree's roots. Unlike Naruto, he had no desire to play the hero here. Calmly withdrawing his gaze, he took a step forward, and several shadow clones peeled off from his body, spreading out in all directions across the planet. These clones carried his will and were tasked with searching for the dragon vein and relevant key characters. Jensu hadn't forgotten that his system task was currently stuck on Gaara. If Aito hadn't killed any major named characters, he wouldn't mind staying a while longer to complete his system missions all at once. But just because he didn't mind, didn't mean the ruler of this world shared the sentiment. Jensu stopped, eyes scanning the surroundings. The next instant, tens of thousands of white Zetsu burst from every direction, swarming in to surround him. So boring. Looking at the scene before him, Jensu said flatly. Aito. Your ideals are wrong. The real world is right here. People shouldn't be lost in a fake illusion. What you're doing is only harming everyone. Aito stared at the earnest Naruto in front of him. Just like the Naruto from his own world, no matter how much he explained, even presenting the long-sought piece of the shinobi world right in front of him, this stubborn fool still refused to acknowledge him, still insisted that he was wrong. Aito had hoped the Naruto from another world might offer a fresh perspective, but in the end, he could only shake his head in disappointment. No matter how much you people slander it, the facts of peace are right here. I've achieved what the shinobi world has dreamed of for thousands of years. And you, Naruto, as always, stand in the way of true peace. Naturally, Obito wasn't about to be swayed by Naruto's talk no jutsu. He waved his hand dismissively, no longer interested in continuing the conversation. Naruto opened his mouth to speak again. But Obito's Rinne Sharingan gleamed with the glow of Tsukuyomi, limited release. Infinite Tsukuyomi normally covers the entire planet. But as people constantly entered and exited the illusion, for convenience, Obito had long adapted to using the limited version. Skilled in its use, Naruto didn't even have time to react. His eyes transformed into the Rinnegan pattern, and from the divine tree above, several bandages descended, wrapping around him completely. Just like many in this world, Naruto was now cocooned and suspended midair. When you've experienced the bliss of the dream world, then come answer me again. Obito watched the now entranced Naruto, his expression tinged with anticipation. Not just Naruto. All other stubborn dissidents had been tossed into the dream. Periodically, he would awaken them and ask if they had changed their minds. Many of the Ninja Alliance members who once resisted him had eventually come to recognize their mistakes and regret their former defiance after witnessing the world he created. But some still remained unmoved. Kakashi. Sasuke. The Five Kage. Obito wasn't in a hurry. He would outlast them. Every person who turned back was a tremendous source of satisfaction to him. Especially Naruto. Still, even though he had captured this Naruto, he also knew that several considerable threats had come along with him. Kagaya, the Six-Path Sage, and an unknown man. That man is even stronger than Kagaya and the Sage. Obito was stunned. Using the divine tree to monitor the planet, he could sense how terrifying Jensu's power was. Who is he? Obito was full of curiosity. How could a being like that exist, yet he had never heard of him in this world? In any case, Obito wasn't about to let these outsiders destroy the world he had worked so hard to build. He knew everything about Kagaya and the Six-Path Sage. For now, best to eliminate the greatest unknown threat first. With that, Obito set off. Ding! Main quest, Return of the Kazekage, final phase, completed. Host has successfully rescued a still-living Gaara from the Akatsuki. Rewards have been upgraded. Quest reward, trace amount of Otsutsuki bloodline. While Jensu was casually wiping out the incoming white Zetsu like dust, one of his clones made a discovery. On one of the divine tree's branches, they found Gaara, trapped within the Genjutsu. This counted as successfully rescuing a living Gaara, and the system even upgraded the reward slightly. From trace to slight Otsutsuki bloodline, Jensu quietly felt the subtle changes in his body. The Return of the Kazekage main quest had 3 parts. After defeating Sasori, rescuing Gaara was only a matter of time. Following the story as is would have only earned the base reward by finding Gaara's corpse. But successfully saving him, altering history, would enhance the reward. This had never happened before. It seemed his system had been upgraded after Shippuden began. Still, system, you haven't realized it yet, huh? We've already crossed into a third world. Jensu couldn't help but sigh with emotion. Chapter 372, Chapter 373. The chirping army of white Zetsu had been mostly cleared out. Hagoromo Gensou withdrew his attention from the system, casually ignoring the corpses scattered across the ground. He took a step forward, intending to complete all his system tasks in this world in one go. After finishing the Return of the Kazekage quest, what's next? He was still pondering that. When suddenly, a deafening boom echoed from the distance. In the next moment, a white figure descended from the sky and landed directly in his path. It was Obito. Jensu glanced at him, showing no surprise. In fact, he even nodded politely, then walked right past him. Obito had been ready with an opening statement, but that simple nod from Jensu left him stunned. And then, he could only watch as Jensu strolled past like he was casually window shopping, showing not the slightest concern for his presence. Crack! Obito clenched his fists tightly. You bastard! Are you ignoring me? He had imagined many scenarios for when he would meet Jensu. But never once did he imagine Jensu would walk past him without saying a word, treating him like he didn't matter at all. Especially now. He had already shown clear signs of anger. And yet Jensu remained aloof, completely unfazed, continuing on his way. Obito finally snapped. A Gudadama quickly formed in his hand and, without hesitation, launched toward Jensu. Pa! A hand caught the swiftly approaching sphere. Jensu finally turned his head. Looking at the foreign Gudadama in his hand, he squeezed and crushed it. Then he turned fully to Obito and asked, confused. Something wrong? Something wrong? Obito laughed in fury. Of course something's wrong. You're an outsider. Seems you haven't realized your situation yet. Jensu, who had been recalling Shippuden's plot moments ago, was a little surprised by that and asked. My situation? As an uninvited outsider, in the presence of this world's master, you behaved far too arrogantly. Aito said coldly. As the planet's ruler, it had been a long time since anyone dared disregard him like this. Arrogantly. Jensu took a moment to reflect on his behavior. He didn't see anything disrespectful in what he did. He'd even nodded at Aito. That was more than enough courtesy for the supposed ruler of this place. What more was he expected to do? If it were anyone else, he wouldn't have spared them a single glance. Seeing Aito now so enraged, ready to strike, Jensu shook his head slightly. Has being on top for so long made this guy completely lose perspective? Wouldn't it be better to enjoy being a self-proclaimed king instead of creating unnecessary trouble? Jensu decided to give him a chance. Looking at Aito, he sincerely said. Relax. I won't do anything to this world. You can remain the planet's ruler. I'll leave after some time. Jensu wasn't some hothead who had to challenge the strongest person in every world he visited. He and Aito had no conflict of interest. They could easily go their separate ways without stepping on each other's toes. That was how he saw it. But Aito didn't think so. It wasn't just Jensu's casual attitude that irritated him. What really mattered was that Jensu's group wasn't like the insignificant Naruto. These people had real power. And instinctively, Aito had already marked them as threats. Kagaya and the Six Paths Sage. He was familiar with them, and he would never allow them to meddle with this world again. As for Jensu, he said he'd leave soon and wouldn't interfere. But Aito wasn't some gullible 3-year-old who believed every word he heard. A time bomb powerful enough to destroy the world had walked through his front door. And he had the ability to defuse it. Why wouldn't he? So. Aito's eyes grew cold. More and more Gudadama began to orbit his hands, and the flames of the holy crossfire blazed behind him. With murderous intent in his eyes, Aito glared at Jensu. There's one method that would give me peace of mind. You die. As the words fell. Boom. 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 Roots from the divine tree burst from the ground beneath Jensu's feet, surging up to entangle him. Aito's figure shot forward, his killing intent erupting like a storm. Jensu's expression remained unchanged. He simply let out a quiet sigh. What's the point of this? Boom. A long-lost battle erupted once more upon this land that had known peace for some time. Naruto. Naruto. Who's calling me? Naruto was in the middle of a birthday celebration surrounded by his parents and friends. He was facing Sakura and Hinata, who had both just confessed their feelings to him, and he was hesitating, who should he choose? Then a familiar voice suddenly echoed in his mind. Before Naruto could react, a beam of white light pierced through everything in front of him. When he opened his eyes again, confused. Sakura, Hinata, wait. Let me think huh? Naruto instinctively tried to finish his sentence, but midway through, he paused. He realized what was happening and looked around at reality. After a moment, understanding and a trace of longing flickered in his eyes before they were replaced by newfound resolve. Thanks, Grandpa Sage. Feeling the long-missed Six Paths level power surging within him, Naruto, now aware of everything, turned and sincerely thanked the Sage of the Six Paths. No need to thank me, the Sage replied calmly. Naruto assumed he was the Six Paths Sage from his world and didn't question it. Now fully awakened from the illusion, Naruto raised a determined fist and declared. Perfect. Let's go destroy the divine tree. Defeat Aito. Free this world's people. The sage interrupted him. No, Naruto. We have something more important to do. More important? Like what? Naruto asked, confused. The sage didn't elaborate. He simply said. Just hand over your body to me for a while. Before Naruto could react. The sage, whose power was far above his own, forcefully took control of his body. He hadn't rushed to meet with Jensu earlier because he wanted to find a suitable vessel to give him more leverage in their upcoming alliance. Naruto, as the reincarnation of Asura, was the perfect choice. That's why the sage came here in person, using the power of the Six Paths to lift the genjutsu and claim him as his host. Now, time to regroup. Controlling Naruto's body, the sage turned toward Jensu's direction and sped off. Far away, after dealing with the white Zetsu and understanding the state of the planet, Kagaya also set out. Heading to awaken another version of herself. Chapter 373, Chapter 374. The battle between Jensu and Aito appeared rather casual. To be exact, Jensu was casual, Aito was going all out. Though Aito had obtained the power of the progenitor of Chakra, he was still forced to suppress Kagaya inside his body. Because of that, his true strength was limited. Dealing with a Six Paths Sage or a weakened Kagaya wasn't a problem, but facing Jensu, he was clearly outmatched. Fortunately for him, Jensu wasn't fighting seriously either. Killing Aito would just lead to Kagaya popping up again in her undead form. It would never end. Too troublesome. It was easier to toy with him like this, while waiting for his clones to complete the system tasks one by one. Besides, remembering a certain unexpected individual had just sent him a message through a jutsu, Jensu's lips curved slightly. He didn't mind dragging things out a little longer. To avoid Aito realizing anything was wrong and slipping away, Jensu smashed him into the ground with a punch, then casually raised his hand and beckoned. Come on, Kenji. One more round. My name is Aito. Aito's face turned black with rage. With a thunderous boom, he shot into the sky and charged at Jensu with everything he had. Main quest, Battle at Tenchi Bridge. Quest intro. After receiving intel on Orochimaru from Sasori, the host will join Team 7 to investigate and capture Sasori's spy and uncover Orochimaru's location. While the real Jensu tangled with Aito, a new quest arrived. His clones outside swiftly sprang into action. By the way, I've already killed Kabuto and Orochimaru in this world. What's going to happen now? The final battleground of the Fourth Great Ninja War wasn't that large. Jensu's clones scoured it and quickly found Sasori's so-called spy, Kabuto. And not far behind him, Orochimaru. Jensu looked at the two, their eyes bearing the pattern of the Rinnegan, caught in infinite Tsukuyomi, and began to ponder. Before Shippuden, his system would have reacted differently. Killing them back then wouldn't have triggered anything. It might have even generated new missions involving the already dead characters. But now, recalling how he had altered canon by saving a living Gaara and how the system upgraded his reward, Jensu figured the Shippuden version of the system had become slightly more flexible, still not the brightest, but better. Well, might as well test it. The system allows some leeway now. Crack. With a twist, Kabuto's neck was snapped. Then, snap, one of the hardest to kill characters in the ninja world, Orochimaru, was also dealt with. Jensu turned to look at the system. Sure enough, a familiar chime rang out. Main quest, Battle at Tenchi Bridge, completed. Congratulations. Host has shocked everyone by using unbelievable power to kill one of the former 3 legendary Sannin, Orochimaru, and his subordinate, Kabuto. Team 7 is stunned. 5th Hokage Tsunade is stunned. Jiraiya is stunned. Danzo is stunned. From this day forward, the host's name will resound throughout the ninja world, a powerful new star rises in Konoha. Upgrading quest reward. Quest reward, 1/10 Otsutsuki bloodline. Just as expected. Everything had gone according to plan. Back on the battlefield, Jensu felt the newly granted Otsutsuki bloodline coursing through him, now stronger than the total amount he had before. Under its boost, even his already 6 paths level body gained a slight enhancement. A flicker of joy flashed in his eyes. Now he knew exactly what to do next. Impossible. While Jensu was briefly distracted, Aito, powerless to stop what he was witnessing, stood frozen, disbelief written all over his face. He'd known Jensu was strong. But he never imagined this mysterious stranger, unheard of in their world, could be this powerful. Stronger than even the progenitor of Chakra, Kagaya. Stronger than the sage of the 6 paths. It made no sense. Aito felt immense pressure. For the first time, he regretted calling out to Jensu. Looking back, that nod Jensu gave when they first met, it was actually very polite. But now, it was too late to take it back. Aito, who refused to abandon the world he had created with his own hands, could only grit his teeth and press on. Power. You need more power. Just then, a seductive voice echoed in Aito's mind. I can give it to you, more power. Just let go. It was Kagaya's voice. Aito knew that well. Ever since he had suppressed her with his overwhelming will, she had kept trying to break free. And now, here she was again. Kagaya could definitely grant him more power, but Aito also knew it was a poisoned gift. He ignored her and continued to fight Jensu with everything he had. But Jensu, sensing that Kagaya was stirring within Aito again, intentionally held back, just enough to keep Aito from reaching the breaking point. He would wait. Until that person arrived. Boom. A heavy rumble surged in from the distance, arriving in the blink of an eye. Naruto. No. It's the 6-path sage. Aito's expression changed drastically. Before he could react, Jensu suddenly turned completely serious, launching a fierce offensive. While Aito struggled to respond, Jensu shouted without even turning his head. Cooperation is fine, prove your sincerity. Seal him. No problem. The 6-path sage made no mention of the fact that he had already killed his alternate self, he figured that alone was enough to show his sincerity. Hearing Jensu's demand, he immediately sprang into action, coordinating with him to flank Aito. Aito's face twisted in shock. He finally tried to escape. But it was too late. Even as the alternate Kagaya rushed over, sensing Obito's danger and preparing to intervene, an unexpected event occurred. Kagaya's body suddenly froze. You. The original world's Kagaya glared in shock and fury. Sorry. I just want to return to my world. After being persuaded by the six-path sage in secret, the Kagaya from the upper world switched sides. To her, rather than letting the dragon vein pull them deeper into uncharted realms and clashing with monsters like Jensu along the way, it was better to join them. Once things returned to the proper path. Back in her own world, she'd only need to face her son, Hagoromo. That was a fight she had a better chance of winning. So, with Kagaya momentarily stunned, and Obito now facing a 2-on-1. It wasn't long before he began to falter. His face turned pale as Jensu beat him down, shattering his confidence. Then, Naruto's hand, marked with the sun and moon seals, struck his back at just the right moment. Obito had no time to escape. The next moment. 6 Paths, Chibaku Tensei. Chapter 374, Chapter 375. The earth split apart. Countless chunks of rock and soil surged upward, covering Obito layer by layer. Powerless to resist, he could only watch as he was entombed within a massive ball of earth, which then rose into outer space, floating alongside the moon. It was over. Obito, along with the Kagaya of this world, was completely sealed. Having fulfilled his promise, the six-path sage turned to look at Hagoromo Gensou. Jensu gave a slight nod. The gesture had been received, cooperation was now officially established. Next, both turned their attention toward the Kagaya who had come with them, the one still engaged in infighting. In a flash, another battle erupted. As expected, the Kagaya from Jensu's world was ultimately suppressed. The 10 Tails was extracted and entrusted to the Kagaya of the upper world, who had already joined their side. Jensu didn't use 6 Paths, Chibaku Tensei to seal his world's Kagaya. No one could guarantee that, in the event of another dimensional crossing, a sealed version of Kagaya wouldn't be dragged along accidentally. Jensu needed to keep his Chibaku Tensei in reserve as a last resort. The 6-path sage had already used it once and, due to the long cooldown, couldn't cast it again for some time. In the end, the Kagaya from Jensu's world was left to be subdued by the strengthened alternate Kagaya, who had gained the 10 Tails and seized full control of her body. Now, no one in this world could stand against the united forces of Jensu and the others. I'll go ahead and undo the infinite Tsukuyomi, said the 6-path sage with a sigh of relief as he looked down at the illusion-wrapped world below. Don't expect any thanks, Jensu said with a laugh. He could already imagine what the world would become once the illusion was lifted. It would be like cutting off the supply to a mass of addicts. Pure hysteria. But this world did need to go through a painful awakening. Since Obito had already been sealed, they might as well push the reset button while they were at it. Jensu didn't stop the sage. Undoing infinite Tsukuyomi wasn't particularly difficult. As long as someone with the Rinnegan and someone possessing all the tailed beast chakra joined together, or if one person fulfilled both conditions, they could form the rat, seal and end both infinite Tsukuyomi and Shin, Jukai Koten. The 6-path sage had the Rinnegan, and the 10 Tails now rested with the alternate Kagaya. Knowing full well she couldn't wrest control of infinite Tsukuyomi from Jensu and the sage, she cooperated. Soon, the two formed the rat, seal. The illusion covering the world, and the divine tree's domination, was lifted. The roots of the divine tree, once sprawled across the planet, receded back into the earth. The bindings that had wrapped each person unraveled, revealing men and women whose Rinnegan-like eyes had now faded away. What? What just happened? In that moment, the vast majority of people on the planet looked around in bewilderment. When they finally came to their senses, the allied shinobi forces who had never submitted to the illusion burst into tears of joy on the battlefield. Though they didn't know exactly what happened. The fall of infinite Tsukuyomi clearly meant that the greatest villain of the shinobi world, Obito, had been defeated. To them, it was a miraculous victory. But for most others on the planet, their tears weren't from joy, but sorrow. The divine tree. Where's my divine tree? This has never happened before. Something went wrong, didn't it? No. My whole life was in there. I just got my spot. Let me back in. My lover, my children, my legacy, they're all still waiting. Give me my world back. Just kill me. This place is fake, I want to return to the real world. Let me go back. Just as Jensu had predicted. Most people couldn't accept the truth. Agony. Screams. Madness. Self-harm. Even suicide. They couldn't bear to live in what they now saw as a filthy, false reality. For a while, the entire world descended into chaos. Jensu and the others didn't interfere. Life always finds a way to continue. Especially humanity. Meanwhile, Jensu, the sage, and Kagaya had arrived before this world's dragon vein, now seriously discussing how to return to their own dimensions. The sage explained that the dragon vein had changed. Killing the original user, as they once had done, could no longer return them to their respective worlds. They needed a new method. But the dragon vein was incredibly difficult to control, especially for space-time travel. As the top beings in the universe, Jensu, the sage, and Kagaya had no choice but to spend more time researching it. Which gave Jensu the perfect window to knock out a few more system tasks. Main quest, find Sasuke, completed. After killing Orochimaru and Kabuto, the host Team 7 continued searching and eventually found Sasuke in one of Orochimaru's bases. The two rivals met again. Sasuke tried to act cool and leave, but the host captured him solo and dragged him back to Konoha. Reward, 1/10 Otsutsuki bloodline. Sasuke. Sakura ran toward him with tears in her eyes. Sasuke turned his head, ready with a line. Bam. Something slammed into his forehead. His vision went dark as he collapsed. Sasuke. Sakura's tears flowed even more wildly. Main quest, Battle of the Immortal Duo, completed. Host demonstrated incredible power by killing the Akatsukis Kakuzu and Haiden, and saving Asuma Sarutobi. Reward upgrading. Reward, 1/10 Otsutsuki bloodline. Huh. Didn't I die? Asuma, Kakuzu, and Haiden looked down at their perfectly intact bodies in confusion. Before they could react, Kakuzu and Haiden were instantly shredded into pieces once more. Only Asuma remained, staring blankly at the sight. Main quest, Pain's Assault, completed. During Konoha's darkest hour, the host stepped forward and defeated the one sack of rice who can knock down several buildings, Pain. Later, alongside Naruto, the host found Nagato's true body. In the end, moved by Naruto's talk no jutsu, Nagato repented and cast Rinne Tensei, reviving the fallen of Konoha. Reward, 1/10 Otsutsuki bloodline. Edo Tensei. No, wait, I'm alive. The emaciated Nagato stared dumbfounded at his hands. Until a voice spoke behind him, imbuing Six Paths power into him, temporarily restoring his eyes to the Rinnegan. Please use Rinne Tensei again. Thanks. Chapter 375, Chapter 376. The aura of Jensu has been steadily increasing these days. In front of the dragon vein, the Sage of Six Paths looked at Jensu in the distance with a mix of confusion and caution. He simply couldn't understand why the other's strength was still growing. As someone who had also reached the level of the Six Paths, he knew very well how difficult it was to grow stronger at this stage. Even a slight increase would normally take decades. But for Jensu to grow stronger in such a short period, it was completely beyond his comprehension. And he wasn't the only one. Even the experienced and knowledgeable Kagaya of the Otsutsuki clan found it hard to make sense of it. To her, Jensu now seemed to be on par with the mythical Otsutsuki god, an existence that hadn't appeared in thousands of years. Besides that god, very few within the entire Otsutsuki clan could match him. Could it be that Earth's humans possessed something special? Just like how the fruits of the divine tree would differ in quality depending on the planet they were grown on. The reason the Otsutsuki chose Earth to plant the divine tree in the first place was because its conditions were far more superior than those of any other planet. A fruit cultivated here would undoubtedly be of the highest quality. That was why Kagaya betrayed her duty, because the benefits of eating a fruit far outweighed the gains from being a servant for life. If the divine tree planted on Earth was of such high quality, then perhaps the creatures of Earth also possessed something extraordinary. Kagaya recalled the battle back then between her and her son, Hagoromo, and how the chakra within his body had differed from traditional sage chakra. Now, seeing Jensu, she stared at him deeply for a moment before looking away. Let's hope everything goes smoothly. Jensu's strength was undeniable. Having no interest in causing any more trouble, Kagaya returned her focus to her son, Hagoromo. The Sage of Six Paths also looked away from Jensu, turning his gaze toward his mother. Their eyes met, but neither made a move. This was something unheard of between them. And yet, here and now, in this moment, in this place, they could finally talk in peace. Hagoromo. Mother. Not far away, Jensu glanced at the mother-son pair having their heart-to-heart. He didn't disturb them and instead returned to studying the dragon vein and progressing his system tasks. The further he went with the system tasks, the more Otsutsuki bloodline he acquired. With the boost from these bloodlines, his strength had grown from something negligible to a level that now even made the Sage of Six Paths and Kagaya take notice. Jensu did not hide the fact that his strength was increasing. At his current level, there was no need to play the weakling. On the contrary, it was better to intimidate Kagaya and her son to prevent them from having unnecessary thoughts. Now, his system task had already advanced to the Fourth Great Ninja War. Since Aito had already been sealed, Jensu had to take the initiative during the Fourth War to continue causing trouble for Madara. Based on the current timeline, it was about time for the final battle against Kagaya. He checked the system again, then looked at the dragon vein in front of him. Compared to the rapid progress of his system tasks, his research on the dragon vein had been slower. To this day, he still couldn't control the direction of spacetime travel through it. According to the Sage of Six Paths' recent in-depth study, the true dragon vein was not merely the one before them, but the sum total of all parallel worlds. Like an unimaginably large dragon stretching through one parallel world after another, each one forming a segment of its body, until all were connected. No one knew where the dragon vein came from or how it was formed. Even beings on the level of the Six Paths could not freely and frequently travel through time and space. After the previous rule, where one could return after a single traversal, was broken, it was likely that from now on they would continue traveling deeper along the line of the dragon vein. Perhaps, once the entire journey closed its loop, they could return to their original world. But no one could guarantee that such a long trip through worlds wouldn't go awry. Because of this, both Kagaya and the Sage of Six Paths had chosen not to make a move. Though Jensu was a little concerned, he wasn't in a rush. Strength was always the ultimate guarantee. And now, his system tasks were approaching the final stretch. No. His clone had just completed a mission. It was the final moment. Ultimate task, the fourth great ninja war, seal Otsutsuki Kagaya. Having defeated Uchiha Madara, the host will now seal Kagaya together with Team 7. This is the system's final task. Give it your all, host. Let this fiery, passionate ninja journey reach a satisfying conclusion. There was no time for Jensu to be sentimental over the fact that the system which had accompanied him for so long was now reaching its end. The reward for completing the second-to-last mission, defeating Madara, had just been issued. Once again, it was Otsutsuki bloodline. But this final piece completed the puzzle. It fully perfected the already rich Otsutsuki bloodline within Jensu's body, raising it to a full 100%. In an instant, a terrifying surge of power exploded from him. The sky above tore open with a massive hole. Even the nearby dragon vein let out multiple roars, trembling and recoiling from the pressure. Fortunately, the overwhelming aura faded as quickly as it came. Jensu quickly suppressed it. In the time that followed, his Six Paths level body continued to evolve at an incredible rate. Every pure-blooded Otsutsuki would, with enough time, become a Six Paths level being. Now, the blood flowing in Jensu's body was as pure as it got. He didn't hesitate. With the fastest speed possible, he activated the full potential of the Otsutsuki bloodline, pushing himself toward an even higher level of evolution. Jensu has grown even stronger. No. This is different. This growth feels far beyond what any Otsutsuki can achieve through divine tree pills. With such a massive commotion, Kagaya and the Sage of Six Paths noticed immediately. Both of them stared in disbelief and shock at Jensu, whose strength had suddenly skyrocketed and was now exerting a suffocating pressure on them. They exchanged a look, but in the end, they could only shake their heads. They had no way of stopping Jensu's inexplicable growth. Now, all they could hope for was that once his power increased even further, he would successfully control the dragon vein and return to their respective worlds with greater certainty. Very soon, Jensu's aura gradually stabilized. Along with the activation of the Otsutsuki bloodline, a massive surge of power poured into his eyes. His purple Rinnegan evolved further into golden Rinnegan, and even awakened a new dojutsu. Slowly, Jensu opened his eyes. Golden spirals rippled within his gaze. At this moment, both his talent and physique had reached their peak. He looked up, eyes calm, at the dragon vein that had recoiled from him in fear and broken free of control. Then he turned to the two beside him and said plainly, "Let's go. It's time to end this." Chapter 376, Chapter 377. Jensu's figure flashed and appeared before the panicked dragon vein. Just as it was about to escape its bindings and flee, his golden Rinnegan pulsed. Reaching out with his right hand, now glowing with a golden hue, he grabbed hold of the dragon vein and said calmly, "Be still." The dragon vein instantly fell silent, completely still, obedient and docile under Jensu's grasp. Ruler of all things. This was the newly awakened Rinnegan dojutsu born from Jensu's golden Rinnegan, which emerged after his Otsutsuki bloodline was completed and his purple Rinnegan evolved. As the name implied, whatever his hand touched, whether living or non-living, could be controlled. Comparable to a knight who cannot die without being disarmed, but its scope went far beyond that. Weapons, animals, plants, humans, even Chakra, nothing was outside the influence of ruler of all things. Now, the dragon vein was fully under Jensu's control, far surpassing the primitive control from the tokens used before. Kagaya and the Sage of Six Paths arrived shortly after. The Sage of Six Paths carefully observed both the dragon vein and Jensu's glowing hand, and a look of joy soon appeared on his face. "Can we go back now?" Clearly, his Rinnegan had already perceived the nature of Jensu's new ability. Jensu glanced at him. Even though his current power had already surpassed the Sage of Six Paths at his prime, he couldn't help but envy the Sage's Rinnegan, which could see through all things. Unfortunately, that kind of ability couldn't be stripped or copied. He sighed quietly to himself. The Sage of Six Paths, however, couldn't help but shiver slightly under his gaze. Before he could think further, Jensu turned his attention back to the dragon vein, which now lay completely quiet before him. Just as you speculated, he said, the true dragon vein is a vast entity connecting countless parallel worlds. Now that we've broken the rules of traversal, there's no going back. The moment Jensu fully controlled this world's dragon vein, a flood of information had poured into his mind. He understood now that even though he had this world's dragon vein under his grasp, it was but a tiny fragment of the complete entity. To turn the dragon vein back toward home, merely controlling one portion was far from enough. As for controlling the complete dragon vein, that would require him to use ruler of all things in every single parallel world. Leaving aside whether it was even possible. Just the time it would take was unimaginable. Still, it wasn't entirely hopeless. If Jensu could control more dragon veins and gather their power, he might be able to pull it off. He shared his plan with Kagaya and the Sage of Six Paths. With no better options, both of them nodded without hesitation. Then let's begin, the sage said, casting his eyes across the dragon vein and the other version of himself within Kagaya. Whether they succeeded or failed, all depended on whether this illusion could be made real. Roar. The dragon vein let out a sky-shaking roar. Brilliant white light flared from the bodies of those who didn't belong in this world, Jensu, Kagaya, the Sage of Six Paths, and Naruto, who had lost consciousness and was now being carried. Jensu cast one last glance at the chaotic, demon-infested world they were about to leave behind, then turned away without sentiment and nodded to the others. In a flash of white light, the ones who had left behind a new moon for the world disappeared without a trace. The feeling of time-space travel was still familiar. But this time, due to Jensu's control over the dragon vein, everyone remained together. There was no longer any random scattering across time or separated arrivals. Once they descended into the new world, without paying attention to anything else, they immediately located that world's dragon vein. Jensu activated ruler of all things, left his mark on the dragon vein, and they began the next leap without delay. The people of that world never realized that a group capable of destroying their world many times over had just passed through. Except for one. The Sage of Six Paths of that world, awakening belatedly, opened his Rinnegan and seemed to glimpse something, then quietly closed his eyes again. Some things, as long as they pose no threat, are best left untouched. And so, Jensu's journey through the worlds continued. In each world, they left behind the mark of ruler of all things upon the dragon vein. Overall, things went smoothly. But there were a few worlds where complications arose. For example, in one world ruled by the Senju Empire, where everyone wielded Mokuton, the moment they arrived they were discovered. Soon after, they were besieged by a massive army of wooden soldiers and 10 giant Senju Buddhas, the Empire's strategic weapons. In the end, even the Empire's founder, Senju Hashirama, now a Six Paths level existence, had to appear. Fortunately, while his personality had shifted somewhat, Hashirama still recognized the situation and chose not to provoke them. He offered a peaceful handshake and withdrew. In a hurry, Jensu and the others didn't bother further. Once they controlled the dragon vein, they left immediately. In other worlds, they had no choice but to fully intervene, costing more time. The most extreme case was a world corrupted by the Zero Tails, where everyone had been blackened. There, Jensu and his team had to go on a rampage, only after annihilating the Zero Tails, which had absorbed the dark side of all ninjas and become stronger than ever before, could they safely locate and control the dragon vein. In this way, after experiencing countless worlds, once Jensu finally left his mark on the last dragon vein, he ceased traveling. He looked at Kagaya and the Sage of Six Paths, nodded, and said, "It's about time. We can begin." "The number of dragon veins is enough," the sage asked seriously. "Enough to nudge the edge. Any more would make little difference," Jensu replied calmly. Only by personally traversing spacetime could one truly comprehend how vast the dragon vein was. At first, Jensu had thought about marking all of them. But after so many worlds, he realized he had merely touched a single corner of the complete dragon vein. Worse yet, as time passed, the ruler of all things technique had a time limit, earlier marks would eventually fade. For every new mark gained, one was lost. In the end, the number of controlled dragon veins remained relatively fixed. Jensu chose not to waste more time. He would act now. Coincidentally, Kagaya and the sage had also come to the same realization. After all their travels, returning wasn't so simple. Hearing Jensu's words, they both nodded. Next, as planned, Kagaya took out a crystal orb with 9 tomo, already infused with the chakra of the 10 tails. Her Rinne Sharingan began to glow brilliantly as she poured her power into the orb. Infinite Tsukuyomi. An illusory world, yet to be revealed, formed within the crystal. Jensu reached out and accepted the 9-tomo crystal, gazing into the vision within. For a brief moment, it felt like he had returned to those fleeting, yet unforgettable, times. Chapter 377, Chapter 378. Whether it was limited Tsukuyomi or infinite Tsukuyomi, both were reflections of the real world, mirrored planes of reality. Just like how many under Obito's rule believed it to be. You could say it was real. But what even is the definition of real and fake? If everything you see, hear, touch, smell, and feel is indistinguishable from reality, then it is real. However, there's one difference: it's unstable. The world of Tsukuyomi is like the reflection on a lake. All logic and detail might make sense. But throw in a single pebble, and the ripples it causes can shake the entire illusion. And if that pebble is a massive meteor, boom. The lake surface would be completely torn apart. That's what Jensu and his team did in Obito's world. They dropped a meteor into it. 1 second it seemed like a genuine world, and the next, it shattered into nothing. That is the true difference between the real world and the Tsukuyomi world. Not truth versus illusion, but stability. So, if the limited Tsukuyomi world could be made entirely stable, would it then become indistinguishable from the real world? As Jensu was endlessly traveling through time and space under the dragon vein's influence, he realized this. And thus began his careful planning. The dragon vein is a massive structure that spans countless parallel worlds. Each world already has its set position in the sequence, it cannot be changed. But if a new world, one outside of that sequence and yet influenced by the dragon vein, were to emerge, then it would mean breaking the order, escaping the cycle, no longer bound by the dragon vein's traditional time-space traversal. Especially if this world had deep ties to Jensu's original world. If Jensu activated the dragon vein's power, there was a high probability he could return to the original world. But one problem remained: how to fully stabilize the limited Tsukuyomi world and make it no different from reality. He stared at the 9-tomo crystal sphere in his hand, representing that world. How do you turn a blank sheet of paper black? By dropping a single, dense drop of ink upon it. And right now, Jensu had 2 such drops. The first was a segment of the dragon vein under his control. By tearing open a corner of it and pulling it into the limited Tsukuyomi world, he could grant it the same qualifications as a real world. Under the ongoing influence of the fully formed dragon vein, this world would eventually become an indispensable part of its sequence, like any other parallel world. Though this would take a long time. Thankfully, Jensu had a second drop of ink. The Kagaya from the original world. By sealing her inside the limited Tsukuyomi world, even if everything was fake, the presence of a 6 paths level being would create something out of nothing, turning illusion into truth. In this way, not only would the threat be neutralized, but he could use the stabilized world to return to the real one, 2 birds with 1 stone. Now, it was time to put this plan to the test. Roar. The dragon vein let out a thunderous howl. At that moment, under Jensu's will, the dragon vein of their current world surged into his body, making him the temporary Jinchuriki of the dragon vein. And that wasn't the end. Every dragon vein from the countless worlds he had marked with ruler of all things also let out a collective cry, instinctively sending their chakra through time and space to him. Very soon, an overwhelming amount of dragon vein chakra, enough to shatter any ordinary Jinchuriki, poured into Jensu. But Jensu accepted it calmly. He had no limits. The dragon veins did. Not long after, nearly all the dragon vein chakra he had gathered was now within him. This was what he meant by prying open a corner of the completed dragon vein. Everything was ready. Jensu gave one final look at the Sage of 6 Paths and Kagaya, said nothing, and crushed the 9-tomo crystal sphere in his hand, the same kind of sphere Obito once used to transmit his real body into the Tsukuyomi world. Flash. Dazzling white light erupted from the broken sphere. Come, Jensu said calmly, let us return to everything I've experienced. Let us return to the final moment. He stood still as the white light engulfed him, along with the Sage of 6 Paths and Kagaya. Moments later, the light faded. The 3 were gone. And so was the dragon vein. Whoa. A train's high-pitched whistle sounded in the distance. Jensu opened his eyes. In the distance, he saw a long train puffing out white steam, slowly chugging away. He smirked. He was back. Beside him, Kagaya and the sage, now possessing Naruto, were also present. They understood well what the Tsukuyomi world was built upon and curiously observed this recreated realm. But Jensu didn't give them time. A black portal opened before him. With one step, he entered. On the other side was a battlefield left in ruins, his other self lay there, eyes closed, waiting for death. As if no time had passed at all. No person or object had changed. The dying Jensu heard the noise and snapped his eyes open, pupils shrinking in shock. You. Seeing his real self, dressed like that, and the familiar black portal behind him, it didn't take long for him to figure it out. But what confused him was, why did he come back? I need to make this world indistinguishable from the real one. And for that, I need a genuine anchor, Jensu said directly, looking at the other version of himself. Strictly speaking, he wasn't someone from this world. To fulfill his final objective, he needed a fully integrated identity in this realm, one willing to serve as his true self. I understand. The other Jensu froze, then suddenly burst into laughter. Go on. Live on with everything I have. You are me, and I am you. Only then can this world cease to be a falsehood. He tilted his head back. A soul of radiant light shot from his body, straight toward the real Jensu. Once, he had hoped to make illusion into reality. That dream hadn't been a lie. If he could occupy the real Jensu's body, fully fuse with it, and return to the real world as the limited Tsukimi ended, then he had a chance. But he had overestimated himself and lost to the real one. Yet now, understanding what Jensu intended, and knowing he wouldn't speak lies, he willingly gave him everything. To let this world he had lived in for so long, and grown so fond of, remain untouched by pebbles or meteors, he was glad to do it. Besides, it wasn't a sacrifice. Jensu was himself. And in that, it was more like a continuation. With hope for this world in his heart, the Jensu smiled and faded away completely. Now having fully inherited the other Jensu's identity, memories, emotions, everything, Jensu slowly opened his eyes and looked to the sky. He could feel it. Because he and the others were no longer considered intruders, and due to his 6 paths level power, the subtle suppression this world once had over him was completely gone. Another piece of the puzzle for victory had fallen into place. Then, let the final act begin. Chapter 378, Chapter 379. Dragon Vein. Jensu could feel the immense, foreign chakra surging within his body. Having brought his true body into the limited Tsukimi world, the dragon vein had followed him here. Without hesitation, he willed it forth. And an enormous, brilliant blue dragon vein burst out from within him. Roar. Gathered from countless worlds, its chakra dwarfed that of any dragon vein previously seen. It coiled and roared high above Jensu's head. It sensed something was wrong with this world. But Jensu didn't give it time to react. He issued a command, just like he had done with the other dragon veins. Reside here, forever. For the first time, the dragon vein he controlled showed resistance. This wasn't the world it recognized. It felt an instinctive discomfort. But it was meaningless. Under the overwhelming power of ruler of all things, the resistance melted like snow under the sun. Roar. With another thunderous cry, the dragon vein quickly located the most compatible area in this world. The earth trembled violently as the massive blue dragon vein descended from the sky like a colossal waterfall, plunging into the planet's depths to reside there permanently. From that moment on, the ground shook with great intensity. No one knew what it had been like when the real world's dragon vein first arrived. But now, as the dragon vein forcibly merged with the limited Tsukimi world, the entire world trembled in instability. Light flared around Kagaya and the Sage of 6 Paths. Clearly, the instability of the dragon vein was affecting them. However, Jensu, thanks to the full acceptance of this world's version of himself, was entirely unaffected. He even had the strength to help the mother and son duo stabilize, dispersing the time-space light around them. After a long while, the tremors gradually ceased. The chakra of the massive blue dragon vein began to circulate through the limited Tsukimi world and instinctively linked with other worlds through time-space, rejoining the full-body dragon vein. Once all the movement settled, Jensu looked upon the Tsukimi world again. He could feel it, something had changed. A drop of ink had finally fallen. The pure white paper had begun to stain with color. As time passed, the ink would seep deeper and spread farther. Jensu decided to accelerate the process. He turned toward Kagaya. She nodded. A ripple of chakra followed, and Kagaya split into two. You. The version of Kagaya from Jensu's original world had just revealed her true form. But before she could speak, her expression darkened. Already prepared, Jensu reached out and grabbed her shoulder. Become the progenitor of chakra in this world. Rikudo, Chibaku Tensei. In an instant, the earth shattered. Rocks and layers of land surged upward, encasing the rising Kagaya piece by piece. I'm being sealed again. Kagaya stared at Jensu with deep resentment. And just like 1,000 years ago, she was once more sealed in outer space, now becoming a permanent part of the limited Tsukimi world. But it wasn't over yet. Jensu then extracted the 10 tails from the original world, split it back into the 9-tailed beasts, and fused them, chakra and all, into the 9-tailed beasts of this world. With this second drop of ink, the Tsukimi world, now saturated with both the dragon vein and 6 paths level chakra, had no remaining blank spots. It was completely immersed in darkness, fully stabilized. Through the lens of his Rinnegan, Jensu could see it clearly. This world was undergoing a profound transformation. It was growing more stable. The power of the six paths could reverse life and death, turn illusion into reality, and change everything. More importantly, the dragon vein continually pulled power from the full version beyond, following its set rules and connecting this world with all other parallel worlds, making it part of the sequence. With both the dragon vein and Kagaya acting as twin pillars, the limited Tsukuyomi world was no longer a fragile illusion easily shattered by a single ripple. Just as Jensu planned, it had now been given real meaning. Over time, this world would become indistinguishable from reality. The Sage of Six Paths saw this too. He looked at Jensu in awe and amazement, astonished that such a bold, unimaginable plan had actually succeeded. So, can we go back now? The Sage and Kagaya from Jensu's original world were both gone, sealed or destroyed. The one who asked the question now was the Kagaya from the very first dragon vein traversal. Though one of the masterminds, witnessing her counterpart being sealed with Chibaka Tensei made her feel an uneasy kinship. She glanced at her son standing beside her and swore silently. I must never meet the same fate. The Sage of Six Paths, standing quietly, sensed something as he looked at his mother. There was a complexity in his eyes. The limited Tsukuyomi world isn't fully stabilized yet. Give it some time. Jensu, uninterested in meddling in their mother-son affairs, answered seriously. He, too, wanted to send them back. But the world had only just begun stabilizing. The dragon vein and the sealed Kagaya needed more time to finish transforming this realm. Jensu didn't want anything to go wrong in the final step. To be cautious, I'd say, wait about a month. Sensing and analyzing the world's changes, he set the time. Neither of them objected. 1 month, they could wait. For now, the two of you can find a quiet place to stay. Or you're free to explore this world. Just remember. This is my world. I don't want to see it damaged. After reminding the two, Jensu waved his hand and turned to leave. Left behind, the Sage of Six Paths and Kagaya looked at one another. Mother, he said, do you want to go see the world? The lights of mankind, they're the most beautiful scenery this planet has. Kagaya glanced at her son and replied coldly, no need. Then she turned and walked away, seeking a quiet, uninhabited place to wait in solitude. Her will still hasn't changed. The sage sighed deeply as he watched her vanish into the distance. From beginning to end, his mother had never changed her views. She never came to accept the world, nor humanity. She still saw them as her seedbed, humans as seedlings, hers to pluck, to command, to kill at will. This was the one thing he had never wanted to see. I must start preparing. He began to wander the Tsukuyomi world, deep in thought. In his original world, the only Indra reincarnation, Madara, was already dead. The current Naruto, his vessel, hadn't been born yet. Both Azura and Indra's reincarnations were missing. Now the question was, where could he find suitable successors? Chapter 379, Chapter 380. Land of the Hagoromo clan. When Jensu returned once more, the place was still as lively and prosperous as ever. Without wasting time on greetings, he went straight to the ice treat shop, bought a bag of Ching's favorite popsicles, and returned home. Hell, I can't remember her name. Peering through the door and window, he saw Ching sitting upright, clutching a small biography of Jensu written by the Yamanaka sister. A few unopened popsicles rested beside her. Unlike before, Ching showed no interest in the frozen treats so close at hand. Her big round eyes stared blankly at the book. But there hadn't been the sound of a page turning in a long while. Then came the sound of approaching footsteps. She looked up at once, eyes red from crying, filled with hope. Creak. The door opened. A familiar voice reached her ears. Looks like I bought too many popsicles. You still have a bunch left, Ching. Rustle. The book slipped from her hands, pages fluttering through the air before falling to the floor. Without saying a word, Ching threw herself into Jensu's arms and cried with excitement. Jensu and I thought you were never coming back. Of course not. I'm back now, aren't I? And it hasn't even been that long, has it? He said, lifting her into his arms. But it felt like a really long time, Ching said earnestly, her small head pulling away to look up at him. For some reason, Jensu's departure this time had left her deeply unsettled. She didn't read, didn't eat her favorite popsicles, just sat there like a little abandoned kitten, clinging to the faint hope that someone would come back and hold her again. And now, he finally had. Ching hugged Jensu tightly, anxious. Jensu and you're not going to leave again, right? Of course not. Jensu gave her a bright smile. With the limited Tsukuyomi world now deeply connected to the real one, and the dragon vein under his control, he could travel back and forth at will. There was no need to lie to Ching. Yay. Knowing her brother always kept his word, Ching's heart settled, and her usual liveliness returned. Her appetite also bounced back. When she saw the big bag of popsicles Jensu had brought, her eyes lit up. With a sweet smile, she reached out and said, "Thank you, Jensu and I." Jensu chuckled and took a step back. "Maybe I should return these. Your tummy's so small, and you haven't even finished the last batch." "No." Qing's little face turned anxious. "I can eat them. Those ones were specially saved for you, Jensu and I. Such a thoughtful girl." "Of course. Then can I have all the popsicles in this bag too?" "Ahaha." Their playful banter didn't last long. Soon, everything returned to how it once was, Qing sitting close beside Jensu, happily munching on her popsicle while reading her book, her little legs swinging freely underneath, carefree and relaxed. That's the scene Ruri saw when she entered the room. She smiled briefly, then turned serious as her gaze landed on Jensu. "There's an issue with the tailed beasts. After someone hijacked the mission you assigned to collect them, many of the captured beasts have now reappeared. Several people have witnessed it." Captured, reappeared. Jensu immediately understood. The mission to collect the tailed beasts had been assigned during his last visit. Their sudden return was due to his own recent actions, restoring them to stabilize the world. Seeing that Ruri was still waiting for instructions, Jensu calmly said, "The tailed beast matter is resolved. Unless they harm someone, leave them alone from now on." Ruri looked surprised but didn't question it. She turned to leave and relay the new order. But before stepping across the threshold, she paused, turned back expressionless, and said, "Jensu, it's time to prepare for your wedding." Without waiting for his reply, Ruri briskly walked away. Wedding? With Ruri? Jensu blinked in confusion, but Ruri was already gone. Thankfully, Qing was still around. She put down her book and began counting on her fingers. It's not just Ruri-ne. There's also the Senju sister, the Uchiha sister, the Uzumaki sister, the Yamanaka sister. Eventually, Qing ran out of fingers to count. She looked up at Jensu with big eyes and kept listing them out loud. When she was finally done, Jensu had only one reaction. Huh. But leaving aside the web of romantic entanglements he'd inherited from this world's version of himself, Jensu had something far more important to do. He looked at Qing, who had gone back to her popsicles and her book, and gently patted her head before turning his attention to the system. After personally sealing Kagaya with Chibaka Tensei, the system interface had burst into a radiant glow. Now, it had finally returned to normal. With the familiar ding, the system's final announcement arrived. Ultimate task, 4th Great Ninja War, seal Otsutsuki Kagaya, completed. Congratulations to the host. You've successfully sealed the progenitor of Chakra, Otsutsuki Kagaya. Peace has returned to the ninja world, and your reputation now stands unmatched. Mission reward, Kekei Somo. Ding. 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 Congratulations, host. You have officially reached the peak of the ninja world. From now on, the system's assistance will come to an end. Though you've had the help of this system along the way, your journey from an underachiever at the Konoha Ninja Academy to the strongest in the world, overcoming countless enemies, has been largely due to your own efforts. We believe you'll stay true to your path. Even without the system, you'll continue to move forward and create even greater glory. Lastly, good luck, host. Sigh. Still kinda hard to say goodbye. Jensu didn't pay much attention to the new reward as his strength kept increasing. What really drew his attention was the system's heartfelt farewell. Reading every word, he couldn't help but feel a wave of emotion and a small touch of sorrow. Even if the system had been unpredictable and quirky from beginning to end, and even now tried to spin his story as some ninja school underdog tale, there was no denying it had helped him a lot. He'd learned long ago, as long as he didn't overthink it and just followed the prompts, everything would work out. So, just as the system finished its parting message, a final, customer review, message appeared, like the after-sales survey of a product. Thank you for using this system. Lastly, please rate our service. Score range, 0 to 10. Still lost in sentiment, Jensu sighed softly. And without hesitation, tapped on 0. Chapter 380, Chapter 381, the END. Ding. Just as Jensu was about to confirm his 0-star rating for the system, a familiar system notification chimed again. He paused mid-click. So much for the last message. Here it came with another pop-up. Friendly reminder, host, there's a reward for rating the system. The higher the rating, the better the reward. Seeing the blatant bait in front of him, Jensu shifted his finger from 0 to 10 without hesitation. Come to think of it, the system had been erratic the whole time, but it had done its job. And Jensu, kind at heart, decided to let bygones be bygones and give it the highest score. He tapped 10. Almost immediately. Ding. 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 This time, the sound wasn't the usual cold mechanical tone, it actually sounded joyful. Thank you for your honest rating, host. From the moment you arrived in this world, the system has witnessed your talent, perseverance, kindness, sincerity, and loyalty. Though we part ways in the Naruto world today, we will meet again. Full rating bonus, journey together. After the host's death, the system will return to accompany you in your next world. Until we meet again, host. Actually, I'd rather not meet again. Jensu instantly regretted giving it 10 stars. The damn system really had attached itself to him. Not that he was worried, he was already at 6 paths level. With a lifespan that could be described as endless, dying wasn't on his to-do list. And even if he did go to another world, unless the system fixed its brain, everything would still fall on his own shoulders. Well, best of luck fixing your brain, system. The system didn't reply. Just as it said, it had completed its mission in this world. But Jensu's new era was just beginning. 1 month later, the limited Tsukuyomi world had fully stabilized. Having tied up all loose ends, Jensu met with Kagaya and the Sage of 6 Paths once again. He didn't waste time. It's time to go. The mother and son nodded. Roar. With a great rumble, the dragon vein beneath them burst upward, enveloping the three. Blinding light radiated from each of them. In an instant, the dragon vein vanished, along with all three. After a smooth traversal through space-time, Jensu, Kagaya, and the sage opened their eyes to see a serene landscape of mountains and rivers. We're back at last. The moment he opened his eyes, Jensu knew this was the world he had grown up in. Everything had gone according to plan. Though curious about how the shinobi world had changed during his absence, there were more important matters to attend to first. Jensu looked at Kagaya and the sage beside him. Time to send them back to their world. The trio soared through the skies and arrived at the ruins of Rorin. Jensu located the dragon vein of this world and took control. He turned to the mother and son and said, "It's time to say goodbye." The order of traversal was fixed, after Jensu's world came theirs. This had been proven during their earlier jumps. Then, farewell, Jensadano. The sage, now free from Naruto's body, offered a final nod. He didn't say, "See you again." Neither did his mother. Because neither of them wanted to encounter someone as absurdly strong as Jensu again. Understanding their thoughts, Jensu simply smiled. He activated the dragon vein, grabbed the native Naruto, and stepped away. As before, the dragon vein surged. Blinding light enveloped Kagaya and the sage. And they were gone. Where am I? Naruto, finally regaining his senses after being possessed for so long, blinked in confusion. Welcome home, Naruto, Jensu greeted with a smile. You're Jensu. Naruto recoiled reflexively and stared at him with suspicion. Once he realized Jensu wasn't attacking, he calmed a little. What happened? Why am I here? Still catching up, huh? Think harder. In a good mood after settling everything, Jensu didn't mind chatting. Naruto racked his brain. I was caught in Obito's genjutsu, then 6 Paths Grandpa saved me, then I blacked out. Wait, no. He possessed me. He suddenly remembered the last thing before losing consciousness and was stunned. Why would he do that? And Jensu just said, "Welcome home," so. I'm back. A flood of realization and questions rushed into him. Before he could ask again, Jensu cut him off. Live a good life now, Naruto. Fall in love, start a family, stay out of pointless fights. You've helped me enough, I'd really rather not kill you a second time. Leaving that cryptic farewell, Jensu opened a black portal and stepped inside. Wait. Still trying to process it all, Naruto instinctively reached out, but the portal vanished. He just left. Alone again, Naruto looked around. The surroundings were familiar, it looked like the ruins of Rorin. I'm really back. I wonder how everyone else is. Fueled by curiosity, he dashed off toward the Hidden Leaf Village. At the same time, while Naruto traveled by Route 11, aka his own 2 feet, Jensu simply blinked through space and arrived at the Hagoromo clan's territory. Yes, his home. Unlike the last time he saw it, ruined and decaying. Now it was full of grandeur, intricate architecture, bustling streets, and voices echoing in prosperity. It might still fall short of the limited Tsukuyomi version. But compared to Konoha or even the capital of the Land of Fire, it was far more prosperous. Just from this, Jensu could tell. Sasuke and the others had done an excellent job. Clan leader. Lord Jensu. Jensu-senpai. Jensu strode openly into the territory, radiating a divine aura that turned the sky itself. His return was made known to all. Everyone felt it, the presence of a god. They gathered quickly, expressions full of awe and joy. He spotted many familiar faces: Mokudai, Hanari, Kei, Samui, Uchiha Izumi, Uchiha Rei. But his eyes lingered on Sasuke. With a satisfied smile, Jensu said, "You've matured. And done well, Sasuke." Sasuke bowed respectfully. "Everything we've built, we followed your blueprint, Jensu-sama. Plans mean nothing without execution." Jensu patted Sasuke's shoulder, glancing at the many former Konoha and Five Great Nations ninja, now without village forehead protectors, standing respectfully behind them. "Including how you handled former enemies. Impressive political skill." For a Uchiha, mercy was rare. But Sasuke had chosen to accept past enemies and fracture their alliances instead. That was impressive. "How many rebels remain?" Sasuke answered, "About 100. Led by the remnants of the Four Kage. They're scattered and hard to locate." "No worries. Someone will give us their location soon enough." Jensu smiled faintly. Finally, he looked across the crowd and declared, with quiet finality, "True peace has arrived. Prepare to welcome the new era." Elsewhere, outside Konoha. "Why? Hinata's uncle, Choji's elders, Ino's family, why are they all attacking me?" Naruto, barely dodging a barrage of attacks, shouted in disbelief. He had rushed home with excitement, only to be immediately assaulted. The attackers were familiar. Konoha ninja. He tried to explain, but nothing worked. Their attacks only grew fiercer. Naruto didn't want to fight back against his comrades and could only retreat. Pursue him. A Hyuga ninja activated his Byakugan and joined the hunt. To secure their clan's place, they had already pledged loyalty to the Hagoromo clan. There was no turning back. This was the ninja world. Those who couldn't adapt had long vanished, like the Uzumaki. Naruto could evade pursuit, but he eventually got lost in the wilderness. While running aimlessly. "Naruto." A familiar voice called out. He turned. "Kiba. It's really you." Kiba, more composed than before, sniffed to confirm. "No mistake." Naruto, relieved, rushed to him and blurted out everything. "What's going on? Why is everyone attacking me?" Kiba's smile dimmed. "It's dangerous here. I'll explain on the way." Later, Kiba led Naruto to a hidden valley. "This is where everyone's hiding." He formed hand seals, revealing a concealed entrance. Inside, Naruto saw Tsunade, Kakashi, Sakura, Hinata, Shikamaru, and the rest of the Konoha 12. Unlike their elders, they had refused to betray the legacy of the Hokage. He also saw people from Kumo, Kiri, and the other great nations. "Naruto." Sakura spotted him first, shouting with joy. Everyone rushed over. Naruto raised his hand to wave. When a familiar voice echoed in his ears. "Thanks again, Naruto." Naruto froze in dread. So did everyone else. Despair filled their faces. From the black portal behind Naruto, Jensu stepped out, smiling, patting his shoulder. Facing the whole crowd, he said calmly, "Now the family is complete." That day, within 24 hours of Jensu's return, the last remnants of resistance were wiped clean. He didn't kill them. He simply put them to work. In labor, they would find redemption. Later, Jensu visited the moon. Using Rinne Tensei, he revived the Hagoromo clan, including Ching. Unlike the little girl in the Tsukumi world, the Ching of the moon had grown into a young woman. But her voice didn't change. "Jensu and I." Tears in her eyes, she hugged him tightly. Jensu hugged her back. The moon, once home of the Otsutsuki, was now the domain of the resurrected Hagoromo clan. For over a decade, Jensu lived a peaceful, fulfilling life. Until one day, Otsutsuki Momoshiki and Kinshiki descended from space. Before they could utter their usual superiority lines, Jensu kicked them into the god tree. They joined the already absorbed Ishiki as fertilizer. From that, a new chakra fruit emerged. Twirling the genuine fruit in his hand, Jensu smirked and took a bite. "Looks like you'll be waiting forever, system." His era had only just begun. Main story end, side stories to follow.